Y llegas a mí una noche más. La luna te trajo, con el sol te vas. Sueles desaparecer cuando más te quiero ver, como una estrella fugaz. Una noche más. La luna te trajo, con el sol te vas. Qué rico lo hicimos ayer, hoy te quisiera tener, pero despierto y ya no estás.
Lascou agora.
Lascou nada. Vai que dá.
Calma aí. Te acompanho.
Mano, vocês são muito ruins, velho. Muito ruim.
Não fala assim do Lucão.
E tu, Raíssa, o que tu já ganhou por acaso?
Nada. Não, gente, mas agora falando sério, a gente precisa de alguma coisa diferente.
Pera, Dani, e se tivesse um Brawler BR?
Ah, já sei. Tipo uma capivara fazendo brigadeiro.
Não. Um negócio mais com o nosso jeitinho, nosso gingado, assim. Eu acho que a gente precisa de uma mina da hora.
E aí, Toquinha? Mete o play, olha. Ih, perdeu, Playboy. Toma essa!
Mano, a mina é muito massa, velho. Tá legal esse vídeo. Gostei. Corta.
sueño comienza, el ritmo crece, la noche
noche nos guía. Las estrellas en el cielo nos miran con nuestra euforia sale la energía.
Nossa expectativa para esse torneio é ser campeão. É bastante divertido ver a cultura dos outros países aqui. Nosso único problema de comunicação, acredito que são os japoneses.
Sejam bem-vindos ao Brasil. Eu espero que vocês aproveitem o evento e que o melhor time ganhe.
Bro, the Brazilian crowd is so loud, I can't even hear the game sound sometimes.
Like, bro, it's so annoying. Like, I can't even think straight.
Na verdade, meus amigos, vocês vão conhecer a torcida que mais canta, mais vibra e mais torce no Brawl Stars. E eu não queria estar no lugar de vocês, não.
Mano, a torcida brasileira torce muito, torce de verdade. Até quando eu faço besteira, quando eu amolo a pá de mortes, eles gritam e torcem. Mas quer saber? Já que vocês já vão gritar, torcem muito aí!
This is your time. This is your chance. The question is, what are you gonna do with it? Think about it.
Why stop now? I was just getting started.
Welcome to Sao Paulo, Brazil, the gateway to greatness, where teams have one shot, one opportunity to seize everything they ever wanted. One last chance to earn their spot at the World Finals.
TOC Engine OU Toxiclone is pushing in, but Suzuku is good!
16 teams from around the globe stand on the edge of history. This is their last chance to keep the dream alive. They've battled through the monthly finals. They've survived the grind. Now, they face the ultimate pressure test. Only 4 golden tickets await. Only 4 will rise to the World Finals. The rest will see their journey end here. From the heart of Sao Paulo, this is the Last Chance Qualifier.
Salve BGS 2025! Hello again and welcome to São Paulo for the second day of the Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday, 4 teams got eliminated, and now 12 teams remain here in this competition. 4 more teams will leave us today with everything on the line. I can't wait how this is gonna end today, so stay tuned with us. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos ao segundo dia de
Bem-vindos ao Sao Paulo and welcome to day 2 of the Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday, we said goodbye to 4 of the 16 teams. Today, 4 more will see their World Finals dreams come to an end. Every match from here on out is do or die, and the pressure is on. I'm Sunny, and I'm joined by the Brits that make every match a classic. Gentlemen, we said yesterday, the LCQ always delivers surprises. Did any team change your expectations after that first day?
I mean, for me, I think Inner Circle changed my expectations in a bad way, if anything. So that's a little bit unfortunate for them. I think they went from a position of power to now a position where teams aren't going to be as scared of them in my eyes.
Yeah, and I think for me, some of the teams that didn't quite make it really impressed me. I mean, Chapter of Happiness, I think many thought they were going to come in and just get absolutely destroyed. And I think they had some great moments in their matchup, especially towards the end of the day. I felt they really had some moments. NXT as well. They really progressed throughout the day.
With so many great moments, some creative drafts as well. We want to have a look at how this day 2 will go along.
Yeah, so we're still in this kind of 4 GSL groups at the moment. Played through day 1 and we knocked a couple of teams out of the competition. We're moving on kind of to the later phases of the group stage competition where we're playing this first kind of winners match, followed up by some elimination matches where we'll be kicking some more teams out of the competition from there.
It really is now at the crunch time. This is the day to get it right. As we can see the groups from yesterday and those teams that didn't quite make it. We only had 3 sweeps yesterday. Crazy Raccoon, Reply Totem, and Papara Supermassive, all from that winner's bracket side of things. So incredibly close matches to finalize the day, but we did have to unfortunately say goodbye to New Heights Gaming, Chapter of Happiness, KDS Esports, and Experian NXT.
We also want to look at those drafts. We had a clear winner in terms of most banned brawler. Mina was banned out 47 times out of 48 sets played. That one game that she slipped through was Experian versus Casa, and we all know how that turned out.
Yeah, they got absolutely battered in that one. So yeah, I can see why teams are banning her out so often. 47, a massive number. When you look at number 2, and that's only 25, and Ollie, as strong as he is as well, only 23. I think that just shows how scared teams are of Mina at the moment.
Most pick brawlers, by the way, Jaeyoung, Kaze, and Ollie. Let's see if we're gonna see more of those today as well. First up, we wanna head over to socials. We went behind the scenes and checked out what you guys posted on their Chapter of Happiness posts. We've crossed half the world to lose on day 1. Unfortunate.
Yeah, but I think, again, it was still a fantastic showing, considering that the Chinese mainland region is just a pigeonhole in the Brawl esports ecosystem. I think they had a good run of things, and it's to be expected. You know, at the end of the day, 4 teams have to leave on day 1, and unfortunately, one of those teams was Chapter of Happiness.
We got another one for you. We have Humble with Totem versus Chapter of Happiness. It's basically a hydrogen bomb versus the coughing baby.
Yes, slightly brutal.
This post is basically you as a post. Slightly brutal.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit more than slightly brutal, but from Humble, you know, they can make posts like this. They're a World Finals team qualified already. If they was here, I'm sure there'd be a few kind of words had with them, you know, not being as confident as this. But yeah, it did seem that way when we watched that game.
And we need a third one from Spoo, our beloved Spoo. I never doubted. Revenant, GG, well played. Search and Clash, you're truly a generational talent. The absolute best of CSESA. And 9X9J response. I love you guys. Onward to day 2. They unfortunately, Inner Circle got that loss. They almost had a reverse sweep, but Revenant X-Spark turned things around in a very, very crazy match.
Yeah, it was a really good match, that one. You know, I've had a word with some of the Inner Circle guys. They were feeling like they just didn't play up to scratch yesterday, and today they're going to be back with a vengeance. A few predictions here, Ark. What are you thinking?
Yeah, very split today, aren't we, really? Especially for that match number 1, and that is a big 50-51 for me. The one that surprises me actually is the Crazy Raccoon versus Revenant X-Spark match. I think that is actually going to be a lot closer than it might seem, to be completely honest. But again, it's day 2. You know, there's going to be some serious upsets and teams that surprise us all.
I like the little pattern we built in that first match, Team Electros versus Papara Supermassive. We can't really decide what we're going to go for. If you agree or not, make sure to also lock in your predictions over at event.brawlstars.com right now. And we're heading straight into that first match. Team Electros is up next.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We know one thing from those predictions, the Brits, they're sticking with the Brits, and that's the main thing, Ark. We like having this representation from our home area, but looking at this team first, Team Electros, Ezlivy, Rafiki, and then obviously Diego coming in. He said himself that he played a little bit sketchy yesterday, and I think a few of us could see that as well, so he's going to look to come in today and kind of build on what he did.
Yeah, for me, Diego was a bit of a weak link, but you know, for me, Rafiki was just a shining star, and I cannot wait to see how it fares against Papara Supermassive. I've spoken a lot to this squad and the staffing behind the scenes, and they are feeling incredibly confident, especially in Rage. Apparently, Filippo is at the very peak of his career in terms of mechanics right now, so Filippo versus Rafiki, I am looking forward to that lane matchup.
I also announced to you two as the Brits as well. You gotta be happy about this. Finally, we have another UK team, at least 2/3 of them in the BSC.
Yeah, listen, Trage couldn't do it, so he had to kind of hop over, be a coach for another team. But at least we've still got some British representation in this postseason. Tomsy and Rage, love to see them here.
And of course, as always, we also got a little clip from them. Let's see what they have to say.
I think Team Electros are a strong team. I see they got Diego Gamer for Bilal because he couldn't play, but I'm sure that probably won't affect them that much. We just have to see how their ball changes and plan accordingly.
I know that Papara got here yesterday, so they also have less time to prepare. And I know that they're a really good team in Europe, but I think that we'll be able to, if we're able to draft what we want to play, we should be able to win.
Yeah, I mean, some really, really solid stuff there as well. And as we said, we love to see these Brits on the stage. I really am extremely excited about them being here. We'll see if they're going to be able to perform against a powerhouse of a roster in the North Americans.
We're going to see. Let's have them walk into the cage of death and let's hear the crowd.
The battle for greatness continues. It's time to welcome on stage Papara Supermassive and Team Electro!
With Team Electros on the left, Papara Supermassive on the right. Both of them look ready. Both of them had a good night's sleep, hopefully. By the way, Papara Supermassive on the left. I said it the opposite way. We didn't hear that. Both of them hopefully had a good night's sleep. Both of them have some strategies ready. And I mentioned before already, Trev, we had some very creative brawler picks. We saw Mina slip through once. What stood out to you most from day one?
I mean, we saw, so many uses of like fresh hypercharges, Ollie hypercharges, Byron hypercharges, really solid in this meta. Kind of pushed brawlers even further in. The brawlers that received them were already pretty solid. So now seeing them adding those hypercharges to them, they've just been pushed further and further.
Yeah, Ruffs for me is very scary, very, very scary. And, you can see it in the play rates. It really just has shot up in that regard. And I think, especially I've heard from many of the players, they're really enjoying the meta. Jae-Young as well, another brawler that had 16 picks yesterday. Kaze as well, 15 picks. Really, really high play rates for these very dangerous brawlers.
I always love to see those support brawlers at the top. I'm a huge supporter of that as well. We also saw a lot of aggressive plays with Ollie that we mentioned already yesterday through his hypercharge. It ain't no half supering. He was catapulted into the meta and he slipped through way more often than Mina.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It was kind of like half as many times did he get banned as Mina, which is absolutely crazy considering how strong he is. On so many of the maps as well. The maps really do cater to him at the moment. So many closed off maps. And even if it is open, he's still got a chance of being played with how far he can leap with that hypercharge and how much kind of an area it's got.
Yesterday, day one of the Last Chance qualifier, we started with 16 teams. Now only 12 remain, and by the end of today, we'll be down to 8. Now, Ark, is Team Electros or Papara Supermassive be one of them?
I've got to be honest, we've got to talk about our predictions a little bit in this respect because this was a really tough one for me to decide. I mean, coming into yesterday, I would have said Electros, but having watched it, Diego just looked a little bit shaky, missed a lot of gene pools. Rafiki was doing fantastically well, but for Papara Supermassive, when I was chatting to them backstage, they were absolutely buzzing. They really want this win. Enrage was wanting to talk a bit of trash, and I love that from him, a player who's got limited LAN experience but doesn't seem to show it. Papara Supermassive have got massive amounts of confidence, and that just gave me the edge here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they've got a massive amount of support from the community. Though 14% to the Papara Supermassive side, that half of the talent predicted themselves. I saw this as a 50-50, and I think that's a very fair prediction in my eyes.
The first 4 matches we're watching today are the ones for the teams that haven't lost a match yet. So both of these yesterday had a phenomenal day, and now we're heading into the first map of the day, day 2 of LCQ. We're in New Horizons, a fairly new knockout map, and Trev, we already have some bangers banned out here, some brawlers that I would love to see. Angelo, Jean, so good on knockout, Bonnie as well, and then a lot of aggression banned out from the side of Team Electros. Obviously they have lost picks, they do not want to see those brawlers on their opponent's side.
Yeah, you said there's brawlers that you'd have loved to see banned out. There's brawlers that I would have hated to see banned out as well on that right-hand side. So glad the Ollie's out the way, the Mina and the Kit, the 3 most banned brawlers from the previous day. And then Byron as a first from Supermassive, which is absolutely huge as well. We just touched on that before, about how impactful that hypercharge is. There is ways to avoid those poison darts by standing directly in the middle of it, which gives you a bit of a lifeline, but you can't clump up. And I feel like in Knockout, you kind of supposed to stay away from your team.
Supermassive want to combine this Byron with a Kit and a Daryl. The Kit is banned, so the question is now, are they going to still go with the Daryl comp and then maybe swap it out for a Hank, or bring in a Gust and still have that shielding to have something aggressive go in? But Jae-Young again coming in, and Brock, a very sort of standard kind of pick that we're seeing, but great for opening the map. I like it for that reason.
I couldn't start the day off better. Already 2 supporters picked first pick. I'm super happy. Brock then also to open up the map, which is super interesting. Jae-Young doesn't have the most of range. Angelo is banned out. I wonder what Team Electros wants to bring in as last here.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, you know, when you're choosing to break up the map, you're expecting those kind of brawlers like Gus to come in. The longer range ones that compare quite well with the Byron and something like that, stay out of range, you know, poke them down. Or do you just go really aggressive? Because Brock and Jae Young aren't two brawlers who are going to have that kind of, they're choosing to go the aggressive route, who haven't got that really strong amount of damage at close range. And Kaze could be that brawler, good at close range, swapping in, obviously, when you go into that Geisha form, and then when you throw in the Blades, you've got a bit more range.
And now Gus is a real potential option here. Combining that with the Kaze, going in really aggressive, you can get a massive amount of value by doing just that, and it's a really versatile brawler. Going to go with Hank. I mean, again, it was another brawler that I was mentioning that I think is really viable here. Again, I think with the kit ban, you kind of have to choose as to whether you're going to have that Daryl combination. With it banned, it's just not really worth risking in that regard.
Yeah, hyper aggressive here. Really is from Supermassive. The Hank, the Kaze together. As I said, there's not really that much DPS on the Electros side, so why not go super aggressive? They've got to account for this heavily now, or it's going to be a really disappointing game.
I do agree with that. We definitely need some more DPS. I wonder what this is going to be for the side of Team Electros. Maybe a Ross. You mentioned it before, maybe something aggressive themselves, and yes, it is. We see a Daryl. I think this is the first time? Can't be much that we've seen him yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that it's the first time, to be honest with you, because it's a brawler that only has, you know, certain instances when being able to be brought in, and that's usually when paired with something like a kit. With that being banned out, it's surprising to see it, but can do well against the Hank, can do well against the Kaze. The damage that those shotguns can do is unparalleled by many brawlers.
It was wide open, Supermassive, considered it, didn't go for it. I really like it on the side of Electros, especially combining with the Jae Young, that additional speed to be able to really close the gap and then have that double roll on top of things. It's going to be, in my opinion, a decent brawler to have in this scenario. Good tap already from in-range, as now it seems that Team Electros are actually on the retreat slightly here in this top right-hand corner. Not the best spot. The Daryl can obviously roll away from things and at the right time advance where they need to go with Jae Young. They've got that additional maneuverability in which they need for doing just that.
Yeah, great taps from Enrage so far. Kept the Daryl low for a long period of time and made a connection onto the Brock there as well. We see Filippo kind of retreating into the arms of his teammates, staying away from this Daryl, which can be a real issue for him. So I like that last bit from Rafiki. It's bold, but it's good in my eyes. Now the map's opening up a little bit more. The Hank and the Kaze are going to kind of struggle, but he is in that blade form, so they've got a bit more legs in this kind of portion of the map.
Oh, the gas can't be too far away at this point in time, and there's 3 supers now on the side of Team Electros. Filippo would really love to be able to establish his as quickly as possible. Nice tap from Enrage, but Rafiki is going in now, and for Team Electros, this is now an aggressive spot. Fanstorm goes out for Filippo. A nice connection there from Tomsy. Low HP for Team Electros, and they're starting to dwindle. A nice tap from Enraged. Papara Supermassive starting strong.
I mean, what seemed like a very close round ended in 3 brawls from Supermassive surviving and nobody from Team Electros. So a huge play from them to be able to win that one. Especially when you see that Daryl go in, you're expecting to have a bit of a tough time. At least one brawler go down. But there wasn't even a trade there from Team Electros, and that worries me.
And again, a very similar start to this round. Team Electros choose to go back into the spawn side. Not sure how well that's going to fare. This was giving a lot of ground over to Papara Supermassive. Hypercharges, though, are available here with Diego Gamer, as well as Rafiki. So when they can try to expel those onto the map, that's when things can get really quite nasty. Papara Supermassive holding their own, and that helpful Byron heal is there, as well as a Kaze Super and Hypercharge. That, to me, is the most devastating factor on the side of Supermassive.
Yeah, there's hypercharges up top, but we can't forget about these ones down below as well. And you've got to think how impactful the Byron and the Kaze one's going to be. In Filippo goes, he's going to be able to get 1 kill, but can it be traded out? Tomsy still alive, but just a Rafiki barreling through him, but what a super! And the finish is there from Tomsy. That's going to be the game going to Supermassive. And it's 2 games that look like they were going to go to Electros.
That is ice in the veins for the Brits. No doubt about it. I was certain that was going to be an Electros win there of the round. For Papara Supermassive, this is how you want to start the day. Confidence is exuding from them. Let's see if they can keep it up.
I mean, this is the thing, you know, you're in a good position when you're in a bad position and you come out on top. That's the thing, because then you're in a very safe space, but when the Daryl comes rolling on in, he hasn't really punished so far. And yet again, a wonderful start and great positioning from Supermassive.
I'm still just a little bit confused as to why Electros seems so at home in this back spawn side, but it hasn't really given them too much opportunity. Rafiki rolling in now does find the Byron. That's quite key here for me. Now Filippo in a bit of a tough place, but Rafiki's low. Can he close the gap? Can he get some connections here? Using the invisibility. That was wise here from Electros. Oh my word. Rafiki rolling away, but I think the support was there from Diego regardless. And around an important time now for Electros to be able to get some momentum.
Yeah, really bold move from Filippo and a much better performance from Rafiki there, I will say as well. The Daryl really showing his impact in that previous one. But a couple of supers still available from Electros. We see as Livy switching forms, now going to be providing some healing as well, rather than throwing down those slipstreams. Filippo dashing straight into a Brock shot, not going to serve him too well. And now it looks like Electros are mounting an attack going in. Here's the hypercharge from Enraged. Hasn't thrown it just yet and used it defensively rather than offensively.
Yeah, good heals there from Enraged. Brock hypercharge will just get rid of some walls and some bush, but not too much more. It's this separation that worries me slightly here as Thompson and Enraged push down to the bottom right. The top side of things, Filippo is a one-man band, and in a game mode like this, it's not always the way to go. Rafiki going on the aggressive, finds one. It's a 3 versus 2 now, but a great connection from Enraged, and the dodge too. He's keeping the dream alive. The trickle of the poison will be there slightly. Filippo has got a hypercharge. This is actually doable. He can just land these shots. One down, a 1v1 now. Who's it going to be?
Rafiki still roll in hand, and that's going to be dangerous for Filippo, but he's going to be able to change forms, dash away from it. Now choosing to go back in, baits out a couple of ammo from him, but he can't get it done. And Electros will hold, take that game, and even the set.
That was a pivotal moment for Electros. They have to get something to show for this first set, regardless as to where it leads next. The morning, day 2. You've got to imagine the players need to get warmed up. They need to start to get that communication flowing. I think Electros probably will go back here to allow Rafiki again to get that super. Probably a lot of the reason why they were playing passively and not feeding over too much in terms of utility over to Supermassive.
Yeah, well, Livy at risk here, and Tomsy will pop him as quickly as that. Now for Rafiki going in, but can't quite get the job done, and Filippo misses that dash out, but it's a 2v1 situation. And when you're a Daryl like this, you're going to have to wait for that late game, but I'm not sure that's something he can win either.
That was wise there from Filippo. Just get away from the scenario. Ensure the 2 versus 1. With Enraged there for the heals. I don't want to speak too soon, but little should go wrong in this kind of scenario. But Rafiki is going to give it a go, and I feel like that is a man who could get it done. If he can land this Daryl roll to perfection, ideally onto that Byron, the heal is going to be there too with that splash, so whether or not it's going to do too much, that's the question. I feel like for Filippo and Enraged now, they've got to ensure are communicating effectively to ensure this takedown.
Yeah, got to stay together, but not being punished by staying together. That's the issue. Splash was used there by Enraged. He's just keeping them low, and Rafiki going to eventually accept defeat. Got a bit of super along the way and a bit of hypercharge too by just waiting and staying alive in that bush. But that's a great round win for Supermassive to get, and only one more needed for the entire set.
Been really impressed here by Enraged, and these Byron taps are landing more often than not. Hypercharge available for him, and certainly one that will go a long way for his team. Rafiki is still very, very dangerous here. The Jae-Young can easily make him close the gap, so they've got to be on their toes, reserving that utility for the right time.
Yeah, Tomsy not able to get too much use out of that little bubble, but has a super available when the Daryl comes rolling on in. Here he goes.
Oh, no!
Roll. Second one's still available, but he's not using that either. This makes it really hard to go in again if he doesn't waste this one and try and start fresh for another. Tomsy still super in hand, and Enraged has a heal too. It's going to be so hard for these aggressive brawlers on Electros to get anything done, and Filippo doing a good job of keeping them low too.
I'm surprised Rafiki hasn't just rolled immediately after to have the second roll, and now going in, there was plenty of time, the gas was nowhere near. Let's see who is going to come out on top here. At the moment, it's Team Electros who are so incredibly low on the left-hand side. Filippo tapping away, Enraged with the pinch, and Diego Gamer's got so much to do here. All alone now, the splash, Enraged will make this look easy, and that is going to be a set going the way of Papara's Castle.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Supermassive, I will say. It was a really solid start. I won't lie, it seemed like a more dominant set than what the scoreboard showed. A little 2-1 in there, but Electros seemed a little bit lost at times.
Didn't quite seem to have the synergy that we saw from them yesterday. Just struggling to kind of get into that match slightly. The Daryl was a little bit of a hindrance just in this setup time mainly. And I think for Papara Supermassive, they really valued the high ground from the beginning of most of those rounds. Enraged with 6, again with a Byron who was a support brawler primarily. Getting that many kills is really quite commendable. But I think, again, I'm loving the synergy in the way that Papara Supermassive are really looking to play this as a complete unit.
Yeah, it really is nice stuff from them, but, you know, it's only the first set. Still a lot of time for Team Electros to mount something here. And there were moments, you know, looking at these, really solid stuff. Tomzy just takes over and dominates. That's the thing. There was a couple of first 2 rounds in that set looked like ones that Electros might have been able to win. But as I said during it, if you can win in situations that you shouldn't be, you're going to be flying in other games.
I didn't really feel like the Brock was doing too much again coming into the match. I completely understand it. It's great for just having those quick open positions, but no, Gamer was playing it fine, but I just don't think it's that flashier brawler for a second pick idea. I feel like the draft there may have let them down just a little touch. But again, first set, one that they just need to wipe clean going into Dueling Beetles. I mean, in a mode like Hot Zone, if you've got a good, solid comp and you're working together, then it's really hard to break that sometimes. It could be a draft that can be very brutal in that respect also.
Yeah, the question is, are we going to see Team Electros bounce back now? Dueling Beetles is where it's going to have to be done. Because when you get those 2 sets on the board, it starts to get a bit out of hand. And Team Electros, the only hope for North America to make it through this last chance qualifier. So they want to carry on going. Obviously, they've still got a second life. If they do drop down in this game to that lower bracket, they've still got a chance of getting all the way to Worlds. But it'll be a bit of a grueling test to get there. Dueling Beetles in Hot Zone, as we've mentioned, will be coming up next. And it's going to be an absolutely spicy one, I think.
Yeah, I really do feel the same. Back in 2019, it was Spen, LC, Tom, and Cerulean, the Brits, to lift the trophy. 2025, it's Tomzy and Enraged that are looking to be the Brits to lift it. Let's see, draft coming in, and a very important one for Electros. They need to get this one right. They do not want to be 2 sets down. It'll be brutal. No Lu ban straight off the bat. That is interesting. Mina banned, of course. I think as well, this could be a trunk potential map. I'm just saying, Sargent yesterday, many online praising him and commending him for that performance. Let's see as well as Ollie being open. It's quite a daring prospect. Stu banned, the Hank and the Berry, the Crow, the Lumi and the Mina. Mina, again, has got to be a must ban in every single instance. I don't want to see that brawler skipping through at all. The first pick of Finks.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Finks first pick. The Hypercharge is really solid, and even just kind of a default super along the way is really good as well. It's just one of those that slows things down, stops things in the tracks, lets you build up a bit of an attack to kind of go forwards or, you know, get a few more of those percentage points while defending it as well. So I like that as a very versatile one in my eyes.
I was expecting to see more of Finks yesterday, honestly. There was actually a Finks cosplay in the building. I really hope that the cameraman finds that.
Yeah.
I commented and said that it was awesome. But there is another dragon coming forwards. Draco, again, so dangerous in this kind of meta. Lacks a bit of healing so far, so Team Electros may consider that in the second pick or hold off until the third. But Jae Young would be the worst of ideas, and it is going to be that brawler again coming through again already in the second game of today.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising when you see that Berry banned out, you kind of look to other supports to be able to support your Draco in that sense. So I don't mind that at all. You know, Byron is, you know, it's capable down the lane. It's got a few shots down the mid. The Hypercharge is good, so might be a route that they could have gone. But Supermassive going to add to this Finks in just a moment. Still quite a lot of good brawlers banned out. Surprising to see the Stu banned, to be fair, if anything.
I want to see a Cordelius really here for the Draco potentially. It'd be a really fantastic one, and it is going to come through as well. I mean, sometimes Supermassive like to get daring with a Mortis, dare I say. I don't think the comp that they're facing into really warrants it just yet, but things like a Frank could be a nice way to round things off, or maybe even a Bonnie or something along those lines, something long-ranged. Bonnie's Hypercharge, of course, with a stun can do wondrous work, and you can just land, or rather shoot directly beneath a Draco and stun him out with that, so they can go on the aggressive even now with Bonnie in that regard. But let's see, the Byron also not picked up just yet, and they might want to take that just away from Electros here, because that could be something which they're looking to pair. Going with the Barley, very similar idea with the heals. I think a very underrated thrower actually in this current meta too, but a map where I think it works well. Now, do Electros get the Byron here maybe?
It's a possibility, but that kind of double healer might be slightly overkill and a little bit squishy for some of these brawlers to go after, but Draco could be living the dream in that mid if he just had a Byron and a Jae Young behind him, just spamming heals into him. They're going to go with the Roughs. Obviously had this projectile speed buff, which makes him very solid. No walls are going to be taken down unless he breaks them himself, but he's become a lot more viable out in the open with that projectile speed buff, so makes him, as I said, more viable on more maps.
And for me, Draco's got one of the best hypercharges in the game, no question about it, but it takes a long time to earn. So having the Roughs, to be able to have that supply drop with the hypercharge, the instant hypercharge pickup that the Draco can utilize, is quite a scary prospect now. I think Supermassive cannot get overconfident.
Yeah, well, Team Electros going to want to get this one on the board. Don't want to be dropping this far behind against a team as strong as Supermassive are. Tomzy starting up out the mid, and it seems like all of them are focused in this area, but Team Electros have a bit of a chokehold on that point of the map. Now the Herbal Tonic comes in, some heals being provided to Tomzy, but he's not being hit, juking really well and finding some good connections along the way.
Yeah, a solid start, almost 20%. Supermassive just getting themselves warmed up, but now it feels like the tides are turning with the help of that Ruff's gadget. Taunt will force back the hand and allow them to get some valuable time on the zone, but in the meanwhile, the time warp is there for the Finks. The heals now from the Herbal Tonic as well for Barley, really laying down the map. As Liv falls, that's going to be making it a 2 versus 3 now, a tough position for Electros, but now Diego Gamer finds Enraged. That's pretty decent for him. He can get some more time on the zone.
Yeah, a couple of poor jumps here from the Cordelius, I won't lie. Enraged not having the easiest of times on this brawler at the moment. Hasn't managed to get that matchup versus the Draco, which is the one he will desire. Eventually finds him in the mid now, but will fall again. And honestly, it seems like an Electros have been dominating the most of this map, but Supermassive just getting the percent.
Tomzy's cycling a lot of these time warps, and they want to be reserving that Ruff's utility at that same time. But look at this hypercharge coming in, absolutely disgusting. But Enraged forcing him into the zone. What can he realistically do in that regard? And that's perfect in terms of draft. That's the confidence that's exuding there from Supermassive in that regard before we even get into the game.
Yeah, just wasted an entire hypercharge by bringing him into the realm, but it's still Electros who are surviving on and living in the mid. Getting this percent back now, and only 15% separates them, but another super used by Enraged. Rafiki got to be careful here not to be taken out, because his teammates are being collapsed on. And another time warp from Tomzy doing a lot of work in this mid. Eventually going to come out and use this super, get this dragon breathing fire. But Tomzy is overwhelming with these time warps, and Filippo with a hypercharge zoning well.
It's just opening so much space up there for Supermassive every time, as long as Tomzy's getting value, and he is tapping so well. Hypercharge now as well as other things. It's just cycle for the Brits, and they get that game very comfortably in the pocket there. I mean, Electros, they didn't really seem in the game at all.
You see, I didn't think they seemed out of it, to be honest with you, but just being in control of this zone. There was a few kills being traded out. I don't think the stats would be that different at the moment, but it's just getting down on that zone, getting the percent back to your side that's the differential in this game. And obviously that's how you win in Hot Zone, and Supermassive doing a bit of a better of a job at it at the moment. Enraged, though, took a while to get into that game, I feel, but when he got into it, made a big impact.
They really cannot feed into Enraged. Rafiki's the golden goose, realistically, here on the side of Team Electros. It's Livy low, will fall as well, and a quick follow-up as well, as Rafiki is the man to leave Diego Gamer all alone now. And look at it, oh my god.
They barely took any damage.
Yeah.
They took out all 3.
And now the spawn cycle's completely off, and Team Electros going to have to regroup.
Well, Rafiki coming forward, instantly gets Realm, not going to go down just yet, as that last call won't make an effect in the Realm, but Enraged will get him. He takes the jump straight over the wall and finds another 2, and this is just dominant from Supermassive.
It really, really is. I mean, we didn't get to see anything of Supermassive yesterday, so it was tough to say how they're going to fare. But again, I spoke a lot to the squad. They were so confident, and you can see why. Rafiki in the realm are going to come straight out in front of Filippo and get a couple of taps more for himself. Now's an opportunity. Nice last call there for Rafiki to stay alive and in the question, but they've got a lot of work to do on this objective.
And Tomzy playing so well here, gets another as well, that's 2. Can he make it 3? Has the hypercharge, but doesn't want to waste the super. Just chooses to hold on to that for another day. Enraged in a very aggressive position, gets the super off, but surely will go down, and actually doesn't. Rafiki out the game, the other 2 of them pinned in spawn. This is surely a Supermassive set.
Rafiki so low now, and an easy bottle from Filippo will steal it. Good taps from Tomzy as well will go down though. The hypercharge from Diego Gamer coming in just at the right time. But there is the final call there from Filippo, and the final call for this set, no less, is 2 sets to 0. Papara Supermassive are starting to steamroll this game.
I mean, what looked to be possibly the most 50-50 game of today is turning out to be one of the most dominant, probably. 2 sets up in quick succession. Knockout had a bit of pushback, they got a game, but that was really nice from Supermassive. Tomzy, I mentioned it during the game, incredible stuff from him. 8 kills, 418 DPS is absolutely massive. Filippo and Rage doing what they needed to do, and it was almost perfection from Supermassive.
It's really impressive. Gotta remember, this is the number 8 seed from the EMEA region. Certainly a region that many would say is one of the most competitive in Brawl esports. This is a squad that only made 1 semi-finals. I mean, they haven't really had the best of runs in monthly finals, but they were able to qualify for the majority, leaving out of 2. But so far, I kind of expected to see a little bit more from Team Electros, and it's kind of not working. Going back to our predictions, that was my reservation, was like, how long have they really had to cement this roster?
I mean, going back to my predictions, I was finding it difficult to get who to predict at the end of the day, and that just doesn't seem to be an issue at the moment. But, I'm really hoping for a Team Electros comeback here because this game had such potential. And I really do believe if we get a couple of sets back and take it to that 5th and final, it could be one of the best games of the tournament.
And again, just to reiterate, on day 1 yesterday, we only had 3 sweeps. And those 3 teams are now in the winner's bracket phase, this team being one of them. I mean, for Papara Supermassive, they're on the cusp of being the only team so far to have 2 straight sweeps, which is crazy for an LCQ.
Yeah, it really is. We were expecting this to be a bit closer in terms of the game, but I'm not counting Electros out just yet. Still 3 sets to go. It can be a long way from victory for both of these teams if Electros do manage to get back into it, but it just seems there's gaps in the game, possibly a few issues in draft as well. I didn't mind it coming into it, but it was controlled incredibly well by Supermassive. Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab is where we go next. This could be the final one that sends Team Electros down to that lower bracket and Papara Supermassive into the 3rd day. But still, could be a lot of Brawl Stars to go.
Exactly, to reiterate, if Electros lose this game, they are not out of the LCQ. They'll have one more match still later to come today. They don't want to be able to have to risk all that. They want to be able to reverse sweep this. For those faces on the stage, say a very different story. They're not really looking to discuss the situation with any kind of oomph. You've got to do that at this stage and just ignite a conversation. Even if it's just a little light-hearted joke or something, to be able to have something to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well. Enraged told me this morning that Cappy said they were going to sweep them and that Enraged should try not to cry when they lose. So, for his sake, I'm hoping they mount a comeback here because that could be quite embarrassing going completely the other way. But nonetheless, I welcome it. I welcome that friendly banter. I wish we had more of it in Brawl Stars. I really do. But as the draft gets underway, Papara Supermassive will select the Crow as their first pick in Hard Rock Mine. Tara sadly banned out along with Bonnie and Charlie for the side of Supermassive. Over on Team Electros' side, they get rid of the Kit, the Mina, and the Lily. They don't want to be facing any aggression, it seems.
It's leaving the Ruffs wide open, though, here for Team Electros. They're going to go with the first pick of Ollie, and Ruffs would be a fantastic combination with that, and it is going to be exactly that. Again, the hypercharge of that kind of brawler to be combined with Ollie, who takes a long time to get set up. It's going to bring a hypercharge more frequently than not. It didn't work previously. The Cordelius was the answer in the last set, so for Supermassive, they can still counter this out.
Yeah, they can. Ollie, a great brawl to have early on, and as we mentioned, the Ruffs hypercharge providing super hypercharge charge to a brawler as strong as Ollie at the moment can be devastating for Supermassive getting into this game. Kenji going to come rolling on in then, and I really like that pick, the aggression. Oh, and they're going to double down. Ali coming in as well. We saw it played out yesterday. It had its moments, it had some big downsides, but I think that's just how the brawler is.
But it also has some big gem steals, didn't it? It was the game mode for Ali, so it could have its moments, but I agree with you. I'm not overly sold with Ali in the current meta, but clearly Supermassive feel confident in their ideas here. The Kenji, I really quite like. Crow mid, certainly a more North American idea, but I'm kind of warming to it now that Crow is in a bit of a better spot in terms of the meta. Now that brawler was not one on my radar.
I mean, this is, Ruff's mid as well. I mean, honestly, if he runs those sandbags, it's not a bad matchup into the Crow. He can tank a lot of that damage. Projectile speed will help him out in the open a bit more. But 2 very aggressive lanes from both teams here. And Sam, a very North American pick, comes rolling on in for Team Electros, and they're relying on it.
How are your thoughts regarding Sam and the current meta? That's the question.
No, you don't need to ask me.
When Sam came in with the hypercharge, it was completely busted. We had to get it from, not move, but
emergency nerfed a day later.
And since then, it's kind of not been visible. But let's see what Rafiki can do with it. I mean, it's in the right hands, no question about that.
Yeah, well, Ali, you see that upside and the downside straight away, just gets traded out instantly, and Rage doing a good job here against Ollie. But Rafiki now powering forwards. Tomsy has 2 gems in hand, and it's a 3v2 in the back spawn, as Libby already got super as well, provided to himself quite smart as the gem carry.
This is looking quite good, I feel, for Team Electros, and I'm really enjoying the Ruffs with the Ollie and the Sam idea, because Sam's hypercharge, I think, is still good, but just needs to be cycled better, and you can see more confidence being exuded, more map control, most importantly, and for the first time, really, in this series, Papara Supermassive are a bit all over the place.
I mean, Rafiki's just darting around the joint, he really is making big moves. And Rage actually leaves him, choosing to go for the Ruffs instead. Might be able to find him here. I think he picked up a hypercharge along the way. And Tomsy will get the back spawn sorted as well. Enraged is going to go down as a good defense is there. But that won't stop Tomsy from stealing these gems off the Electros side.
3 gems for the taking. I'm surprised Diego Gamer didn't go in there. I think it was a prime opportunity knowing that the jump wasn't going to be there. Felipe's going crazy here at the moment. The Hypnosis, though, will stop him slightly in his tracks. Able to scave away, though, just about. But he's still being pursued. But meanwhile, the gems are split across the map. Let's not lie about that. Tomsy on his own. Hypercharge double for Tomsy! Unreal! And it's Livy, the last man standing for Electros, goes down against all the odds. Papyrus Supermassive turn it around in a massive way!
I don't think you can ask for a more perfectly timed super from Tomsy. And the hypercharge was waiting along with it as well. Beautiful stuff. And the turnaround, literally, if he didn't get that super, the turnaround was going to be absolutely sublime from the side of Team Electros. They were both there, ready to get those gems. And in the end, it's a super massive batch point.
And again, this is the best we've seen Team Electros, which is concerning with the way the last game went. One more game, and it could all be over for Electros. They will have one more shot today. They don't want to have to go to that stage of the competition. They want to be able to get to day 3, easy breezy. And right now, Papyrus Supermassive are just dominating this series.
Yeah, Ali in the back spawn as well is a big risk for the Ruffs with these 2 gems. Filippo just going to ignore the Sam, and who can blame him for it? Rafiki not able to get that kill, and Enraged picks up the right-hand side as well. Filippo goes down. He won't be mad. I think he's burned a lot of the clock and allowed Tomsy to get a couple more gems in the bank. Enraged still in an aggressive position, choosing to stay that way too. Gets the super off, finds no connections, and will be killed upon landing.
I'm really enjoying this cycle between Filippo there and Enraged, just keeping Electros busy. And Tomsy can just kind of sit tight in the mid, collect those gems, and do his thing. And meanwhile, 3 gems, now 4 for Electros. Enraged to this right-hand side with a hypercharge for Rafiki. Might make him think twice. He's still going on the aggressive. Bell earning a hypercharge of his own. Goes down, but he'll be able to come back to support Tomsy.
Mate, Ali's just barreling towards that gem carrier as Livy. Rafiki in a good position here with the hypercharge to make some moves, but does go down. Tomsy has one of his own, and Rachel drag it right into the middle of the map. But he gets the hypnotized off in time, and Diego Gamer chooses to keep that hypercharge and super in the bank. But only one more needed for count of Supermassive.
Absolutely dominant, and the time is very much against Team Electros now. Rafiki trying in with the hypercharge, doesn't really find much value at all, but the positioning is there. Quickly eradicated all alone in the 2 versus 1. There's only really one way that's going to go.
Rage super in hand as well. Does have a gem, so can't over-aggress too much, as that one gem can swing the game quite heavily at this point. He gets the count, but instantly taken down, and now Electros are in the lead.
Hypercharge, drop over from Livy to Rafiki. And now a real opportunity. They cannot blow this. This is a pinnacle moment in time. Oh, they find a gem from Livy there as well. Straight in the hands of Diego Gamer though. But he's being pursued. Rafiki as well. There for support. Diego Gamer's low. It should be okay, but Filippo's dangerous. Let's not deny that.
Yeah, Tomsy gets his hypercharge up again and manages to escape it. Still 10-10. Diego Gamer coming in now, going for it, but Enraged might need to get the refrag here. He hasn't even killed Tomsy yet, doesn't drag the gems back far enough. Super going to be missed by Enraged, but Filippo's just taking the gems to them. Delivery for Team Electros.
Like a waiter at a restaurant. A big, big blunder, the first that we've seen from Supermassive. And now, with just 7 seconds, Filippo won't even be able to get to the other side of the map in time. That could come back to cost them unless they can just still get this set wrapped up quickly. They do not want to give free momentum over to Electros like that.
Yeah, he's going to be very disappointed in that one, I think, Filippo, and overall the Supermassive guys in general. Wasn't the best of endings to a game that they seem to dominate for the most part again. I really liked some of the Sam plays in there though as well. I will say keeps a lot of pressure on that gem carrier. Forces Tomsy to use that super in a defensive manner rather than offensive. And obviously he did that in the first game as well, but it didn't seem to play out. Ollie, a lot better in this one. Got the hypnotize when it mattered.
Wow, Team Electros have been given a sigh of relief for now, but this one is far from over. It is still match point in favor of Papyrus Supermassive now. Tomsy will be cautious, Rafiki lurking in the back spawn side. Now Enraged and Filippo coming in for support. Those gauntlets, those knuckle busters being forced upon the wall, keep the heals coming in for Rafiki. He's still there, finally taken care of, but has provided a great amount of time for his Livy to get 3 gems in the pocket. No! Filippo comes in and says, oh, I've got something to say about that. The hypnosis though will clear him up. Close call.
Yeah, nice move again by Diego Gamer. Rafiki might be making a gem delivery this time though, so low. but Enraged goes down. Filippo coming aggressive, might be able to get that kill, but doesn't as Diego Gamer narrowly survives with a bit of help from Livy.
I think better to have the gems with Tomsy anyway, really. I think that might actually help in that regard. Hypercharge dropped now from Livy. That's going to be crucial on that right-hand side, but I'm worried for Rafiki. If he drops these gems, it's going to be crucial.
A well-timed super. Enraged, he's gone in and got the gems straight to them. Enraged still has a chance of grabbing a couple from mid, but Livy will get that one. A hypercharge, ready to roll for both Tomsy and Enraged, and Filippo ready to pounce on whoever he can.
Really intense stuff, but Livy is doing his best in this mid. He's got another hypercharge too. He's just keeping it rolling in for his team. Diego Gamer gets the hypnosis there. Filippo is an easy pickup. Enraged still trying to earn his super to be able to match it with that hypercharge, and he's carrying a gem. If they get that, it can be crucial. Diego Gamer wants the whole package though, and Tomsy, hypnotized, coming back in. Gems dropped in the meanwhile as well, as Enraged is going to town, but the gems land with Electros straight back to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same again, a huge turnaround. Can they get back in this game? Enraged, super in hand. Sam retreating to the back of the map. Filippo trying to make the move, but he can't. Instantly cut off by a gadget of Rafiki. And no chance of a supermassive comeback now. Electros, hold on and live to fight another day.
Talk about a close call for Team Electros. They've denied the sweep, and instantly some life back to their faces. It's not so much doom and gloom anymore, but it's still an uphill battle, that's for sure.
Yeah, big kills for Rafiki and Livy there, 11 apiece, and some good DPS along the way too. Enraged with some high DPS as well. Tomsy had his moments as the gem carrier did go down a few times. I think Filippo, great on the aggressive, but when forced to hold gems, definitely fumbled them a couple of times, especially in that second game of the set. Great stuff from Team Electros though. What a way to bounce back from being 2-0 down and also have match point against you as well.
The thing for me is the fact that if the unthinkable happens here and Team Electros full reverse sweep this situation, we know exactly what was the catalyst to that whole idea. And I don't want to be the one to jinx it, but Filippo carrying the gems was the pivotal moment in that set. And where it all went wrong for Power Supermassive, you just got to say how it is.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up all the gems, pretty much equaled the score, I think, and then went in with 11 gems to the other side. Really wasn't the smartest of plays, in my opinion. Could have just waited for another big team fight to swing that game. You don't want to be going on in 3 versus 1, when you're the one at least. So real tough times for Power Supermassive, but still 2-1 up in a position of power, and Brawl is up next.
I think generally until that moment in time, you know, my eyes have been peeled to Rafiki and also Filippo in that regard because they're so similar in playstyle. They love their up close and personal, aggressive brawlers. Prior to that set, I mean, it was really Filippo that had the edge over Rafiki. So now with a bit of momentum, maybe we can start to see a bit of a turnaround here. And again, we know how much a single draft can change this outcome. Ideally, Power Supermassive did not want to be here. They've just given themselves a bit of an opportunity to be potentially even losing a second set here with a good draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all it takes is that one set back in the bag to be able to change the game and flip it on its head. It is Super Beach in Brawl. A good map for Electros to carry on this comeback and try and attempt this reverse sweep. Still, a long way away. 2 sets in a row needed before Supermassive get one. And as the draft starts to come in, nerves are going to be hitting.
Looking to see an Otis ban realistically here because Hank's in such a devastating place. Hank banned Mina as well as the Willow, the Frank also. Interesting stuff, I think, for Electros brawlers like Ashe, big brutes. I'm looking at Kenji's for them as well. Bonnie wouldn't be a bad shout, very versatile on this kind of map, but at this stage in the draft, they might want to reserve those for a bit later. Maybe a Jae Young would be the worst of ideas to have just in the first pocket, or a Larian Laurie with that Willow ban in play.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken the most damaging thrower out of the way. Obviously, Willow able to play against the throwers and the tanks. Cordelius is the first pick then for Team Electros. This can mean that Supermassive might just not go any tanks or anything aggressive, play for a bit of control, but at the same time, I do think they are slightly necessary on a map like this. You need to be able to mount that aggression with something like an assassin or a tank to be able to force those goals. So it's not a pick that I really dislike from Team Electros here.
I love it. I mean, it's going to allow them so much flexibility to do just that, to go on the aggressive. They've basically taken off the best counters to the brawler to follow that's going to be, but there's the Otis as well. Really nice to see him coming back into the meta now as a really viable counter in that regard as well. So I'm all for it. I really, really am. Let's see. Do Papara Supermassive take the Ash away from Team Electros here? Because it's one that they like to play here as well. The Frank being banned means that it's kind of even more viable in that regard also. It's kind of a good time for it, I feel, as well. You've got to kind of start to commit now, as that 2-3 turn for Team Electros is going to be quite devastating if they don't.
It really is, and I mean, I like the Otis. The extra damage they got was really solid, and Ollie will come rolling on in then with the kind of hypnosis that Team Electros just used so well in that previous set, and they let it slip through to the opposing side in this one here. So that's going to be hurting them. Cordelius can deal with it to a certain extent, but eventually Ollie's going to get that move with a hypercharge and make a big play.
It's got to be something that Rafiki can work with here, in my opinion. He is the playmaker. As Livy's the rock, Diego Game is the support. That's the kind of way that I see Team Electros personally. Jae Young is going to be support first for this final brawler. It's going to be a big one, I feel. That Cordelius is a very big statement to say we are taking our counter immediately and following up with something that's going to cause you a problem. The question now is the Otis enough of that deterrent?
Out of the bag.
Yeah, I mean, Kit's going to come in as well then for Team Electros. They don't really have a brawler who it can hop on the back of, but you know, a lone Kit with hypercharge is a scary enough prospect in itself. So I don't mind this from Team Electros. It's solid all round, good support, but Supermassive can really make some big impact with that Ollie play. You know, that's the kind of goal scoring issue that maybe Team Electros don't have. Oh, Buster as well.
Tickets, please.
I love Buster. It's one of those kind of forgotten brawlers. It's Adrian. It's Adrian. Thanks to Duo Showdown, it seems. I thought you can get duplicates in Brawl Stars these days.
Must be the case, and I must say, incredible cosplay at that as well. I've seen a few of them with the other ones kind of lurking about as well, so maybe we'll catch them on camera at some point. But Supermassive here, I like it. You know, against the Cordelius, the double tank is a risk, I feel. But I'm intrigued to see how it's going to play out, if it can still just overwhelm.
We had some discussions around Kit backstage before the show, and just kind of showing the fact that many teams are not choosing to, like you say, use the jump and combine, and the hypercharge allows Kit to be much more versatile in that regard too. So I quite like this draft from Team Electros, honestly. The Ollie, it's really quite the devastating brawler to have. The question is Filippo really shaken up the previous set? Is he going to be shaky, or is he going to be strong on that Ollie pick?
Oh, this might be a goal early doors, as Livy's going to go for it. He just gets the hypnosis with a shot, I believe it was, before the super even popped. Rafiki leaves himself in a tough spot too, and Diego Gamer just coming around the back will go in for the super, and I believe that will trade out Filippo. But in this position, they're giving up control.
I love it when I'm questioning players and how they're going to fare from a blunder, and then you see moments like that, just exactly what I want to see, proving me wrong. Filippo really did a fantastic save just then, and now the positioning is much better from Papara Supermassive. Now Electros taking the ball to the left-hand side. There's Livy trying to get some taps. Now the speed coming in, Rafiki making a run for it as well. A few taps there from Enrage, but he didn't think twice. The connection of the Kit is there. Enrage stays standing, and that's huge. A Supermassive clear house.
I mean, phenomenal defenses from Supermassive. It's going to be really hard to break through such tanky units like this and just get a free goal. You've kind of got to have that triple kill and not allow the respawn cycle to be in place to get the ball in the goal. We'll see if they can make these big moves with a hypercharge from Enraged and Tomsy. Filippo has a super of his own, still working towards that super, but Diego Gamer lurking with the hypercharge going in, gets one stun, gets another one as well, and he pulls him closer too. This is the move they needed. The pass should be there, and the goal should be as well for Team Electros. Just about.
Just about, yeah, it was close, but I mean, the team synergy is really now starting to shine. Hypercharge though for Filippo, finds two with the hypnosis, and they fall equally as quickly as now it's just Diego Gamer trying to use the invisibility. Slow and steady wins the race, and now Papara Supermassive tie it up.
Yeah, surprised to use the gadget there. Maybe he was just trying to find a few connections and earn that hypercharge. Tomsy barreling forwards, and Filippo with a super of his own going towards it. He drags him on, hypnosis is there. It's a massive team fight, and Rafiki, the only one remains, can't get near the goal and misses the super. Supermassive back to match point.
Absolutely explosive from Papara Supermassive. And Filippo, the man that blundered the previous set, coming in back strong for his team, making good on the arrangement. It won't be a sweep, but a match point now could make it that 3-1 scoreline, which will still be a really dangerous prospect and placing Team Electros into that danger zone.
Well, the hypnosis used, and I think they saw it and still got caught by it. He goes into the realm, leaves them in a bit of a 2v1 situation. Down they go. real rough here from Team Electros. Might be a goal. It's Jay Young alone, and they're just going to pop the gadget and go for enraged fight in the corner. Past Livy, who was stood on the line, and that's going to be 1-0.
A huge Weekend Warrior gadget is amazing to have on deep. It wasn't even enough. And now, Power Supermassive know that they cannot allow anything to go wrong. Filippo again with a massive connection, but the kit jump actually exposes him, gets him taken care of by both Rafiki and Livy now. Tomsy and Enraged thinking twice now, coming back into a more defensive position. Electros need a goal, and there's only 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
Yeah, just trying to stay out of this Cordelius range where he can earn this super. But now they go into it. In comes the kit, gets 1 kill, might be able to find 2, but Filippo gets the finish off. As Livy barreling forwards alone, we can worry a super mid, and he gets the kill. God! Super used, and what a solo goal by Livy.
That was insane. Livy is the backpack for Team Electros in that regard, keeping them in the conversation now. Can they turn this into a game? Massive hypercharge connections from Diego Gamer as well, and Livy bringing the ball forwards. What an unbelievable comeback as Team Electros prove there is still more gas left in the tank.
What a way to bounce back from a really disappointing game 1 in Brawl Ball. Match point against them still. But only one game, in between them and equalizing this score, bringing it to a 2-2. Huge, influential game coming up now.
What a battle! Unbelievable! The Team Electros are still hanging on and not taking it for an answer. Nice again for Diego Gamer. It's now just Enraged and Livy, the last 2 men standing for their team. There's going to be a bit of a stalemate, both sides waiting for support, and I think that's wise.
Yeah, Filippo coming up now with a super and fast splatter. Back in the mix, just trying to keep them out of this choke point. The ball's in a position of power for Supermassive, I'd say. They can always go for that little 1-2 pass move with the super forward from the ollie. In goes Livy though, Diego jumps onto the back of Livy, I should say, and now Filippo moving forwards, goes for the hypnotize, but gets realmed himself first, has that hypnosis on in the realm, and Rafiki just narrowly surviving. Diego Gamer making the move around the back, gets the stun, can Enrage get the defense alone? I'm not sure if he can, but that's not the best of passes. It's Livy sliding it in again. He's the man scoring the goals.
It's incredible! It's like when Team Electros are up against the match points, they just get better and stronger. And now Papara Supermassive are the team that needs a goal in 1 minute 30 seconds. Filippo's got nothing to really help here, no utility to hand. It's going to be Tomsy, and he needs a shield. Enraged has got the mute. Is there enough realistically here to do much? Oh, that's a great hypnosis there, is actually from Filippo, and a real opportunity now with the super coming forwards as well into the realm, but Tomsy forcing it through. We're all tied up, and if his Supermassive can get 1 more goal, this is chalked.
I mean, next goal takes the set. We'll see if Diego Gamer can make the play with the hypercharge, gets the hypnosis off him, but into the realm he goes. Huge, gonna need to be a big defense from Enraged. Here come the heals, gets the stun off, and then Livy finds the goal. Massive stuff from Team Electros as they even the score.
The spirit of North America is nothing short of commendable. It's unreal. A slow start, one of the slowest starts we've seen in this competition, but now they're rocking and rolling and tied up. 14 kills from Enraged in that game, and it still wasn't enough to get the job done. And this is the concerning thing. Brawl is all about momentum. It really is. And certainly many teams are momentum-based teams. I feel like Team Electros certainly, with their roster in the way that they've come into the LCQ, they are that momentum-based team. They have to be. They just simply haven't had enough time to get this roster mechanics working harmoniously. But now it really is. And this 5th set now, I mean, they've got to be feeling like they can actually pull this full reverse sweep off.
Yeah, it just seems to have clicked. And it's brilliant from Electros. So many big moments and really nice plays from all players. You know, as Livy making a lot of really solid goals. Rafiki making the plays. Diego Gamer on the kit was a big catalyst in some of those goals as well. So a real good team performance from the side of Team Electros. And now it's just 1 set will decide it all. And it's going to be a huge, huge one for both of these teams. Neither will want to go into those elimination matches. They want to be straight through to day 3 here.
I am so impressed. At the beginning, in the 3rd set, I felt Papara Supermassive were just a team that were just so dominantly going to take this one. And look at this. Look at the difference, the night and day difference of Team Electros on stage. I mean, in that third set, they were head in hands. They were doom and gloom, nothing to say to each other at all. Now they're standing up. They're not hunched over. They're talking. They've got life once more. And it's Papara Supermassive, the other team with their head in their hands.
Yeah, they're really looking down on the left-hand side there. Need to pick it up for this last one if they want to stand a chance at this stopping this massive reverse sweep that's coming through from Team Electros. Kaboom Canyon will be the deciding set in Heist. It's going to be a massive, massive one for both of these teams. And the question is, do they go control-based? Do they play that game, or do they just go all for it with something like the Chuck, the Melody, something like that just goes?
Which is what we've tended to see more often than not in LCQ. I want to see a Chuck ban. I still feel like the strategy against Chuck is still so viable and not really too daunting as see a brawler like a Chuck show its face, but we've seen it time and time again. Sometimes teams don't really regard that setup time, and when that happens, a Chuck is a ticking time bomb. But I want to see a Bonnie ban. I want to see a Melody ban potentially here. It's going to be Mina, Bonnie, and the Kaze. The Bonnie, the Tara, and the Amber then for Papara Supermassive. Carl, Brock, those kinds of ideas could be quite nice to have those instant breaks. Crow as well, one of my radar, but that Train Man is open. And I feel like when it's open, it's gonna come rolling in.
Yeah, you got to expect it from one of these teams fairly early on. We rarely see the Chuck kind of play late game unless it lines up perfectly. But by that time, I feel like people would have accounted for it massively. But Supermassive do have the first, and there it is. It comes through early on. It can definitely be the brawler that decides the set. Just depends how you want to take it, in a good way or a bad way.
And how you want to defend against it. Yeah. You know, do you want to have a Cordelius? It's a bit of a risky brawler. It's going to be there just on defense the entire time round and fixated on doing that one thing. But the Melody, I feel, is the best counter. Just play, you know, fire with fire in that regard. And if a Chuck is going to be going in on your safe continuously so, a Melody can shred through it just as quick. It is going to be the Cordelius as that counter idea. It's the best brawler in my opinion to do so, but you are going to be left on defense.
Yeah, you've just got to control him. That's the thing. Kind of make sure you've got other brawlers there to be able to keep him out of the way, let the Chuck go through, and keep him occupied. And I think that's a huge thing that Supermassive are going to have to account for in these next two. They really, really need to knuckle down here, because when you're running that Chuck into the Cordelius, it can either be massively shut down, or it can just still give you that lifeline.
Second pick now, coming in, Team Electros. Some things to think about. I think Melody is one of their top played brawlers in this map. Crow is the first one. It's their third place highest brawler, so I feel like it's, you know, not a bad shout, but leaving that Melody open, I don't think Papara Supermassive would be bold enough, surely, to combine the two, would they? I mean, that is a real dangerous prospect. Finks is going to be their choice of brawler, one that I didn't really have on my radar.
Yeah, but how well did they play it in that first set? That's the thing, or second set, I should say, sorry.
Comfort picks.
Yeah, it's wildly good for this roster, and Tomsy especially, I think. And Angelo's going to come down as the third and final, and Supermassive has the ability to kind of go over that water and make it a bit easier off the start. Team Electros now need to select this third brawler. Something like Brock still available. It can break up that map and allow you to have a bit of a freer pathway up. Adds the damage to the safe, along with the Crow with supers with hypercharges, can be a real big issue.
Ooh, it's going to be Melody, and I'm super happy to see it. The only
they haven't got much to account for it as well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, they haven't got that much defensive capability.
That is the thing. And the Melody did have quite a low win rate for them, actually, at 37%. But I feel like it is the best brawler to place off against the Chuck. I think that you've just got to go for the base race. I mean, that, having gone through that entire reverse sweep process, is kind of like how I see them winning this now. But it is a dangerous prospect. You don't really ever want to be doing that kind of strategy in the fifth and final set, not when there's so much on the line.
Absolutely, it's very much up in the air who's going to win this one here. Team Electros, can they complete the reverse sweep, or can Supermassive hold out and take themselves to day 3? Rafiki starting off strong, early left-hand side presence for him, and Eslevy doing well on the right too. All of them clumped in the mid, and grass control is all Team Electros.
A good start. Both teams getting a foothold in that mid. Tomsy getting stood up most importantly and already going through. Gets taken care of, but Poles are in a fantastic position when you look at the scoreline. No damage on either side of the field. If Tomsy can just get forwards again and buy some time up top, get a pole down, which he does, Islevy will get a little bit of damage. Felipe missing some shots here as well. Back to the fixture gadget there as well. Not going to be doing too much. And a nice tap from Enrage, all double tap coming in off the spawn to helping hand things, but that first stage of the safe is cracked.
Yeah, well, Chuck's set up now, and this can change the game massively as Livy and Tomsy still in the realm together. He hasn't gone for that defensive stance. He's gone for an offensive defensive here as Rafiki trying to get the work done as Livy coming forwards, wants to try and get a super. Diego making a move of his own, might have that shield but does go down as Livy's so low and falls as well. But realmed is Tomsy up top and he is yet to crack that second.
That's the problem. Cordelius is such a smart choice of defense against the Chuck. They've got to not feed Rafiki here. Stay back and just don't give him a single super. Allow Tomsy to get this safe at least cracked out here as well. It's trickling down 55% now, and it's cracked. That's really important actually for Papara Supermassive here.
Yeah, and they're trying to keep theirs uncracked as well, which they've done very successfully. Yeah. Tomsy going back in. Cordelius going to realm in this time. And Enraged finding some blows on that safe as well. They're bringing it quite considerably low already. And Team Electros yet to crack that second. As Livy trying to make the move, has a hypercharge in hand, but no super to go along with it, and he falls. No super for Rafiki on the back, and 26% is there. Enraged, gonna crack it, and he makes the move.
A really crucial shot from Enraged. That is absolutely massive, but as Livy has the hypercharge, choosing to go and use the super to get Enraged out of the way, and the safe in the meanwhile gets shredded. It's again a match point for Papara Supermassive, but we've had like 3 of them. Can they actually seal it this time round?
This is where Team Electros start to do something. They've had backs against the wall time and time and time again, and they can't close it out. They've got to get the job done now, Papara Supermassive. If Team Electros get her foothold in this set, then surely they're going to do it.
And Rafiki's been doing so well on this defense. It's really taking the brawler like a Chuck that can just get the game just eradicated so quickly. It's prolonged it. It's so essential in this draft. But now, Team Electros having a much better start. Diego Game is actually on the safe already, and it's getting dwindled down here. Already the first stage cracked.
Yeah, that's a really nice move. Needs to get Diego Gamer down, and Tomsy can't find him. No super either. And look at the Cordelius waiting ready with a super of his own. Enraged. Needs to try and gain some ground along with Filippo here. Now he goes forward, tries to get the kill along with it. Does actually find it, and it's Livy. Pops the shield. Diego Gamer coming in, but they've got the defensive players there.
Tomsy now going to be able to get set up as a result of that takedown. It was really, really important to get that. But it's down to now Filippo and Enraged to defend in the meanwhile. Doing well. Oh, Enraged just keeps on tapping today. These shots landing more often than not. Now getting the heals off in the mid. And again, just prolonging time because they're behind in this series. They've got to get Tomsy on that safe. And this is why the Cordelius again of Rafiki is so important. He didn't get anything from that.
Well, hypercharge going forward. Diego Gamer makes the move, but a good kill from Enraged in there again. Nice push back there from the safe. Will help them out a little bit. Keep Diego Gamer away. They still need that kill. Rafiki moving forwards, and he's not there to defend Tomsy now. Might be able to get this first crack done, but he doesn't have a super to return yet. Eventually gets it, but this might be out of hand already.
Look at the scoreline. There's so much to be done for Papara Supermassive. And again, Rafiki is such a thorn in their side as Livy jumping in now. They just need to get a couple of percent on this safe and it'll be cracked. 25% is looming in now, and there it is, down to 22. Diego Gamer, he's still there. Rafiki in the realm, gonna come straight out on the safe to Papara Supermassive, even know it.
Down in the bottom right corner, trying to add some more damage to the safe and doing a good job of it as well. Still going forwards is Tomsy, getting some damage on safe, but it's too far out of hand, surely. Hypercharge there for Livy. Super coming in from Diego Gamer, and surely it's a double match point as Team Electros find their footing in set 5.
Team Electros have not been able to secure this match point for what feels like 4 or 3 times now. For Team Electros, they might do it in 1. Just putting that one out there. It's 1 game, it takes it all now. And you've got to feel like for Team Electros, it could well be them. They've adapted so well in this set.
Yeah, as I said, it felt like if Team Electros got that game, then they'd pull through and do it all. But early start is not as bad this time from Supermassive. They'd already lost the first crack at this point in the previous, and Tomsy getting some good setup.
Enraged already, getting that poison down. It's going to be really important. Tomsy with that pole as well. Is it a good spot? It looks like it could be as well. So that's huge for Papara Supermassive to get Tomsy straight on the... Oh, look at that. Perfect setup.
Yeah, great timing as well when Rafiki chose to go forward. Diego Gamer trying to make an aggressive move, but Enraged shuts him down. He is playing unreal in this set 5 on the Angelo. It's Livy low now as well, and this should be a first crack as Tomsy comes barreling on in. He just about has the super, and Enraged not focusing on getting this last first crack down, sorry.
Yeah, an unfortunate shot there from Enraged. Just didn't quite see. Oh, look at that, though. Stays alive. Oh, beautiful use of the poison there to heal up, but I feel like he could have got the safe cracked a bit earlier, maybe allowing them for more value from Tomsy now, but it is down to 73. And for Team Electros now, Hypercharge from Livy should steal this save down to a good spot, but actually not even that much, just 12%. That was great body blocking from Supermassive.
Yeah, real poor Hypercharge there. Didn't get too much value. Diego Gamer now going to use his utility to try and get the crack, and he can't either. Tomsy going back up the map. Cordelis surely got something to answer, and actually doesn't. That's another 12%.
Yeah, Rafiki's got super again now, so the next one might not be as fortunate, but that is still great value. Will Tomsy find it? He does actually get to the safe, so it must have been a bit of a blunder there from Rafiki. Just a little bit of percentile, but that's exactly what you need in these circumstances. Just keep whistling things down. More body blocking as Livy's getting nothing from these jumps.
Yeah, only just getting the crack now, and Diego comes in at a really bad time. He's just cracked the safe, needs to stay alive, but Enrage coming back on the defense, gets one, and just about stops them from doing any more. The crack is there, but Tomsy going back and forward and doing so much. Can he get 25? Just not yet. And Team Electros in a good spot with 30 seconds left.
Enraged is defending as an Angelo. That's such a hard feat to have to do against the double match point now as Louis jumps in with the Hypercharge. The safe now, stage is cracked. Diego Gamer's still in position here as well. Supermassive have got to defend now. Big time, this is crucial.
Oh, he missed his super! He missed his super! The Cordelis didn't get it off. Diego Gaming going in. Can his Livy get the damage? 5 seconds. He's not got the jump. Gets it, but he doesn't find it. 16 to 10. A Supermassive hold.
If this is your first time watching Brawl Stars, welcome! This is Brawl Esports!
Just incredible from both teams. What a show they've put on to open day 2 of the LCQ. And Electros head in hand after that loss. Papara Supermassive teammates in arms as they take this win ahead to day 3.
I can barely believe what we've just witnessed. Absolutely unreal. The Brits did not lay down. They kept on fighting. They've earned that cup of tea.
What a showdown to conclude this series. We had to go all the way to set number 5, and Papara Supermassive finally brings a match point home. They go to day 3 unbeaten, taking the first seed of their group, meaning tomorrow they're going to face the second seed of Group B.
Just incredible, it really is. And we saw the stats there as well. 20 kills it was from Enraged. Incredible stuff from Supermassive.
You won't want to miss the next match either. It's Totem versus Navi. Tune in again.
Okay, they're coming to you. They're ignoring me. Are you fine? I can hyper both. Got it. Go. Are you fine? He's coming. We got it. Nice. Come on. Nice. Okay, chill.
I think Navi is one of the best teams coming into LCQ. They have a world champion in their team and we faced them already many times and we know that they are really good, but hopefully we can win them.
リプライトーテムと戦うときは去年負けてしまったんですけど、今年は自分たちナビが簡単に勝ってトーテムのことを可愛がってあげたいと思います。
If you just tune in now, you better head back around 40 seconds and rewatch the ending of that last match. We're now heading over, instead of NA versus EMEA, to East Asia versus EMEA. We're watching Navi versus Totem, and it's going to be a banger as well. Both of them so far have only won their match yesterday. Against Chapter of Happiness, a quick 3-0 from Totem, and against Upcore Esports, a 3-1 from Navi.
I mean, if this is the standard of the games, I don't think I'm having voiced for day 3, to be honest with you. But yeah, this is Group B bracket. Obviously, Reply Totem going to be up against Navi now. Loser will drop down and face Upcore Esports later on. But yeah, it's going to be huge to get a win on the board here. They need to get it done because neither of these will want to drop down and face that Indian roster.
It's such an important day now for Reply Totem. A team which found themselves in the LCQ for the first time last year and prevailed. They knocked out Tribe Gaming. For the first time, Tribe Gaming NA did not make a World Finals because of this roster. And now they've got to continue to go through the gauntlets for Angel Boy, a person who was able to obtain the golden ticket in 2023. The shining star of the entire competition. He's got to do it all again.
Mara and Maori, the two players with the most experience from all the players that are currently present. 10 LAN events under their belt already. On the other side, we have Navi with former two-time world champion Achapi in 2021 and 2022. It was all about him. Pensa got 2 wins as well, of course. And yeah, the last 2 years, we've only ever seen him as LCQ, and he did not prevail.
I mean, this is the thing. You look at Kuro and Achape, and you're like, these aren't the standard of players you'd expect to be at the last chance qualifier, but they seem to kind of stumble in the bigger matches. You see this champion, lose-lose. And I think that just goes to show the current form of this roster. They've been decent, but just not good enough to go all the way.
That just means if he makes it through the LCQ and makes it to World Finals, he's going to win them again, right?
All. He's winning it all, baby. Well,
Ark, you want to explain that bias over here?
Maybe not.
I mean, when you look at yesterday, I mean, they were just phenomenal, weren't they? There's no question about it. So I think that, you know, it was against Chapter of Happiness, a team that we had some reservations on, obviously, of course, being from the Chinese mainland region, being a pigeonhole. But I feel like Reply Totem are a team that saved the best till last. Now is the time to shine.
A chance to break the curse for Navi, and for Reply Totem, a chance to prove the world wrong. They didn't have the best of seasons this time, first time ever making it to LCQ, and we want to see them now, live on stage in our cage.
They have come to prove they belong among the best. Make some noise and welcome stage, Reply Totem and Navi!
The Italians in green on the left, the Japanese players on the right. Navi versus Totem, a match I was looking forward to. It's gonna be such a close match, I feel. Both of those teams have so much to prove. Both of those teams have so many titles on their back already.
Yeah, I mean, years of dominance from the East Asia region has recently been flipped to years of dominance by EMEA. So a big matchup between these two teams here. Reply Totem, as you mentioned, not the year that they wanted to have, and I'm sure Navi would have liked to go to straight to Worlds as well. And some of the performances over the year would have warranted that. But overall, a few mishaps, a few bad brackets, and they've ended up here, having to face against Totem.
We talk about Navi as well, you know, and their prospects at LCQ as an organization. 2023 as an organization, they did make the World Finals, but with its Japanese roster, it has been really tough. And an interesting fact about that 2023 LCQ is that all 3 members lost in it, just on different teams. They didn't actually even face each other, but for these players, they've got to break the mold. They've got to step out and start to perform.
We also know now whoever wins this one is unbeaten after day 2, will face up against Papara Supermassive on day 3. Another match that I'm looking forward to. Either it's going to be a rematch between those 2 EMEA teams, or Navi versus Papara Supermassive, which, if you just look at the championship titles and the successes those 2 teams have had already, they could not be more different.
It's really, really crazy, but those matchups we have to wonder about a little bit later on, but Reply Totem versus Navi is going to be an absolute banger. And I think so many of the games today have kind of looked like 50-50. So yet again, I'm really surprised that predictions were kind of one-sided on this one. In the first one, we differed a little bit, but everybody Reply Totem seems just crazy to me.
And Reply Totem can be hit or miss, that's got to be said. And when you look at their performance this year compared to that of Navi, I mean, Navi have made 2 grand finals in monthly finals. I mean, Reply Totem didn't qualify for 2 monthly finals. So, you know, there is some definite inconsistencies, and the question is that in regards to EMEA and the toughness that it is to break through into a monthly final, or are they just becoming that team that are no longer the team that perform at the very end of the year, but the team that don't even make the end of the year?
We might be a little bit biased towards Reply Totem because we witnessed them yesterday. They looked as strong as never before, at least this year, against Chapter of Happiness. A quick 3-0. Now let's see if they can repeat that today. I kind of have a feeling that this one isn't going to be as much of a stop.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's like Reply Totem are just a different animal event. When Maru, Mori especially, and Angel Boy, we've seen at LCQ in 2023, I believe it was, how good he can be at LAN events at his peak. So the three of them together, with so much experience in this kind of environment, not that Navi don't, but I think we've just seen a real high end from Reply Totem at LAN.
Angel Boy picked up MMA at that LCQ like it was nothing. And that guy's a fighter. You know, I want to see him, if they win this time round, pick up both Maru and Maori in both arms because, I mean,
Drage on top like a pyramid.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the strength, but they do not have the community siding. Only 20% on event.brawlstars.com siding with the boys in green.
The East Asian fans have come through and they kind of want to prove us wrong, I think. Let's see who's going to be right. You people at home voting or the casters on the desk. We're in Ring of Fire. This is our first map between Reply Totem versus Navi. Binks, Ruffs, Mina are banned out on the left-hand side. I don't see an Ollie ban. Ruffs double ban, Kit and Kaze on the side of Navi. Now we're in Ring of Fire. Draco's also left open. He's been the most picked up brawler across the board for any hot zone map. Byron, Mac, always something I like to point out here. Bonnie, of course, left open. Also a very solid first pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like this Bonnie shout. I think the ability to switch between long range and short range is kind of much needed on a mode, especially like Hot Zone, but on a map like Ring of Fire even more. So I like that first pick from Navi. I think Reply Totem have got some answering to do. Yes, that Ollie still being available has got to be one of these selections. You'd be sure of it, but they're going to go with the Draco instead and play a different game.
Yeah, it's a great shout from Sunny. I think that brawler is the perfect one to pick up at this stage in the draft. They can consider some heals alongside it. Jae Young is that brawler which the Reply Totem tend to want to find in this scenario, or a Meg. Kit as well is a really interesting high-pick brawler in their preparation process. So great to see that Navi have been really resourceful in that regard to do their prep. Let's see, Crow going to come in. Yeah, it's their fourth picked brawler in scrims, and a high win rate at that, at 73%. So I'm really liking the way that this Reply Totem draft is shaping up to be.
Totem does like to play some of those outliers. Crow mostly picked as a anti-heal. Now they pick him up first without having a heal on their own just yet. Let's see if we're still seeing a Byron, a Jae Young, something like that on the side of Navi. Definitely would help the Bonnie to excel even more at what she does best, go in aggressively. And for that, it's best if she has a full health pool. On the left-hand side now, for Angel Boy, it's the same. Draco wants a healer in the back.
Well, Cordelius comes rolling in then for Navi. I think it's a good shout, accounting for that tank massively. And we've seen how strong Cordelius is at dealing with those. You know, we saw it in the Chuck occasionally, yes, a few mistakes in the last one. But throughout that entire last series, Cordelius picked into tanks and succeeding time and time again.
It's going to be that scenario where you're going to see the Cordelius and the Draco just constantly swapping lanes, really, isn't it? So now Lumi coming in. That's a great brawler pickup, one that I feel we haven't seen nearly enough this event, and I would like to see her played actually a little bit more, considering that I feel that she's still just so strong. Lou actually available here. I don't think this is really a Reply Totem pick, but I mean, it wouldn't be the worst of ideas. It's the heal that I'm missing so far with this Draco combination, and there is the Jae Young for it. It was taking a while to come through. Normally you kind of had that brawler at an earlier stage in the draft, which goes to show they're kind of really prioritizing this Crow pick.
Yeah, I mean, with Ollie and Byron sneaking through and not being picked, I'm blown away at that. Two of the strongest brawlers at the moment, and Byron being as good as he is on this map especially. But Jae Young clearly seems to be the support preferred by Reply Totem, so can't really blame them for it. We'll see how this one plays out as we get into it. If it's anything like the last, it's going to be special.
I mean, what a way to start the day, right? I mean, and I hope that this is much the same. Reply Totem straight into that mid, and some good taps already from Angel Boy, but there is the ice of the Lumi. Forces them back slightly, but not too much to worry about. Ryohei, though, kind of low here on this top left-hand side. Got to be cautious, especially because those heals from the Jae Young of Maori keep coming in.
Absolutely. Well, Maru trying to make a bit of a meal of this on the left-hand side as the Champe gets a few shots in, but he does trade out quite nicely. Lumi placing down those Morning Stars, but not completely covering this area that Mori can go into. Has to heal himself, and Weekend Warrior was used there as well. Locked down onto Angel Boy, but he gets a shot back in return, but Ryohei just narrowly survives on 180.
Yeah, good amount of control established there by Navi. Some good pickups consistently so. Ryohei stays alive there, but Angel Boy now going on the aggressive, leaving Maru in the mid as well. In Dragon form, let's get to the bush. get somewhere sneaky, get those flames burning forwards and try to cycle this one out. He's lost the Dragon form now, he's going to have to earn that one back.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, another heal being used by Mori, and that ice being placed down again, providing big help for Navi. But Maru round the back is dangerous. Lockdown used onto Angel Boy once more and succeeding well. Ryohei looks like he's going to burn down and does. Mori gets a few more shots onto Kuru, and he'll find the kill too.
A really important kill. Chappie can't contest this. He's too low. Chooses to go to the left-hand side and wait for his time. Hypercharge now for the body. Ryohei goes straight in, gets the stun, gets the pickup, most importantly, of Maori, leaving Maru and Angel Boy to have to force their way on this zone. But Reply Totem have got 75% done on the objective.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like Angel Boy kind of tanked that purposefully there as well to stop the Cordelius dragging the Draco into the realm. Mori doing a lovely job, but he's going to be locked down, but he's on the zone, still getting percent. Maru will do the same, and they're just cycling these deaths and getting on.
I mean, they've got twice that of what Navi have been able to establish now. Last form there from the Maori on the zone, and 60% now, 5 needed for Reply Totem. Maori coming in, is going to be able to clear the house! What a couple of taps! A team wipe! And Reply Totem get things kicked off strong.
What a jump that was as well, into the back lines by Maru. Incredible stuff on that Crow. And the same goes for every single one of these players. Navi starting slow, still have a lot of time to make things right, but that one just seemed like they couldn't get this Reply Totem side off the hot zone.
See there, the coach of Navi, Chemical X, used to compete in the South American region, so he knows what it means to perform on home turf. Pressure mounting. It is just the first set. Plenty of time for Navi to make some adaptations.
Well, a much better start this time. 7% already on for Navi compared to Reply Totem taking a bit of dominance early on in the previous. Weekend Warrior being used, and now he'll just throw a few more shots forward. But he's very scared of this ice that Kuru can be placing down. What a shot that is, and he just finds those taps out of nowhere and does a real good job of staying alive.
Maori's really excelling today already, and this is the thing about Reply Totem. They've got so much LAN experience and performance under pressure. They were almost reverse swept by Tribe Gaming in the LCQ last year. They were able to come through strong in that 5th and final set, so having the ice in the veins today, so important to have. But look at this matchup, as now Reply Totem just start to creep further forward to lose control. Devastating.
Yeah, but those heals onto Angel Boy are unreal as well. Charpy will take Maru into the realm, but he gets hit so hard by that fire that he's going to have to retreat and stay away. Now goes back in for the second engage, and still a Charpy not having a good time. Maru might be able to find him here with a bit of a pinch from Angel Boy, and the gadget used. Jump up from Angel Boy into the back lines once more, finding connections onto both members of Navi alive. But a versatile hypercharge from Ryohei will put them back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, desperate times call for drastic measures there from Ryohei. And they need to get back on this zone and equalize this set, or if be escaping them. Weekend Warrior there from Maori, and a lovely pitch there from Angel Boy as well. In the meanwhile, Kuru's low will fall down there to Maru, and more flames lick the map. A Chappie pushback, Ryohei jumps in desperately, immediately goes down. Maru in the realm, but Angel Boy and Maori continue to get this objective done.
Yeah, Maru, he's been realmed so many times and just not died. If anything, he's coming out on top in these situations. Tried to get in the back lines, but excellent communication from the Totem boys. Lockdown's there, but he just jumps straight past it. Might be able to get back on the zone as well, but choosing to go for more shots onto Ryohei, who's popped a hypercharge. And I feel that's slightly wasted.
And he wasn't even a couple of shots away from being able to tame this just off the back of it. It took 3 there to be able to have it. And as quickly as that, Reply Totem, all 3 members on the zone. And an easy breezy set to start off EMEA.
I mean, that was just incredible. It really was. Very comparable to the hot zone we saw Papara Supermassive do against Team Electros. Really dominant gameplay. And if players fall down, other players take their place. And it was just really nice team play all round. Navi, I don't think played bad. Charpy could have done better at some moments in those one-on-ones against Draco, picking his time to realm him and deal with him better. As it seemed like a Draco was coming out on top against a Cordelius way more than he should.
Yeah, we've got to talk about this draft because, you know, the Cordelius is the best counter to a Draco. If it's not working, that means that Reply Totem was so confident in terms of not banning it, and that's all Drake. We saw last night, we saw his homework, Trav. He's done a page for everything. He knows exactly what he's doing when it comes down to that draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see such a good draft so early on from Reply Totem. And not only that, but the players executing it perfectly. That's the jump I was talking about into the back lines, and Maori follows through with a perfect piercing shot through both of them as well. That combination of those 2 Italian players is unparalleled by many in Brawl Stars.
Solid start, but Navi can absolutely turn things around. but great chemistry to start things off. You've got to remember as well that Drage was playing with Angel Boy at last year's LCQ. To be fair, it didn't go STMN EU's way in that regard. A match point scenario versus Eclipse R Esports was where things went wrong. But because they played on the same team, they know how each other think, and they know what they like to pick and what they don't like to play. I think it's really important to mention.
Yeah, very aware of his strengths and weaknesses, so knowing what to draft, what to put on Angel Boy on what map, I think is a huge benefit here for Totem. And not only those two, the other two people on this roster know each other in and out as well. It's really incredible, the synergy that this team should have. And to think that's something that they really struggled with in the first portion of the year. You know, so many of these really disappointing. They didn't qualify in February, got knocked out first round in March. It's really disappointing year for Reply Totem. But when they get to these events, something clicks.
Yeah, Maru and Maori, a dynasty going back to 2021, the duo that has always remained. I think only rivaling that of maybe Bobby and OG. I mean, you don't see it very often in Brawl Esports, but when teams stick together throughout thick and thin, you go through those motions, you go through the heartbreak, and you rise up to the challenge. For Navi, the question with them is like, are they just destined to lose? Are they going to be that same team that just constantly make LCQ as a roster and constantly fail at getting past LCQ?
Well, draft is here. Mina, Kit, and Crow are going to be banned out on this left-hand side by Reply Totem. Can't blame them for it. Lily, Cordelius, and Kenji on the other side. Navi, you know, I'm not sure if they're banning Cordelius because Reply Totem might want it, or if because they don't want to play it after that last performance. Ollie is going to come in as a first then. Who can blame them when it's not banned? It should really be picked.
I thoroughly agree, yeah. I mean, you've got to have a tank to counter it really, or sorry, rival it, I should say. Hank could be that brawler. It's actually a map which Reply Totem love max, and I love that. I mean, a brawler which is so fun and enjoyable to watch on the world stage, but that we haven't really seen championing the meta for quite some time. Now would be a fantastic time for it. It's a great synergy with Sandy, another brawler which they love. Ruffs as well, I've got to say, could play a valuable part in this set, and it is going to be the first brawler picked by Reply Totem.
Yeah, I mean, Ruff's projectile speed really solid, so he can rip up the map himself and have a good time on it now. It doesn't hurt him as much anymore. So, nice stuff from Reply Totem early on. I think it doesn't really match what Ollie's been brought in, but you can't expect that from a second pick in comparison to a first. We'll see if they can kind of add to it with this second here. As you said, they've got so much mapped out. We saw Drage's preparation, and you know, it's not him drafting alone. A bit of a team performance when in terms of before they even get into the game. Kaze going to come rolling on in as well for Reply Totem, and that's another solid brawler at the moment.
Spicy, really, really spicy. I absolutely love it. And it's a brawler which can just be devastating. You can have all that effort made to get the gems in your pocket, and then a Kaze can just come in and steal them from you. So I'm really feeling that from Reply Totem. For Navi, a chance now to have more of a supporting role in that mid, which is greatly lacking. Jae-Young wouldn't be the worst of ideas for that. We've seen so much of it. But Janet is the top pick for Navi, a 53% win rate coming in. And I think there's a great time to do so also. Question is, what do they want to combine with this? They've got the brute force, they've got the gem carrier, which can just literally evacuate to the skies. What's missing?
Yeah, it's really solid from Navi, and it does make me worry a little bit about Reply Totem, but not that they've got a bad comp themselves. The Ruffs and the Kaze combination can be really dirty as well. But yeah, Janet, not only a really solid brawler, but a frustrating one for your opponents to face. Just, 10 seconds on the clock, I'll just take to the sky and you're not getting anywhere near me. So kind of got to ensure with this composition that she has all the gems, or as you're leaving your teammates to just die. Yeah. Woo! Tara comes on in, I won't be complaining about that, and I know the Japanese players love to play it as well. So we should have a bit of a show here.
Yeah, it's a brawler which can just turn the tides immediately. Still a great amount of Psychic Enhancer as a gadget coming forwards this LCQ also, and I don't mind that. I really feel like that immediately enforces your opposition to have to go backwards. So a great brawler, and like you said, one that we really hope will shine, because I'm thinking of you here, Trav, I really am. Sandy coming through for Reply Totem, not combined with the Max, but I still feel like we haven't seen enough of Sandy. I think it's a really solid pick. And it would be great into those pets of Tara, specifically those shadows are going to be eradicated so quick. So it will encourage in that same regard. It's like it can enhance over support from beyond.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this exact kind of Sandy Tara matchup on this map yesterday. So we'll see if it replicates here, as the Sandy did a really solid job against it in just day one of the LCQ. Obviously, as you said, support from beyond doesn't become anywhere near as good. And Tara using that Psychic Enhancer, can see exactly where the Kaze is, but she's still using that support from beyond.
Which did, in fairness to Navi, show up exactly what they were looking for. Maru falls and allows a Chappie to push this right-hand side lane now. And Angel Boy just the stun there just to be able to get forced for gems, goes down immediately. Seems Reply Totem just like a little bit flustered now. They've got 2 gems, but that were now 4. I mean, that's Navi leaving things wide open.
Yeah, I mean, he traded perfectly, Angel Boy, just off camera there up top. Went for the shot onto the gem carrier rather than the shot onto the Ollie, which was expected. And Maru is going to go down, but 6 gems make it 7. As Navi seemingly on top of this game, don't have a single gem.
They're not playing the objective. It's very bizarre. Now, Sweet Dreams go down onto the map. The Sandstorm, I should say. As Angel Boy lurking his way forwards and trying to work towards that hypercharge. Now with the buff as well, it would be much more of a threat. Kuri takes the skies, but only finds 1 bomb.
Yeah, that's going to be disappointing for him. And another Sandstorm coming in for Angel Boy here as well, getting both of them in it. Tara super available, and Ryohei will actually go towards Angel Boy here. Maru can just get a gem and get out, and that's the count. Goes for 2. And Kuru, still on this left-hand side, has hypercharge, needs to work for a super and might be able to make something happen, gets it. But he's going to be coming back from spawn. Tara super use up top and can't get enough done. And now the super comes down there from the roughs, makes no connections. But I don't think it's going to matter as Reply Totem take game 1 of Gem.
I'm very, very confused. Like, why is Ryohei using Ollie to go for Angel Boy, who's not carrying any gems when you haven't got time to re-establish that super, to make the mark, to get the resets? And we saw as well the Tara super towards the end. They're not targeting the right people. Navi are just kind of playing things out. They're not winning because they're not playing the objective. You've got to be a bit more, focused on the objective and the players that you need to eradicate.
Yeah, well, Angel Boy's got the matchup that he desires now as well. The left-hand side with Tara was predicted. And Maori getting some shots through mid. Not finding any connections on Kuru just yet, who seems to be pinching down on Angel Boy. But he gets the grasp of this top portion of the map. Maru will go down in the back spawn of Reply Totem. But Angel Boy still fighting. Not finding any connections is Kuru. Really nice jukes by Angel Boy, and he should be getting close to a super.
Mari tapping up Kuru to 100 HP there, and a very important break. Mari creeping forwards as well. Should get the last laugh here as well, as Ryohei's about to pop. He goes down, and Chappie has got gravity. That's quite crucial, especially carrying those gems. But again, Navi are just kind of a bit sporadic in their approach. They're going to get a super connection onto Angel Boy, a lucky break, I think a lucky pickup as well, really there to get that off. And now, a chance for Navi to re-establish themselves in this game.
Well, I think Maru just wasted Hypercharge Super in there as well, but he'll get this power-up off Maori to get that back now. Maru moving forwards, wants to go towards Ryohei and should have a good pinch here with Maori helping him out. Now the shots come in, doesn't get over the wall, forced to fly too. And Tara still got a lot of the gems, can't aggress as necessary.
Kuru landed nothing, but he did get the escape. Ryohei finds the pickup there of Maru, forcing back Maori, he's gonna go. That was a very important stun. What a sweet dreams from Angel Boy. Crucial in protecting the gem carry from Reply Totem. And now Ryohei's gonna be forced back, he's gotta heal up now. They've got to think twice. Pets again immediately eradicated by Angel Boy, but a hypercharge for Chappie could be crucial. Will he land it? That's the question.
Just use that normal pull onto Angel Boy for now, who gets a couple of shots onto Kuru to be fair to him. But 1 gem's what Navi need, and that's what they get. As the countdown starts and 15 seconds between them and getting their first game in this series. Maori trying to make the move down the left-hand side, and as Achape used gravity just before, can't make the move just yet. Maru not getting the work done, and Kuru takes flight as Angel Boy can't get the kills. Navi get their game.
Took a while, but Navi now have got something to show. You can literally see the sigh of relief there on stage. Reply Totem looking defeated. Still far from over, but already taking a bit of a battering in that regard. I really did love the way they focused all the attention on the Navi side onto Maori towards the end. He had hypercharge. He's so devastating in that ninja form, and if they left him untouched, that could have been an easy reset. I say easy lightly, it's the LCQ, but the gems were split, let's be honest.
Yeah, they really were. Maori picking up 3 early on, 1 off the opponent's side, and Angel Boy eating shots to try and get a super of his own. Ends up feeding quite a lot, and Maru's going to go in to no avail yet again.
Air support from the Ruffs goes down. Nothing really to worry about on the side of Kuru and Ryohei. A break just off the bush there from Maori. I'm not sure if that was actually intentional. I think every time I've seen him do it on this map, it's always been to break the bush, to break the wall. So, a bit of a question mark there. more air support as Angel Boy creeping this right-hand side, but it's 5 gems to Navi. Kuru's got that escape mechanism, and Ryohei, everyone in fact, Navi has got Super, so already having a flying start.
Yeah, well, Super going to be provided over to the right-hand side. Angel Boy's going to get that hypercharge, and Maru gets the job done on the left. Maori trying to move forwards, gets another gem, equals the scoreline. But Gravity ready to roll for a Chape here on the right-hand side. Needs to make sure he doesn't get corner wall, and he just about gets him round that corner. Gets the kill, and Maori finds his 6th gem. Maru going to go down as well, and Navi looking a lot better.
I just don't really feel like the Reply Totem spirit is there right now. They've got the good amount of gems, really, considering that Navi have got the 7 there. Ryohei now, the hypercharge might change that, though. Maori goes down immediately. Angel Boy has got hypercharge and Stuber here as well. Forcing to keep Ryohei back here is the play. The gems are safe and sound for now, but Navi have got 8, and that was almost a drop. But Chappie stays alive at 128 HP.
Yeah, it's going to be big for Chappie. That's the 9th they need as well. Kuru going to jump straight away, and power up provided into the middle. Maori doesn't need it, so Angel Boy should probably go towards that. The Gravity going to be missed now on the right-hand side as Maru baits that out nicely. Stun on the left as Ryohei can't move. A hypercharge ready to go, but Kuru can get to safety. And I don't think there's... Oh, he just about gets the reset. Maori might be able to get this from the mid now as he kills Ryohei as well. And that has changed the tide.
Absolutely massive. There was 1 gem split, and it was in the hands of a Chappie. What a valuable reset. Can Reply Totem make something of this now? Maori tapping into Ryohei. Angel Bill there for support, and Maru has got the hypercharge. What a time for an amazing Sandstorm now. The Pet's going to go down immediately. What an amazing steal against the odds. Reply Totem turn 1 set into 2. That set should have been Navi's.
Absolutely stolen it out the hands of Navi. I called it a little soon. I didn't think there was enough time to get that reset, but Janet, this is the double-edged sword. If you take flight, you're leaving your teammate to die, and that's exactly what he did. Not that his stats are bad by any means, but that last second is brutal for Navi. What looked like their set makes Reply Totem 2 up.
It's not over until it's over. Every second in Brawl counts. The Reply Totem demonstrated it perfectly. I still say that they didn't feel like they were in that set. They didn't feel themselves. They were looking off. But that's why that set was so important to claim. Because now going into this next set, it could be the last that they need to play. I mean, that was such an important reset. I cannot stress it enough.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And I thought it was beyond reach, but he was left so heavily by his teammates to fend for himself. Some great plays from Reply Totem game 1.
Here it is.
But after that, it was all Navi, wasn't it? You see, I think he takes flight, and Angel Boy can just run at him. I think if he stayed on the floor, maybe he was going to be able to get a few shots in and get the kill before the reset. But from there, just all Totem. They had the kit needed to get the job done. Sandstorm was there, and you can see how much it means to them to be 2 up against a powerhouse like Navi.
That's the Angel Boy I know. I've been waiting all year to see it. And what a time to bring it. Fantastic. And you can just imagine that celebration. It was so iconic in 2023 when he was on the Navi roster, when he claimed the golden tickets and went to those World Finals. I can see it in my eyes right now. I can see it replayed for years to come. It was just so good. And if they can be able to get to Worlds after what has been let's be honest, a season of nothing but hurt. Only 1 semi-finals to say much about, just 3 quarterfinals exits and 2 non-monthly final qualifications aside from that. For Reply Totem to even be here is a blessing. And they got SK Gaming and Humble to thank for that at Brawl Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's incredible for them to be here. But when you look at their players, you expect these 3 to be going straight to Worlds, not having the really disappointing year they've had with 2 no qualifications, 3 first-round exits, and only 1 semi-final entrance. It's a really disappointing year for Maru, Mori, and Angel Boy, and this is their chance to get it back under wraps and get to the World Finals. Happy faces all round for the side of Reply Totem, and Navi surely feeling a bit defeated after that really disappointing loss in the previous set.
Wow, Kaze, the first pick here for Reply Totem over to the side of Navi now. And such a crucial time to really get this right. think it might actually be dry season for Bounty, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be a little bit of an error on the overlay. So let's go with that for now, and I'll be happy to be proven wrong later on down the lines. For Navi, it's got to be a winning draft, no doubt about it. Ruffs is that safe pair of hands, and with so many hypercharged brawlers now in the meta, I think a great thing to pair with pretty much anything.
Yeah, and I'll be happy to blame you, Ark. If you're spreading misinformation about the match, I'll be the first to call you out for it as well. So, yeah, nice Ruffs pick there. Kaze worked. Well, did it really work for Reply Totem? Not really, to be honest, in that previous one. Seemed to be getting bullied for the majority of it, but they got the win, and that's what matters. And if you can do the same again, I wouldn't mind being bullied for 2 minutes straight or 5 minutes straight, however long a set is, if I get the win in the end. So, Bell going to be added then to the side with the Ruffs for Navi. And 2 follow-up picks for Reply Totem to come shortly. The bans, obviously, from Navi. Not having the first pick are going to be a lot stronger. The Mina, the Ollie, the Gene, who's so versatile on these kind of modes, and the Loud boys in the back. The amount of support and especially loud merchandise bags I see walking around the BGS is incredible how much support these guys have gotten. Not only that, but the South American teams in general here in Sao Paulo. Gus going to be picked up along with, oh, that is a bold one. Very bold indeed for Navi, as they pick up the Mortis to go along with the Bell and Ruffs. And I think it was a Jae Young on the left-hand side.
It was, yeah, and it's funny because Reply Totem's top pick is a Mortis. And I was thinking to myself, I really hope they didn't pick it, because at this stage, you don't want to be doing that. It kind of reminds me of how Reply Totem have been all year. They will bring in something where they don't need to do it, they don't tend to play it safe, and they suffer for it. Now, by not picking it, to leaving it to Navi, it could be the play, but Navi could also be exceptionally dangerous with it. I mean, I'm a little bit worried, actually. If Ryohei pops off here, then it'll be a delight. I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
Well, Kaze beats the Mortis for the first stars, but that's half of Mortis's reasoning gone. So, Blue Star starts with the Reply Totem, and if Ryohei wants to make any moves, earn his kit, then he's going to have to feed Totem along the way, and that's going to give them a chance to defend him out.
Already,
oh no,
it's Totem cooking, and that Mortis of Ryohei's low, a pick up of a Chappie, as they just keep dropping on the side of Navi. Completely flustered, not organized at all. On some level, you kind of want that with a Mortis on your squad, but you've got to bring back the stars, or what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, you need to be attacking, and Maru's going to get another here as well. Angel Boy not going to die to Ryohei, and a dash in from Maru will secure another. It's 9-0, and Na'Vi looking really poor.
Yeah, we were expecting to see a much better back and forth than this. So far, not a single star to show for it. Maru now with 5 and the blue, and he's dangerous now, but susceptible also. Gets away with that ninja form. Beautiful stuff. Ryohei on low HP there. He's got to be able to heal himself. 11-0. It's just looking from bad to worse, but as time goes on, Reply Totem with more stars become bigger targets.
Yeah, but he's getting battered. Ryohei hasn't got a super yet. Really difficult. Must be close now, though. No Weekend Warrior used now by Maori. Angel Boy, hyper charge in hand as well, so can defend quite nicely, and down he goes again. This is getting massively out of hand, and Maru, worth 6 stars, is very low, but the shield provided by Angel Boy keeps him in the mix for now. He will live to fight another day.
Hyper charge from Chappie and a break of that right-hand side, forcing Reply Totem to the left. There's a lot of stars, so they've even got the time to get them all. There's 6 going over. Reply Totem get 18-20, and if Ryohei goes down, it's all over anyway, and it is. It's a match point, and the most convincing game so far of today. But as we saw once before, Papara Supermassive went straight to match point, and look what happened there. It went the distance to a double match point. But have we seen enough of a glimmer? We need to actually see a mistake, really, from Reply Totem at this point, if Navi has got any chance here.
Yeah, I mean, Kaze on an absolute tear after that previous set didn't go his way. This time, Blue Star in the hands of Navi, which can change the game, but instant aggression for Totem, trying to build this one back and get them in the same position as last time. Ryohei, 820 left in his health pool, getting pinched down, but evading it nicely with the long dash.
Slow and steady start for Reply Totem this time round. Now Maru wants to break the mold, does find it, and comes out as well. Great use from him, and a Weekend Warrior from Maru is perfect. They can now come back with 5 stars to 3. The blue is with Ryohei though. They're not going to be too bothered about that for now. Just get back with the stars and regroup, ensure that they are having Navi push into them rather than vice versa.
Yeah, this Marco Maru can definitely do some work for Ryohei here as well. We've got to be cautious of the Weekend. Yeah, here he is there, really nice stuff. Just backs him off instantly. And another super available from Maru wants to switch this mode and get some heals. Slipstream's being placed down, but obviously Totem in a very defensive stance when this Mortis is looming just behind their walls.
Pressure mounting for Navi. They've got to start to communicate. Ryohei's a fantastic Mortis player, but he's not had the pop-off just yet. They need to have Kuru tap into this right-hand side, and Chappy's trying to find a team to break this wall. He's just obtained it. He'll go for the left-hand side, get some push for good measure. Maru could be lurking here, though. He can be invisible at any time. They cannot overstate that. Ryohei just survives there. Kuru completely out of position here. Reply Totem can absolutely punish this, and they do!
Yeah, I mean, that's one player falling down in a position you don't want to be dying in. Hypercharge through from Maru, but he will get traded down, which brings it back to 2 stars, as he was worth quite a fortune. Maori, 4 over his head, but it doesn't matter who they go for. A powered up Ryohei is a big danger in these closing moments.
Hypercharge for Kuru. Maori's marked. Ryohei has got to get this dash on point. Maru is susceptible. He's got no super. He's dashed to the left. He's got support. Reply Totem all sticking together. Angel Boy with the pickup. And this one is done! The boys in green make this look so convincing. For Navi, where were they? They were not present. Not by a long shot. What a game for Reply Totem. Looking like a real favourite going into day 3.
I mean, it's so poor from Navi along the way. The draft did not look good. Some of the gameplay's been questionable. But one thing's for sure, Reply Totem are looking really good heading on into day 3, and I don't think anybody is going to want to face them.
Beautifully executed right to the end. Not a single set taken off of the hands of Reply Totem. They walk through to day 3 with a clean best. 3-0 and 3-0 now also against Navi. Maru with the most kills, both DPS, makes a lot of sense. Kaza is there to make some space, and he definitely did just that. And now we see, again, Reply Totem makes it through to day 3. They're free for the rest of the day to do what they want. Probably scrim and prepare for tomorrow, and then Upcore is versus Navi later today.
Yeah, you would expect that. I think Navi, if they perform like that, it's going to be a close one versus Upcore Esports, which is a game they should be absolutely sweeping through. But they're going to need to go away today and get in the right mentality.
Now we're heading over to Group C, Casa Brawl versus Toxic Lotus. We see them on the big stage now. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure you are too. See you after the break.
Go back. Okay. Middle, stay. Okay. There jump. Chill. Insane on you. Nice! Thanks for the carry, boys. We played like shit, bro. I played like fucking shit already. Yeah.
A Toxic Lotus a gente já enfrentou ele já no passado e eu acho que é um time bem divertido de jogar contra, porque a tática deles aí é um time muito em família, gosta de jogar bem junto e a gente sempre é um embate muito divertido de jogar porque é algo muito parelho e também com bastante dificuldade de habilidades.
我想对 Kaza 说，我们在去年 LCQ 输给了你们，但我们今年会报仇。
We're still on day 2. We only had 2 games so far, so we have 6 more to go. How exciting is that? And I'm yet again with Ark and Trev by my side. We're looking forward to an interesting match now. It's Casa Brawl versus Toxic Lotus, and especially that mainland China team surprised us this year on the international stage. Toxic Lotus, they have a 100% set win rate in their own regional qualifier, but can they perform just as well today on the global stage?
Yeah, well, here's the bracket. You know, we got Casa Brawl versus Toxic Lotus in this winners match. The loser will drop down and face Rival Esports, and that's honestly not a position that you'd expect Rival Esports to be in. But they were against a big Toxic Lotus team, Ark.
Yeah, this is the problem now for Toxic Lotus. They've got the Brazilian crowd on the side of Casa Brawl. I feel like, you know, looking back to yesterday, they played so well, and I'll talk a bit more about that in just a moment. For Casa Brawl, this is home turf. And after yesterday, I cannot stress that enough. Literally, the floor was shaking when they won. That's how much this crowd is out in support for them.
the all-Brazilian roster. They playing on home turf and they have the crowd behind their backs. I'm sure they're gonna feel the energy coming over from every single person that is sitting here right now. I see so many Brazilian flags. I don't see many Chinese flags, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I can't see a single one, to be honest.
Many or any?
But yeah, I mean, they're a team who, you know, have had some real difficult years, and especially just the region in general. But after Brawl Cup, nobody's underestimating them anymore, and you have to question if this kind of winning mentality that they've started to get is now adding more pressure onto their backs now that their expectations are high.
And Ark, yesterday they already had a reverse sweep against rival on day one. Yes, a 4th place at Brawl Cup, but let's talk about what happened here yesterday live in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, I really want to break it down a bit because there was so many moments, honestly. Even in the first set, the second game went to a 99% to 100% in hot zone. Absolutely unreal. The starting hand, it really was the Kaze, which was the difference maker. A bit of an outdraft in the first set, as the B really laid into the Meg and the Frank of the side of Toxic Lotus, but there was a split moment in Bounty where OU went through the wall with a meeple in Bounty and just got the set, and it turned from there really. The Kaze was the difference maker as well.
So Toxic Lotus is shining not only in their home region, but also here with the live crowds. Now they're playing over at the big stage, and you could already hear the crowd in the back. They're rooting for Casa Brawl, an all-Brazilian roster. Most people in the crowd here are Brazilian, you wouldn't think that. So they of course are going to root for their own team. PC Gaming also still in the race, but they had lost one match. Casa Brawl is their bringer and carrier of hope today.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy, the crowd behind us, and you saw Carol predicting Casa Brawl as well. I'm pretty sure she's sticking with her home crowd as well, because everybody here at BGS is going absolutely crazy for these South American rosters. It's going to be a big, big boost for them, and I think, to be honest with you, they might gain a little bit of an advantage from it.
And now it's time to not only bring out the home crowd favorite, but also Toxic Lotus, who have performed already on the international stage this year. Now it's time for Toxic Lotus versus Casa Brawl.
Legends aren't born, they are made right here in LCQ. Welcome stage, Toxic Lotus and Casa Brawl!
The Brazilian roster on the left, Toxic Lotus from mainland China on the right. And Trev, we already said Toxic Lotus have proven themselves before on an international stage. Now this stage is almost made for Casa Brawl. You think it's still going to give them that boost that they've gotten from the Dallas crowd?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that this crowd doesn't affect them too much. I never thought I'd see Tifos in Brawl Stars, to be honest with you. But the Brazilian crowd definitely bringing the heat for the Casa Brawl side. And I've just got to hope that Toxic Lotus don't get massively affected by no cheers for their side. And every time Casa Brawl walks forward a tile, they're getting the entire crowd behind them.
In my opinion, this is going to come down to draft, and Star Dragon is just absolutely phenomenal. A man who cried yesterday after achieving that reverse sweep. That's how much this means to him. And I feel like for Toxic Lotus, if they can just break through this first set and just unhinge things, I think they're going to revel in the idea of being able to upset this home region, because those crowds can die equally as quickly as they get loud.
They've been performing super well in their own region all year long, and yet still, we didn't really believe in them at Brawl Cup. That has definitely changed now. I think looking at our predictions as well, I at least said Toxic Lotus. I don't know about the two of you.
All of us but Carol, I think, said Toxic Lotus.
I see.
So, as I said, she's sticking with her home. Very understandable, to be honest with you, at this point. But yeah, I think Toxic Lotus are the stronger team coming into this one. But Castor have obviously got everybody here behind them, and that might swing it.
And that's so nice to see that some of the regions that we didn't really have on our radar have come out of their shells this year.
I mean, Toxic Lotus are the underdog emperors. I mean, this is their home ground. It might be home turf for Casa Brawl, but I feel like they could really cause an upset. Event.brawlstars.com doesn't seem to sway the same, as only 20% go for Toxic Lotus, 80% for Casa Brawl. But I honestly feel the mechanics that I witnessed watching back that VOD yesterday, and what it took to reverse with a team like Rival Esports, I think it's a lot closer to 50-50, honestly.
To be fair, the predictions at the website also said Navi is going to win that match. The caster said Totem.
And look what happened there.
Listen to us. Yes, exactly.
Too right.
But now we want to head straight into the game. It's going to be Ring of Fire for our first map here. It's Toxic Lotus versus Brawl, first map on Hot Zone, and we have the usual here. I always like to point out Mac and Draco. Those two are the mainstay on any Hot Zone map at the moment. Then of course Mina and Ollie, always worth a mention as well. One of them is banned out. Let's see if we're going to see Ollie.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the usual suspects in terms of bans. So we'll see if this carries on through the usual suspects of picks when we're not banned, and that's usually Ollie. But we see a B coming through then for Brawl. A very South American pick, I will say, at this point. So intrigued to see how this one plays out, but obviously having that range is very nice on a map like this. I just feel like there's better options for range.
I mean, South American picks, talking about them, are we going to see B Juju, Ark?
It's the possibility. Juju, you joke, but it is. We both know it. Brawler, which in South American region comes out a lot as a thrower of their choice, and I don't necessarily mind it. We haven't seen it all event long though, and that's my reservation. I think there's better things to consider, and that's the Brawler that I was thinking. Jaeyoung going to come through for Toxic Lotus. Something like a Grey would be the worst of ideas for them. They quite like that kind of combination, I feel, as well. The Bonnie left open here is definitely a pickup which would suit them and pretty much, rival the B as well in that regard.
Yeah, I like the Jaeyoung pick, I really do, and we saw how strong it was when it was played by the Totem boys as well on this map especially. Crow slipped through as well, so we will see what's going to happen if that one gets picked. Same with, as Sonny mentioned, Ollie being a Brawler as well. I can hear that before it even comes, and Lou's going to be the selection here as well. The coverage is really nice with that super.
I love to see that, honestly. We didn't see Lou in such a long time, but he has always been one of the best brawlers in Hot Zone. Ever since he came out, we already were talking about what could be his strongest modes, and very quickly we were aware that Lumi for the same reason with those ice rings are super good on Hot Zone. Now, I don't really know why he fell off that much in the meta, but I'm glad to see he's still picked here. 5 seconds left for the last pick of Casa. Is it gonna be a thrower? It's gonna be the Crow that you mentioned, Trev. I like that one. I kind of expect a Ruffs now from either of the two sides. We've also seen him very often, and he's super good on Ring of Fire on those two lanes because with blast shots, he's just with a better stance.
The crowd just absolutely going nuts. I can barely hear you guys over the sound of it, and I'm okay with that. Didn't even catch what you said, Sonny, I'm not gonna lie. But let's carry on.
Oh, who cares about the craft? It's not important.
Bonnie going through. But I agree with the Lou, by the way. I've been mentioning it all event long, and every time I do when it's left open, it's not picked. And I don't know why. It's still such a good idea to bring in. I think especially with the Jaeyoung, to get that additional maneuverability, it's a great brawler to have.
Yeah, I mean, I think the same. We just got this last pick coming in very shortly here as well. 9 seconds left for that. So we'll see what we played, see if they do pull through with the Ruffs. Another kind of support brawler to go along with it. So they do. The Ruff's going to come in as the last then for Toxic Lotus. Nice, well-rounded draft from both sides. A weird starting one, I will say, with the B coming in early doors. But I think that, honestly, Ruffs with those sandbags has always been something that's decent against B.
Yeah, again, the Ruffs
should be good against all of them, actually.
Yeah, it should. It actually should. And combined with that Lou, which in my opinion has got one of the most devastating hypercharges as well, I think it's a really lovely brawler pick to have. And I'd love to see Ruffs back in the mix now. You can see how influential he can be. In we go. The Casa Brawl, they've got the home crowd on their side. So let's keep an eye on Toxic Lotus to see whether they can cause an early set upset here.
Yeah, well, Engine using those sandbags to the best of his ability. Pekka tried to pinch in, but to no avail as Engine continues his push down the side. Dorito's just going to pop a gadget and walk straight through him. Not much percent gained by either team, but Casa starts to run away with it a bit more now, as one of Toxic Lotus's members had fallen.
Slow and steady start. Casa Brawl staying on their feet until that moment in time. Doritos falls. A good break from that top right-hand side there from the Ruffs. Helping hand, Toxic Lotus with a little bit more maneuverability. So we're just dropped straight in. We can consecutive taps immediately onto Engine there on that right-hand side. A great way to come back after a death, no doubt.
Well, 2 power-ups provided now, and the sandbag's still at the back if Doritos does choose to become a bit more aggressive. Motep looking to try and lunge in with his super. Sandbag's placed further up on the right-hand side, but Pekka and Motep don't have to do anything and take control here. A trade up top, and TOC still going forwards with this power-up. Should be quite nice, and a hypercharge one place as well.
Yeah, duking those shots, really nicely done, but has fed one over. So an amplified shot for Pekka. No follow-up though, so the Hive there going to be protective to allow him to push into the objective. Let's see, now jump for Doritos is there, but a bit of a miss there, was it? The hyper charge was done after the super?
Yeah, I'm not sure, I didn't actually catch that, but Motep moving forwards as well has a hyper charge of his own, so got to be a bit cautious about that for the TL side. Motep goes in vertical as well, should be able to get that one picked up quite nicely. But they're not running away with it. These little ice rinks that lose placing is keeping them in this game.
Doritos getting tapped up there between OU and TOC. Now the hypercharge of that Lu, they can buy time. A good throw though from Pekka, does do its job. Now Toxic Lizard with the help of Jaeyoung getting back on the zone and back in business, approaching the same mark, that 59%. Sandbags now really proving their worth, and Casabro's got to break these down quickly to be able to push back onto the mid, get back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Engine being provided heal, speed by Jaeyoung, really making a big difference. Doritos goes in, gets 3 connections on the super, which is huge. Engine will fall, as OU can't heal him up. And a jump comes in from Motep, who will get another kill. And the percentage about even, but a hypercharge still available for Tok. Just needs that super.
A team wipe for Casa Brawl, and the crowd roar. Can Toxic Lotus force their way forward? They've been able to shake them off the zone for now, and that is quite crucial. Now the heels of OU coming into support. The time is ticking, they've got to get on this zone. There's only 10 seconds remaining. Engine's just about staying alive. Gets in the tank with the sandbag. But look at this, 85% declining. Oh my word, Pekka, the last man standing. It's so crucial for that first game.
Just about hold on. And the hypercharge not really used by the Lu for the majority of that game. Really disappointing stuff there in the end for Toxic Lotus when it looked like they were going to mount a comeback. Cut short by Casa Brawl.
For context, the sound of the crowd after what was one single game was about the same as match wins for the other teams we've heard here today. So what is going to happen if they win this? I really worry for my ears, and also the desk, because we're elevated here, and it was quite scary when they won yesterday.
Yeah, well, Tok not off to the best start here, but not a direct jump from Motep, but he gets the kill anyway. Thought he might have missed that one a little bit more. Engine round the flank, Sandbags placed down as well. And Motep trying to pinch back, does quite nicely, and a much better start for Casa Brawl. And they even won with a worse start last time.
Yeah, big concerns, big reservations so far in this first set. Toxic Lotus. But a missed super from Pekka, that's the rarity. Missed amplified shot after that, and Engine was all for the taking on that right-hand side on 720 HP. Doritos now, cozy in that corner, just waiting for the time to jump, as a substantial lead for Casa Brawl gives them little to worry about at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it really does. Motep getting hit pretty hard. Doritos going to come in. Another one of those jumps where he doesn't go for a direct target, but tries to get 3 low. The Rattle Hive almost brings Engine to his knees and sends him back to spawn, but super from top will keep them on the zone for now. A little pinch coming round, a hypercharge super available from Engine, but chooses not to use the hyper.
Yeah, creeping now in his right-hand side is Engine, and he can be a real problem. It's the sandbags down, Doritos can't really shake him out either. A nice slow there from TOC, allowing OU to keep on the objective. Toxic Lotus are bringing this one back now. It's even, 50% apiece.
Yeah, well, Engine getting pushed heavily, pops a hypercharge and might not be able to use the super of it, just about gets it off before he goes down. And they're back in the game as quickly as that. Toxic Lotus about even with Casa Brawl, even though they had a 40% lead at one point.
I like the way they're approaching this as well. They're just taking their time with things, and you can see how Toxic Lotus are valuing the objective so well.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, coming forwards now, the sandbag's there. Just going to be tanking this one down a little bit further if they go back. Jump comes in, but a hypercharge will get him away from that point of impact. And Doritos trying to get something done, but Sandbags will stop him in his tracks for now, and he goes down too.
Pekka needs to start tapping. Casa Brawl are starting to fall behind here. It's almost 85% for Toxic Lotus, and they're healing up. Engine has been so key and pivotal on that right-hand side. Pekka's got to go now. Hypercharge, just get on the zone and try and get this Rattle Hive to connect straight onto TOC. 89% for Toxic Lotus there, 11% away. Doritos now back on the zone, but Casa Brawl, they're floundering.
Okay, questionable jump then, but that's going to keep Toxic Lotus in this game and keep them on top. Very odd little jump there from the Bonnie late game, but I think they might have been out of it by that point anyway, and conceding the game over to the side of Toxic Lotus, who even things out, and despite a slow start in game 1 and a slow start in game 2, they managed to get back on the board.
Literal silence from the crowd, can I just say? You can hear a pin drop, quite literally. I mean, it's like there's not even a match going on here. The crowd is not here for Toxic Lotus, that is clear, but they are there for themselves. All that matters to them is the scoreline. If they can cause an upset with this first set, that will shake Casa Brawl big time.
Yeah, absolutely. Engine trying to make a push through here. Got control of this grass quite nicely. 5-5 in terms of percentage, and Toxic Lotus will add a small amount to that. Motep going to come jumping on him, but there was a heal provided by OU just before that. Weekend Warrior is there as well, so extra damage for now, but doesn't last long. And a hypercharge break allows TOC to get back in the game.
It's really quite important that they keep duking Pekka, who does find Engine on the right-hand side, who in my opinion played a big factor role in ensuring the last game win. So shaking him out that bush, very important for Casa Brawl to get forwards on this zone. We've only had 70% of time so far there. We've got to get that utility, those body jumps, those crow dives, those are so important to have to go on the aggressive here. TOC slowed there as well, continued taps, he will go down, that's better from Pekka.
Yeah, he thinks better of throwing down his super though, he considered it, but decided it was a bit of a waste considering Toxic Lotus have control anyway. He's been using those as a kind of a deterrent, but when he goes down and when Toxic Lotus aren't in a good spot to not bleed too much percentage over to Casa, and the sandbags back on the zone again, tanking so many of these crow shots and giving Toxic Lotus a massive lead now.
The hypercharge there, supply drop is the perfect person to have, but TOC's already got the buff, so he can't pick it up. That's the downside of that hypercharge for the Ruffs, and TOC's staying on his feet, and you can see why. 85% for Toxic Lotus. This game is becoming a complete steamover.
It's getting out of hand for Casta now, as Pekka starts to throw a few shots forward and gain some ground, but they've got 20% to 88 of Toxic Lotus and then the 3v2. How long can they hold for? Hypercharge jump comes in, finds no connections on the landing, and a super is there from Tok. Should just about close out the game, and with that missed flow from Pekka, Toxic Lotus will get to 100 and take set 1.
And this is what I'm saying. For Toxic Lotus to start this way, it completely, I mean, look, you're at the best event of the year, guys. Show some smiles, what's wrong? Oh yeah, your home team just dropped a step. So you better pick them back up again. That's the thing, you can't go quiet when your home team lose. You've got to keep them present and connected with that sound and that uprise, because otherwise this is going to go out of control quite quickly. Casa Brawl are banking on their home crowd to bring them up. If that isn't there, what happens then? What is plan B for Casa Brawl?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, as you said. After that first game win, it was louder than when people are winning matches in the arena here in Sao Paulo. So massive home support when they're winning, but there's not enough when they're losing. And Casa Brawl kind of just a bit out of hand here, as Toxic Lotus just dominated games 2 and 3 quite heavily. This third one especially was very one-sided. It was about 88% to 20, and you can see it still, as they're still going, it's about 100% to 21, which is absolutely ridiculous and poor from Casa Brawl after such a good start.
Yeah, it was like that first game was a bit of a warm-up, really, wasn't it? It was just kind of testing the waters, seeing how the crowd would fare, and they did not get deterred by it. Now they're cheering, but we need that during the game, and we need that during a Casa Brawl game lost, most importantly. That is what is going to bring them back down to earth, and it wasn't there. Death Cap Trap up next, and for Casa Brawl on home turf. I mean, we talk a lot about the crowd being a way to maneuver yourselves into a better position, but it's also a ton of pressure to perform on the day. Everyone there for you. The expectations couldn't be higher, and now Casa Brawl are feeling the sour side of that.
Absolutely. I mean, there's upsides and downsides to support. And when it's up, but when it's down, it's definitely down. And Death Cap Trap in Gem Grab is what is coming up next. So, Casa Brawl definitely in need of a set win here to put them back into this game, because the last two have just not been good, as Toxic Lotus take set 1 in quite a dominating fashion in games 2 and 3. But Gem Grab can be a different story. They can go a lot more aggressive with a little bit less punishment, I feel.
Yeah, an important draft. I want to see a bit of a notice, an Ollie ban here for me from Toxic Lotus. It's Casa Brawl's top brawler pick, 18 instances in scrims. Not the highest of win rates, 50%, but nonetheless we know and have seen this event long just how prominent that brawler can be here. Otis for sure as well, definitely up there for Casa Brawl. Toxic Lotus, they were winning yesterday as soon as they got their hands on Kaze. When Riot Esports had those first 2 sets, they had the Kaze pick, and as soon as Star Dragon was able to get that on their side, they won every time. It is banned out by Casa Brawl. That's a great thing to see. The Mina ban as well, I think it's a good thing to see. I would love to see her in Brazil, but obviously, I think for good reason, banned out of those stats from this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Toxic Lotus then with the first pick. We'll see what they do choose to come up with. Possibly something like an Ollie that seems to have slipped through quite nicely, and that is exactly what they take. I promise I didn't just listen to the voice line that preceded just before it. And Ollie really, really solid. The ability to just use the normal super and have good plays, gadgets, no matter which one you take, is solid. Hypercharges unreal, and all round, just a very good brawler.
Yeah, but I mean, I just kind of wonder why Casa Brawl didn't ban it. They clearly wanted it. And I think they were just hoping that it would be left open by the end of it. And that was not the plan. Casa Brawl now with some thinking to do. Janet first pick, interesting stuff for them. We spoke about it before, and we've seen it in motion. A great thing to have those gems take to the skies, but you're leaving your teammates susceptible on the ground. Ruff's going to come in to bring those hypercharges in full force.
Yeah, you've got to have enough to win the game if you're Janet and take into the air, or else your teammates can definitely be punished. Ruff's another good brawler that is really, really solid for the majority of the time. We see its moments here and there. In the last set, Toxic Lotus championed it and played it really, really well. So we'll see if Casa Brawl can do the same here in set number 2. Back over to Toxic Lotus's side for the next 2 picks. They've got that aggression that they need. Maybe need to pick up a mid across one of these next 2 picks. We'll see what they do choose to go for, and it sounds like a Crow, and it is. And I like that quite a bit.
Yeah, solid pick. 3rd most picked brawler actually on this map in scrim, so definitely a solid pairing. Toxic Lotus, but you know, I kind of expected Jae-Young myself to be able to have that Ollie close the gap just a bit better, especially because the wall break of that Ruffs on the side of Casa Brawl, if they get those supply drops rolling in and that wall break flowing, then Ollie's going to have less to be able to utilize and work with. So Trunk's a bit of a wild card pick. The Draco as well is one that Toxic Lotus do like here. But I just kind of wonder whether they've got to support Jae-Young. They're actually going to pair it, yeah. I just kind of wonder whether the Crow was going to take that primary mid position. I think it's going to helping hand the Ollie, no doubt about it. But you know, the big question is there enough DPS here? I mean, the Weekend Warrior, sure, with Jae-Young's great. I mean, you know, but the Crow combined with it's lacking. It's lacking.
Definitely lacking. I mean, Ollie, it's not like he's got massive amounts of DPS either, is it really? So all 3 of them in a little bit of a tough position. If they do get pinned or try to pin the opposition, they might not have the DPS to keep them in that situation or get out of their home zone. O's going to come in. Going to have the ability to turn around the game just with a press of a hypercharge and a super, or just quite often just the super. And a really well-rounded draft here from Caster. I do like it. But also not really punishing the lack of DPS that Toxic Lotus have gone for.
Yeah, I think it's a really good observation. You know, they could have probably considered to do so a bit better than they have, but I think it's a rounded comp nonetheless. Mo's probably the least favourite of the brawlers that I would like to kind of see in this, but it has to be fair to it. Had some great moments this event.
Absolutely. Well, OU starting things out in the mid on the Crow, then Motep's burning down and Tok over the right-hand side, playing a lane Jae-Young as Doritos pushed quite heavily back. And just the Jae-Young alone can do quite a lot of work in a matchup.
I was so sure once the Jae-Young was drafted that the Crow would play lane, but interesting to see the Toxic Lotus are drafting in a way which allows both to have some flexibility in that respect. But it's the Gems so far just sided there with the 4-2 in favour of Toxic Lotus. Casa Brawl taking this one very slowly. Motep trying to find an angle there onto Tok, but can't. Hecarim meanwhile does it straight in there with that digger there and does clear the left-hand side.
Yeah, nice from Mo, but a good aggressive push that Engine didn't really get too much back from either at the same time. Missed a couple of those shots when he was drilling through the ground. He didn't really benefit too much. Really relying on Tok to make some big plays here, as Ollie being very heavily pressured back into the spawn in this current matchup. And Crow not having the best of the times against this powered-up Janet.
Yeah, Motep's being very suppressive in that regard, but some good pairings between Tok and OU there. Did bring him down slightly. Doritos trying to find these wall bounces as well. As the range of Motive is dangerous. Engine goes down, the hypercharge wasted. Pekka gets some great value here as well. As now Casa Brawl starting to gain some momentum. It's still very close in terms of gems though, that's the thing. It's behind by 2, but that mid-control now. Pekka surviving most importantly. We'll keep it that way, maybe into a countdown.
Yeah, well, Engine, we know what he can do with this brawler, and that's not what I was expecting him to do, but it gained a bit of ground back and stopped them from getting that 10th gem, which is absolutely massive. Now holding this position is going to be difficult, but a nice gadget there from Engine. Gets the Hypnotize underway and brings him back. Still, a winning position for Casa Brawl here.
I actually don't mind that from Engine. You can see how much it allowed them to get some time on the mid. I think Engine needs to die here. He's buffed up in that regard, but he's going to stay alive and try to heal himself up. OU now going to be left alone with just him going in. Motive taking the skies now. There's a gem spawning in. They can get the reset, but can they do it now? It's going to be able to try a desperate dive in that goes to no avail. And Casa Brawl now escaping with 15 gems. The countdown is theirs. The first game of this set goes the way of the South American team.
Pekka shuts down really nicely there in that position. As soon as he was going in with that crow jump, stopped instantly on landing. And not only did they win it, but they dropped all the gems onto their side, which is going to be pretty pleased about as well. A really convincing ending to a close game between these two teams. Gem-wise, it seemed close, but gameplay-wise, Casta seemed all over it.
While the crowd have ignited once more. Let's not forget that in the last set, Toxic Lotus put a stop to that. It's not deterring them from the job at hand so far. I'm not overly convinced on this draft as much though, that's my concern. We've got to see more from Engine. You can see how Casa Brawl are really taking their time to isolate him and focus their attention on him. Doritos making some fantastic breaks in that regard, and they're already pushed back as a result of just getting that utility off the board.
I mean, this is the thing, you know, gems even though, as Toxic Lotus got early one off Casa Brawl's side, back to even now, but a little bit of a push from Engine here and Top doing a good job. They go for the fast-paced rotation with a bit of these slipstreams. As we see Top trying to play through the mid along with OU and might be able to provide some heals along the way.
I've just had to turn on my headset. It's getting like that as now there's a lot of cracking, banging in the audience. They are very much behind Casa Brawl now. But like you said, the gems, they're still pretty close. Toxic Lotus are playing the objective better. OU taking his time to not overextend. Motive is still very dangerous, has a hypercharge as well. We know that can do, but if they combine this now with Pekka and Motive, this could be a steal. Toxic Lotus know it, they've got to come back, and they didn't! OU's punished, Top goes down, an absolute T-wipe, and Casa Brawl running away with all the gems! What a steal!
I mean, Motep's thinking about staying for 10 here as well, but Engine coming up now. Can't get a lot back from it. Pekka needs to stay alive too. Jump comes in from OU, gets some good shots in, forced to go left, and he might be able to be picked up here, but not quite. As Motep in the air, safe and sound, and the Mo back in spawn safe. Lovely stuff as they even the score.
You think they just won the World Finals? Oh, ridiculous. But that's the buff on playing home turf. I mean, Motive didn't even get a kill.
Who needs kills?
Who needs kills when you got a Brazilian crowd?
Pekka as well? Who needs kills when you got Pekka? And also who needs kills when the other team are getting 1-1 and 1-2? They're not really doing much themselves on the side of Toxic Lotus. So a much better showing from Casa Brawl in this second set. Much needed as well, considering how poorly the first one went for them. But Pekka making big moves, lunging on gem carriers, lunging on the lanes, and being the real star man that Casa Brawl needed.
It was a little bit disappointing on the side of Toxic Lotus, but just you could see Pekka with a hypercharge, and they were ready for that push. They were going back, but they didn't kind of go back far enough, and it's like they kind of didn't estimate the angle and the distance enough. Really, for my liking, here it is. And as soon as Pekka went in, Doritos from the left-hand side places the pressure, and Motive didn't even need to use his hypercharge.
Yeah, I mean, really solid stuff. A little bit risky at the end here for Pekka to go to the left-hand side, but where else is he going to end up going? The Jae Young was there and waiting, but couldn't quite get the damage in to get the finishing blow. Nice little 1-1 score then for Casa Brawl as they came down quite early on against Toxic Lotus, and even the score in the second set. But so much needed from this point on from both teams. This support is massive for Casa, and they need to carry on this momentum.
It's all smiles on their side. For Toxic Lotus again, we're asking ourselves the question, can they keep this up against what is an almighty Raw, constantly not just the sound of the mouths of the crowd, but the banging of the inflatables. I mean, it really does cut through. They know, though, that one good draft can end it all. It can just silence and cut through, and then they're able to focus once more. So let's see how they can fare. Star Dragon yesterday, I mean, against the toughest of scenarios, against the match point, he was able to mastermind the draft back into their favor, and it was a night and day. It really was. We thought Rival were going to have that one in the bag, and they were looking like the team which was just so dominant. And then, as quickly as that, it changed. So I'm going to stay reserved for now. We're all tied up, but we are just that, all tied up.
Absolutely. Well, Toxic Lotus had some good wins from behind in a more pressing situation yesterday, but Brawl even the score and bring it to dry season here at 1-1, which is a good result for them at the moment, considering how they were playing in that first set. Definitely bounced back well. But the bans should be in shortly as we head on to Bounty. Should be slowing it down, but saying that, we did just witness Navi play the most questionable Mortis pick ever. And I'm seeing a duck band on the left-hand side, Ark.
I'm seeing one too. It's not just you. You'd be pleased to hear. The Ollie, the Kaze, as well as the Doug hit and the Byron too. So I quite like the bans, to be completely honest. And Brawl banning out their top brawler as well. I think it's an interesting thing to see. Gene is going to come in for them. I'd like to pair it with the Grey, but that's also a brawler which Toxic Lotus play fantastically well. The Kit was one that they would like to have got as well. I think the Gus would be a safe pick in regards to what they've got. Sometimes they like to bring in the Ali here as well, and that kind of pairing can work really well. I'm still, though, on the fence when it comes to Ali. In dry season, though, I can kind of see it working.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm very much on the fence as well, Ark. I haven't been proven that Brawl is going to do something. Yes, it did. The last time we watched it, but the time before that, it's hit and miss. Actually, never mind, it's hit and miss most of the time. It just had more influential plays than the last. Jae Young, going to come in then on dry season. Quite a good brawler, I'll say. Being able to sit behind these walls, Weekend Warrior, add some kind of area damage in, and then add some powerful shots into the mix as well. But a lot of the time, I'm underestimating how powerful his normal shots are as well. When he's just shooting, not only his teammates, but the opposition, it can really hit hard.
Yeah, party and work mode, obviously allowing the speed and the heals being the one that packs the bigger punch. There is the Gus first pick. Okay, nice. So Toxic Lotus now have got some options ahead of themselves to combine this with a third and final pick, which could be quite a brutal one at that too. So, I mean, I'm really kind of looking forward to seeing what that brawler pick is. They banned out the Kazi for themselves. Brawl now can have a chance to be able to rival this draft. I wouldn't mind a Grey, eradicate the Jae Young. That will leave Toxic Lotus a little bit more exposed. Carl as well is one which they like to bring in. Again, not a brawler which is particularly flashy in the meta. It is going to be the Grey. That makes me happy.
Yeah, I like the Grey. The Walking Cane can sculpt the map and still have effects when you want to kind of TP back and go for that kind of elongated gene pull, which shouldn't be necessary considering they have the magic hand already on their side. And a Carl, I really like it. The ability to fly and hook for that first is really solid and puts you in a good position to start the game well. But Toxic Lotus still have their last. They've got a Gus, they've got a Jae Young. That's a solid couple of brawlers as well. So Toxic Lotus just need to round this out well, and they've got a chance of getting this second set on the board for themselves.
When you get a Carl in Dimensional Doors and flying hook even beyond that, you can get completely behind this comp immediately. And, you know, Brawl are dangerous with Carl. I mean, Pekka is such an assassin as well. I mean, it's really quite a rounded comp. The Toxic Lotus, they're going to go with the Brock to break. It's not the flashy Brawl that I was expecting to see. They're going for the sharpshooter comp. And again, the crowd erupting. We haven't even started the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy stuff here. As we get into it, the support from Castle remains after a really solid set. The crowd backs them once more. But can Toxic Lotus overwhelm this strong Castle side with incredible support and get the job done? A real tough start here for Jae Young on the right-hand side as a bit of damage comes down early on. The heals aren't there as he's in that Weekend Warrior form, and he will not get the kill. It's 3-2 at the moment, and a really solid start for Brawl.
Castle now in the defensive lines. They can afford to be. They've got a one-star lead. The Blues still, though, with Toxic Lotus, so if they can just find one kill, put themselves in a good spot. There's the left-hand side break there from Engine. The Evening Motive, Susceptibles, speed now from Tilt. Trying to push their way forwards here, get some early pressure, turn things around as quickly as they possibly can.
Absolutely. Well, Engine coming quite aggressive down this right-hand side. With a few of the walls broken down, it makes this matchup against Grey a bit easier, but got to be cautious of that Dimensional Door making a big difference. A little swap of modes and the dimensional door comes through and Brock is punished. And who would have thought that would have happened on the left-hand side? Good tap though by TOC, but it's a Jay Young. He can shrug that off and move on quite easily by a few heals from the Gene. But some good pressure coming in from Toxic Lotus.
Shield available for OU. Rocket Rain with the Gene Magic Hand does find one. It's 8-5. Toxic Lotus did not find enough of a trade for the Hypercharge. All Pekka, one shot away. Stopped to the track by Doritos in a bit of a misfire. That was a far left. Doritos was the prime target there, surely. And it was so far wide.
Yeah, I mean, either that or hold on for a little bit later because they've now got a lot of pressure, but no real big hitting shots or supers to come in. Pekka low on the left-hand side, and they are 3 behind still, but being backed off by the Dimensional Door. Vengeful Spirits there as well, and Pekka will take the TP to get some heals back. But Control, still with Toxic Lotus, and the push needs to come through. Super's there, but so's the pull. Big damage, and a massive few kills. Talk might die, and he does. And OU can't get the refrag. The South American crowd screaming and getting behind a big win by Casa Brawl.
What a kill! A real buzzer beater! And a real difference maker. I thought Toxic Lotus had it. I really did. And it's moments like that that can really start to grind you down. And when you got the crowd behind it after, it just adds salt to the wound.
Absolutely, Pekka looking for this now, gets the burn engine. That will be enough to do the damage, I should say. And Pekka on the right-hand side, just retreating to a defensive position now as they did really well here in the back lines. You're expecting them to be pressured down and picked off one by one, but survived on an engine once more over aggressive and overstays his welcome.
A great walking cane from Mota, banished now though by the Weekend Warrior gadget of the Jae-Young. Toxic Lotus a chance to rekindle. 3 stars to the 5. Anyone will do, but it's the blue with Casa Brawl at the moment that is the concern. And I'm with you in that last game. They've got to reserve that utility better. Allow Engine to come in at the right times. Nice juke there of the walking cane by Tok. A nice, beautiful TP there from Pekka. He's low though, and Engine's not hitting these shots.
Surely.
OU is shielded. They finally get him, but how much time did they waste?
So much, and what a defensive move that was from Pekka. Knew they were getting overwhelmed and moved forward and got the kill. But it was traded, and it's only a 1-star lead. Blue star with the caster sign, but with it being 6-7, it doesn't really make the difference. Shots coming in from top. Really nice connections and pinned into a corner now. Motep, no TP to be able to get them away, and Engine not able to find the kill, and then not punishing these low brawlers. Doritos will go down, and OU being the man to look out for on Toxic Lotus.
And one's enough for now. The clock ticking down, 15 seconds. A missed walking cane there from Motep, but they've got the dimensional doors, they've got the magic hand. Engine with their taps onto Doritos, forces him back, but it's Toxic Lotus in the corner, and Casa Brawl are closing in. Pekka with the Hypercharge, magic hand connection. Oh my goodness me, a final kill from Doritos, secures the set, and Casa Brawl stole it once, stole it twice.
I don't think he saw the shot coming in. He tanked the first, and the second was tankable too. But he just could not quite get the angle to stop that before it hit. And Casa Brawl, yet again, stealing a game out the hands of Toxic Lotus to win themselves their second set. Just one more needed now to head to day 3 and put Toxic Lotus in that elimination match. But still, so much more Brawl Stars to be played. Stats-wise, Doritos with 4. Not really what you expect from a Gene. And the low Engine hit so many shots and got a lot of DPS. A measly 1 kill is all that he has over his name.
What a set for Casa. I mean, it really was. Came down to the wire in both games. We need to see Toxic Lotus go back to their mindset in that first set, and quick. Because as time has gone on, the crowd has only gained and grown in support. And right now, they are really in a dangerous spot. I mean, look at that. I mean, Pekka's mouth, if it opened anymore, would be turning his head inside out.
Yeah, you made me laugh with that one, I'll give you that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it. I don't get them often.
It's like a black hole down there, honestly. Look, it's like constantly his mouth is about as open as it can be, but the emotions coming out of that man, and obviously The crowd behind him's putting all emotions at an all-time high too. And look how packed out we are. You can see the back of me and Ark here. Absolutely packed here at Brazil Game Show. And Casa Brawl ahead in this one as well. So real good atmosphere, and we're heading on to Hot Potato, which might be Casa Brawl's last game of today. But in a good way, as they'll be moving on to day 3.
It's the result of some serious back day at the gym, by the way, just to solidify that.
You can see by my glutes as well. They keep on going back to this camera angle, just show it off.
No, you didn't go there. On to Hot Potato. Let's leave that way.
Moving on.
Leave that in the past. This is now a really, really important time for Toxic Looters to come together as they did yesterday and have Star Dragon really bring home a winning draft. Because they can reverse sweep. We've seen it happen in this very event. But is it all just getting a little bit too much for them? And oh, we got a legendary! Let's go!
Oh, it's average.
I mean, it's the most played brawler at the minute. Well, I mean, it's a pretty good start.
Congratulations on your upgrade to Jae Young. It will go a long way, I'm sure. Fans are in though. Hot Potato back to business, as this could be the last set in this game. Berry going to be the first selection on this map. And obviously, the amount of damage that this brawler can do to the safe, the amount of heals that can come along with it as well. But Draco, which is a good pairing with this brawler, usually is banned out. Kaze and Miko along with it as well. Don't want to be seeing Toxic Lotus on the Miko on Heist. It is devastating. Cordelius, Mina, and the Kit going to be banned out by Toxic Lotus as we go over to them for 2 picks.
Casper have done their homework. You know, they've banned the Kaze, they've banned the Miko. Absolute Toxic Lotus picks. Lumi coming in. It's the most picked brawler on this map in scrims, but is it a Toxic Lotus winning one? I feel it's okay, but in this game mode and map, I'm not overly convinced. Let's see. They like to sometimes bring in the BB here. I mean, it would be a really dangerous time to do it, but a really enjoyable one at that to do so. I wouldn't mind it, but I think for me, I wouldn't mind even the ball on this particular map. We saw South America play it so well yesterday, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, it'd be a bold move, but it'd be a pretty decent one if it works out. Lily's going to come in then as well for Toxic Lotus. I like it. The Hypercharge has been really good to that brawler and the super in general as well. Gadget being able to get up towards the safe with no real engages or anything like that. So I like that from Toxic Lotus. Still, a lot of work to do for them. 2 sets in a row needed. Casa only need this one here, and Berry is a phenomenal start. A pathway to so many different comps and even can work on its own.
Second pick. Coming in, Casa Brawl. It's going to be a Bonnie. I don't mind it. I think that Bonnie in Heist can work really, really well, but it is very slow going up the map. That's the only downside. Certainly the Hypercharge and the stun can be devastating. Sometimes Casa Brawl bring in a Rico here, but I think at this stage in the draft, a bit of a risk thing to do. Pekka's an incredible Rico player. It's a fantastic map for it, but you know, the wall break is a real threat there on the side of Toxic Lotus, so I don't really recommend it. It's the ball, yes, in the hands of South America as well. They've got to have an answer for this. Toxic Lotus, this is a winning draft.
Yeah, it's very good, I will say. It's really nice. Bonnie's aggressive tendencies, along with that ball, along with the heals that come along with Berry, and Berry can do it alone as well. So many different options to get damage on safe, and so little answers for Toxic Lotus. The Lumi, the Lily, I'm forgetting Brawler's names, mate. It's been a long day. Too much noise coming from the Brazilian.
Got to have a match after this, mate.
I know. Too much noise coming from the Brazilian crowd, and Shade is going to round out that Toxic Lotus roster. I like it. I think it's a really solid one and should be able to just kind of batter down on this Berry.
Yeah, keeping the walls is an interesting idea, but I mean, the ball can break them down. Let's not forget it. The Berry is, I think, the brawler that scares me the most, which is a strange thing to have to say in amongst a draft like this when you've got a bull coming in. It's just the ice cream can linger with the gadget so long on the safe, and it can just shred through the safe if left untouched. I am worried for Toxic Lotus. They've got to come into their own. They've got time now, not on their side.
Well, Engine's going to end up right on top of Motep and get a couple of free shots, as he wouldn't have expected that. Pekka trying to get a couple of shots back. Nothing just yet. Motep getting some heals off Doritos now. He gets a bit of a free push down this left-hand side. He just doesn't want to over-aggress and take that ground too freely.
That left-hand side lane, it's got to be on lockdown for Toxic Lotus. They cannot afford Doritos to push forward. Now, Engine in the realm gets straight onto the safe there as well, and took behind it. Gonna land some shots. They should be able to get this first stage down even maybe. If you can just get one there, it is. Well, Motive comes in with a very swift clear up nonetheless. That's a great start for Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, Hypercharge used by Engine and Pekka cleans it up nicely though. Almost got their first crack at the safe down 2, which is at 84, and a Hypercharge jump in from Pekka will secure that kill. Might be able to get Engine 2 and will. This is going to be huge, but a really aggressive super from Motep. Only leaves them on 75% still. But this burn down damage from Berry is going to be huge in the long game.
Yeah, this is the thing, and you can see just how much work is doing with not even anyone there on the safe. Doritos is putting a lot of pressure on, but the shots aren't landing. It's just that one area of ice cream now. And the safe goes down now, surely. Yep, second stage cracked.
He's still alive. They're throwing so much at him, and he just lives time and time and time again. Engine's doing so much work, and there's a Hypercharge on stage 2. He gets it down to the 25% range and cracks it as well. A lockdown will finally get rid of him, but how much work he put in has not been equaled by Engine.
A really important Hypercharge, but Engine now does not have it for the bull. That's going to be more damage. 70% is all that is left on the Toxic Lotus safe. It's go, go, go. There's so much work to be done. The stage still left to crack here for Toxic Lotus.
Doritos just leave.
And he's going to the left-hand side, pushing his way forwards. He might even be able to do the damage in which they need. And they've left him wide open. They can't go for a base race. It's just OU. He's just one man. It's not going to be enough. That ice cream is going to shred the safe down. And that is the game. And a dangerous spot now for Toxic Lotus. It's been too long. So long with any momentum. They've got no wind in their sails. And Caster Brawl are about to bury them.
I mean, this is huge for Caster Brawl. Coming to this one, I'd argue as the technical underdogs, but brought back by this home crowd, and now in a position to put Toxic Lotus down into those elimination matches that will be played later on today. Doritos trying to get the job done against Engine, which they will. And he heals himself a little bit. Jump comes through from Pekka, and that's another kill as well. TOC tries to get it done. And Doritos just healing himself. And a really aggressive Shade will be punished as well.
There's so much on the line here. Motep putting some damage down, 7%. Not too bad at the start. But Toxic Lotus need to have a much better one here. Engine moving forwards. Staying put here, being very sneaky. Pekka has now got jump though. Hypercharge for Engine goes in now. Quite premature. Yes, she goes down. Punished for the action. A Motive there for the defense. TOC owns a Hypercharge. Could quite see if he actually used it or not. We're seeing the respawn. The Pekka gets the stun. Engine eradicated. The Hypercharge still there for TOC. That's important.
Yeah, and Doritos has a Hypercharge of his own too. Top gonna go in as well now. Real nice stuff from him, but Doritos goes aggressive and one-shots him on the offense. Some nice damage added to the safe, and they'll crack that first shield, but it should be equalized by Tok here. But he gets taken down by Pekka on his return to his home spawn.
Pekka forced away there with the freeze of the Lumi. Engine back into the realm. And Caster Brawl fully aware of it. Bit of an unfortunate exit there as he was flat bang on that ice cream. Another jump in to the Bonnie. Safe damage though doesn't follow as OU did a solid defense. Meanwhile, Engine on the safe. This is pivotal. He gets this stage down. It's so crucial. OU now love that with the Morning Stars, waiting for that cooldown, getting maximum value.
Yeah, Engine's going to go aggressive here, and Doritos will end right on the end of Tok here. And Pekka has a super. Just about gets away, but Motep popping a Hypercharge and can't do a lot with it. Has to go right because he gets behind those Unbreakables. Gets the kill, but so much damage coming through, and that's the last percentage need for that last crack. And Engine still wailing away on safe, and even gets a great gadget in too.
Love that from Tok, reserving the super, knowing that he just get 2 swipes to get the stage down. That is such an important game there for Toxic Lotus, depriving the match points of Caster Brawl temporarily. One more game, and it'll be left for another set to earn. If they can just get one more game, just survive one more game. They're in with a chance. They've silenced the crowd. They've got that to their advantage now.
Well, Motep on the right side, Engine straight gadget down the left, same as all the other games. Just gets the super in, should be punished for it as well. Pekka and Motep will be able to heal up pretty freely with a bit of help from the Berry. The Morning Star lingers in mid still, which is always a bit of a risk to go through.
Tok was the difference maker for me in that last game. The man is on the safe. Tapped up now, we've got 11% of time, but Engine's cycling in this way, I love it. He's forced into the realm. Hypercharge, he might go back, choosing to stay on the safe. I think it's probably wise, but the defense has got to be a good one for Toxic Lotus here.
Yeah, they just left him, and that's a really smart thing to do with the Berry up top as well. Gonna be able to get some big damage in, and a lockdown will secure that kill. An aggressive stance from Toxic Lotus now as they bounce back out of spawn. Doritos will get the kill. They are about 15% down, almost getting a second crack now, and should do just that. Stun comes through, but Engine on stage will get it down to 50 and make it a really difficult game for Casper to win.
Doritos is forced to use a lot of that utility on their defensive lines. That's not where he wants it to be. Now OU coming through a hypercharge, but look at this, Doritos and Pekka, they're ready to strike. Getting TSD down is so crucial on the left-hand side now, allowing Motep to come through potentially on the right. He goes straight forwards, he should be on the safe. This could be big damage, but OU gets the defense.
Yeah, still on top as well. We see a nice move coming in. Engine should lose that matchup as well, but Top gonna go straight for Pekka here. Cut short by Motep, who goes straight through the wall and tries to mow him down, but can't. And a shot will get the kill and allow this last crack at the safe to remain.
Yeah, huge from Pekka, but now more gadgets on the safe as Doritos now pushing forwards. In the meanwhile, I think it's TSD on the safe as well. It's 24% either side of things. Pekka jumping in, more damage raining down, and it looks like has the Brawl on the cusp here. Can OU get a stun? TSD pushing forwards. It's not over yet.
Motep's got a super as well, though, coming down this right-hand side. Can they get the finishing blow to Toxic Lotus? The stun's there, the cycle, he's forced to defend right. Doritos comes in left and gets it done for Casper Brawl. Toxic Lotus sent to the elimination bracket. And Casper are going day 3.
Never in my life have I ever had to see security get involved in a Brawl event. I love it. The gloves are off, and South America are riding strong.
It's incredible from both teams, the display they just put on. It's not the end of the road for Toxic Lotus. They'll be back in an elimination match in a short while. But Casa, real strong stuff, closing this one out in a 3-1 against, I'm sure, the majority of people's thoughts.
Doritos coming through in the end, the newest member of the roster. Casper Brawl didn't start with him into the season, but it definitely was a very valuable decision to pick him up. Incredible also from Toxic Lotus, those 16 kills if I read that correctly, but it's not enough. You have to go for that safe damage. Kessa now advancing to day 3. It's Rival Esports versus Toxic Lotus that we're gonna watch later today. Up next though, one more match here. It's Revenant X-Spark versus Crazy Raccoon. Make sure to tune in.
I think everybody knows who Crazy Raccoon are because there's Tensai obviously has won Worlds twice, and it's not like it's the first time that we're facing them. We've actually faced them multiple times because we have been competing in Asia for the past few years. And just last year, even though we didn't make it to the LCQ, Response and I actually took CR down in the May monthly finals. So we're definitely not afraid of them. Like, we know they're strong, but as long as we play our game, we're very confident that we can take anyone down.
Revenant X-Spark は同じアジアから来て個人技も高くてチーム力も高くて警戒をしてるんですけど、自分たちの方が勝てると思っています。
We're back in midst of the Brazilian crowd. They have been super loud and they carried Casper Brawl to their win against Toxic Lotus. We, most of us at least, believed that Toxic Lotus would take that one. Carol believed in them and she was right. Casper Brawl took it 3-1 in the end. Up next is Revenant X-Spark versus Crazy Raccoon. Another match I'm really looking forward to. We are now in a group that, Group A, that some also call the Group of Death next to Group C. Both of those have been super tight. We see it here, Inner Circle versus Revenant X-Spark. They went all the way to step 5.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant X-Spark managed to cut that reverse sweep short and come here to face off against Crazy Raccoon. Obviously, it's a likely repeat of that game in round 3 down at the bottom there, as you're kind of expecting Crazy Raccoon to come in with some dominance in this game and take down Revenant X-Spark pretty easily. But I'd love to see Revenant put up a heavy fight and possibly even get a win on the board.
Revenant X-Spark, very dominant on day 1, Sergeant with many kills, the most notable Indian player in that roster, and he did super well. Now, will he do super well also against world champion Sarge?
Yeah, he was a phenomenal player on that trunk yesterday. Everyone talking about it. And as a squad, they've really dropped 8 sets across 5 monthly finals this year, which is honestly incredible. When you consider that, Response is a world champion as well. And for someone yesterday who I felt played particularly well, Trav, you're going to have to explain this one to me because I don't really kind of understand what I'm seeing.
You're seeing Sergeant as a Giga Chad.
I'm just a humble boomer, you know.
The Giga Chad of Southeast Asia with 41 kills on his first day. Big plays from him. And I mean, as you said, the trunk is one of the main things that we've been seeing all over social media, just talking about how well he's been playing. It's been absolutely incredible to see.
41 kills over 5 sets. Now on the other side, we have Crazy Raccoon. Nobody even expected them to be here, right? What are they doing here? Tensai 2 times world champion. Why is he at LCQ, Art?
I feel like for me, Crazy Raccoon just underperformed this year. But not just that, they also run into Zeta Division 4 times. I mean, the luck of it. They only were able to win 1 of those matches, but for a world champion and that kind of decorative, display of experience, you expect more from a team like Crazy Raccoon.
In the last 4 years, he did super well. Even after his 2 World Final wins, he still picked up some very good placements in other years as well. And now, for the very first time, Tensai is here at the LCQ. It's a lot of pressure. He has to prove his skill and has to prove that he still belongs on the main stage. So let's bring them out to that stage.
Are you ready for more action? Then give it up and welcome stage Xperion NXT and Rival Esports!
This is the second biggest stage we have this year here at LCQ. Both of those teams want to make it to the biggest one, Trev. They want to make it to World Finals.
Yeah, well, X9J come in with a smile on his face to face off against some of the best players in the world. 2-time world champion in Tensai, obviously being the scariest one of them all. But Revenant X-Spark, I think they've got to come in this one expecting to be a heavy underdog. They're not going to want to be beaten. They need to pull some pretty rogue things out, hopefully, take Crazy Raccoon by surprise. Whereas I think this one's going to be done quite quickly.
They brought it back yesterday. Revenant X-Spark was taken all the way to set number 5 versus Inner Circle. Inner Circle almost reverse swept them. And now, Ark, you think they're going to show us a bit of a more dominant picture today? Or is Crazy Raccoon going to stomp them 3-0?
I've heard many people siding with Crazy Raccoon here. I feel like it's not nearly as clear-cut as, it's Tensai, they're going to win. People are asking this year, has Tensai dropped off even? Since that separation from himself and Shitampo at the beginning of the season, a roster change that took everyone by surprise. It just seemed like an odd choice. And I think it's fair to say that Tensai suffered more than Shitampo. They went straight to the World Finals in that regard. But I don't know. I mean, Revenant really impressed me yesterday. And after watching that last match with Toxic Lotus, who I felt were going to really find quite an easy path, now I'm not too sure what to expect from anything today.
And if we just put ourselves into Tensai's shoes for a little bit, he has won 2 titles already, 2 times World Final champions. Now last year, 2nd place, Trev. And this year, here at LCQ, the pressure must be crushing him.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would have expected him to be the kind of player who would be at the last chance qualifier. You're expecting this team in general to go straight to World Finals, but East Asia has been so strong this year. We've seen with some of the performances throughout some of the monthly finals, Crazy Raccoon have fallen out earlier than they should have done, and it's really disappointed them, I believe. Revenant X-Spark, they haven't had the same format really as the rest of the BSC and East Asia in specific, but they've been very dominant in their region. They need to come to the last chance qualifier, and although I'm expecting them to lose this, I want a real big game.
The draft flying through now. Mina, Kit and Ollie banned on the right, Squeak, Byron and Bonnie banned by the left. First pick of Jae Young for Revenant X-Spark. Now, speaking of draft, I've got to say straight off the bat, I've got big issues this year with Crazy Raccoon and their draft. It's their weakest area of the game. So, like, if they're going to lose it, it's certainly going to be happening here. And for Revenant, you know, they were playing some fantastic brawlers, and Sergeant being so aggressive, they've got to shut those ideas down. If they're not staying on top of this, it can go wrong so quick.
You're saying it's their problem this year. Haven't we always been saying this region brings out so many mechanical geniuses, but their draft is just not good, let's put it that way. It's never been. And let's see what they can show us here today. Gus and Jean so far, I don't mind it. Both very solid brawlers, both on the supporter side. Maybe they're going to bring in some tankiness with that last pick. First up though, Revenant X-Spark's second pick. They already have a supporter as well. So again, I'm super happy with the kind of supporter meta we have at the moment.
Yeah, it's been very, very supporter heavy. And you can see through the bands as well, a few supports in there as well. But Ruff's going to come rolling on in. Talking about sports, there's another one. So, nice stuff from Revenant Xbox so far. I feel like those have been two really solid brawlers, whereas Crazy Raccoon have taken two that have been, you know, not massively forefront, but they've been around.
Yeah, not too shiny, but I like that for them. Playing it safe to start things off a little bit wouldn't be the worst of ideas for them. Just get gradually into their flow, really. Hank for Revenant X-Spark is quite the threat, and I kind of feel like they need to focus quite heavily on that particular brawler to ensure those swift takedowns. You got the Gene Magic hand, and Hank's really susceptible to that, but you know he can also be brutal at close range. You know, that's the thing. So they've got to have another brawler to add to this that can really ensure those kinds of takedowns. But for me, I'm not too confident with what they've currently got to do it. I mean, Charlie would be the worst of ideas as well. They're going to go with the Brock, and you know, we haven't seen much success from Brock today, not like yesterday.
Yeah, it's been pretty hit or miss overall throughout the last chance qualifier. I'm not sure if it's just not the same caliber of player who's been picking it up. We've seen a few misplays with this brawler in the previous few series. But overall, it's been fairly solid, and especially yesterday, it was very decent. So we'll see as we get into this game, Crazy Raccoon versus Revenant X-Spark, as we head into knockout on New Horizons as the first. Should be slow, should be calm, should be composed, but we'll see if the nerves get to either of these teams.
Wow, this Revenant X-Spark that gets straight off the mark with the J-Young. Speed is the flavor of X9J. Now, Crazy Raccoon getting themselves stuck in, sandbags down on Sergeant. He's really aggressive to the right, and Tensai falls immediately. That's a great start for Revenant, the best start they can hope for.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, he's not stopping there. Continuing this push forwards, he's picked up a power-up as well, and being the player that he is for this roster, I mean, he gets refragged there, but they're going to get the kills nonetheless, and that's a very fast, strong start from Revenant.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the speed run at this rate. Crazy Raccoon just not even present. Like, they got to slow things down, get a magic hand connection, make it that 3 versus 2, and slow the pace. They are really flustered, but now looking better. Getting into position, if Moya can land this, and maybe even get a bit of a break in the process, would be massive for him, exposing either of these two sides, but Milk3 has done a good job already of breaking open the map. This is why it was a great start for Revenant. They know that the early game is where they can thrive, but once Milk3 gets stuck in with breaks, it makes it much tougher to push.
I mean, this is the thing as well, as Sergeant was breaking up the map as well as Milk3, and Sergeant eventually getting some heals in the back of the spawn here, getting some good shots out and using that projectile speed to his advantage, but pinched so heavily there and punished for it as well. Response low, but has a super to try and keep himself in the game and does nicely with X9J heal him in the back too.
Oh, there's the magic hand. Can they get response taken down? They do! Massive, huge on the side there of Crazy Raccoon. And now it's just X9J to take care of the Bubba Gadget. Not that it was going to do too much there for him anyway. In fact, it'd probably be worse because the cooldown is still going to remain going into this next round.
Yeah, a little bit better there from Crazy Raccoon. A lot more calm and managed. And 3 hypercharges ready to go to no supers on the side of Crazy Raccoon. But X9J did get provided the power at the start of this round. Response got to be careful to manage to grab his super now. Oh, that's a big hypercharge. And Response low as well. X9J trying to take this head-on-head matchup with the Weekend. Oh, that's beautiful. It's really nice. Really, really nice stuff from Crazy Raccoon. And how strong of a start was that from Revenant X-Spark to then be flipped on by really nice plays of Crazy Raccoon?
This is the thing, isn't it? Like, any other team would crumble after the first couple of rounds, but for Crazy Raccoon to have Tensai drop immediately and not seem to get too flustered by it, that's kind of like the Japanese spirit, isn't it? They just focus, and keep their head in the game. Now, one game going the way of Crazy Raccoon.
Well, we'll see if we get this fast start from Revenant again, or if it'll be Crazy Raccoon keeping the wave. response very low and the pull's going to be there. Nothing he can do about that. Oh, actually, the shield keeps him alive for now, but a few more shots and a great rocket fuel from Milk Rio gets the killing blow as well. Moya just baiting out a few shots and Tensai gets the kill. This is gone from very good to very bad for Revenant X-Spark incredibly fast.
Yeah, and to be honest, you know, the Ruff's pick, it's not really a Sergeant special. He's not able to really do too much in terms of aggression plays that we saw yesterday on it. It's much more supportive. And in a 3 versus 1, regardless, what are you going to do? You know, straight to the gas, surely. You don't want to feed anything. He's taking his time for it now, finally. And I think that's the wise call under the circumstances, but it's dwindling. This set's almost over at this rate.
Absolutely. I mean, this would be a fast round or set of knockout, I should say, if Crazy Raccoon can get this one here. But Revenant, I'm sure, have a little bit of fight left in the tank, and Response needs to make sure that he definitely does. Has the super available, so heals can come along with it as well, and the snipes at long range. Pulls there for Moya, but he knows if you're grabbing Response, you better get that kill before he can get the super off.
Oh, Response just staying alive there with the help of the torpedoes from the heel. But these hypercharges are there for Tensai. Moya with a fantastic pull. 3 versus 2 in the Response. Tanking shots continuously so. There's nothing a Jae-Young Hill can do about that. And look at it. For that first round, who would have thought that Crazy Raccoon would have buttoned up their boots and done just that?
Yeah, trying to rile up the crowd as well here. Sadly not as well as the South American rosters do. But at the end of the day, Crazy Raccoon off to a flying start. And I mean, talking about flying starts, that Revenant one was ridiculous. But after that, really didn't get too much.
Yeah, Response
on one kill after the first round?
Yeah, not good. Not good at all for Revenant. 7 for Milk Rio. And I mean, takes us back to what we were saying coming in, doesn't it? About Brock and our reservations on it. And you said yourself, Trav, I think it's maybe not necessarily the brawler, but the person playing the brawler. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely, Milk Rio playing this really, really well. And I think some would argue Milk Rio is maybe the least experienced player on this Crazy Raccoon side, so good to see him performing really well as well. And for CR's sake, they better carry on like this, because that was an absolute flyer. But a few things need to change for Revenant. The fact that they came out swinging, I'm happy about that though. It means they've got a bit of fight in them. I just hope it hasn't been ripped away from them so fast.
Yeah, they've got to get off the mark and get off the mark well here. Again, the first LCQ appearance for all 3 members of this Crazy Raccoon roster, an organization that came 2nd in the World Finals last year. Swept by Humble, and yes, some of the players have changed, but nonetheless, a massive amount to live up to. And we just did not expect to see them here. We continuously ask ourselves the question, why are they here?
Absolutely, I'm asking myself that right now as they just dominate Revenant in this first set. We're going on to dueling Beetles in Hot Zone though, so I mean, I was actually going to say a little bit of a change in speed of the game, but I don't think it will, because that was an incredibly fast, aggressive round or set of knockout. So some more aggression will be coming through as we kind of infinitely respawn on Hot Zone. Just try and claim this mid. Dueling Beetles though is a map where Trunk could be played and where Sergeant can thrive.
Yeah, I think that for me, the way that Revenant X-Spark win this is allow Sergeant to shine. We talked about this yesterday at the LCQ 2023, when Sergeant got those brawlers, those comfort picks that he knows and loves, and he pops off, it's as simple as GG, go next. But if he's not able to shine, if he doesn't have the brawlers in his arsenal to be able to go on that aggressive, it's just going to be a downward spiral. And, you know, if he's not popping off, the team is not winning. It's as simple as that, really. And that's the downside to having someone like him on a roster. You know, he's just too good for his own good.
Yeah, it's not good to rely on a player, but it's good to have someone who's going to be able to carry you through the tough times. So just got to get that balance. Fink's going to come in for a Revenant X-Spark then off the start, and it's a solid pick. We've seen it played quite a few times, especially in Hot Zone, a few times on Brawl Ball, stuff like that, and it's been very solid overall.
Yeah, I was expecting to see even more of Finks, honestly, but I think in a mode like Hot Zone, it's such a great brawler. Let's see now, as Crazy Raccoon have got their side of the coin. Brawlers like Hank certainly could have a big place here for them. Arze left open here as well. It's a real threat to consider. Cordelius, kind of interesting of a pick to have, really, considering the Draco is banned out by Revenant X-Spark in that regard, but there's other tanks, let's be honest, that Cordelius can really cause a big problem with. So I don't mind it necessarily. On this kind of map, I think it's got a place with that mid area being so closely knit together.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bonnie's going to come in as well. And a bit more range down some of the sides and play through the mid as well with the jump and pretty much switch lane whenever she wants to if she has a super. Hypercharge so strong and a great Brawl to have on a map like this. We'll see what Revenant X Spark's response to this pick is, because two decent ones, it's definitely stopped them from going tanks. But then again, we have seen today, you know, the tanks beating the Cordelius in certain moments, but I think that's another issue of the player, not the Brawl.
Stu coming in for X-Spark, and the Cordelius is their second highest picked and played brawler in scrims, and it's got a 66% win rate for Revenant X-Spark, so I think it's quite a good brawler just to get away from them, and that's the Hank that Crazy Raccoon wanted. Revenant picking it up and just basically doing the exact same thing back to Crazy Raccoon. Both sides, for me, you know, being able to look at the data, really showing great displays of awareness and preparation coming into this match, so that's always a good sign.
Absolutely. Well, the Hank got its work cut out for him against the stuns of Bonnie and the supers of Cordelius, but Barley's going to come down in as the last pick. Got to make sure that this Stu doesn't have it quite a lot of supers, or you're going to be under a lot of pressure. And also when Finks puts that super down, your shots are going to be taking about 5 years to land, and that can be a real big issue in terms of control.
These are the considerations as the players gear themselves up for what Revenant need to be a better showing than their last set. It was quite disappointing, especially when out the gates I thought, hang about, are we really underestimating Revenant X-Spark here? And Crazy Raccoon just immediately confirmed that we were not. I think still this could be a much closer game, not nearly as one-sided as many in the community think towards Crazy Raccoon.
Well, Response just got absolutely battered by Moira off the start, and he needs to find the shot onto either Jay or Sergeant, and doesn't. So really nice there from Revenant. A few missed shots from him. He's going to be pretty disappointed about a field. The Grail as a super, but can't send it into that slowing portal. Placed down by the Fake Blast, ball comes in over the top. Sergeant just had so many supers so far that he's still hard to catch.
Rio forces X9J into the realm, 680 HP there. Eventually goes down, but look at this start. Revenant have got 50% already. A hypercharge now from Moya as well. Just choose to wait this one out as Sergeant's low at the moment, but look at this, I mean, time is ticking the by so quickly. Revenant X-Spark really making this set count early on, just leaving Moya all alone. He can get the stun off here potentially, and he overshoots it.
Yeah, he misses and gets sniped by the missile as well. Response just going to come forward, try evade it, but the last call keeps him at bay for now, so allows CR to stay in control. Sergeant can't use the super whilst in there. And Tensai not having the best of times against that slowing down zone of Jay again.
Spawn, will find Mills Rio, nice from him. And keep that pressure on that right hand side. Moya's not tapping the shots either. And they take a long time to whittle down a Hank. 85%. This is Revenant X-Spark back to full form. Mills Rio though, left hand side. Great stuff from him. And now is the time for Crazy Raccoon. They've got to knuckle down big time. Get these Barley Hills coming in, get the hypercharge, the last call to shine of Tensai and stay on this zone. They cannot afford to leave. X9J's gonna burn! That's massive! Now, can Tensai hold firm? He's all alone. He needs his teammates now to be able to hold this mid.
Well, get in there. Milkrow needs to get this one into the realm. Has to jump away. He's dashing in now. Everybody on the side of Revenant. And surely that's going to be enough as Milkrow is alone and in the realm. That's going to be the game going Revenant X-Spark's way. But what a chance that was for a big Crazy Raccoon comeback.
Yeah, commendable. Massively so to end that game. It was, what, like a 13% away from being tied at that 100% mark. I mean, and I mean, there is still time for a tie, by the way, in Hot Zone. Let's just like hope for the ball goals that happens. I really feel like Crazy Raccoon did well there. Just a little bit of a late start for them, but now they're a bit more warmed up to it. I think that they can start to bring a bit more fight to this set.
Yeah, well, a good kill early on, and all three of them still remain, unlike last time. Milkrow getting battered again, though. Jump comes in from Moya over the top, overshoots it once more. And he's going to be so disappointed about these jumps.
It's a good, solid amount of time on the zone already, early on for Revenant. Now approaching 25, and again that break on the right-hand side from Sergeant as did in the previous game. It's really important to be able to, isolate themselves a little bit and get these taps into Crazy Raccoon early on. Look at Response, going so deep into enemy territory there.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 3% on the zone. It's a little bit worrying for Crazy Raccoon as Revenant X-Spark seems to be back to how they were in that first one round of knockout. And X9J just TPing back, turning back the clock and getting into those defensive lines once more. Response already back and goes unpunished.
What are they waiting for? Moya's got hypercharge. You gotta go, mate. You've only got 20% left of this game. Go in and cycle your utility because you've got to get on the zone and you can't leave it. It's as simple as that. You know, you are now just looking down the barrel. This set's almost over. Crazy Raccoon have just been nowhere in this match.
Yeah, I mean, a chance, but a slim one at that, as he thinks he's going to come through. Sergeant trying to get some work done, and the slowing doing a big job of it as well. Jay staying on the zone now, hypercharge activated, should add some extra speed and evasion for these shots, and that's going to be the set going to Revenant X-Spark. A real nice one from them. And Crazy Raccoon in a bad spot now.
I mean, that wasn't a poor showing from Crazy Raccoon, that was abysmal. I mean, they just looked completely vacant in their approach. Just very detached from the realities of the objective being carried out. I don't really know what to make of that. I mean, I don't think the comp was just unwinnable. I just didn't really kind of feel like they were playing the game. I mean, just very odd.
Yeah, it was a weird one for me. I don't think, as you say, the comp was that dreadful. Moya had a few jumps overshot and still managed to be the highest DPS, highest kill brawler on the map. They had their moment, but Sergeant was dominant on that stew as well, just dashing about. X9J making some big plays, same response in the back lines, just an all-round good team performance from Revenant X-Spark to put them back in a decent position here against Crazy Raccoon, who took that first set so convincingly. You need a game like that to get back into it.
It just felt like to me, looking back at the data, like the Crazy Raccoon were just banking on having that Hank, all the Draco. You know, they were all banned out and all taken away from them, as the case was with the Hank, and they just didn't really kind of have a plan B, it felt. You know, they just didn't really kind of seem like they were able to adapt on the fly to that draft, which again, as we've mentioned time and time again, has been a real thorn in their side for this, not just this year, but previous years also. I mean, reservations even at the World Finals last year, which they were able to put to bed. You know, that was the thing that they were able to do successfully well against Elevate in the end, to be able to continue forwards. But look at this, we are all tied up now, and now Revenant X-Spark woken up.
Yeah, I mean, they've put a bit of a mark on CR here as well. They're definitely not as happy as they were after that first, trying to get the crowd going and going along with them. And Revenant X-Spark in a wonderful position to just carry this momentum forwards here and do a good job of taking down one of the titans of the competition. Many said they they shouldn't even be here in terms of Crazy Raccoon are too good for this competition. But Revenant X-Spark ready to bring them back down to earth.
This might not have been for many the 50-50 coming in, but it was for me. This was a tough prediction to make. I had to really think it through. Backstage, we've already said, we were saying the same thing. The biggest reservation is draft when it comes to Crazy Raccoon. The mechanics have never really been a question. They are the mechanical wizards in that regard. In this LCQ, we ask, why are they here? Well, maybe they're starting to prove us right if they don't start to knuckle down and get this one in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, coming from a tough region like East Asia and as volatile as it's been this year, ups and downs for Crazy Raccoon all the way through, but it would be quite the heavy down for them to lose this game. Tara going to come through then as the first. I like it, I do on Hard Rock Mine. Not sure it's a first for me, to be honest with you, but...
It's always a first for you. What do you mean?
Listen,
what are you yapping?
I'm happy. I'm happy with it.
It's always a first. 68% win rate, in fact, for Revenant, so their top 3 brawler. They think it's worthy of a first pick. They would have liked the Ollie or the Buster. The Buster still remains, the Ollie banned out, of course. So over to Crazy Raccoon. I'm really liking the idea of a rough first pick here for me now. Really a brawler that's demonstrated and proved its worth. Jae Young is going to be where their mind is actually going to be at for now. Kaze open as well. Definitely a Crazy Raccoon special. I would quite like to see. Janet Ban was very smart from Revenant as well as a brawler, which they would love to have got their hands on. Hank definitely going to have a better place on this map without the Charlie being able to counter it. Cordelius, though, still lurks. Going to consider that too. It's going to come in. I don't mind it. At this stage in the draft, it does leave things open to a potential counter.
Yeah, absolutely. When you pick it this early, you've got to be cautious. And I'm sure they will be. They can kind of take the counter as the last pick and force that lane, make sure that's what they're playing through. The Revenant, 2 picks in a row now, still in need of a mid. Crow being banned out is one of the main ones that's usually played on this map. Same with Janet, the ability to fly away. But both of those banned out changes things quite heavily. You know, he's still looking at the Gusses and stuff like that to play through the mid. The Draco that decided to add a lane before they solidify their mid, and I like that Draco.
I mean, Draco's just devastatingly disgusting. If they get the Ruffs combined with it as well, again, the biggest weakness is the amount of time it takes to earn that hypercharge. It's the perfect map for a Ruff. They go with the Lily though. Again, the Brawl, which I don't mind. It's definitely a brawler which could be Sergeant. He could play maybe the Draco otherwise, but I mean, either way you look at this comp, it's a Revenant X-Spark comp. Crazy Raccoon now with Jaeyoung and a Hank. Now a Kenji. Going to be just going with the dive idea, which has proved its worth in East Asia. But I prefer the roundedness of what Revenant X-Spark are bringing to this table. I've got some worries a little bit. If the Kenji can pop off and just allow the Jaeyoung to pick those gems from the mid, it can work. I just worry a little bit that Crazy Raccoon are doubling down on the aggressiveness of their comp.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, they seem to be lacking a little bit of that solidified mid. Yeah, Tara's probably going to play through it. But they've got short-range lanes as well, so they can't even just keep them off. And Jaeyoung, with a bit more range and a bit more pressure, might be able to get the job done in mid. Picks up 2 off start, 1 off their opponent's side with those speed zones as he moves forward. The heals now being provided to Moya and going for some damage too.
Look, Rio under scrutiny. Response now low, and a nice turn there from Moya. Keeping things in check. A much better start here for Crazy Raccoon. Now pushing himself forward into this spawn side. X9J, everyone clustered actually on the side of Revenant. That's dangerous. Now low. Sergeant can't even go in now with his hypercharge. He's got to heal up.
Oh, there's a pull there for X9J, and he just about got it done in the end, but a long-range snipe comes in up top. Milk Rio forced to be in a defensive position. Sergeant steals a few gems and finds his exit. Should be about even if they get these from mid as well, but Response doesn't want them, and X9J will eventually claim.
I love it. Not getting greedy for Sergeant. He wants to stay aggressive, remember. He doesn't want the gems to run. Even look at this. Disgusting. Gravity from X9J. The perfect pin alongside it. And Crazy Raccoon now pushed far back. Tenstai with 4 gems. You don't want a Kenji gem carrier, do you?
Yeah, well, he knows Sergeant's about to gadget if he gets any closer there, so just chooses to back off and allow it, but some good connections there with the Weekend Warrior from Milk Rio, but he's forced into a 1v1 that's not going to win, and Sergeant gadgets out of that position. Moya snipes with the missiles, gets another one as well, and forces the gems into Response's hands, but he's going to gadget and try go for it.
Tenstai being so reserved to not use the hypercharge there. Don't know whether that's a mistake or smart. Milk Rio, though, stuck to the gravity, just about stays alive there. And the countdown for Crazy Raccoon. Sergeant looking on this right-hand side. Response going in. There's the hypercharge that was reserved for Tenstai. So low, he went straight to the middle of the map, and that might cost them. The gems are spilled. They should be still with CR, especially with that final shot there from Milk Rio.
Yeah, the pet almost saved them a bit of time there, but all the gems on the man they want them on, and the Jaeyoung in the back. Tenstai trying to get the job done now as he comes down this right-hand side, but Sergeant is there. Might be able to get the reset, but the Weekend Warrior gadget stops him in his tracks. X9J still no super, trying not to feed it as he jumps over the top of him, forced to use it on the Kenji, who's in his face. And Crazy Raccoon, after a big battle, come out on top.
Not the cleanest of games for Crazy Raccoon, but a very important win. Towards the end, I just worried for that Kenji going to the middle of the map. The hypercharge, he got some great value, but that was
a scary moment.
It really was. It was like, whoa, that's kind of like, you know, good to do with just a normal super, but for hypercharge, you know, you're going to TP to that spot, and fortunately for Crazy Raccoon, it paid off, but they've got to be very, very cautious, because Revenant X-Spark today mean business.
Yeah, Tenstai finds a kill on Sergeant, and CR off to a flying start in terms of gems, and this should be a dead Draco up top who's just used his gadget, and that's exactly what it is. Sergeant now wants to find Moya, but Tenstai gets the kill, and Sergeant sent packing as well, as full control is in the hands of CR.
Response just trying to load forwards. Great gadget there from Moya. The slow, massive. It means that Dragon's Breath is going to get wasted. Can't close the gap now. It's going to burn down. Sergeant has got his hypercharge as well. That's the man that should be really in the position of response. Another slow from Moya, and he should get the finalization here as well. He's going to wait the timer down there with the last stand. Lovely clear off that lane side.
Yeah, I mean, this is really nice from Crazy Raccoon, I will say. Feeding a little bit of J Super there, who's got hypercharge, and that can be a big game changer. It's exactly what Revenant need at the moment, something as powerful as that to make a big change to the game. 7 gems to 4, and Tensai just lurking about the map, feeding though, and he's getting heals back off this, might be forcing a Sergeant defense, drags the Hank into the realm, can't use his super and gets him down, but 8 gems on the defensive side. Jay almost falling, but Response cleans up the backline, and Milkreo lives on up top.
Now X9J has the hypercharge. Milkreo needs to be cautious here. Moya going on the aggressive, but Response remains on this right-hand side. X9J, Tensai going in, the gems dropped in the hands of Tensai, and Tensai again avoiding those frames. What a steal from Crazy Raccoon, and a drop of them by Revenant. Sergeant's got nothing to be able to close the gap. Response now has the hypercharge, but the gems are not going to be split. Moya can fall, he can afford to, but now is there time? That's the question. No! The set goes the way of Crazy Raccoon. They're back in the game.
I mean, what a play that is from Tensai and the Kenji there, especially knowing he has to get rid of the Tara's hypercharge. Forced him to use it on himself, which makes the game a lot easier for Milkreo at the back. Moya with 10 though on the Hank. You're expecting that to be, picked so early and the availability to counter it. It really wasn't. 10 kills, 487 DPS, just huge for a Hank. And Milkreo stayed so firm on the gems. Tensai with the same DPS as Milkreo as well, made some big lunging plays. Both on the offense, saved the defense.
Yeah, it just feels to me like, when it comes down to it, Crazy Raccoon secure the brawlers which they've been preparing and hoping to obtain. It's fine. They don't have a plan B. They haven't got a backup plan. And that's where this strategy can become a bit unhinged. Still, let's celebrate for them as they are themselves, as they did really need the break there. But what a back and forth. Again, the 50-50 matchup for me today, and it's seemingly proving to be that. It's just every set seems quite one-sided, it feels.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't quite get the job done there at the end, but some nice work from Crazy Raccoon. It really has been a good set for them there. Arguably, maybe could have lost a couple of those games in big game-changing moments, but managed to hang on, and I think that's one of the biggest skills in Brawl Stars. Stopping those big swings in the game and managing gem losses is absolutely huge. We're on to Brawl Ball next in Super Beach. Could possibly be the last of Revenants in the upper bracket. Might be sent down to reface Inner Circle. And no matter who faces Inner Circle, it's going to be a tough game.
It's back and forth, but these are speed run sets.
Yeah.
They're not close. They're sweeps every single time. And this is what I'm saying about this draft. It just feels so one-sided. Crazy Raccoon are allowed to get what they want. It goes one way. The Revenant can absolutely continue this on. They've got the mechanics, they've got the skill, they've got the aggression, most importantly. Let's see, Super Beach and Brawl Ball. This is my reservation now, because the Crazy Raccoon, the East Asia region, love to run it down in Brawl Ball. It's their flavor. It's what they do best. Revenant X-Spark needs to have a solid defense. They've got to consider brawlers like, the Ollie for the Hypnosis, which is banned out by Crazy Raccoon. Mina as well as the Kit, Charlie, the Lumi, and the Hank. Cordelia's first pick. I think that's a great thing to have on defense, but again, sometimes you can leave your team, susceptible on the ground.
Yeah, and running it down's been a big part of both of these guys' team plan here as well. It really has. And they kind of need to manage it a little bit more, I think, for the side of Revenant X-Spark, or maybe even Crazy Raccoon as well, because I think Crazy Raccoon coming into this one as the favorites, it might help them to be a bit more calm, composed, let Revenant X-Spark play into them and be over-aggressive.
Kaze, for me, is the #1 pick for Crazy Raccoon, and one which is going to be fantastic in Brawl Ball to have. They're going to slow it down, though, take the Bonnie, which is the #1 of Revenant X-Spark in scrims. A 50% win rate, 15 instances for Revenant on that particular brawler. So it does feel a lot like taking it off their hands, which I think is not the worst idea in the world. At this stage of things, the Willow is available here as well. Wouldn't be the worst of ideas to pick that brawler up as another safety net when it comes to ensuring the ball does not cross that line. Cordelius could be combined with the idea of something heavy.
Let's go. It's party time.
It's not banned. I don't think Jae-Young going to come in though. And that could be the great pairing, actually. Oh, they banned the Hank themselves. They can't do that. But I mean, even a Bull, I wouldn't mind
There's
it.
so many tanks left that they can go with it and pair with it. Even something like a Draco, something like that, might not be as full-on Brawl Ball as it used to be. But still, you know, pairing with a support Brawler can be solid for any tank user, or Assassin even. So we'll see what they do to choose to pick. Should be coming in shortly. I like both of the first two picks. From both Revenant X-Spark and Crazy Raccoon, I think it's solid on both sides. I think we're expecting this Bonnie to be playing through the mid and kind of jumping. Showtime. That's a rogue one. It's a very rogue one. Listen, I don't mind it.
You said there's a lot of tanks to come in, Trav.
That wouldn't have been the one that I'd have thought.
It's like the bottom of the pack for you, is it?
But the Dragon look, I don't mind it. That one I did mention. Just not for them.
Yeah. I'm a bit worried as for you as well. I mean, for them rather.
They're worried for me.
Well, I'm every day worried for you, mate. I mean, you struggle to get through a single day with me. You know, it's going to break a lot of things. You know, in terms of the goal line, especially, I think the Primo is not the worst of brawlers to have. But it is a bit of a head scratcher. I think with the Jae-Young though, I'm warming to it in that regard. But Revenant have got to convince me. I think this is a very good and potentially winning draft here by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it is. And Response not taking the best of starts either here as he gets pushed back. The heals coming in from X9J. Sergeant pushing very aggressive and getting off to a flying start. Cordelis is there and Sergeant can slide that one straight in. That's the start they needed. And a really good one for Revenant.
Now I see Sergeant on the Primo, I get massive flashbacks to LCQ 2023, where Sergeant popped off with this brawler. That has given me some hope. Let's see now, as the response is massive. CR now surely walking this in, but the body is slow. The shot was on point though from Milkaroo. I did worry at the beginning, I won't lie.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice from them. Tensai now moving forwards, and they mounted such a good offense off a little bit of over-aggression from Sergeant. Response coming in really aggressive, but can't do the same as he can, but he's not in that Dragon form. Moya breaking up some of this map, making it a bit harder for the Primo, a bit easier for the Bonnie on their side.
And this is the thing now, is the hypercharge cycle of that Ruffs over to that Draco, exposing the Primo. But Sergeant knows how to play this brawler. He's going to use a lot of that damage to just further his utility. He's got the hypercharge now, waiting for the go of his teammates before using it, or just sitting back, because CR have got to make the move here. They are the team that are behind in that scenario in terms of positioning, now jumping in. Beautiful stuff. The ball left behind. Revenant X-Spark going to bring it forwards. They do throw the throw. The lovely defense there. Shot up from Response. Perfect! Oh my word! CR was sleeping! And that's the goal, which shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but think that maybe the Bonnie could have gone right and shot backwards towards the ball rather than cutting off his own angle by going left. But Crazy Raccoon, they didn't look bad, they were in control of the map. But Revenant X-Spark just take that one push from a brilliant play from Sergeant and work with it.
Well, let's see. Crazy Raccoon now. We'll play a little bit of defense to get this rough supply drop in. A good early break for them. That's very, very good to see. Milkaroo's already on his jump as well. X9J trying to push this forwards. Oh, what a takedown! Now X9J can walk this one in, and he does! A great start for Revenant.
Yeah, really nice stuff here, and a flying bit of play there. Milkaroo jumped back and actually got obliterated instantly. Sergeant jumping in, throws Tensai over the wall, finds an opening but can't get the shot through. This might be a bounce back now from the other side as Response might be forced to realm someone. And Milkaroo can just slot this one straight in the goal to even it out.
Yeah, taking no chances there with the super, but ultimately, he'll be able to have it back now. Anyway, Sergeant going in, finds Tensai with some big, big taps. Response there for the pickup, forcing then Milkaroo into that realm. Slow pace. X9J not taking his chances, leaving the ball there and waiting for his team. Changing over to speed. Sergeant with the hypercharge now. Goes straight down on Tensai yet again. Oh, the last stand. Tensai going to hold on firm for a little bit, but not long enough for Sergeant to walk this one straight in. And that's it. It's done. A set for Revenant as quickly as that. Nothing short of a speed run.
I mean, another overjump from a Crazy Raccoon Bonnie again. Just keeps on going past, overshooting those supers and really wasting them and leaving such an opportunity in behind for the Revenant X-Spark side. So it's 2-2. It's a big, big set for both of these teams. One of them's going to have to go up against Inner Circle in the lower bracket of this group, and the other one will be heading straight to day 3. Even if you're feeling confident against Inner Circle, you don't want that extra game.
For the second time today, we're going the distance. We're going to a 5th and final set. And ironically, the map pool is exactly the same. We've had the same maps. We went to the 5th and final set earlier. to Kaboom Canyon, which is where we're going next, where we saw Team Electrus lose in the final hurdle. Heist is a brutal game mode to have as the 5th set. It really, really is. And I think the Revenant now, a real opportunity, a massive chance. They came through in Brawl in a way that CR were just not prepared for. It's a game mode that suits these age at best, and they were just not really present for it.
Absolutely. You can see what it means to the Revenant guys to get that set on the board and keep their, well, I guess, upper bracket run alive as they get a really nice win there. And as I said, Kaboom Canyon in Heist is up next. So a big, big decisive game for both of these teams, who will be forced to play against Inner Circle and have that extra game today. It can be a bit of a burner on mentality to have to go those extra games and possibly even face a harder opponent tomorrow by coming through the lower bracket.
Yeah, again, to reiterate, the loser of this match will not be going home just yet. They'll have one more shot for the winner. A speed run into day 3. And they will be one game away from a golden ticket and a good night's sleep, no doubt about it, for sure. Let's see, Kaboom Canyon Heist. I'm surprised, Trevor, I've got to say, how much we've seen Chuck. Why? Why are we seeing everyone just not ban it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I really don't know. It's a weird one for me, as it's been the deciding factor in a lot of the games. People might think they can account for it, but a singular mistake like that of Diego Gamer missing a super in a pivotal moment can cost you the game. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. No reason not to. And that is exactly what Crazy Raccoon do. Good stuff from them, banning the Mina and also the Kaze along with it as well. Over the other side, the Amber, Lumi and Crow bans from Revenant X Spark. So big decisive set here. Need a good draft from both sides.
I feel like many have forgotten Melody as well. I mean, it's not only a great brawler to counter the Chuck, it's just a great brawler to have in Heist. In this particular map, obviously, the long-range affair is where things count. Fink's going to come in first for Crazy Raccoon. For Revenant, sorry. Crazy Raccoon's top pick is that brawler, so I was a bit confused for a second there. Bonnie, still available here. I would suggest that Crazy Raccoon heavily consider picking that brawler up. Especially in Heist, you're going to want that. Even maybe a Brock alongside it. I wouldn't mind. It's the kind of one map of mode that I don't mind Brocking myself.
Yeah, it will work for me here as well. Finks is a really solid one. I think it's a great, great brawler to have. I think it was Tomsy who played it again here. They kind of doubled down on the Finks in a couple of the sets, and it worked an absolute treat for them in those exact same map pools. Bonnie going to be picked in return then, and it's a solid one. Jumping on the safe, hypercharge jumping, obviously with a stun and a stun on takeoff and landing. So something that they're going to have to be cautious about, and especially the damage that can come down from it.
Yeah, it's a great starting hand for me. You've got a lot of potential to cause a problem for the safe primarily, but slow up the map. That's the problem. And there's the melody. Yes, I love that for Crazy Raccoon. It's a great brawler. They love utility brawlers, agility brawlers, and that is definitely the best one that's going to suit their playstyle down to a T. Now Revenant needs something of a bit of a, heavy aggressive base race type brawler to be able to match it. I mean, you really do have to prioritize the safe in that regard, and they haven't got it. Angelo is still available. If they want to have a bit more control of that mid, it would be the worst idea. Cordelia's coming through. Nico couldn't be a bad shout here, even if they're going to be daring enough to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they needed that defense even without Chuck being a brawler that's going to go aggressive. Melody does more of the same, just lunging straight towards that safe, and Cordelia's can be a brawler that just shuts it down if you connect those supers. I'm not pointing my finger at anybody in particular. But Tara going to come down then for Revenant X Spark. It's a weird one. You're never going to get a complaint from me, but it's a weird one.
It does fit the mold of a base race brawler, but I mean, I'm not massively convinced by it. Not when you got a Cordelius on your side.
I've seen it a few times and it's worked, but I've seen it a few times and it's really been quite bad as well. So.
Yeah, normally you combine it with, maybe they're worried about combining it with the melody. I think that's where Tara can massively shine, is in combination with another base race brawler, but I'm not massively convinced. I mean, since the rework as well, the support from beyond gets knocked back when the safe gets cracked as well, so it has been a little bit less viable recently. I think I prefer the Crazy Raccoon draft here. It's tough to say as to where the momentum lies in this series, though. I think it's anyone's for the taking, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay starting off strong here with some great piercing shots, and this is a flying start by Revenant, getting so much control so early on in the game. Sergeant just moving forwards, trying to get some shots in. A bit of a wall break there from Milk Crate, or grass break, I should say, to disrupt the entirety of this mid. Get rid of the grass and move forwards. With all that control, they only resulted in 6% damage.
That's the thing. They have got that mid control now, and that's quite crucial if they recollect themselves and value their lives. Tensai finds a little bit of an opening on the right-hand side, but trickle down to low HP. Meanwhile, X9J is also incredibly low here, and Moya didn't try to go for the shot. It's going to allow Sergeant to be full HP, pushing his way forwards now, puts Tensai into the realm. That's great for him as well, and should come out on the safe.
Yeah, well, this little speed going to come down here for them and slowing down an opponent's shots. Cordelia's doing a really good job here, and Sergeant on top of the world, cracking that first safe, and yet to take any damage at all. Jump comes in from Moya, was realmed, but a little bit of a waste.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon have got to pull up their spots here. Tensai gets the kill, but not able to get to the safe. He's the person that needs to be on it, let's be honest. And they're starting to fall behind. X9J holding firm on his left-hand side, and Milk Rio's got to take care of business on that side of things. If he gets on the safe, if he dies in the process, it'll be brutal. He's got a hypercharge. He's going to step for the rocket rain. He misses it. What a whiff!
Yeah, at least there's nowhere to hide on that left-hand side now, though, for anybody in the future, but Response comes in with a hypercharge. Should be good damage and a bit of a few kills coming in here as well. Sergeant will take Milk Rio to the realm and crack that last portion of the safe. Response all alone in a 3v1, but this 50% damage lead is immaculate.
There's no urgency for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, it's been a consistent problem. Tensai's getting on the safe now with the hypercharge, but again, there's only 25% left on their own safe. If Sergeant can creep forwards here, he might be able to do it. He gets the kill. Look at Sergeant go here. He had no rights getting that kill. Disgusting.
Yeah, he always will, though. He'll find a way. And this damage should be added to the safe now as all three members of Revenant go towards the safe. And that's going to be match point to Revenant X-Spark in a wonderful position to close this one out in 5.
Ready Set is already at the casting desk side with the smuggest face I've ever seen, because he's the only one of us that went and sided with Revenant. But I love this comp. Crazy Raccoon have got a massive opportunity, but they've just got zero urgency.
Well, possibly the last game of the upper bracket rounds. X9J pops those gadgets down the right-hand side, and for CR's sake, let's hope they have a better start.
They've got to get Tensai to the safe. Sergeant again takes care of him, forces Milk Rio into that realm, causing a real problem. He's buying so much time for his team to recollect and stay within this mid. Moya's low here. He can't go in with this jump. It's now X9J landing shots onto the safe.
Yeah, Moya trying his best to defend, but Sergeant will crack it and bring it quite close. Now, Response getting hit hard. Moya not found any chance to go aggressive, and Tensai's being blocked in that same way by Sergeant. Jump available still, but nowhere to go.
Tensai goes straight out immediately as well, and it's down to Milk Rio to defend as a Brock. I mean, it's not a Brawler that you want to have on defense at all. It really isn't. And X9J comes in with immediate taps and gravity as well, stays alive. And that Spirit now going to get straight to the safe as well for even more damage.
Yeah, Tensai forced to defend when he wants to be attacking. 37% left, and Jay shouldn't be in a position to survive here, but he actually gets the kill. Crazy Raccoon have fallen apart, and Response with a great turn back of the clock to avoid that shot. This might be the last push needed. Here comes the super, along with the hypercharge, and Sergeant still unsafe. The support from Beyond's there too, and Revenant X-Spark do the unthinkable and take down Crazy Raccoon.
A massive result for Revenant. We ask ourselves why Crazy Raccoon are here. They've just proved us right. Because Revenant are the better team today. And for tomorrow, Crazy Raccoon may not see it. They've got one more shot today. But can you imagine? Can you imagine the shockwaves it will send through the community if they don't make it to day 3, let alone the World Finals?
Kaboom Canyon. Just remember back to that Papara Supermassive Team Electros showdown all the way to set 5. This time around, it's going to be Revenant X-Spark moving on to day 3. Crazy Raccoon up next against Inner Circle. We're going to watch that match later today, and to one of those two teams we will have to say goodbye. We're having a look here right now at the groups. Navi versus Upcore Esports later. One of the two will drop out today. Toxic Lotus or Rival Esports will have to say goodbye to the Dream of Earth finals, as well as Team Electros and BC Gaming. And all of that we're gonna watch later. 4 more matches today, super exciting stuff. Tune in again in a couple of seconds.
We need to fuck them, bro. Ball. Shoot, got a ball. Let's go! Okay, let's go.
Nosso primeiro jogo vai ser contra a Team Electros. Acho que é um time bom, só que eles se formaram faz pouco tempo, mudou 2 players da line. Então eu tô confiante no meu time. Acho que a gente vai vencer, que a gente conseguir jogar focadinho, fazer nosso jogo, sem subestimar o oponente.
I think because we're playing on BC's home turf, that most of the fans in the audience will be rooting them on, and I'm hoping that doesn't get to Diego and Rafiki's nerves, but I think BC will be scary with all of the crowd behind them cheering them on, but I think we'll be okay.
Welcome back to LCQ. Now it's really do or die for all of these teams. They're going to face up against each other next. It's either they move on to day 3 and their dream for the World Finals is still alive, or we have to say goodbye to them. Now, the two of you, you've already been here day 1. Any team you're looking out for, any team that has set new expectations?
I mean, we have a lot of rematches in these decider games, right? As a couple of teams go up in the first round and have to sort of play each other again. I'm looking a little bit further ahead of this game and see what Toxic Lotus and Rival have for us in their rematch, but we got BC Electros running it back for us here, ready, set.
Funnily enough, that's the exact match that I'm looking forward to. Team Electros, I actually predicted them as a wild card winner in that very first match of the day. Not quite as hot of a take as Revan and Xpark winning that final one. Yeah, definitely so. You know, I had some people siding with me. But this team, they're just out of this world, down several members, still managed to bring things together. But across the way is BC Gaming. This team had the entire crowd behind them in their first match.
BC Gaming, of course, another 12 play here on home turf, live in Sao Paulo with the crowd behind them. And they've been super unpredictable so far. Not only in their playstyle, but especially in their picks as well. We're going to get to that later. First up, their opponents, it's Team Electros. They've already played a 5-set series today. Uber, do you think they still have the energy to face up against BC Gaming now?
It's crazy like how grueling the LCQ is for teams that don't win their sort of first game or their second game, right? If you don't get those out, you know, in a row, it gets pretty tiring. Diego Gamer deserves to be at Worlds. Yeah. That's what I want to see. For me, that's the biggest story about it. But as you mentioned, Sonny, BC Gaming have been all over the place in terms of their draft strategy.
It's been entirely true. Like, we look at yesterday, how they faced up against KDS, that went way further than it should have. Even someone on Twitter, it might have even been spin to call it the best worst match that we've seen at LCQ, considering that BC Gaming was definitely slated to win that, and it went all the way to set 5.
And as we've just seen on the graphic as well, they have played 15 different brawlers in 5 sets. They're super versatile, super flexible, and it's so hard to prepare against them. Now, we'll see if Team Electros is truly prepared for them.
Yeah, look, I think as Livy was living his best life earlier on today, some fantastic Brawl stars, Diego Gamer as well. The nerves are going to set in. They need to be in the mix tomorrow. I think they've got it here. They've got some experience with this unpredictable BC Gaming team.
I'm thinking this pretty much the exact same thing here. BC Gaming, like, look, they've gotten to take a step back, prepare over the course of yesterday and throughout today, see what Team Electros is preparing, size them up in that first battle, but we talk about how grueling it is for Team Electros. They've already had to play one today, and it's back in the saddle again, this time to be eliminated or to advance to day 3.
And again, that match against Papara Supermassive, it was such a close one. So Team Electros, I really wonder if they still have what it takes now to go up against BC Gaming. They know they have the crowd against them. And we had another favorite, at least for the casters here today, Toxic Lotus versus Kessa Brawl. In the end, Kessa took it, and I do feel like that crowd had something to do with it.
Yeah, we have the Saturday crowd now. You know, school's out. Nobody is, busy during the day. They've all got time to come down here to the arena and support their teams. I had to put in noise-cancelling headphones just because of how loud it was. It was almost painfully loud just sitting in the green room. I'm expecting much the same reception here, I think, for this BC Gaming squad. They love an underdog out here in Brazil, especially if they're wearing their colors. I've got a good feeling about this game.
Oh, I mean, underdog stories are awesome, but it's really the home crowd that comes out to cheer for these guys. Casa Brawl, they're celebrity Brawl Stars players already within Brazil. 2 Brazilians on this BC Gaming squad. I expect to see nothing less than the utmost celebration as they enter the stage.
And we had some creative Brawl drafts here also overall yesterday already. We talked about the most picked brawlers. Jae-young leads the pool there.
Yes. Yeah.
And then we have Mina banned out 47 times out of 48 played sets. The one time she slipped through, it was in the Experience game, and that didn't go too well for them. So I wonder if we're going to see some more of that Brazilian brawler now from the Brazilian team.
Depends if we get any bans where teams double up on bans, right? That's where sometimes Amina can sort of slip through. I think her shield gadget is honestly very powerful. Reddy earlier was showing me just the power of her star power, of course, when you can actually root people with that ability. I don't know if we'll see that at this level, but it is extremely troll. So whichever way you slice it, Amina at the moment is very, very powerful. And having that little dash, that little bit of extra mobility between every shot, it's giving Stu vibes, right? Hard to lock it down. She hits very hard off a full combo too.
These mobility-based brawlers, they are South American favorites. If Mina is open, it's an insta-take, not just for any of our South American competitors here, but for anyone in general. She is so strong right now. And if she's left open, it is 100% as a strategy with the intention to counter it so hard that the brokenness of the brawler is now alleviated.
Yeah, look, I really do think that we get a very different looking game now as these teams have some experience, not only with each other, but also from the stage. Don't expect it to be such a cut and dry sort of 3-1. I'm hoping for it to go all the way because it's all on the line for these guys.
And now it's time for BC Gaming versus Team Electro. South versus North. Who will be the better Americas? We're going to figure it out. Let's get them into our cage.
Every move from now on decides who stays and who's done. Give it up and welcome stage BC Gaming and Team Electro!
Once again, Team Electros on the right-hand side, BC Gaming SA on the left side. Team Electros was already standing on that side when they faced up against Papara Supermassive this morning. Is this gonna evoke bad memories?
The side of the stage that they're on? I mean, depends how superstitious they are. If it was Semantic on that team, absolutely. Like, that would matter. And to some of these players, that level of superstition can seep into the gameplay. I'd like to think they just sort of cast it aside. One thing I want to sort of point out, Reddy, is that, Sunny mentioned how many different comps BC Gaming had yesterday. Electros, in their match against BC, also never played a single brawler twice. They themselves had a pretty diverse set of drafts, and the one map they lost, they went for that kind of old school Buster on hot zone combination, and it didn't really get them over the line.
No, not quite. And you know what? I'll talk about Buster specifically. That's counter Ollie strategy. Ollie's super meta right now. One that, if it's not in the bans, has got to be picked. It is so strong right now. We even covered it at the top of the show yesterday, and it still got through the drafts just because of how meta this brawler is right now. He's joined also by other hypercharged brawlers in the meta. We saw a bunch of Colonel Ruffs today. I'm expecting to see that paired up with our hypercharged meta brawlers.
Ollie is an interesting one, right? He's amongst the top 3 banned brawlers and the top 3 picked brawlers. Then on the other side, we have Mina, obviously, just banned out. We've never really seen her, only that once. So I definitely always keep my eye out for those 2 brawlers. And then also a bit more map-specific ones. We're now heading over first up on Knockout. We're, in general, in a meta with a lot of supporters. We talked about this morning.
It's the Ollie map, right?
Very good for Ollie, especially alongside Jae-young, Byron. We even saw some Barry support recently. And I talked about this with Ark and Trev, how much of a supporter meta it really is. We haven't really had a meta before where you pick your supporter as first pick.
But I kind of like how it leaves you open into the rest of the draft. Jae-young is so prolific that it doesn't really tell your opponents too much about what you're planning to do with your composition. He can be paired with tanks to try and heal them up, or he can just be sort of standalone, maybe even just like a safe mid option. The predictions at home, very, very close here. People, though, just on board with Team Electros, but it is about as tight as it gets.
If you tuned in yesterday, then you will remember that this one was described so closely by Sunny that it was 49 to 51%. That is how you said it yesterday. Now it's time for a rematch. We'll see if things have changed up here on the caster desk, but at home, it seems like there's been a bit of influence.
I like that.
Interesting. Yes, those two have already faced off against each other yesterday. It was a 3-1 for Team Electros. I kind of feel like now it could be going the way of BC Gaming, simply because, again, they have the crowd support and it helped caster Brawl. I feel like you can put that energy into your gameplay.
I think if Electros also don't want to play Kaze, they need to ban her on a lot of maps. They have the data, the same data we have. The BC Gaming, Kaze is their most picked brawler by far in the lead up to this tournament. So you see straight away, Kaze finds her way. Even on a map like Gold Arm Gulch, which maybe you wouldn't expect to be a big map with a kit as well. This is straight out of the playbook for one of the best, sort of most commonly picked brawlers on this map. And the Ollie's got to go. That's been banned out. You start with Jean, something classic, and of course something that really rewards you for your patience.
Classic, but is it a little too classic? Because it's been a very long time before Jean has been first pick worthy. I've seen him rated as like kind of a beer tier brawler, just like barely above average, and that's not really what the meta dictates. But as we've mentioned, just with regards to BC Gaming even, just a really diverse brawler pool, it's going to be a huge assistance for you here. The last chance qualifier up on the big stage. RT now selected by BC Gaming. It's going to be a great defensive selection. Byron now making his way through instantly. BC Gaming are getting exactly the draft they wanted.
Yeah, like both sides obviously have a decent healing component to them, but I think the RT pick here, especially with that late game potential to split from the legs, is pretty scary.
And once again, I'm super happy to see two supporters picked up right out of the gate. Jean on the right-hand side here could be very well paired with some more tankiness. And Ollie and Kids are banned out. Those two are the ones that I'm usually looking out for. We mentioned Buster before. Gust is going to come in as well. Two supporters now. Ready. That third one has to be a tank. No, never mind. It's a Grey. Usually also paired with tanks to teleport them right into the action. But now with those three, they will have a super good early game. Once Jean has his pull, yes, that's also a key to success. But if the smoke comes in, they do not want to stay close to that RT, for example.
It's very true. This one puzzles me. It's kind of like a triple support game. It almost reminds me of what we saw from a game from Rival Esports at the World Finals last year. It's a double pull strat, right? There's potential for Team Electros to get one pull and then chain off of that. We saw it as one of probably the most hyped moments in Brawl Stars history. But no, triple supports is just weird. They might be lacking in DPS. So, like, sure, they've got range, they've got pressure, but they are very much playing for the end game around some of these hypercharges.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that in some cases, the Walking Cane can be just as good as a Magic Hand if it allows for you to get that pick. Gus can hit pretty hard. Kooky Popper is also something you've got to maintain awareness of. You can definitely be caught off guard by that. But bursting down this Daryl is going to be a little bit tricky for Team Electros. It's not what I would call a particularly high damage composition, but they've got mobility and, of course, the shielding that can be offered not only by Gus, but also by that Grey Hypercharge.
This one's going to be curious. BC Gaming are playing an extremely defensive composition. Jubileu almost taken down early. He's going to be receiving the healing from Dirk in close quarters. Team Electros also clumping up just outside of the BC Gaming spawn. Loco now rotates over to the right side. He's got his roll. That's exactly what he wants. He can play off of that. He can also opt to just play around a hypercharge. That is going to be his in-game winning scenario. And it's why BC Gaming are just playing for survival right now, while Team Electros are just playing for control.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing for that Daryl super. Yeah. Now that BC Gaming have that, they're able to move into the map and actually play properly. The only wall break that Team Electros have is really on the back of this Walking Cane, and Diego needs to actually hit that in order to destroy terrain. He'll have some poke, but eventually BC Gaming are going to have to be the ones that make the play. And behind this Byron super, Loco's going to be backed up to the hill.
Derp is really hoping he'll get to use that super offensively and as a support. Here comes Loco, bumped away, now looking for 1, 2. Diego Gamer, the last one remaining. There's no way that he takes down both his Jubileu and Loco. He's just going to try and get his hypercharge. Nothing there, not even really a super. He's probably just one shot off of a super. That'll be good utility to get away because it looks like Team Electros are going to have to prioritize that. They have not enough DPS to deal with BC Gaming unless they get an early game pick with Rafiki's pull.
I mean, they had the lamp blow out there from Rafiki as well, but it wasn't enough. And here's the hypercharge coming in from Loco. He's getting a little bit low. Derp would have to heal. He pops the hyper. Can he keep this Daryl alive? As Livy pops hyper as well. Backs up and is caught out by some of those shotgun blast. And oh dear, Diego Gamer on his own again. This Loco and Jubileu. This is a tough one to win.
Diego's faced with an impossible task right here. He's got to get 2 kills with Gray, and they're both high HP brawlers. At this rate, he may as well just play for some supercharge for the next game, except you can't carry it over. Just now taking a beat pretty much to reflect on the team's strategy. If you ask me, draft-wise, Team Electros drafted themselves into a corner. They went for triple supports. Daryl as a final selection is exactly what was required to beat down this low DPS comp.
Yeah, it looks like Kapi has actually been discussing a little bit there with as Livy on stage. So this is valuable moments for Electros to decide what their game plan is supposed to be. Diego does not have enough shots in the chamber to do nearly enough damage to make this a 1v1, let alone a 1v2. So BC Gaming with a composition that is feeling a little deterministic ready. If they can play for the late game, have the Daryl super online, combined with Byron's healing output and the damage aspect of that super, that is very hard to overcome. It's just a numbers game at that point.
There's really nothing Team Electros can do unless they get some supers early game, pull someone away. You saw that as soon as Team Electros were in a position where they could have pulled someone out of position, immediately Loco on this Daryl goes in a position. This is the tank player for the squad. He's the new talent. He knows exactly what to do. He's going to be making the risky moves, and Jubileo and Derp will be supporting him.
Electros realize they've got to be a bit more proactive in the early stages of this round. Otherwise, the sheer weight of supers is going to threaten to bowl them over. Denying Derp damage is going to be important. They don't want to deal with that Byron super. That's another layer for Loco to be further protected. Jubilee is just here because RT is so damn good in every phase of the game, especially with that hack gadget that guarantees you some extra damage. As a walking cannon misses, Magic Hand could be nice here, but Rafiki's struggling to charge it.
It's quite difficult when BC Gaming are backing up into this corner. This is how you play a Daryl comp. You got Daryl surrounded by supports, and you've got Jubileo to also stay alive, but now they've drafted themselves too much into a corner. Here comes Loco. 1, 2 rolls, blasted away by his Livy. He got the super exactly for the right moment. But Jubileo's not going to be going down unless he receives these heals from Derp, who's going to have to start prioritizing healing up himself. Some awesome dodges from Jubileo. First to fall is Rafiki. Derp now in turn. It's once more Diego Gamer against the world. Opts to go into the teleporter, but still lacks the DPS to make this happen.
That is so heads up from Loco. He is body blocking for his Byron for multiple shots just to give Derp enough time to heal up, get some shots, maybe find a super. That is brilliant play from BC Gaming.
Team Electros now just trying to find out how they can get an early game victory. Want to get Derp, Jubileo. Jubileo doesn't have a super that would be the perfect one to TP on, except that Loco's going to be to the rescue with his hypercharge and super as soon as it happens. So Team Electros right now are just trying to stack abilities, as much utility as they possibly can.
Gotta go.
Here comes a push in from Loco, interrupted on the first pull. The pull doesn't go through. We'll see Loco now forward onto Rafiki, completely changes course, and it's his Livy against the world.
As long as Loco lands in the midst of Team Electros, there's nothing they can do. The shielding, the damage to the recoiling rotator, and the healing coming in from Derp. Absolutely dominant showing. Talk about having comp. The draft was sublime for BC Gaming.
Not what I expected at all between this matchup. I thought Team Electros would out-draft in that first set for sure, because that's what they did in their first match of the day. They had draft. I thought the execution was just kind of shaky, especially Diego Gamer looked a little suspect to me. Here, it's 100% the draft. They fully committed on the support, and look at that. The DPS, the kills, totally pale in comparison.
You can see that as Livy was looking for potential pickoffs, right? With the Cookie Popper, was getting good damage on Derp, and the idea was probably to slow BC Gaming down enough that they weren't ready to execute their plan, and the gas would start coming in. Now that happens in one of the rounds, where it looks like there's a bit of a rushed engage from BC that's not perfect. It gets them out of gas range. But after that, they spend a lot of their supers. They're still able to win the round. Look at that. That's a stunning hypercharge super from Derp. Loco is unkillable here.
Pretty much is. You got that support from Byron, the super that charges so quickly, just within 4 shots. A hypercharge now for Byron that is absolutely defining the hypercharge meta at the moment. And then, as you mentioned, even when they're backed into a corner, Loco receives so much healing. He's got that shield. He's got a hypercharge that charges for free. Doesn't have to do anything, just exists for a period of time. It seems unbeatable. You have 3 supports for Team Electros. It's every single pick that comes in, you go, so they're thinking of this. So they're thinking of this. And then there's no resolution. It's a melody that never resolves.
Yeah. They still have all the building blocks, and then at the top of the house of cards, it's like, where is their game plan supposed to originate from when all of their team, have those supporting aspects a little bit lost in the sauce late in the draft? Kapi talked some smack about his coming into today. Definitely was feeling confident that Electros would breeze through the opposition, but that wasn't the case against Papara Supermassive, and now they find themselves up against the wall. BC Gaming just destroyed them in the pick and ban phase. Electros need to have a plan here for this next set that, I don't know, maybe involves some deeps.
Look, it's Undermine. It's brand new in the meta, and players have some opinions on it. You know, it's not quite as divisive as the other gem grab map that has come into rotation, but Undermine does have some interesting lanes. You've got these bushes on the sides, of course, destructible obstacles on both sides as well as on mid, and something that I see a lot on this map is because of these bushes on the sides, you have aggressive brawlers that can push up in their, you know, bush brawlers, right? That will just die to gem carrier repeatedly. And that's seeing
like Ali, for example.
Exactly, and we saw that yesterday, precisely. Ollie, another example that rhymes with Ali, sort of. And we might actually see that in the ban phase. I think it's got to be a top priority alongside Kit.
I think that was that Upcore or? Yeah, it might have been Upcore, I think so. Yeah, Trishant was playing the Ali on this map. Feels like high risk, high reward kind of strategy. You are essentially running it down to try and shake the gems out of the pockets of the carrier, which feels like the way gem grab meta is trending, right? It's not so much about trading those gems. We see teams pick compositions that don't control the map quite as well, but have this one opportunity, this all-in, to basically dive the enemy gem carrier as the countdown would otherwise begin, and then steal the game from there. Lily definitely falls into that game plan, I feel.
Yes, this is a meta of persistence and playing around what's strong right now, which is these hypercharged brawlers. I'm going to say it over and over again. Lily is one of them. Once she gets her hyper, it's pretty much undodgeable. You can see also from the bans, this is quite interesting. You see the Janet banned out, one of the more secure gem carriers. She's able to jump away, fly away. I noted that Kit was also double banned here, one that I expected, as well as the Ollie. If it's not banned, it's probably going to be picked. Now, my question is, when is Colonel Ruffs going to show up over here? We see Crow is a pretty stable mid, could also play on a lane and scout people out, but I wonder if these hypers are going to be enabled by a support such as Ruffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Colonel Ruffs so good right now, virtually just giving hypercharge to a brawler that might make great use of it, and it's definitely a huge part of the meta. I also think that Colonel Ruffs as an individual has had his fire projectile speed increased, so can actually fight a little bit better than he used to. The damage output, obviously, as a result, has been increased, so it doesn't feel so much like a wet noodle out there. And there are some matchups, especially if you last pick it, where the sandbags could be actually devastating, right? There's no cleave, so Ruffs comes in here pretty late for Electros. There aren't great ways of bringing those sandbags down, but more importantly, it's the ability to feed that hypercharge. For Lily, it's important. It can be part of making sure you're guaranteed to connect with that super. There might be another brawler here. Bonnie also benefits from having hypercharge fed to her, but is a little bit more defensive.
This is very true. And she'll be able to like take mid. You know, now we know quite well how it's going to work out. Colonel is going to try and take one of these lanes. He's going to try and stay away from that Ollie. Something that sticks out to me from this Team Electro's comp right now is that they're missing really anything that this Colonel Ruffs is going to be good into, which is kind of one of the requirements. You also see that they're not going with anything that directly counters the Ollie. So they're going with two brawlers that will get hypercharges. I'm talking about that Bonnie and the Lily. They're going to repeatedly dive the gem carrier.
Tara might be the worst matchup for Bonnie to deal with, given that she can soak a shot every single time from one of those shades.
Yes.
But help from beyond. There isn't like an easy cleave through those either on the side of Team Electros. So Tara, short range as she is, can take a heck of a lot of value in map control against the Bonnie. Let's see how it plays out now. It's our second set with BC Gaming. A stunning start to the series for them. Rafiki's already going undercover.
We'll see on the left side, this Colonel Ruffs is having a tough time. He's trying to support Rafiki at mid, who's now completely cut off from his squad. But it is just a trade in the end, 2v2 here at mid, and Loco approaches the right side as Livy's cautiously keeping that distance. He does not want to feed that hypercharge. And for once, you have a choice whether you feed this Ollie or not. Usually it's really tough to stay away from him. Rafiki also being so guarded about this interaction. You can see actually Jubileo has been trapped in spawn. Wonderfully played by Diego Gamer. He's trying to gradually break through. Has some assistance from his Livy. And those shades are going to be everything it takes for Jubileo to move forward.
Oh, it's Livy. He's living dangerously as a gem carrier. He's in BC Gaming's territory. He wins the fight out against Loco. There's going to be a chance for him to get back to the rest of his team now. Rafiki, well, he found that hypercharge super, made very short work of Derp, and Jubileo goes down. Electros here with a bit of an aggressive slant on the game. So far, it's gone well. Rafiki has been avoiding the gadget from Loco quite effectively and going in Derp's direction instead. Hypercharge super needed there for Res Livy, but that's an odd direction to send it.
It was kind of bizarre, but he's still going to be safe. Derp trying to get in that final shot. Needs one more to interrupt. Gets it, but cannot chain that super to get away. Loco needs this gadget on cooldown, and he's going to go for it. Rafiki, no, died in the middle of that gadget. He's not going to have that for when he respawns in a few seconds, and that's only if Team Electros can properly be approached. Shield forward for Derp. Little defensive super from Diego Gamer. No, nothing. Rafiki into the Shadow Realm, safe and sound, and a game win for Team Electros.
Well, Janet might have been banned in this game, but BC Gaming having to still deal with invulnerability frames.
That's right.
On a gem carrier during a countdown. Rafiki has it, he knows, as 5 seconds ticks down. No matter what, he's able to duck on out of there, enter a different plane of existence and keep those gems for his team.
I want to point out that was Diego Gamer's parents in the audience rooting for him. We talk about home field advantage. How about when home comes to you to support you when you're away? Getting back into it, see if Diego Gamer can do the same thing he did defensively last time, now rotating over to the right side immediately. BC Gaming off to the races. It's a kill on Rafiki on the left side, and now it's East versus West. Once more starting off the game with the trade, but this time a distinct advantage for BC.
Livy also never really had to worry too much about that help from beyond. Jubileo's not really been trying to accost him most of the time. There's a gravity though, as Livy has to super on out of it, but he's pretty potent when he's on his own 2 feet. Jumps back into Clyde, and it's back to business, but Derp is able to get 5 gems out of this exchange.
Yeah, he's playing quite defensively around this bottom right side, just dodging the shots from his Livy because he's operating with very fast speed. Rafiki's getting desperate though. Now, super over to Loco into the Shadow Realm to stay away. He's got the hypercharge now. Means he'll be able to target Derp. Derp probably won't have the reaction time to jump away when that comes back. Is Livy also in close range versus Loco, just working on keeping distance. There's a takedown onto Diego Gamer on the left side, and there's really no positioning for Team Electros right now. At least there's nowhere for Derp to hide, and they've got a couple of hypercharges for a final take.
Yeah, as Livy's really waiting for his team to open up an opportunity. There is all-in potential for Livy and Rafiki if they want to go that way. Rafiki's popped the gadget, he's going to go in, he's got a hypercharge super, he doesn't want to waste it on Loco, and he gets hypnotized by the gadget use of the Ollie. Team Electros are no closer to that win condition they were before, and as Livy's popping a hyper super just to secure a gem.
Yeah, looks like he wanted to get that final blow on Loco on the right side, send him down for the count, maybe get some position and then eliminate Derp. Here comes a huge super. Loco, hypnosis on Rafiki as he emerges from the Shadow Realm. Derp now in with the hypercharge, super to the sky as Livy dodges. That's got to be the kill, but can he survive Loco? Loco needs this gadget so desperately as Livy knows he can get that kill. He's got a super to get away. Jubileu, he's thinking about it, went for the super, but not the hypercharge, interestingly enough. He's going to try and get in these last few seconds.
It's going to be tough, I think, to catch him out. Jubileu hoping to be able to super. To get his Livy inside of it's going to be a different story. He steps up, favors the raw stats. Here's the help from Miyom, and his Livy still killing in the back corner. He's got yet another hypercharged super, and he knows not all the damage in the world the BC can throw at him won't force him to drop any gems. That's cleanly done. But I've got to say, as Livy has an unbelievable set.
Unreal from his Livy. Sometimes we were left scratching our head, and then we were enlightened to some different strategies in Brawl Stars, especially that vertical hypercharge super where he was trying to get a kill onto the Ollie, you know, just send him down so that he didn't get value from that hypercharge. And when he eventually did come in for the hypercharge, they managed to counter it. That's huge when you let your opponent have that Ollie, because of course they decide to go for Lily first pick, and then you're able to counter it. You're able to play counterplay without a direct Ollie counter. That's massive. I think that says a lot about Team Electros and how deeply they know this meta.
I mean, I think having such a long-range brawler here gives you an edge. You know, it's not as if Crow and Tara necessarily considered to be effective sharpshooters, but as Livy had to be pretty patient in that second round. Ready. Sitting back on like 2 gems, it's like 8 plays 2 for most of that round, and as Livy can't go forward, can't start a fight himself, he's depending on Diego and on Rafiki to set up an engagement that's favorable.
And that's one of the things that shocks me the most about this team is how quickly they've managed to synergize and be able to rely on each other for stable, synergistic plays. Diego's been a fantastic addition as, you know, a substitution for Bilal on this roster because he's so consistent on the lane and you can depend on him so consistently. We'll talk about also some of the other things that happened here. Derp with that final attempt to end. Just many Crow jumps that never really went anywhere. And I'll rotate back over to the Bonnie as well. You talk about how slowly it played. It played defensively. Absolutely the right move because you're playing into 2 aggressive brawlers on the lanes that have spawnables. Really, really bad for a Bonnie matchup. And overall, Team Electros, they knew exactly how to play this matchup.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like as Livy was punished. I sort of mentioned a scenario on which the Tara can take that map control against the Bonnie with the gadget, but it never really eventuated. It just didn't really seem to be a factor. So we've had 2 sets in this series, and they've both been extremely one-sided for one team or another. A lot of this originated through that pick and ban phase. So what now do BC Gaming have to fire back with? Because we are headed over to Pinhole Punt.
It's got to be gameplay. BC Gaming, one of my biggest criticisms of them as a team is that I just haven't really been wowed. I haven't been dazzled by their gameplay just yet. They get wins, yes, but against, in my opinion, lesser opponents. We need to see a new kind of BC, and that means new over yesterday even, because remember, they're coming in here in the elimination round after they lost to Team Electros yesterday. One of the things that I look to Team Electros for as a strength is their drafting minds. This is how I think they emphasize their strengths in previous games. I think it's something they still managed to do in their game that they played earlier today, but they fell short on the execution. I think they were just a little shaky on stage, especially into the home crowd. And now BC Gaming here, once again, home crowd.
For those unfamiliar with Coach Carpi, he has been in the EMEA scene for quite some time, has even competed in a couple of monthly finals of his own. Never quite put up the results that, not so far anyway, but he's young. I forget, he's like 17 or something like that.
Yeah.
So we've got plenty of Brawl in him, and it's cool to see him step up and do a bit of coaching here. It'll be Lumi, first pick on Pinhole Punt, really prioritizing this Brawler.
Such a good mid here. You can block off lanes really easily. It's pretty much, block off a lane on a cooldown if you want to put it that way. Throw the maces forward.
The Grim and Frostbitten gadget.
Exactly, yes, and they'll be sliding forward. If someone goes a little bit too far into Lumi's range, they're going to be popped out and dogpiled by the entire enemy team. That's what they're thinking. Bonnie, totally vulnerable to that. She does have some more health to work with, so she doesn't immediately die from that. She can also jump away from it, but it's not the most ideal.
Bonnie so far, of course, the usual suspects in Ollie, Mina, both banned out. A Crow ban even drawn out of Team Electros here. So it's a question now of how we work in a little bit more high DPS, a little bit more aggression. I mean, Cordelius is always an option. Gus comes in here, so still really maintaining a bit of a defensive orientation on this kind of setup. Gus, though, a bit of a nuisance, especially as some of those ghosts start to lure to the field later on into those rounds where Cookie Popper becomes a pretty good option.
Let's go.
There's a Jaeyoung. Just amazing to have. The utility is unreal and the damage is easily overlooked, but he can hit hard.
High win rate brawler, great support for an aggressive brawler. I think this is what they're going to have to hand over to Rafiki as his final brawler. Hank, I think, could work quite well in his hands. I could actually see it going to any member of this team, but if it's Rafiki's skill set, we're talking about BC Gaming over here. They don't really have anything that breaks down walls just yet, nothing that fires over walls. Maybe that's something that they prioritize, considering that Team Electros would be quite weak to a thrower. As long as it's something that generates enough DPS that the raw damage and support that Team Electros have doesn't overwhelm it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned their first set draft. It all looked like supporters. It was all healing, all utility. You start with Lumi, who obviously is a bit of a glass cannon, but hits extremely hard and has some ability to zone and take map control with that gadget. Here's the Carl. Obviously, it's an amazing option to close the gap on both as Livy and Rafiki, right? You have all-in potential. Also, Protective Pirouette means that inside that super, you have that damage reduction, and with a hypercharge, Carl can be very powerful. There's also Heat Ejector, right?
Yes.
And maybe a gadget you don't always see used on certain map types, but it also zones, right? Creates that very dangerous burning area that you can sort of move through. Or Flying Hook will just guarantee you purchase on the target that you're trying to burst out.
When we talk about Carl gadgets, I think it's got to be the Heat Ejector here, because he can pretty much one-shot his Livy. Loca's going to go for it. Gets the hit on his Livy. Bang! That's the one-shot right there. On the right side, Diego Gamer attempted to push forward. No! They're completely nullified. Loco's got an open goal, and it's one on the board already for BC. Exactly the interactions that they wanted.
And Loco could be an absolute wrecking ball, especially if Dirt builds super and just gives this guy a shield. He can go for days. Not to mention, hypercharge potential for this BC Gaming team is pretty incredible. Team Electros here want to play a slower game with that incremental value that Jaeyoung can offer, but I don't think Diego wants to be in a 1 versus 1 against Jubilee, and not with a shield on him. And if we go, Rafiki is going to get burst down. Fist torpedoes or not, BC Gaming run roughshod over Electros.
Electros were scattered, totally not supporting each other. You see a Jaeyoung, who's supposed to be the support, ideally would be between the two brawlers that his teammates with, and no, he's off on one lane, acting more as a DPS, could provide some healing over to that Lumi. I expected them to try and run things down with the Hank, I'm not gonna lie, and no, they didn't go for that at all. Now they've got to rethink this strategy. They put Diego Gamer on the left side, they correctly guessed that Locust could be over there, and not even an issue at all. Jubileo, immediate super, and a super pass up to him. Open goal for BC, and they're speed running this set.
The game plan for Electros is to get Rafiki in a slipstream and get some bubble damage, but their sustained damage isn't nearly as good with this Hank. It's all about playing around the bubble pops here, and you see BC Gaming, respectful distance maintained away from the Hank, and Rafiki can't get an engagement. Diego Gamer trying to keep Eslivy topped up so he can play that much more aggressively. At least now for Electros, there is some map control to play from.
See Rafiki try to get a kill on Derp. Now he's got that Spirit Animal Shield. And a final tap from Diego Gamer will send him down as Livy also with the kill. It's got to be daisy chained all the way down the field. Jubileo's going to look for the interruption. It's a pass forward. They're just going to play for this next rotation of respawns. Jubileo, though, stays alive. I don't think Team Electros wanted that at all, but at least they have positioning. It's got to be a kill on Loco. Team Electros is just playing this nice, slow and controlled. It's exactly what Hank is good at, but they are at risk of feeding hypercharges over here. Open goal and a goal for Rafiki, but they have to be mindful of this hypercharge for Derp and Jubileo.
Yeah, look, I think that was the slow game that Electros are hoping to play. They eventually suffocate BC out of the map, but BC Gaming are unlikely to let that happen again. Jubileo dives in with the shield off the Gust, and it's all too easy. Game and set for BC Gaming. One step away from appearing in our golden ticket matches tomorrow.
The hometown heroes are outperforming their showing yesterday, and the crowd could not be more delighted. Team Electros, after that first match today, that they were so confident that they would win, come into this match against BC seemingly stumbling. Cappy had so much confidence that they were going to win versus Papara Supermassive, and they wound up just one game away from taking it all to day number 3. Look at BC Gaming stats over here. I look at Loco for getting those initial kills, especially that was a tone setter in game number 1. Immediate one shot onto his Livy. They guessed the lane correctly, and from there on out, it all fell apart. This composition from BC Gaming was simply superior.
Just feels like it's too easy for BC Gaming to kite away from Rafiki until they're ready to engage. And it's guaranteed. Look at Jubileo here. He gets a lot of shielding. It's a hypercharged super. Unnecessary maybe at that point, but Rafiki's fish torpedoes, don't really end up making much of a difference. And the one goal we get from Electros is when we have Hank towards the left side, Diego Gamer and Eslivia are able to play together, or rather, able to play at least around that Lumi damage and some good gadget uses, but that kind of map control takes ages to put together, and BC Gaming aren't necessarily going to give you that much rope.
No, and when you take time to put things together, that's more time for the enemy to start farming up hypercharges. If they know that they can repeatedly die at their respawn, or, you know, we can trade a goal as long as we get that final one, we get 2 hypercharges back to back, that's all you need to get a victory here. BC Gaming knew exactly what they were going for. Team Electros, you saw when they played Gus earlier, they failed to follow that up with the actual thing that was going to strike. BC Gaming, they got that Gus support. There it is. The Bonnie that's going to jump forward, practically invincible when she dove forward.
Jubileo, of course, was considered ultimately the change that Casa Brawl needed to make this year in order to take their game to the next level. So they brought Doritos in, poached him away from this very team. And I'm sure you're looking on, you're seeing Casa Brawl getting all the love from the fans and also making it to tomorrow. You want to join them there. God, if Jubileo has the chance to play spoiler to his old team, I'm sure that would be some sweet revenge served cold. Electro's still standing their way, of course, and no guarantee that's the matchup that they get, but the golden ticket game absolutely playing heavily on the minds of both our competitors. And I think if Electros fall short here, I'd consider it a pretty massive capitulation.
It would. It would be a disappointment for the NA home crowd to know that Team Electros, this team that was just outside of the top few teams to make it here to the last chance qualifier, they're thrust into this position, faced with so many setbacks that Diego, a player originally going to Worlds, now has the opportunity to be the only player in BSC history to qualify for a World Finals twice. This one set, this one crucial set that BC Gaming needs to send Team Electros home empty-handed.
And we talk about what people deserve, what they've earned, right? The thing about Brawl Stars at this level is nothing is granted. Sometimes the cruel twists of fate don't care about what you deserve. And someone like Diego Gamer, I would like to see him at Worlds. I think, you know, with the performances put out this year, he basically already qualified for it the old-fashioned way, and some things very much outside of his control have kept him from being guaranteed that spot. I know for Livy, someone who's competed at that level before, his stint on Tribe Gaming, he would not only like to be there as well, but there was uncertainty if Livy as a competitor would even keep going this year, right? We thought maybe he might be done, but he's got another crack at it here. And I think he's starting to realize it would sting not having a chance this year to stand amongst his peers from North America. Team Electros, guys, they've got to pull up their socks, though, because there's been some underwhelming drafts that have put them now behind BC Gaming in score.
They're putting their faith in the same couple of brawler picks that failed them in set number 1. It's the Gray, it's the Gus. What are they going to go with Gene for their final pick?
Give me some damage.
Yes, that's what we need. We need something to follow this up. We need a proper pick for Rafiki to show us what he does best, because Gray, Gus, these are brawlers that can be solid and consistent. That's where Diego Gamer and his Livy are going to thrive. Now BC Gaming get to decide how they're going to respond to this. Keep in mind that they walked over this exact duo with Byron, they had the survivability. Do we see the Daryl again?
Yeah, I was going to say, run the... Yeah, I mean, you could do it if you're Electros here. I kind of don't hate that in their composition with a Gus and a Grey to work with. I don't know if Daryl necessarily needs that help from the extra dimensional doorway to get purchase on backlines if he's trying to run people down, but Bonnie here very solid. So you've got two brawlers that function in sharpshooter capacity. You've got to fear Derb's hypercharged super now as Byron has rocketed up the pick rate standings. So BC Gaming want to round out this setup. We'd love to see some tanks here.
Yeah.
Squeak instead. Oh, buddy, this is a strong pick.
Look, nice and consistent, plays really well on dry season because you can fire through walls, you get to play for control in these sort of close scores. For a bounty map, it is quite close and, kind of similar to Layer Cake, but you're also absolutely thinking about how are we going to get that blue star. I see some options over here. There was an attempt earlier to use Mortis to do so. Carl is going to be the answer over here. And when I look at how this Carl matchup is going to fare into everything from BC Gaming, there's only one stun. It's from Bonnie, and it's when she uses her hypercharge. So there's big potential for this Carl to execute. BC Gaming undoubtedly knew that this was a huge possibility because this is actually a pretty typical response into the Squeak Team Electros. They're just playing it safe, but they're going to have this Carl as their main point of failure for this match, and they absolutely have to be aware of that.
Yeah, he's the focal point for sure for this Electros composition. And ready, they need to get into the map because that Squeak can keep you stuffed in chokes and all of a sudden you can all be taking huge amounts of damage. See, Diego Gamer doesn't want to give up this space, but he has to respect the free damage that Derp is attempting to gain. So they'll play from the edges of the map to start with. This is priority for BC Gamer, who can play in mid and have a little bit more room to breathe.
They're also breaking down some of these walls with Diego Gamer. They have the possibility of retreating with the teleport, can play aggro around it as well. Would be really useful for Carl to have because now he can teleport in, immediately super, hypercharge style if he wants to, and then flying hook away if he's in a bad situation. Diego Gamer is still focusing on this lane on the right side. He has the exact same range as Bonnie, he just has more speed, so it is actually a favorable matchup for him. Gonna go for the hook once again, no dice. Rafiki on the left side, totally diffed by Derp, actually, and then backed into the back right corner.
But it was just like you described it. Rafiki uses a flying hook there just to get out of what would have been far too much poke damage. As Levy here's popped another super on himself, but how is he going to use that to get into the map? Electros need to further their game plan here, and Rafiki eventually just crumbles under this sheer weight of AoE poke damage.
Team Electros, they have offensive capabilities, but no, this is not how they wanted to play this. They wanted to sit on defense as long as possible, and now they have the issue having to deal with Loco's hypercharge. It's slowly been fed over the course of this game. Loco's not getting any more value from dealing damage to anyone, right? He's just trying to keep people back and maybe get Jubileu into a position where he can have a hypercharge, and then BC Gaming will have the supreme defensive composition. 30 seconds left to go. It's drive time. Team Electros need to push BC Gaming into their spawn ASAP.
Yeah, move those chains. Electros up the map we come. Rafiki has a super to work with. Diego Gamer also can be pretty unpredictable here. Protected pirouette goes a long way, but not nearly far enough when there's healing from the Byron. Derp comes out of that engagement unscathed, and I think Electros' game plan has fallen flat again.
As Livy has a hypercharge, though, he's got to use it. Diego Gamer with the TP in. They need one more. It's a blue star differential. Derp down, Loco down. Jubileu needs that damage, but can't get it onto Rafiki. And Team Electros come back swinging. It almost looked like BC Gaming would take us to a match point towards the end.
Yeah, we certainly called that a little bit too early, and I think once Electros are able to take that map control, they can guarantee good value off their all-in setup. Rafiki just goes in again with super. He says, I might have died once, but I tell you what, eventually I'm going to stick. I've got a Gust Shield to work with. I've got a Grey to make sure I can get there. Nice looks from Electros, and they definitely kept us in the dark about how they were going to take that round.
When I identify a core issue from game number one, specifically for Team Electros, it is this week. Rafiki, he's trying to, fire around the wall, get the wall clipped. Instead, gets pinched by Derp. Loco hooked and taken down by Rafiki. It's a distinct advantage for Team Electros now. They were already on D, holding onto that blue star. Now they've got a huge advantage.
This is really big. I mean, obviously Rafiki guarantees blue star for Electros because of flying hook, but that extra elimination means that Rafiki has to be the target now for BC Gaming, and he knows it. He's playing super safe. Diego and Livy know that either one of them could just sort of sack themselves here. Rafiki says, I'm going for it. No guts, no glory, baby. In he goes, and it is 7-0 for Team Electros, brimming with confidence, and Loco barely hanging on.
Loco, one more shot from Gust would have eliminated him there, but as Livy decided to hang back and just play defense. They know that they have this one in the bag. They have a 7-star lead. Of course, they all can't afford to die. Diego Gamer and Rafiki together would be enough for BC Gaming to win by a blue star. We're getting eerily close to the final seconds. Just 50 seconds left in regulation. Rafiki's going to go for it again. Knew that he had that super on standby. Loco, despite his attempt to heal things up, won't be able to eliminate Rafiki. He's still alive. Diego Gamer follows up with yet another, and it's 13-0.
That is too clean. Rafiki here, despite the fact that Electros are well ahead, is going forward to force out these Byron Supers, just denying BC Gaming the chance to play this at their own pace. There it is. It's going to be a grey hypercharge. Everybody shielded up to the gills and not enough damage for BC Gaming to shut them down. Boy, this really didn't go the way we expected it to. Stunning Carl play from Rafiki. The backup from Diego Gamer has been sublime, and it's been shielded for days on this setup. Rafiki says, I'm going to end this now.
Yeah.
21 gems, forces a set finish, and we're going to a decider.
BC Gaming and Team Electros entered here in set number 1, knowing that either of them could go home following this match. And it's all been distilled down to one final set. Set number 5, the entire season on the line on this rematch, which previously Team Electros took, but way more confidently in the 3-1 victory yesterday. Looking at the stats, you see Rafiki went absolutely nuts here in the final game of the set, supported, of course, by his teammates. And you saw also, I think he got quite accustomed to that squeak matchup that was so troublesome in game number 1 that threatened to steal the entire game away from Team Electros in the early stages.
This is that all-in here. That worked perfectly. This time Rafiki is able to go in, of course, very well supported. He's got a shield of his own. He can get a shield from the Grey. He can get a shield from the Gus. Eventually, you just end up being a blunt object that can be thrown in, and it's really hard to win trades out at length. And I love this play here. Rafiki goes forward. He says, I've got 5 stars. We're ahead. We can afford to lose me if that was going to happen, and I'm going to force that Byron Super out. I'm not going to let them stack all their dominoes together and have their game plan execute on their timing. I'm going to force them to make a mistake.
Just so smart. Rafiki, there's a reason that he is a player on the come up in North America. Just even beginning this year, we had such high expectations for him, and he's the one remaining member of that original roster that started the year and has now become Team Electros. He has got such high Brawl IQ. He knows exactly the matchups to go for. It looked a little bit muddy there in game number 1, but you can see every single time he identified that, yeah, I'm actually going to get my super mid-attack, then I'm going to go into my super, flying hook away, and his teammates were completely in sync. This is a Team Electros that we needed to see. This is a Team Electros that we saw yesterday versus BC.
Yeah, much better from them. And it's nice after a few years covering this game, it can still be taken completely by surprise in these games sometimes. Heist to end the series is always a spicy one. We've had some nail-biter finishes already today. And I'm going to ask the same question I ask everybody. Are we going to have Chuck here in this first round? Sometimes it feels like if you blink first and ban the Chuck, you open up for your opponent to take another potentially overpowered brawler. Does the Melody make her way back in here? Will Cordelius be required to answer some of this all-in threat? All those questions and more to be answered momentarily.
Chuck would be a huge threat here, can sometimes be demanding of a perma-ban. Also in the perma-ban is Mina. You're really down to just 4 at that point, unless, of course, you're plotting something. Do you think you can out-DPS the Chuck? Well, Mina banned, Chuck not banned, completely on the table, but look at these bans from BC Gaming. That's really interesting to see the Nita eliminated, and also to see Shade out of the mix. We saw that attempted to be used by Toxic Lotus earlier, but it actually did not get them the set win.
Nita's a bit terrifying. She's obviously so tanky. When Bruce gets his hands on the safe and Hyper Bear is the star power of choice, I get shredded pretty quickly. And what's most important about that is it's pretty low risk to send Bruce in. So when you knock the safe or you crack it, that shield comes up. You yourself, as Nita, don't have to stay, right? And Bruce will just linger around until he can start hitting it again. Okay, so I like the berry. We've already seen that on this map today. Really annoying if you let him get in with that tick damage over time. And this is almost preemptive that the Cordelius is folded in. And the Lumi obviously is pretty incredible here at controlling the map. Hot Potato has some important chokes. With Groom and Frostbitten, you can deny them.
Team Electros is saving their aggro pick for last because Cordelius is likely to be that defensive brawler. It should be Rafiki running it unless he's got PTSD from the last time he played it. It was in that final set versus Papara Supermassive that a super just really went the wrong way. Could have actually gotten them the game victory if he properly connected it with the Chuck. and now he'll also be able to play it aggressive. We saw him do the exact same thing. BC Gaming getting a Rico up mid. Well, and it's possible that we actually just see some wall break from Team Electros as the final pick. It's just a little bit complicated because at that point, who are you going to run for your aggro? Like, is this a bull type of game? Are you really fearful of that Rico gadget?
Stick to your guns, I think.
You think?
Yeah, at this point. A couple, powerful brawlers still available. Osis has had a really good win rate on this map. I think about 60%. Lumi's excellent here in general. Here comes the Carl. Now, pretty popular pick. Obviously, Carl gives you a bit of modality, right? Play more defensively if you want to. You can sort of challenge people in that 1v1, but diving onto the save with Super, that's some good damage. And here comes Sam. We're going to work our way down the map slowly but surely. And we're going to make sure we get heals from picking up our gauntlets, that speed boost, and eventually we're going to go ham on that safe.
Okay, so Rafiki evidently is not interested in playing the Cordelius because there's only really a couple people in the world that play Sam. It's second best, and he's, of course, not in the postseason. And Rafiki, and he managed to win with it earlier on Hard Rock Mine. Will they be able to do it this time once again in the ultimate set, the one that defines whether they go on to day number 3? It's time to brawl. Both of these teams enter the half octagon on stage, knowing that one of them would go home at the end of 3 set victories by themselves or the enemy team. Team Electros, they're already on top of this stage. Rafiki pummeling away down to 77%, and the first shield procced already.
Yeah, I mean, Electros off the gates with blistering pace here. Derp has to use the super to ward his Livy away, who's somehow still able to stay alive. Rafiki, you're going to see this quite a lot. He's living life in the fast lane by using those gauntlets against the walls to get speed boosts in between each one of them. And so he'll threaten the safe. And the fact that he's keeping Loco in his half of the map is a very good sign for Electros.
Well, now Loco has a hypercharge. There is a risk and a reward to beating the enemy team when it comes to HP. Rafiki once more on the right side. Hypercharge that actually goes completely awry. Rafiki still remains alive. Derp has a hypercharge. However, Diego Gamer's got to set him in the realm as Livy with an awesome gadget to block up mid. And BC Gaming cannot get through this choke.
And now, of course, Diego Gamer can come forward, get himself the 1v1 and snatch Jubileo out of formation. Loco's still standing, and there's been some incidental damage taken by Electros to save, but now Livvy's going to come forward. Nice super connection there. Beautiful Lumi play from Livy, who's been a absolute superstar in this set. And Rafiki gets to throw hands on an unguarded safe and hang around after the fact.
Rafiki's now gearing up for his next push in. Loco with the combined super and gadget. Just spamming shots everywhere. Surely it's going to hit something, and it gets the takedown. Diego Gamer narrowly loses the interaction on the right. So smart for his Livy to pop the gadget the way that he
this
did.
Lumi control.
He's got a kill. Yep, and it's completely controlled on both lanes. It's a wonderful defensive pick.
Livy's been strong here. Diego Gamer pops that high to guarantee the win against Derp, but now's looking for yet another target. He's gotten himself too. Dangerous here for Jubileo. This is extremely painful for him. Safe already's been cracked down to 50, and now they can go to work on Derp. Diego, in that super mode, is going to guarantee the fight against the Carl. Rafiki turns up, attracts a lot of attention, and makes an ignoble exit, but now this is getting a little bit close. We're into race territory, as Jubileo needs to be dug out here at the top part of the map. It is so close, and now Electros have fallen behind in terms of that safe house. Jubileo's been hard to shift. Here comes Derp and Loco down the mid.
Loco now making a beeline for the enemy side, needs more damage. Rafiki now counting down to that final shield. But no, you cannot beat BC Gaming in this base race, not when you're feeding them hypercharge after hypercharge with Sam. Just like that, BC Gaming 1 game away from the playoffs.
At first, the comp looks good. Sam's able to run down the map, and they got a ton of early safe damage. But as soon as BC Gaming were able to find a foothold ready, they had way more DPS with our Rico and Carl on the safe.
See Rafiki once in with the same move as last time. This time, though, Loco seems to have downloaded his dodging pattern. He is not able to juke out these shots like he was before, and this became a consistent issue between game number 1. Jubileo once more on top of the save. That's got to be the first shield procced off, because Jubileo's got the additional duration gadget for the Berries Ice Cream. Once more in. Team Electros attempting to push up mid. They seem to be, again, held back by the Rico.
Derp must have a red coat on here because Electros like bulls are just running at him constantly, allowing Jubileo to account for most of the safe damage so far. Diego Gamer's had to spend a super on to try and get rid of a berry, and that's not a good result. 81% still standing on BC Gaming safe. And there's Livy will attempt to come forward and super connect. The follow-up damage does not, and Loco gets the hypercharge to try and canvas the map with those balls.
But that hypercharge is no good. It's actually going to lead to his early demise. Rafiki gets to chip off this first shield, and he now needs another. Staying directly on top of this respawn and trying to keep his distance from Loco. Knows how big of a risk it is once this Gadget comes forward. Loco still trying to track him. Rafiki's gotten a second shield out, and this is looking like it could be an even match.
Yeah, Electro, so that safe is going low. It's the berry damage that's been a problem. It's been shielded up for now. And we're looking at the safe for BC Gaming. There's Livy is getting some free damage on it. Diego Gamer also with a super to take Loco out of the game, but he has that spawn immunity right now. It's close, 9% in it. BC Gaming, though, with that lead, they're suffering damage on their safe here. Keep an eye on the scores at the top left and right. Jubileo is somehow still alive, and Hypercharge Super was crucial. And here comes Derp. A victory race on towards the safe. It's going to be a photo finish, folks. Derp brought down 8% on BC Gaming safe, but Diego Gaming's going to be denied. Here comes Rafiki for the final blow. Surely as Livy gets involved. A narrow win for Team Electros. They dodged the headsman's axe by a hair.
And coming back from a tempo deficit there in the final moments. What an unreal defense of the Berry that plagued them with consistent damage over game number 1 and 2. They finally set Sam on top of that Berry. Look how long he survived. He got 2 supers back-to-back, used the gadget, just needed one more shot onto that safe and could not make it happen. That has got to be shattering for BC Gaming, thinking that they had that win in the bag. Now, again, with a pretty solid start. But Rafiki's on top of the safe as Livy once again connects, and the first shield is already gone.
Loco has to beat Rafiki in that matchup. He spent a multi-ball launcher and still couldn't bring the tanky Sam down. That safe's already been cracked down to 50. This might be falling apart for BC Gaming as Livy is going to be the next line of offense. Rafiki, untouched, unbothered, moisturized, flourishing in his lane. The damage is there, and BC Gaming's safe is knocked down to 21. No layers of defense really left now. Electros are licking their lips.
BC Gaming have to hold the mid control here. They need Loco's hypercharge to make this possible. Rafiki now powers forward. That's one down. Rafiki can sit on top of this.
Here he comes.
Jubileo has a tough decision to make. They got to go for Diego Gamer and 5%. Rafiki at the same time. Down to 0. Team Electros. This team stopped at every single turn. Will persist into day 3.
After vindication on the face of Carpi, there is signs of relief, I'm sure, being shared amongst this squad, hastily cobbled together for one last reach at World Finals glory. So far, that road remains intact. Sad scenes, though, for BC Gaming, the new blood in South America. Gonna have to wait another year for their shot at the title.
You can see the players on BC hesitating and taking their headphones off. They didn't want to believe that it was over. It just doesn't feel real when you come in here knowing that either your competitive journey continues into day 3 or it stops in just one set. It's got to be absolutely shattering. And you can see this defense from BC Gaming, how awesome it was in game number 1. But Team Electros fired back towards the end of game number 2 and made game number 3 happen.
Really incredible. Not even a crowd here live from Sao Paulo was enough to make sure that BC Gaming would take this one home. This is the 3rd series today that we're ending in set 5. Honestly, my heart can't take it anymore. We now know from Group D who's going to move on into day 3. It's Papara, Supermassive, and Electros. We're going to figure out next who's it going to be from the next few groups. It's Navi versus Upcore Esports first, so Group B up next. Make sure to tune in again for the break.
Tengo un chip, puedes saltar el jubilado y le tirar el escudo cuando caiga. Dale, un stage. Dale.
Oh my god, we just got melted.
I think Navi is a very good team and they have a lot of experience for LAN events and the tournaments. But I think if we keep our calm and we give our best shot, we should win.
アップコア戦はもう何もさせずにボコボコにして勝ちたいと思います。
What you're looking at here is Sao Paulo. We are live here in Brazil right now in the LCQ. The last shot for glory, the last shot at World Finals for many of those teams, for all of them actually. Many are already out, so we're only going to go with 8 of those teams into day number 3. I'm here with Uber and Reddy. And by the way, I'm so glad you're rocking the Brazilian spirit here. Pelicans, toucans, macaws.
Peacocks, I think. Yes, a bunch of flashy birds. It's very much in theme. And honestly, I'm seeing this same style reflected all around me here. Loving the crowd out here in Sao Paulo. It's so colorful. The culture, it seeps out of the cobblestones here. It is loud, a cacophony. It's great to see the fans turn up, but unfortunately, those hoping for BC Gaming are disappointed. Let's see what we have coming out of this next decider match.
It is a rematch here between Navi and Upcore Esports. Navi beat them 3-1 in match number 1 on day 1. Let's see if they can repeat that or if Upcore can fight back. They have been super strong recently. Treshant specifically is one to look out for.
Treshant, to me, is the standout player for this squad. I mean, he made the World Finals in 2023 with Revenant. And of course, the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters in 2023 made an appearance there as well. Went out quite early, but he is the standout from that team. If there is a chance for them to make it through to day 3, it had to be past Navi. They have not been looking too strong in this competition.
Something about Navi and LCQs, man, it has been tough ever since they've taken on this moniker. They got blown out of LCQ last year. Chappy would like to add another World Championship to the trophy cabinet, but right now this team needs to put it together. I've liked their drafts, they've looked good, but someone we are kind of overlooked here is Treshant. He's been on some big stages in his time, Sonny.
We do all remember Sturgeon's journey, but Treshant was right there with him. He was there also at LCQ 2023 and the Brawl Stars World Finals 23. Looking very strong. We already touched on Choppy, how he has been a champion. And now all of a sudden, for the last 2 years at least, he's here at the LCQ. What is he doing here?
Game's changed, honestly, and the rest of the world has leveled up. I think that having a good draft is important. They brought in Alchemical X, the Chilean coach, to help them with that. I hope it's going to be enough.
We're going to figure out soon if it's going to be enough or not, if they can repeat their win from yesterday against Upcore Esports. We're going to bring them out on stage now. Let's welcome them.
They have been here before, and they know exactly what it takes. Make some noise and welcome stage, Upcore Esports and Navi!
I'm super happy so far with how's today been going. I want to see some close matches. We had so many 3-2s, so I'm basically on cloud 9 right now. How are you two feeling?
Good. I mean, I was kind of hoping to see Navi get the revenge against Totem, right? That's the team that knocked them out of LCQ last year, but boy, they were not on their same level as that roster. And so Upcore have the chance to do the funniest thing. Not only put India on the map, but I think it would be an upset win if they took this game and advanced to tomorrow.
Navi's performance at Last Chance Qualifier last year, I mean, this exact same squad under the exact same team, you can almost call it humiliating because they didn't win a single set that they played.
You know what's crazy? It wasn't even the same team. There was Suzuku and Levy on that roster, and they've gone to Zeta Division and found great success. So Chappy's here asking himself, am I the problem? Is it me, the 2-times world champ, that is the issue with this team? I don't think so, but this roster as it is still needs some time to gel.
They can prove to us today that they still have what it takes to play on the biggest stage of the year. Now they can move on into day number 3. They only need to win this one more match, and they have bested this team before.
And you have an opportunity here as Upcore to continue to shine a light on your emerging stars out of that Indian region, right? Treshant, known quantity, has looked excellent. The Ali on Undermine, for example, has been a really fun pick that has actually been very high risk, high reward, flavorful, and it's been effective. What about Yash and Ash King? Yash almost missing this event entirely due to visa issues. Makes it here. This could be his last chance to show what he's capable of.
It's been so difficult to get some of these players here, but they are here in full force, but the audience is not behind them at all. Only 11% coming out to support Upcore Esports after their performance yesterday. They just made it here. And it was against Chapter of Happiness that they took a 3-1. They shouldn't be losing a single set, really. If you're showing up and you expect to beat Navi today, that needs to be a 3-0 minimum.
And the crowd here is still reeling after that loss of BC Gaming. All of these Brazilian fans have been coming here to root for their Brazilian teams, but the rows are still fairly full. They're rooting now for their favorites in this one. Upcore Esports versus Navi. The first set is going to be open business. We already see Draco. It's the brawler to think of in any hot zone map at the moment. Also, though, Mech, for example, Byron, Jaeyoung, and of course, Ruffs.
This is a signature pick for Upcore. In 3 out of 4 sets against Navi yesterday, they picked this brawler. They're first picking it frequently. They're trying to, again, go with that idea of picking the supportive brawler first and hiding as much of the draft as they can, because Navi have an opportunity to counterpick.
I got to point out that also 3 out of the 4 sets that were played between Upcore and Navi went to that final game. It went to game number 3. That was actually a pretty close match. Did it just happen that it ended in set number 4? I'd say there's a fair argument to be made. When we look at how this Colonel Refs plays, though, we've said it so many times, you got to combine it with a Hypercharge. There are plenty of things to do that with here on Open Business, but Navi intelligently go ahead and snag that Ollie, knowing it would be way too strong paired up with a Colonel Refs.
Ollie and Mina almost always on the board, either banned out or picked up. Now against the Ollie, maybe Buster will come out here from the side of Upcore Esports. Byron is going to be a pick here that's going to come in that we've mentioned quite often in Hot Zone. Byron, Jaeyoung, both of those supporters have had some great pick rates.
Both these teams have liked to play Buster. They're 2 of the teams that, it's kind of odd, right? That a lot of teams are going away from that. On this map, it was Navi that ended up picking up the Buster yesterday. Crow's also open, right? Having some form of like the anti sort of self-heal is pretty crucial. Upcore though, go for the Kenji instead.
Because we both said Buster, they now just showed us that we're wrong.
That's fine. I mean, it has worked for them, but I guess there's, you know, it's if you're concerned about projectile heavy comms, right, you want to bring that in. Also, like, Buster can deny healing, you know, from the Byron, for example, which can be really powerful if you can get in the right position. But you've already got a pretty, you know, serviceable tank here in the Ollie. You've got great map control. You might consider a more supportive brawler here for Navi to round things out. Open Business is a map where some throwers could be an option, and Kid is loosely a thrower, but obviously someone who can really get value out of teaming up with Ryohei. Without Super though, it could be a little bit tough on a map like this.
Yes, for Ryohei, because Achapi is going to be getting that Super, he's going to be getting that Hypercharge no matter what, whether it's inside the gadget, you know, if he decides to go for invisibility, if he goes for Cheeseburger, you know, decides to feed the Ollie while he's attached to him, it'd be a major troll, but it is still a possibility. Navi's got to pull out some creative stuff if they plan on taking down Upcore Esports once again. Let's see how they get it done. I'm actually putting all my chips on Upcore Esports right
crazy,
here.
Bro.
I love their comp because they have that Colonel Ruffs and they have a couple of Hypercharge Brawlers. Really the issue is that they need to find a good lane for this Colonel Ruffs, and Navi intelligently is staying away from him.
Navi are really keeping a respectful distance away from Upcore because of the Kenji just running into their backline, but there's a contingency. There's a way back into the game for them in the form of a Chapi Super. Yash is able to win out against Kuro, who obviously does not want the gap closed on them by a Kenji. I think Yash is the key player in this game.
Well, he's going to be respawning soon. Now moving in on the left side, a Choppy could go for a stun, could get a kill. Now Sashimi slices it over the right side. Yash knew exactly where to dash. And Kuru is a bygone memory. Another wall falls, and Ryohei and of course, the Choppy are losing cover.
I don't love that from Ryohei. It's a super spec in order to try and take down a Colonel Ruffs of all things. Navi though have a bit of a lead, and Achapi's been, you know, helping them keep that extended. But now Upcore can set up behind a Byron Hypercharge and a Yash who just seems unkillable on this Kenji. Hypercharge thrown in there, but there's still spawn and vulnerability on most of Navi there. But in goes Ryohei, catches onto Trishard. Ash King though avoids the hypnosis.
Yash knows he's got to stay alive on this zone. Achapi uses the super, it's fine. He'll
stay
get
alive, bloody!
Guru with a kill, and Trishard still, despite being unsupported on the right side, makes a blunder and moves in solo. Bumped forward by that ice from Kuru, and once more, Yash dies solo. Upcore know they have to get control, but they've been beating so hard going in solo. A conga line of death.
Nicely done from Achapi, goes deep. Yash, of course, with a Hypercharge of his own. And the Kid Hyper really only allows for one elimination to be picked up. Upcore have a chance now to even this game, but oh, buddy. Achapi and Ryohei now have combined. Watch out for those balls of yarn as Trishard is blown into smithereens. Yash tries for another Hyper Super on the point, but Kuru's been doing damage off to the side. And the Lumi is still standing with a super to spend, and Trishard knows exactly what he would have run into had he dared to contest.
super close game that I think Upcourt Esports could have played way better in, because they started filtering into mid one by one, trying to get value. Sure, you're getting super, you're getting hypercharge, but you're not actually getting in control. It would have been much better to wait for the teammates to respawn and then go in as a singular wave. Navi are thinking, man, are we so glad that they decided to do that? They didn't actually have to lift a finger to win those matchups.
Dash has to be very careful of being hit by Ryohei's gadget. That hypnosis will be a problem. Well, as I say it, Yash still able to win it out, though, of course. I think it was some Hosomaki healing, or maybe the healing from Trishant that came across. Ultimately, it ends up being a belated trade for the Kenji. Navi have an early, slim lead.
Ryohei in, looking for hypnosis. On to Trishant, it's going to be denied. The super down to the ground auto aim. It's one of the best things that you can utilize as a Byron, because you can reliably hit a super even at quite serious range. Yash in with a super that ultimately did nothing, didn't even really establish any pressure. Now he's going to get stunned. Ryohei gets free supercharge off that, and he could even use it to go on to Trishant, but only if he feels like it's a worthy use. No, just pops the gadget, gets the pinch with the choppy, and they are absolutely feasting right now. A super, a hypercharge available.
Yeah, I think Yash has to be careful. There's so much lockdown for the Kenji on this Navi composition. It could be the hypnosis, it could be the Kit super. Yash dives deep and opens up the map, allows Upcore now to get into the lead.
Yash now pushing for Ryohei, looking for a huge hypnosis. That's going to be one onto Ash King. Trishant looks for the kill. Ryohei has that bubble shield. Can't be punched through by Byron. The final tick of damage will eliminate him for now. And Navi have two men on the point. They're going to buff away Ash King with an awesome Lumi gadget on the right. And Yash now has that hypercharge going in solo, totally unsupported. And that's a total waste of a hypercharge.
I mean, using that on the Ollie, who can stun you out of it pretty instantly, is probably not the game plan. We talked about Yash being such a key player in this match. The Kenji is the centerpiece brawler for their composition, but he falls flat, stunned up yet again. A Chopper comes in with a hypercharged super, locks him out once more. Navi now cruising, coasting, sailing for the finish line as Ash is caught inside the grim and frostbitten field and is brought to his knees. Yash wants to go in, but there's a super in play from the Ollie, and Bob's your uncle. Navi sweep Upcore away in two competitive rounds.
Upcore, if they had a chance at making it to day number 3, it had to be versus Navi. And it, even just after the first set, just does not look promising at all. I had so much faith in their composition, and the way that it was played was just messy. Could we say inexperienced? No, because Upcore, these are all established players in the Indian region. It's just bizarre to see them play like this. Yash going in solo on a hypercharge, like he sees two brawlers that can be encapsulated within a radius and thinks, that's it, that's time for me to move in, but just doesn't have the awareness that his teammates are nowhere to be seen. He has no support in a 1v2.
And Ryohei has on-demand crowd control in the form of that gadget that will hypnotize you on connection. In fact, both of the gadgets for Ollie will have a hypnotize aspect to them. You can see it's pretty easy to dodge this Kenji super when it's not hypercharged up. And Chappie comes in and says, my job is to stop this Kenji. I can lock him down, set up the elimination. Trishant and Ash King do not have the damage to fight with the rest of this comp. They can't get through the big health pool of Ryohei, and they can't really beat this Lumi at range.
They just didn't have a counter for the Ollie. The only way that you can really deal with an Ollie, unless you counter it directly, is to have a better strategy, something that is so overwhelming that it doesn't even matter. And look how messy that was. They're from Upcore, just strange to me. I really expected to see something different from Upcore. They came into today knowing that they just had to play one match. Navi, gosh, what is happening?
So far, so good. I think the Ollie play was fantastic. That little two-piece we saw from Ryohei at the end of that round really seemed to have sealed the deal. So we had a replay of Open Business. Those teams have played it before. We're headed over to Sunny Soccer next. Yeah, it evokes a similar reaction from a lot of players. It's a pretty clustered map in terms of the bush control. There are not a lot of straight sight lines, so you do end up finding yourselves pressed into playing really sort of melee range brawlers or some throwers.
The map isn't cheese, it just is so oppressive to play. You don't really ever feel comfortable in any of these positions because look at mid. You've got 4 different lanes to play, then it comes down to your own goal line. Well, you don't have a row of boxes protecting your goal like you usually would on a
shoot from a long way out.
Yeah, you can super from midfield.
It could be Goalkeeper's Dream, that's all I'm saying.
Look.
The most ironic name for a map I've ever heard.
Oh yeah, and you know what they did to improve it? They put some boxes in front of the goal.
Nice, yes, love that, okay.
Yeah, still not beloved by players. I wonder why. Let's talk about Sunny Soccer, though. This is a map where it's so peculiar. Like, are we going to stack two brawlers on the left or the right side? What kind of combinations are we going to use here? Also, just requires so much awareness. It's a really demanding map. I call it an oppressive map because it's not really easy to play. If it's a mainstay and competitive from now on, then I think that seriously ups the ante.
Navi, I love this Lumi pick. Again, it's going to be brought in. This team also uniquely, I really felt like the Charlie's been very EA East Asia pilled. A lot of teams from that region have brought it in, but we've actually seen it adopted as an answer to the Lily by a number of teams here. So that aspect of East Asia's meta has already sort of seeped into the rest of the world. The Lumi here was very, very good for Navi. Of course, this is the kind of map that has these small chokes. You can block two of them off at any one time with that Lumi gadget. You're giving yourself a lot of free map control. Kit for Yash, there's a lot of bushes to play through, a lot of boxes to jump over and land these supers, so always going to be threatening. Any brawler that can make it a, an instant 3v2 is going to be favored.
Oh man, he can make it a 3v1 if he really wanted. Once he has that hypercharge, he's supering onto an enemy, hypercharge style, stunning them, getting a couple of swipes off, and then immediately jumping onto another one. When you have your team having your back, then you should be able to get at least a couple of kills off of a well-executed Kit hypercharge. And of course, he's going to be getting it from literally anyone. Squishies, tanks, doesn't matter. He charges hyper off them any way possible. Here comes an Ollie. That one's preemptive. They expect to see some kind of tank played by Navi. They're also focused on blocking up a lane with a gadget similar to what Lumi does because Ollie has that fat splatter. It even got buffed recently, so it's going to do even more damage than before.
Yeah, I think also if you're going to pick a centerpiece brawler into Otis and Kit, you're going to have a tough time. Both brawlers that are very good at just disabling individuals. I actually saw Navi take that gameplay into open business, right, where the Kenji was just not useful. So this makes Navi have to reconsider their approach a little bit, and obviously the Hank's pretty bloody good on this map. That bubble is hard to avoid at the best of times, but Upcord already have a couple of ways to interrupt it, especially mid-bubble charge. Kuru can have that pop before damage can be done.
Yeah.
But again, this is third pick for Navi. I think that really should round it out. Because they've got a strong duelist on Otis on the other side, they need to pick three strong individuals. Jaeyong here, we've seen this strategy. We saw it in the previous game. I think it was Electros who tried it, right?
Yes,
where they had the Jaeyong and they didn't really make much use of the slipstream to allow Hank to charge across the map and immediately apply threats. So I'm curious to see Navi's take on this shell.
Yeah, we're going to get a bit of a different view of it because, that was on pinhole punt. And what we saw was they were so spread out, probably due to just the nature of the map. And so on Sunny Soccer, I think we are prone to seeing some of those, 2v1 lanes or 2v2. And when we look for something synergistic, I look to the East Asian region specifically. What is that? We saw BB from Bapara Supermassive yesterday. It was played by Rama, and it almost worked. That was on Gym Grab. But here you're looking at just a truckload of HP headed your way. It's the absolute opposite of what Navi wants to face because they have speed, but they don't really have much stopping power. That's exactly what Upcore are going for.
Yeah, it was a pocket pick of inner circles, and they showed it to a bunch of teams in scrims. It has 64% win rate for them. It's one of their best performing picks. So I love that Upcore here are just via reverse osmosis are just obtaining and downloading the Brawl mindset of so many of these teams. Let's see if the BB is what they need. And look at this Rio just getting shoved around the map. Ash King can go in, take Kuru out of the game, or at least belatedly does so. They got to respect the BB. Yashto a little bit low here and caught inside that Lumi gadget. Just heal back up, return with the ball, and keep putting that pressure on. The idea is good for Upcourt here. It's a matter of the execution matching up.
What is our 2v2 going to be? It's going to be Ryoki now turning around to the left side, attempting to get some speed from Kuru. In fact, Tachapi stacking it as well. And look how Upcore obey. They also move over to the left side. Ash King, what is he doing over here? Goes in solo, dies pointlessly. It's one more run forward for Navi on this map. The ball passes for Sean, now moved over to the right side. Ash King also trying to attempt and take that position. Would love to jump onto a Choppy. No, onto Ryoki, needs that kill. Ryoki's gonna nuke him. There it is. That's the biggest risk of jumping on a Hank as a Kit, is you are instantly killed if he uses a super once your stun expires.
Yeah, at point blank, you're gonna get by all of those torpedoes, and the Ash done up there, rooted in place by that blast beat from a Choppy, and Ash King is in deep trouble. Almost had his bubble burst, but Ryohei apparently missed it. Doesn't matter, Kuru still slots it through.
It's one goal for Navi. They totally earned it. And Upcore Esports, once again, I just have to say, it's some of these plays have felt sloppy. You see, oh my goodness, the double stun. Did they see that one coming? A move forward and a stun onto a Choppy, but no follow-up from Yash to go for the kill. No, he knows that he needs to retreat, but this is a bad position. Choppy's waiting for that gadget to come back. It's perfect, but where's the pass? Ash King's trying to get in position. Now Kuru with a pass forward. He's got the damage still active. Yash intercepts, pass to the right. Enough time for one member to respawn. Ash King doesn't have the stun.
If you're playing BB, you need that map control. You've got to emanate threat by, some measure. BB wants to trade her health total for real estate. You absolutely need to close the gap. And as soon as you give up the map against that Hank, it becomes more and more oppressive. Hank is hard to kill, gets healed by the Jaeong. The Lumi's going to throw gadgets in your spawn, inside those goals, make it impossible for you to get out. Upcore cannot give that level of ground. They need to hit these shots and actually put some heal pressure on Na'Vi.
Oh, Kuru went for something pretty gutsy over there. He knows he's going to get his super back really easily, but decided to go ahead and try and bank it from mid. Ash King now on the left side. He's waiting for his super to come back. Hopefully he can stun Ryoki and get some team play going on. It's a slow from Hank onto Yash and an easy pickup for Ryoki through the wall. It's starting to crumble from Upcore Esports. They're being pressed down like a hydraulic press. And a Choppy knows it. He can get a goal here. It's a whip super for Trishant. No gold, sure, but that's no more mute for Trishant.
Ash King goes done well. He got 2 eliminations off supers there as Na'Vi weren't quite ready for the kid to come at them. A Choppy a little bit alone here. Yash gets a couple of swings, and it's a home run. It's a Choppy out of the game for the time being. Ryohei, with those homing fish torpedoes, will be able to catch an elimination, get some feel as well. Ash King able to get closer to the cardboard box, but the damage follow-up is good enough, and another stunning super, literally, from a Choppy will claim Yash.
Well, at least Upcore Esports got 1 kill off that. It looks like that's a strategy that they really wanted to go for. Have Ash King come in with the surprise attack and then the follow-up swings of the bat from Yash to get some damage in. But the most they've able to get so far is really just 1 kill. Here comes Yash forward with the hypercharge. Sam on the left side for Ash King. Didn't manage to cycle his super. Yash didn't get that much value from his hypercharge either. But they do have positioning. Now the cycled super. Yash needs to get this ball. Trishant, who's going to get it? That's the fat splatter at the goal line. And just like that, Upcore Esports, they were in a goal-scoring position, but fumbled that play.
They've got map control now, at least, and they need to abuse it. Ash King wants to get to the backside of Choppy. The perfect target for the kit. Brings one down with a couple splashes. However, not enough backup to take Kuru out of the game. Still, that puts their Hank in a solo situation against the BB, not where they want to be. There is a route here on Yash. Now Tristan can vomit damage down the middle.
Trishant waiting for the moment, has a hypercharge to deal so much damage. He'll be able to pretty much two-shot Ryoki, provided the opportunity, but he's hiding behind a wall at the moment. Ash King now closing in from around the right. Ryoki, that's major. Trishant has the hypercharge, ideally saves this for the next one. A Choppy still alive, Yash with the pass forward. No! What just happened? Upcore Esports with an opportunity served to them on a silver platter cannot get this goal scored.
So we're going to play for overtime ready. No 2 ways about it. Na'Vi opting to leave the ball back in their side of the court now to come forward. There's Ash King going with a hypercharged super. Kuru's going to get brought down and now it's going to be on a Choppy. Hypercharged super would be needed, but he's stunned up. And at the 11th hour, Upcore sneak a goal in after bluffing multiple scoring opportunities. Prashant's definitely got some strong opinions about that. Some spirited discussion amongst our Indian contingent about how they could have ended the game so much earlier.
This is my 5th year of Brawl Stars, and I'm not presented with many head-scratching moments, but Upcore Esports has got me a little perplexed here. With opportunities to score at the professional level that have just fallen short, but they seem to be hitting their stride. They've at least gotten some positioning on the map. But can Trishant and Yash hold on? They need Kit constantly cycling those respawns, getting stuns, but they need the follow-up for it. Ryoki's going in on a solo mission, obviously a calculated one, because he's able to retreat quite well.
Yash takes a big hit there from another Ryohei bubble, and now the ball will be centered in front of the Upcore Esports goals. Nice knock back there from the BB, followed up by the Kit Super. Ryohei ultimately gets brought down. The healing from Kuru not enough, but it's a beautiful blast beat that holds Trishant in place long enough for Kuru to make short work of him.
Yash now unsure what to do with this ball. Does he corner it? Does he pass it to the right side? Instead, places it in the bush, the place where he would like to actually go up. Ash King now has to route around the ball, wasting time.
Reveal.
Can't appear inside of that bush. That's just not good ball positioning from Upcore Esports. Just really careless errors made, but at least they've got a game, and they could get some value here. They're playing a great defense in the face of just unstoppable offense from Na'Vi.
Trishant lucky to be alive there. Ryohei hoping to finish him off with a bubble, but Kuru's the one that gets him. Too much healing for Kuru, by the way. Ryohei can't be picked off by these Kit Supers alone. Ash King needs follow-up, and there is just caught out in the open. Could be a walk-in scenario, and Evil with the knockback to Yash. Navi slotted through.
Stellar synergy from Navi. The ball tipped up to mid and immediately slotted in prior to the knockback, the defensive one from Yash, who's now circling up the right, looking for the ideal match. He wants to get near Ryoki. He's also trying to charge up the super and hypercharge for a final push in. Going to be aided by Trishant, potentially getting a mute over here. That's 2 lanes blocked off. Nope, Yash got to take the long way around to the other lane. There's so much wasted time when you're able to block off 2 lanes at once.
Right, I mean, and Achapi's constantly checking the chokes for invisible kits, just throwing those Morning Stars out, and also constantly threatening a gadget activation to slow people up. Okay, here it is, hypercharge from BB, those spitballs be bouncing, and Kuru is not in possession! He's got to get Trishant! You knew it was going to happen! And another lost opportunity for Upcore to score! Eventually, man, that just starts to work against you mentally.
It's Groundhog Day, man. It's the second time that we have seen that exact play unfold on the goal line, but this time there is no overtime. There's only a few seconds left for Upcore to execute. They've got to jump for Ash King. No connection on Trishant. Ryoki, Kuru, and Achapi alive and well. The ball firmly positioned in the back left corner, and Navi are steamrolling through Upcore Esports right now. 1 game conceded, but Upcore are crumbling at the moment.
They're playing a composition that needs to be quite proactive with this BB. Yash needs to find ways to get in Ryohei's face, and that is really difficult to do. And Ryohei has speed boost, and also those chokes are constantly being controlled by the Lumi. This focus of that brawler feels like it's shifted away from doing the raw damage and just being a control brawler, threatening to reveal Ash King whenever he tries to sneak through one of those chokes with the cardboard box. And like we mentioned, the gadget is really annoying. Good examples right here. You are not getting out of your goal line when that gadget is being used. And that's just what happens when you give map control to the Hank comp.
You get slowly crushed in. You have the endless healing for the Hank. He's able to heal himself. He's got speed, he's got positioning, hit through walls. Not many places for Kit to hide, in theory, right? Because there are a lot of bushes, but the constant bush checking was just peak here from Navi. They left it open deliberately, knowing that they were capable of playing into it. This was the first of 2 tragedies. Like, you just got to be joking right here. This is actually the second one, but it happened twice during this game, and that is 2 more times than it should have happened.
I think in those situations, it's really easy to underestimate the raw amount of damage that Jaeyoung could do. Also, he can have some, depending on the build, he can have damage amp based on how many people his shots pass through and they penetrate, right? Which is really important when you're stacked up, grouped up like that on the goal line. It's also hard to calculate what is enough to take down the Hank. Right? Ash King's diving in and saying, hey, does someone follow up on this? Someone dive in with me. All of a sudden, there's like a super cycle from the Jaeyoung, and there's extra healing thrown in. And all of a sudden, Ryohei walks away essentially unscathed. They've lost another Kit super. It's a high-risk composition that Upcore are playing. That dive needs to go right. And unfortunately, it just didn't do it frequently enough.
No, I mean, Brawl Stars is a difficult game. I can list you dozens and dozens of reasons why any weird-looking thing could have happened. But here for Upcore, these are mistakes that should be ironed out in the process of making it to the last chance qualifier. Are they just feeling the pressure of being on stage? I mean, after all, it's been a long time. Everything really is resting on Trishant, their star player, the most decorated on their team. He's made 2 Brawl Stars Championship LAN appearances, and it's been a long time. It's been 2023, the last time that we saw him up here. Upcore Esports, they're relying on him to lead the charge. So far, they're going to have to do the unthinkable. They've lost a couple of sets, and they'll have to make a reverse sweep happen to go to day 3.
Kaze is open. Navi have opted for that on some of their bounty maps in the past. The kit, though, won't be a factor. That's something that Upcore have used on bounty pretty effectively. They tried like a rough gust kit comp, but yeah, Kaze first pick for Navi. They'll get it if they can.
Yeah, just good call out by you. Gives you the blue star. Also, just so much pressure. You look at all kinds of aggro brawlers right now that exert pressure, and Kaze is one that also gets assassinations. It's not about that team fight. It's not so much about positioning. Pressure helps you get positioning, but Kaze's kit allows you to get kills. That's what it's all about here on Bounty. So what are we going to see for Navi when it comes to defensive play? Because if you're going for something that gets you that blue star immediately, you're probably thinking about immediately retreating. Also, going back into your own spawn. Upcore Esports are acutely aware. They're going to try and get some kind of pick, pressure Navi back into the corner because they're going to retreat there naturally, and then get a pull, get that lead back, and run back to their own base.
Remember, like hideout, I don't hate it. Sometimes it's tough to play safe in some of those bushy areas as Navi when you know there's a Gene lurking on the other side. Some of the picks we've seen, worked in. I wouldn't be surprised if they do follow this up with the Roughs. I think Upcore really had belief in that. There's also some wall break potential. Now, the Bell was used by Na'Vi against them last time they played Bounty. If you can get up mid, if you can get in a position to put those nest eggs in that neutral territory, you can almost guarantee yourselves eliminations, but it does feel like a bit win more sometimes, this Bell.
Yeah.
If you force Bell into the back of the map, she can use nest egg defensively, I guess, but it doesn't feel quite as oppressive, and, you know, Bell has a number of weaknesses. Not mobile, that's one big one.
Yes.
Definitely good damage and can punish grouping up from their opponents, but I think the Gust here is a very heads up and very good all-round pick.
You just can't really go wrong with the Gust. He can play offense, he can play defense, he can hold his own, you know, get some kills. Doesn't do like a ton of damage in burst, but over the course of time will definitely rack up the DPS. You'll see it in the stats after this set. But for Upcore Esports, this is like a multiple-pronged approach with the Bell. First of all, they're preventing themselves from getting countered on that Gene because they're going to be sticking next to him for the healing. Also, they're trying to punish Na'Vi for clumping up together in their own spawn. And lastly, they'll be able to put down some nest eggs to cover their own retreat. They're planning on getting that kill late game and then moving backwards and playing around the slow that they'll get from those nest eggs. Now, here comes that Angelo. Angelo's also going to be able to get some picks of his own. He'll be an awesome defensive brawler, but if he gets overwhelmed on an HP basis by Upcore Esports, then that is the biggest risk for this brawler. Jae Young will be able to heal up. You know, he's got great damage, can push in clutch moments and then speed away when it's required. So this is an archetype for Hideout, for Bounty in general. Both teams have fulfilled it entirely.
Yeah, I quite like it. I do think that just having that, you know, general speed is going to be important for dodging the projectiles that come in. But because of this Upcore Esports comp, it doesn't feature any all-in, really aggro presence. That means that Achapi is free to take the penetrative shot gadget and knock the jump away, right? Which, out of nowhere, can snipe kills if you're not expecting it. So even if you're behind a wall, you're never truly safe from this Angelo if gadget is available.
And it's going to be great for sitting back because you can sit behind a wall and then get a 4K shot on really anyone you please. For Trishant, he's going to be the most vulnerable. You can see he's opted to run shield just as an extra safeguard, but really one tap goes his way, then he'll be within one shot range. It's the biggest risk for him. Right now, Ryohi's getting slowly pressured to the back right. He had to dash away knowing that he was going to get pinched by Yash and Ash King at the same time. Upcore Esports utilizing that speed and that pressure and the pinching power have gotten them into the back corner.
So much healing. Yes. Oh my god, there is so many heals. Achapi has to pop super here. This is dangerous. Yash for the Weekend Warrior. Oh, we have the jump gadget. So Na'Vi, anticipating maybe this high heal comp, would still try and run it down on them. Good call. Unfortunately, it doesn't help them there.
Yeah, it's one of those where like the jump is actually like pretty long, but it's not long enough to get you out of harm's way. It's pretty easy to read where that's going to land and move over there to intercept the enemy that's going to be sticking the landing and perhaps beating you a couple of stars. Upcore Esports, they have the lead now by just a single star. And look at this, the left lane is completely littered by those nest eggs. It's an impenetrable fortress on the left side. And they're still going to be playing around it knowing that they can afford to retreat quite easily, especially once Ash King gets a pull. Kuru was begging for it, hoping to open the way for Ryohi. But even Ryohi falls and gives them a blue star.
Such a well-rounded competition here for Upcore, and look at what it can do in the late game. If you don't pressure that Bell position, she falls back behind 3-4 nest eggs, and you are essentially walking into a minefield. Fanstorm there for Ryohei, doesn't really connect. Champa's been able to dodge most of these nest eggs, but still doesn't know where they are, and slowed up yet again, has to catch it away. Ryohei doesn't really have anything to be going forward on here. Na'Vi have map control, Kuru has super. Can they work those two aspects into an advantage?
He needs a pinch, but Kuru's completely unassisted. Ryohi wasn't too game for going for anything, but Kuru remains alive. Ryohi taken down. It's a 4-star lead at the moment. Achapi needs a kill, but everyone is alive and healthy. They're staying close to Jane, getting that passive healing from the Magic Puffs. And you know what? For once, I'm convinced that Upcore Esports have the draft, and they should be able to take this set. I'm calling it now.
And they might have comp, but I do feel like there's so much wriggle room for Na'Vi to play differently here. Frankly, Trishant is holding his own more than against the Chapi on that side lane. I think that the Angela needs to consistently hit those shots, and the gadget choice also means that you don't have any sneaky opportunities to get snipes. I'm not sure what that was about there from Yash. It probably shouldn't be happening at this level.
Yeah, probably should be scouting that area on the left side instead of rushing in without any really regard for where the enemy might be. Na'Vi get an early lead, and it's not even just that blue star. They have a Choppy picking up the blue star this time instead of Ryohi. He allows Ryohi to play even more aggressively. They do risk handing some stars over, you know, if he dies, of course, but they'll still have the tie-breaking lead with that blue star where Choppy's going to be playing safe. Whoa, never mind. Okay, just decides to take 3 to the face. What? Moves over to the back left, tried to stay away from Yash. Ryohi comes in to feed them even more.
Well, I said wriggle room to play differently.
Yeah.
Na'Vi are doing that. Unfortunately, this is also not a particularly successful take on this comp. Kuru here with a super. Ashley's just going to walk away essentially unscathed. And Ryohei, doesn't really have the damage here to cut through all this healing. The residual healing from Magic Puffs is one thing, but when Yash gets to switch to that healing song, really difficult for Kaze to burst anybody in that vicinity down.
Then goes for a Choppy. He's got a 4K shot. That's awesome. That's incredible. But Yash is going to be able to heal that all away. He just can't heal himself, which is probably why a Choppy's prioritizing him as a target. Whoa! That's a combo between Kuru and a Choppy. And now Trishant is totally surrounded. Got to pop that hypercharge to stay away. Needs one more juke versus a Choppy. Oh! A Choppy got that poison. Na'Vi now in the lead by 4 stars.
Yash maybe doesn't get the memo that they're backing off there. A Choppy able to hit a couple of shots to force Trishant away, and Yash is thinking that he can get a kill maybe with the gadget damage through the wall. Na'Vi have themselves a lead now, and I don't think Upcore want to have to come at them. This is not the situation they were hoping to have found themselves in. But this round didn't start well for them. And it may not finish that way either. Here's Ryohei, this is the Brawl star across the map. He's a very flashy decoy, I guess. Trishant's low. They know they need to find this kill on Kuru. Just the one would be enough, but there is no time for Upcore to even the ledger. So Na'Vi walk away with a round win.
And perhaps with a 3-0 over Upcore Esports. They're at match point at the moment. They could end Upcore Esports this season here with just a single more game victory. But that was messy. That was all over the place. Upcore Esports looked fantastic. They really looked like themselves in game number 1, and game number 2 came online. Trishant got way too aggressive, tried to hypercharge away, and that's when a Choppy took full advantage. As soon as Trishant is estranged from Yash, he no longer is immune to the effects of that Cupid's arrow.
Even J-Yog, bro. I mean, the guy, he feels like a DPS brawler sometimes. That is pretty gross. Ryohei's forced back. No exchange of stars. It's just that blue star in favor of Nahi and Yoke. Ryohei's got pretty deep on the map here. Kaze, a little tough to dig out of this spot. Once she can get forward, she respects the weekend warrior gadget of Yash, not playing too close to the edge of the wall.
Ash King playing the open area on the right side. We'll get some pretty meaty damage versus Ryoki. Also dodging the attack on the right side. Trishant was nearly taken down. Thank goodness he's got Yash at his side. And as soon as Yash departed, it looks like he just has so much difficulty facing his lane. He's eating these shots straight to the face. At least he's working on a hypercharge, and he will be able to get a mark onto a valuable target, one that usually boasts their HP is one of their major strengths. Gust can be one of those because he has that shield that keeps him alive typically. Here comes the speed. Yash knows what's up. He's also got the gadget ready to go. He may use it on a Choppy. And yes, that is in fact Gust marked on the back left. Yash tried to pinch him, decided to bail early.
Splitting the map here feels like it favors a Choppy. Trishant wants to play within that safe radius of those nest eggs, but Na'Vi are not going to give a straight up fight, not when they're ahead by this blue star. Ryohei is still lurking in that bush. Decides, though, to respect Yash's damage and back out for now.
Clock is ticking down. Upcore Esports got to make a play for their entire season. They've got one on the right side. That's a Choppy. It's exactly what they needed. That is what this comp is designed to do. Now they play around the left side, prioritize holding mid and the right because they know that this left side is impenetrable. And now at this point, Gus is just guessing where these are. 1, 2 shots in a row. Kuru's taken down and the clock is headed towards 0. Ryoki now needs to move forward. One more nest egg. Honey, I put more nest eggs down for you. Are you hungry? And just like that, Upcore fire back. They've gotten a set victory. They are still in this race. No 3-0.
And of all things to fall to for Na'Vi, it's the bouncing bell shots at the back of the map that catch them out. Nicely done by Trishant. Absolutely leading the charge for Upcore, playing a very important role in, like you mentioned, a very archetypical composition from Upcore. Got all the hallmarks of a potent strategy on bounty. And you've seen why. Trishant loves to play the long game. If there's no pressure on that bell early, he will set up shop and be impossible to shift. Bro will be selling lemonade until the cows come home. And I've got to wonder what Brawl, I mentioned at the start of the draft, Kaze's open, they're going to pick it. Yes. What Brawl is Ryohei really hoping to play here? Because there's too much healing for him to burst anyone down. Kaze the Assassin definitely didn't ride off into the sunset today.
Judging by the way that he played it, you saw him usually try to follow up and avenge a fallen teammate, maybe capitalize off the fact that the enemy is now worth more stars off of that interaction. You can also see that he's prioritizing that blue star he got at game number 1, and then they sort of realize, like Navi, maybe we don't want to get the blue star on the brawler that's supposed to be an assassin. I think, honestly, Ryohei didn't have that many good targets to go for. Jaeyong is one of those where, in theory, he would be squishy, but it's the gadget that gives him damage that makes him impossible to push for Kaze. It's exactly what Navi wanted, this Kaze. It was deftly dealt with by Upcore, playing a classic composition, not getting too creative for their own good like they did in Brawl Ball.
Pit stop. What a map. Holy. This is a sometimes hilarious heist map that can sometimes, ask you to play a bit more of an all-in style, at least in, bygone eras when we didn't have shield stages on that safe. Now it's a little bit of a different story, but brawlers, obviously, with the ability to traverse over barriers and other objectives, are highly valued because you can threaten that safe really early. At the competitive level, this is also one of the few maps that we've seen Edgar played, so keep an eye out for that. It's a special pick for all those fans, and I know there are lots of you fans of Edgar at home. Don't pick Edgar, guys.
Yeah, save us all. Yeah. He's just so counterable right now. I can name like several different defensive brawlers that would be great versus him, and other things. Like Cordelius is a top pick right now. And RT also manages to make appearances here as well, thanks to his hypercharge that basically turns him into a big blender. You split top from bottom, become a double-pronged blender as well. Something that I expect to see either in the ban phase or in the pick phase. It's one that's highly influenced by other things that are meta here. Miko sometimes makes an appearance. I think we can pretty much simplify it down to, like, what is the main feature of Pit Stop? Walls. What's good here? Anything that's good with walls, anything that plays well, breaks them, goes over them, shoots over them.
All right, still very much. It's Upcore teetering on the edge as Na'Vi have been able to get themselves set up earlier on in this series. 2 sets to the name, and they've banned Edgar. They've banned it. That's crazy. Okay, guys. Miko also banned. No cheese. 0 Limburger, thank you.
Did you say no cheese? Because here comes Kid as the first pick, and that's going to be a pretty cheesy one. You have infinite potential. It's basically like Edgar, but better because you're able to cycle your super much faster. You can act as an assassin. Just at the moment, that's how he operates. Edgar doesn't have a stun.
Oh, Upcore banned Cordelius.
Yeah.
Are they going to do the thing?
Are they going to play aggro? I mean, Miko is banned, is one of the standout things here. Cordelius also is just like generally strong here, but they're going to be prioritizing tanks into that Cordelius.
No mercy.
They're going to go in with Kaze, such a classic high sprawler here on Pit Stop. It's just, spot on.
Yeah, too strong. Kaze's mobility is pretty terrifying. We didn't really get to see much of her kit showcased by Na'Vi, but bringing her onto a bounty map isn't always advisable, not against such high healing and obviously the sharpshooter presence of Trishant. Plenty of build-around options alongside this Kaze. This is the kind of map where, we've seen even much like Hot Potato, right? Rico's been mixed in every now and then.
Yeah.
But if you're going up against a lot of expected wall break, you feel like his effectiveness becomes more limited over the course of a game. Oh yeah, we're doing it. Okay, so without Cordelius to deal with, some of these all-in options look much more attractive. Not only does Bull hit like an absolute truck up close and is virtually unkillable, when he drops low, he can break through those walls with his super.
Bull is one of those that stands out to me whenever Cordelius is gone, but just like judging by how Upcore Esports has been playing here, some things looked a little messy. I wonder if they just wanted to, safeguard themselves against what is typically a pretty oppressive brawler. Here comes RT. Wow, all right. So what are they going to be going for here? They're going to be going all in with something. They're going to be defending against something else. They also know how powerful it can be into that Bull, into that Kaze. The thing is, RT solo here as a defender on Pit Stop, yeah, he can be good, but once you're against 2 aggros, no, you can't hold that alone.
Yeah. I think Na'Vi want to be the defensive team for much of this game, and Melody definitely smacks of a desire to go forward and start to pressure that safe down. Obviously, you've got to be wary of anything that stops you in your tracks, and Bull can do just that with a stun component of that super towards the end of it. Jarpy, though, probably won't have too much trouble building up those music notes, and Melody's hypercharge gives her a pretty insane DPS spike when it comes to working on that safe. I mean, again, I think having a mobile carrier for Kit, if you ever go in that direction for Ryohei, can be quite potent. Getting Kit being able to use those balls of yarn on the safe might be one option for high damage. But this map also has some tight corridors, some chokes, where we've seen Lumi already in this series be very effective, no matter who drafts it.
Lumi will be really good against Melody on the lane. you know, once she gets her dash, it's a bit of a different story, but Lumi thrives at range. She's a bit of a glass cannon. You described her earlier because she doesn't have much HP, but when you keep someone exactly at the end,
she's at like 10k HP.
Before she was balanced, of course, but even still, she's quite strong, even without that HP. The strong point is that attack, and it is the gadget as well that allows you to hold several lanes at the same time. Upcore Esports now make the approach. They've got both their aggros in position at mid. Kuru, you can see he's also used the out-of-line gadget to immediately get a super, but he is being pushed back, gradually dealt damage by Trishant, who nearly gets the takedown. Kuru knows that he can split top from bottom to deal with Yash. Yash is going to go in.
Wow.
Kuru can easily deal with this, and Ash King also gets stunned and taken down. Synergy! Synergy is the way you deal with Kid.
That was stunning stuff. Yeah, put in the blender by the RT, you see that it is pretty impactful on defense, especially when he gets two isolated targets to work on. Fanstorm here, not really that effective for Upcore, but Ryohei's going to be brought down by Ash King. Yeah, easy trade there. Guru drops legs and now can fight from behind that wall, warding Trishant and Ash away.
Ryohei now approaches from the left. He's going to have that assistance from a Choppy. This is a synergy they needed. Ash King! Whoa! Juked out. Now he's got to chase things all the way back to spawn to attempt and pinch with his teammate Lumi. Trishant now circles around to the left, and this is just impossible for them to take down. They will eventually now take it down, but it's 49% remaining on their state. They barely laid a scratch on Navi's.
They can juke that super from Ash King so effectively. Recall back to the legs by Kuru, realizes that Ash King is coming their way. Another Fanstorm thrown down. Choppy doesn't have any follow-up for that dive there. Kuru's on the wrong side of the wall. Ryohei was in no position, but RT Hypercharge, pretty good at killing people. Okay, now Ryohei gets to work on that safe yet again. It's down to 26 ready set. This is awful tough for Upcore to bounce back from.
Kuru won't survive that, but a Choppy is now inside of the box. This looming threat now headed towards Lumi. Couldn't quite get there. Trishant decided, I'm panicking. Go ahead and use that gadget. And he has a Choppy cornered. Choppy's getting close to his super there. 1-2 swipes. You gotta be kidding me. Now in for the hypercharge. That's enough damage to take down the safe. Ryohei for the final punch with Melody's notes. And once more, Navi are at a match point.
My goat is certifiably not washed. He just broke some ankles, bro. That was insane. Trishant is, bro is reeling. Guy is dizzy. Give him something to hold on to. He's, that's why you see him steadying himself right now. Tough there for Lumi, of course. Great jukes by a Choppy there, of course, and get back onto the safe. Bit of a masterclass from Navi now, and Upcore looking down the barrel of an early exit from the LCQ. A loss in this round would do it.
Choppy now blinded. Ash King's going to attempt to approach, but he's inside of that radius. Choppy knows where he is, and Choppy has a super. Could go solo onto Yash. Meanwhile, Ryohei is solo on the stage. Upcore Esports have opted for the base race, but at the moment they're still behind, and they haven't even died to respawn.
Ash is low, so can't really hammer the safe down. Actually, Upcore should be able to catch up here. It is just Ryohei, who's disrespecting Ash as much as humanly possible. I love the gadget. That's going to give you some staying power. And solo, the Melody has been able to pummel the Upcore safe down to 24%. Now Upcore have been pushed away from being able to damage Navi's safe, and a Choppy dives in. Will he get away with it? Oh, he can't get away with it. That's so messed up. Ash King in the middle of the map as Bull. He's an easy target for so many of these brawlers, but they're ignoring him. They don't want to give him the time of day. In goes Navi for the safe, and Upcore now, their grip for glory, starting to be wrested free. Another chance for Upcore to come forward, and Kuru's hypercharge will stop Ash again.
One more chance, but it's looking like an insurmountable advantage that Navi's posting right now. Ryohei could really use a super here. A Choppy also out of his super, but judging by what we've seen from these two, it is only inevitable that they will get it. Ryohei's got the hypercharge, he's got the super. Yash needs to be right under him. A little bit more damage is all it's gonna take. A gadget popped, and Navi are on to day 3. In previous years, this org has not been able to make it through the group stage. This year, they will. One more match stands between them and a World Finals qualification.
As the number 3 seed from East Asia, Navi may have felt like they were entitled to crack at the World Championship. But this is the BSC, folks. Nothing is granted. Everything must be earned. So a determined step into tomorrow for Navi. The golden ticket match is the last hurdle that remains.
Navi, you can see not extreme expressions on their face. I think they knew that they had this one pretty much in their back pocket. As soon as Upcore Esports started to fall apart there in the first couple of sets, got a little bit shaky there in set number 3. We started to see Upcore Esports come alive. Classic composition. They were light on their skill, minimal mistakes. Navi, I gotta say, they didn't play too well in set number 3. Navi is going to have to impress us tomorrow. I'm not too blown away by today. Even though they have just won, they're going to have to step it up.
And with that, we have to say goodbye to yet another team, Upcore Esports. Their dream of World Finals just popped. We have 2 more matches today, and just to put that into perspective, we had 18 matches over the last 2 days. Only 4 of them have been a 3-0. I'm looking forward to even more close matches, and let's see if East Asia can get through 2 times more, with Rival Esports and Toxic Lotus up next.
因为今年世界赛重返了瑞典，而今年的独联比以往更加强大，我们希望弥补23年世界赛的遗憾。
現地で練習とかも海外のチームといっぱいして、でもう最近は結構評価も上がってきていると思うので、もうあとは大会で勝つだけだと思ってます。
We got 2 more matches for you today, folks. We now head over to Group C. Still at the last chance qualifier, still in Sao Paulo, still next to Uber and Ready. I'm super honored to stand next to you, by the way. You've been doing great so far. You have 2 more matches. I hope the energy's still up there.
Oh, it better be for this game, because for me, it's the match of the day, right? It's a decided game. It's a rematch between Toxic Lotus and Rival, who went all the way to 5 yesterday, and I had to dig on Billy to find the footage, and it was worth every second of searching. It was a banger series.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we were deprived of it yesterday, and we finally get to see it manifest, and this time the stakes are even higher. Winner advances to day 3, loser, their season ends here. Rival Esports came in as a team that I think a lot of us expected to make the World Finals. Toxic Lotus dazzled us also at the Brawl Cup as a qualification for mainland China.
And this was the match that so many were hoping we see. Toxic Lotus versus Rival Esports in a 3-2 series yesterday. Toxic Lotus took it in the end. Now Rival Esports gets the revenge. Let's see if it's going to turn out just the same.
Quote from Engine on Twitter, he says, Miko feels like Wukong in my hands. He's having a great time, and you had better be banning that brawler out if you don't want to deal with it. If I'm Rival, I'm ready for it after last time.
I look at Rival Esports, I see a team that has ridiculous drafting capabilities. And if I trust anyone with that, it's gotta be Memeshi. He's got Terry and Icy at his side, 2 stalwart players when it comes to holding their lane. But Memeshi is really the one that blows me away, and I really thought he could have taken down Toxic Lotus yesterday. They got reverse swept. It went to a double match point to eventually hand that series to Toxic Lotus.
We've seen some outliers in picks. We've seen a lot of Jaeyoung, for example, but then someone brought in this Mo that we didn't really have on the radar. But in Terry's hands, this brawler is one of the best ones on the board. He really takes this off-meta brawler, completely dominates with it, and this really brings in a discussion. Maybe it's more about which brawler are you really good at and not which brawler is meta.
I mean, I would like to hope the Toxic Lotus by now are good against it, because Pekka also ripped him a new one with that Mo. In the series, the Toxic Lotus lost to Kasa. It is the kind of brawler that surfaces on a lot of these Brawl Ball maps, but the playmaking potential makes Mo great anywhere. And if I'm Toxic Lotus, it's one of the biggest learnings I've had from my run so far. Have an answer to it, ban it, or pick it yourself.
When we talk about brawler selections, specifically from Rival Esports, they have such an awesome ability to think laterally. It's Memeshi, the brains behind all of this, and I trust him into mainland China.
I'm really looking forward to this match. Toxic Lotus, mainland China, hope that remains. And then Rival that wants to follow into Navi's footstep. They just made it through to day 3. And for both of those teams, this is now the very last hope, the very last chance at World Finals. Good luck to them. Let's bring them in.
Every round matters. Every mistake costs everything. Welcome on stage for one last battle. Rival Esports and Toxic Lotus!
Red versus white here. Rival on the left. They want this win. They want another East Asian team on the board on day 3. Toxic Lotus, on the other hand, they already beat them yesterday. It was a reverse sweep. It was a very close series. Will they do it again?
I hope so, right? Because this team obviously didn't get to feature in 2024's World Finals. They were BC Gaming in Jönköping in 2023. But since then, they've really shown up this year. They want revenge against SK Gaming for knocking them out of Brawl Cup. But that team sits on the other side of that golden ticket match. So they've got to be looking well ahead of this match.
How far are you willing to claw to eventually get revenge? It sits on the other side of a golden ticket for these guys. Rival Esports stands firmly in their way, just as they did yesterday. It went to the 5th and final set between these two, and it very well may go so far again.
We're starting with open business again. I mean, I can just mention Draco, Meg, Byron, all of the same again. You feel like we're going to see some Mo here from Rival, Terry?
I mean, I don't know if we're going to Mo. Last time we saw Rival play this game against Toxic Lotus, same map, of course. It was an exciting finish. They actually brought the big in, right? Something we're seeing less of lately. Still a great sharpshooter. Rattle Hive is good for some sort of free damage. Alongside the Hank and the Kaze, Rival want to play aggressively into this. I'd love to see a run back at the comms, but that game was very, very close. And StarDragon blamed himself for making a wrong last pick in that draft. He tweeted about it. So Toxic Lotus have a chance to right the wrongs of the last time they played that map.
Toxic Lotus, I think, we're planning on making it through that very first match today. I think a lot of people expected him to do so. StarDragon, I think, is very willing to take the blame all for himself. I think as an individual, he has elevated this team to the level that it is at now. A World Finals worthy team, if you ask me. Of course, it's a couple steps to get there, but he, as the drafter, has been able to put the correct brawlers in the hands of players that have always been at the mechanical level to make it to the world stage.
We're now looking at the votes over from event.brawlstars.com. 84% voting for Rival. Did they watch the Brawl Cup and see that Toxic Lotus actually came out 4th in that? Also, 100% win rate in their own region. Toxic Lotus are a menace, not only in their particular region, but also on the global stage.
They were a great team. In 2024, the LCQ, though, Toxic Lotus fell to the now Casa Brawl team. That was Foot Esports and knocked them out in a golden ticket match. There's like a ton of like revenge arcs for this team. But something that TL mentioned coming into this tournament was that the pressure's on us now. The cat's out. Like, people know we're good, and now they're actually the Chinese fans really like expect excellence from them now. Yes. You do one thing well, and they're like, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it better, do it better every single time. And Rival Esports, I think, are really easily underrated. They are the 5th seed from East Asia, but that's a stacked region. And I think you've got incredible individuals on this team. Ramesh, you're not the flashiest, but is a world champion in his own right.
We now want to head into our first map of this matchup. Rival versus Toxic Lotus. We're starting on open business. I did not talk about Kaze, but I do like this brawler. She's basically, how did you put it, Reddy? The living brawler that is just there for pressure.
Yes, she's there for pressure, and she's there for assassination. I think that, you know, you got Kaze, you've got Kenji. They do similar things. They exert pressure, they're aggressive, they dash, they move. Kaze can heal just like Kenji can, but he does it more. He's more tailored for extended team fights. Kaze is going to be excellent for anytime assassinations are required, anytime hypercharges are prioritized, which is, you know, pretty much always. But also, she's got a big ol' circle, and Hot Zone has got a circle in it. I'm looking at area denial from that perspective.
Oh yes, we love circles. Brawlers that make circles on
Circles are
circle
amazing.
maps are super good, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Toxic Lotus opened their draft in a very different fashion. This is the same first pick we saw from Rival, or rather Kaze found her way into their draft last time they played open business. It was like a Meg Frank with a healer plan for Toxic Lotus last time, and they couldn't overcome just the burst damage, and they also got counterpicked last by a sharpshooter. The Toxic Lotus, got to be mindful of that. They have good range here. They're still going to try the Meg plan, though. Bring her back in and ideally have more built around it. So the big question mark for me, Reddy, is if they end with another tank or with something to set OU up, a healer or something with mobility. Jaeyong obviously being available.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Kaze even to play into the Meg without support is the biggest issue. Meg is going to be running the star power that makes her mech explode once she's popped out and has a lot of potential to actually kill Kaze in those interactions. Kaze is going to have to receive some support, or you could see something like fairly consistent. Yeah, Amber was one of the top on my list. She outranges that Meg. It's nice, it's slow, it's controlled. It is area denial at range. Basically does what Meg does, but better. Minus the survivability. She still has that vulnerability of anything that gets in close range.
We've been talking so much about how good supporters are in the current meta. We don't have any of those on the map right now. I'm waiting for a Barry, a Jae Young, something to support the mech specifically on the side of Toxic Lotus, but even for Rival. And the side of Kaze would help her to go a bit more aggressive, to be this pressure in Brawler for. Bunny is going to be the last pick for Rival Esports. Instead, brings in that long range plus close range burst damage. Of course, a lot of damage output now for the side of Rival, but not that much of survivability.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're not investing too heavily in like one individual brawler. I kind of like the idea of having their eggs in sort of more distributed baskets. Bonnie is like that sharpshooter analog, I think, to the B that they went with last time. So there is definitely still something that can punish tanks and just accrue a lot of free damage. I love the Amber. I feel like she can play into Lumi to some degree, but it is going to be a second tankier pick here for Toxic Lotus. You're sort of shaking your head a bit, Reddy. What are your thoughts about rounding the draft out with an Ollie?
I'm just curious, like, this is how we end. It's got to be prioritized in the ban phase or in the first few picks, but no one was really interested in picking it up. Toxic Lotus, with Ollie as their final selection, he's going to get Hypercharge. It's literally inevitable. It just comes down to how he's going to be playing around these walls. Versus Kaze, he can also go for Hypnosis, lure her away. She needs those quick takedowns. I think you got to go with the Ollie gadget that, makes your next attack hypnotize someone. That would be a really wise one to go for. Now looking at the lane matchup, Talk was not expecting this attack on the left side. IC trying to defy the matchup, which does favor Meg. Instead he stays alive. You'll see Mameshi dash to the back right and goes down. Rival Esports and Toxic Lotus in deadlock right now. No firm victor in this first interaction.
Engine sitting on the other side of that wall, though, with Super at the ready. IC just wants to keep Meg out of the game if at all possible. But now the Kaze's starting to get a taste of her own medicine. The shots are coming in. Nice blast beat there. Holds Mameshi in place. And OU even commits the gadget to slow the Bonnie down further. This has allowed Toxic Lotus to draw ahead now. 34 plays 10. But Terry's back on that side lane, and Amber can really shred Meg if she gets purchased.
Well, she's got to find that lineup. Talk now is dodging things out. Gets snagged by that super, but Engine and O are still alive at mid. It's exactly what they need, just consistent positioning. O has the stun as well as the slows around the lanes. Mameshi decides to go for a quick skating sesh because he's not really too deterred. He has that hypercharge. Once he gets the super, that's when things are going to amplify for Rival Esports. They're down by such a far margin, though. That's one for Talk. Another one coming in for OU. Whoa! That's a team stun right there. Terry remains alive. It's enough HP to let him now take Talk outside of that Meg, and IC is here with yet another punch, but Engine is undeterred. Hypercharge, super forward, but no value whatsoever.
Talk is super happy if IC is going to run after him. He's in mini Meg form. Out of his mech, he doesn't really do too much, and Engine was able to get free capture percentage on the point. Now Toxic Lotus simply need to get a whiff of the point to win the round. It'll be Talk or someone similar to step up. Even Engine can jump on there. 1% is all that stands between them and victory, and Engine says, it's about that time then.
I look at this Amber, how it's being played by Rival Esports. I see a lot of missed shots. Not really the way that Amber plays usually. I know Rival Esports are accustomed to playing online. LAN is a very different space. You don't see Amber that much here because the attack actually behaves differently in a live environment. Rival Esports, they have to be aware of this right now. I just wonder how they're going to play around it because Terry is struggling.
Need to see more from this Amber pick. Talk's been knocked out of mech by that Amber damage a couple of times. But again, when you get to play mini-meg, you can still get capture progress in that form. Engine's looking to step up here now. Mameshi, of course, shot after shot, but Engine is juking them pretty effectively. IC wants to threaten something from this position, but yet to actually commit.
Well, there it is. On Engine, need one more attack, but as predicted, the gadget to come out, eventually just get a trade. Mameshi now going on to O, gets frozen inside of this skating rink, but still lives to tell the tale. Talk is alive, however. That is his job. Stay alive inside of the radius, be consistent, this present force. Hypercharge forward now from Bonnie on the top left. That's the kill, but still one falls on the right side for Toxic Lotus. Another as Engine goes down. Rival Esports find themselves at a disadvantage, but at least they have positioning.
And all this fighting for Rival is happening off the point. So Toxic Lotus, in losing fights, yes, have been getting that percentage. And Engine can just throw himself at the point. Lock Mameshi down with a super into a stun gadget. Get some extra percentage in doing so. Now Talk and OU need to commit. Nothing wagered, nothing gained. This is the game of Brawl Stars. So they step forward now. Mameshi dives onto the point, but he's going to be blown up. IC also going to struggle to fight through this hypercharged super of Engine. Fanstorm comes out after the fact, but it's not enough to keep them alive, and that is a huge blow for Rival Esports as Toxic Lotus draw ahead yet again.
Even a coordinated push bolstered by hypercharges from Rival Esports could not get Toxic Lotus off of this point. Icy dashes in fruitlessly. Mameshi, however, does follow up with a kill of his own. Hypercharge in from O, and it's not enough to eliminate Terry. He died before he could follow up with any of his maces. There's still a chance for Rival Esports, but they have to shrug off numerous pushes from Toxic Lotus in a row.
A lot of hypercharges ready, and they're starting to be drawn out now. Terry makes use of it, but no real catch with those flames as Tok decides it's time to go. Terry pressured back, Engine going to go with the super nails. Mameshi dives into the back line, doesn't get caught up, but also doesn't find his intended target. 95 and counting, but Tok is in mini form, needs to touch the point, but Rival Esports will have Mameshi standing tall as the dust settles. A close round, but we're even on our first set.
Rival Esports didn't look too hopeful in that very first game, but as soon as they managed to take control just once, they cycled their abilities. They had everything under control. Excellently done. I think things were piloted way better by Mameshi on that Bonnie as well. You have a bunch of brawlers that have mobility. Mameshi jumps, IC, dashes. It's so easy to leave your teammates behind in those scenarios. You'll see IC taking that matchup solo on the left side. He stayed away from that Meg. It was the right decision to make. Mameshi has way better matchup, outranges it. Now in, behind Engine, looks for the kill and stays alive. Rockstar beginning for Rival Esports.
Yeah, really sick Bonnie play there from Mameshi. And of course, the change allowing Bonnie to get back in Clyde straight away after jumping is definitely playing a factor, that's for sure. Engine has super, but Icy can dodge away from it pretty easily. Engine still decides to go for it. Mameshi does get caught out. Gadget into super, Bonnie locked down. Fanstorm here could imply something, but Rival Esports need to get Terry into the game again. It's going to be IC going forward. Tok knocked out a mech, that's all well and good. Now the Amber can start to pressure that backline further.
Such great team play from Rival Esports. They let IC get initial damage, then have Terry knock Meg out of the Meg, doing exactly what they need to. Mameshi with a kill on the back right. Engine also at risk of falling, and Tok is just playing to stay alive. But the HP doesn't math out for Toxic Lotus. Engine may stay alive. Whoa, a little spawn camping? That had to be intentional from Mameshi, but it didn't strike home at all.
Well, some map control, I guess. This is Rival Esports that have themselves a 10% lead, and Terry can just come in. Maybe running it down is the plan for Mameshi. Gonna get caught by Engine here, low as he is. Super catches on her, so the Bonnie is hypnotized, and they don't eliminate her straight away, because Tok's up on the point. Now Terry wants to come forward, knocks her out of mech, and Terry should be able to win this fight, but it's tough to connect those flames at close range. Terry, though, prevails, and now Rival Esports are on the home stretch.
Amber's worst nightmare. He ran out of ammo. Huge hypnosis for Engine. It's Icy to the rescue. He keeps Mameshi alive. Now dashing to back right. Oh, only barely alive. Mameshi spinning around, wants to clip this wall, needs Terry to help pinch. But Mameshi doesn't want to rotate towards the top. No, needs to use his HP to get on top of this zone. It's going to be a buzzer beater for sure. Tok now rotating in onto the point. Knows he's going to fall, but just has to exist on this point.
That's it.
It's a team wipe. Rival Esports know that there's nothing left for Toxic Lotus to do except watch as this counts up to 100. Rival Esports off to the same start in their first match versus Toxic Lotus. One secured.
How's your opinion about the Amber evolved over the course of that game? Because it was tough for Terry initially, but I just watched Engine super onto the point, hit nobody, and then just get blown up by the Amber.
Yes, I think it was figured out pretty much by Rival Esports. You saw Terry sort of getting used to the controls, essentially. You know, it's a much different environment in LAN versus online, and you can see that Terry managed to muster the most DPS, but I think actually the most marked difference game over game for me was just seeing the way that the Rival Esports players managed to trade out damage and trade out interactions. They synergized so well, and they also knew, look, stop going on to this Meg, you're just not going to win it. Let someone else do it, or at least get the initial damage and let someone else finish off that kill. You know, don't be the one to send her out of the Meg, it's gonna cost you too much HP. It was very elegantly done by Rival. I have to hand it to him. Some head scratches, of course, you know, you see like Mameshi jumping in to spawn camp Illumi, it fell flat on his face.
Yeah.
They almost lost control off of that and managed to bring it back. I think coming back to pretty much the exact same thing. Elegantly switching up those matchups, taking damage for each other, and playing as a team.
Mameshi, for me, my MVP coming out of that round. Yeah, it was some interesting Bonnie dives into the back line, but Mameshi also using it just for survival, realizing how important it was to stay alive. I think Mameshi ends up accruing 48% of the overall required capture progress for Rival. And as Bonnie, that's not always easy. You're not mobile. No. You have long range, but you are slow as heck. So being able to stay on that point for as long as he did, it's really important. It's a key component of the set win there on Hot Zone. So let's turn our attention now to Brawl Ball. This was a set that Toxic Lotus actually won to begin their reversed sweep against Rival. It was Super Beach, not Sunny Soccer. Obviously very much a different map, but it was a comp that featured Trunk that allowed Toxic Lotus to prevail on that map.
Trunk, we saw it in the hands of Sargent as well. You know, different team, but same idea. It can be super lethal. And it also heals, of course. You've got tankiness, you've got mobility, you've got a radius around yourself in which you can deal damage, a critical hit spot. You know, a mechanically demanding brawler, and definitely is currently set apart from the other circle attack of brawlers. One that I would definitely trust in the hands of Terry because he's a remarkable aggro player for the team. I see, you know, pretty much the same thing there. Now, when it comes to Rival Esports, comp-wise, what they're going for here, we saw success for synergetic things. We saw Sunny Soccer played earlier. Toxic Lotus, of course, have some tricks up their sleeve as usual, but I anticipate Mameshi should be able to react to those interestingly.
But like the Jaeyong Hank combo is going to be eyed off here by either of these teams. Right? We're seeing that just a lot. Slipstreams for Hank to get forward and pressure some big bubble connections. No ban of that particular brawler either. See, Mina finds herself banned as always. Lumi's been a bit of a favorite for Toxic Lotus to try and pick. It's reasonable here, right? Sunny Soccer features a lot of those chokes, and if you can control 2 out of 4 lanes at any one time with that gadget, it feels like you've got a lot of breathing room on the map. Rival, though, with the first pick. They tried Griff here alongside a Jaeyong Hank combo. I get it. High damage. Obviously, Griff's hypercharge, that cashback now goes through boxes, so all of a sudden, these closed-off maps aren't as much of an issue for him. Get Ollie, too good. Also very good at shutting down those assassins, finding a timely hypnotize can really turn it in your favor.
Yes, my concern here, though, is that Toxic Lotus did decide to give them this Ollie. They prioritize, I think, Cordelius, Kid, Mina, both must bans when your opponent has first pick. That's just my opinion. But they've offered this Ollie over to Rival Esports. Now, what are they thinking? Do they go for like a Buster comp over here? We've seen it as a response to Ollie before. One of the reasons it stands out to me here is because that initial spawning area on this map is so cramped in that it would actually be really good at giving that initial hypercharge and super to that Buster. We're going to go ahead and start off with a Kaze, you know, for the same reasons we mentioned earlier. Great for getting pressure, for getting some damage. When Rival Esports decides that they want to support this Ollie, which they absolutely should, then Kaze is going to be honing in its focus on that support.
Otis is open.
That's
Seeing
true.
that worked in on a couple of these maps. I think it also happened last time, Super Beach. Yeah, we saw Otis Kaze draft from Toxic Lotus. And yeah, that was when they rounded things out with the Trunk. I'm not sure if this is the map for it. But Otis, yeah, going to be the pick. So Toxic Lotus definitely, know where their bread is buttered. And last time they played, it didn't fall butter side down against Rival. They had a pretty strong showing on Super Beach. It was a straight 2-0 win in terms of sets. So I'm sure they're not too stressed just yet in this best of 5. But in the back of their minds, they don't want to exit another LCQ 2 years in a row after turning up in a big way on the world stage. They don't want to be a flash in the pan. They want to be a fixture, part of the furniture by the time is all is said and done.
Well, for the first time, I think a mainland Chinese team has some positive expectations and maybe actually a little bit too high. As soon as they did really the unthinkable in Brawl esports, it seems like the floor has been raised on what people expect of them. Now, Rival Esports, they go with the mouse. It's time to get a little bit cheesy. So what can Mo do here? Obviously, he's able to dig underground. That means he'll be able to maneuver around those boxes, and also he has a hypercharge that's so useful. One of the biggest things that stands out to be about Mo on this map is be mindful, you can super from midfield. Mo, if he passes the ball forward, supers towards it, he's going to have a super as he comes out of his own super to slot it in. Could get some cheese like that. You know, don't mean to hammer too hard on the pun. And they'll also be able to fire over these walls with Willow. Such a remarkable defensive brawler.
She's really coming to her own now that her hypercharge allows her to be functionally invulnerable when she's mind controlling an enemy, as opposed to just having some damage reduction. But she gets like a Kaze. You don't want to risk just getting run over when you are unable to take action. We'll see now Toxic Lotus's last pick. And I'll remind everybody, last time it was Trunk. Not sure if that's going to be the answer for them again this time, but they can work. They might want to work someone in that can operate across these walls. Lily is going to be the pick this time around. We've often seen Ollie played into Lily, and being able to hypnotize her is a good way to stop her, but having some real pressure on the Meshi or Mo outside of Super seems like a pretty powerful strat.
It's going to also be irritating for Willow to deal with. She's going to be very vulnerable to a Lily. Lily is going to be inside of a bush. Here comes that tiny little super projectile to send you to the Shadow Realm, and Willow is going to have to react in like literally the snap of a finger. The blink of an eye is how fast it's going to need to be for her to dive and get some immunity. Of course, you can't dive in the Shadow Realm. It's her biggest vulnerability. She's doing her best to stay away, try and take a lane that is opposite the Lily. Lily's already taking tons of damage. Ice-T's looking for that initial kill, and an engine that looks great. Terry, also a wide open goal. Everyone was trying to avoid that hypnosis. Ended up no one stepped to the goal line.
Well, it turns out for zoning, that Ollie Ultimate can be pretty effective as well. Nice use of that super, even if it didn't catch on. And Toxic Lotus caught sleeping at the wheel in the early stages of the round. Terry chunked down by some of that poke damage early. Meshi, of course, is always a lurking threat. Someone who can just take over the ball carrier and slot an own goal. There's a lot working against Toxic Lotus here. They need Tok to find some assassinations, but Terry's already gone in with that super. No connection. Kaze is about as nimble as they come.
Terry's got that ball, and he's got a gadget active as well. It's looking prime, but can he get it? Well, had to dodge that super from Tok first. That's going to be bad. The Meshi has the mind control, but opted not to use it. It's a hypercharge popped by Engine to then attempt to get that kill from Terry. It's assisted by Tok, who once more misses a super. That's 2 in a row. Things are not going well for the Lily.
Yeah, the Lily really needs to get these connections, and Ice-T would have been out of the game basically straight away. But Meshi's still holding onto that mind control. You as Willow pass the ball to an opponent, mind control them straight away. That's why OU doesn't want to catch the ball, but it's as well. It's tough to see that happen. Mameshi with a super shot that goes a little wide across the face. Rivals still have that goal lead, but for how much longer? As Engine is threatening super use by IC to strip the ball. And all is well in the Rival Esports camp.
Well done by IC. That could have gone very, very wrong. Mameshi was missing his premier defensibility in this game. Not only do you make yourself immune, but you also mind control an enemy at the same time. Tok here comes out, pops in front of Mameshi, looks for the kill, gets it. A ball pass to the back left. It's going to have to be returned by OU. Oh! Terry's got the speed, he's got the HP, and he's got the walk-in. Doesn't even matter that he's muted. Rival Esports feeling so confident now. They're on their way to yet another set victory. You see Toxic Lotus, they were scrambling to understand just what was happening. That first goal was a disaster.
This draft looks good though, man, from Rival Esports. Any one of those balls at any time can sneak a goal out of nowhere, right? We just saw it from Terry. We know what Mo can do. Mameshi was threatening the mind control own goal for much of the round, but it didn't happen. His Engine, though, decided he might just like to win the game now.
Yeah.
Okay. Better late than never, I guess.
Yeah, leaned forward in the gaming chair, rubbed his hands a little bit to get warm and start focusing up. They pretty much ran down Rival Esports, exactly what happened to them in the early stages of game number 1. I hope that trick doesn't work on Rival Esports again, otherwise they're going to be reeling from that one. A hypercharge popped by Engine. That's more than one connection. It's Mameshi alone at the goal line, looks for that mind control, but can't get the supercharge in time. Holy speed run from Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, this is literally the locking in gif occurring in front of us.
Yes.
Right? Guy's like, lazy on the chair and all of a sudden sits up in his seat, decides there's a game to play, and that's beautiful work from Engine. Mechanically, very proficient, runs Rival Esports down before they can build up those supers, before they can make use of the gadgets. The Kaze tears into shreds.
Geeks to locked in record time at the moment. Tok now fielding this attempt from IC to push forward on the right side. Looks good. Engine also defending versus Terry. And now Toxic Lotus gets to move forward a rung on this map that is split into numerous layers. Just playing cautiously. Tok, he's being really aggressive with these supers, knowing that they're probably not going to hit, but he's just going to keep on trying until it eventually works and then make a major play out.
Engine tries to go in this time, though, hit by the IC super and disrupted. Fanstorm is in play, and OU is still healthy enough, but Lotus is hit with the Hypnotize now, and he doesn't have a clear shot on anyone, even the Fat Splatter. Really just ends up being decoration. So Engine now finds himself at a 1v3. I'm not sure if the run it down strat is advisable here for Toxic Lotus. And clearly, Tok agrees.
Tok's really feeling the heat. At least he's got a hypercharge for his troubles. He would likely attempt to target that onto Mameshi, making the unorthodox move of using the gadget to go forward. Hopes to catch Mameshi on the exit from the dive. It's successful, but it requires some assistance from Engine. That's the heal with the transformation back into the Geisha aspect. IC isn't really able to get him around this wall. Or maybe he is. Okay. A single little Tetris piece of blocks isn't going to save you there. No, not from the multiple explosions of a shot from Mo. Another attempt from Tok to push it on the right side. It's no good. Rival Esports have unlimited utility right now. They've got that Mameshi super. They've got IC on the hypercharge. Terry's going to go in with a huge super. That's double hypnosis. No, Tok was inside the Shadow Realm. He's attempting to defend, but it's no good. Terry with a little walk-in. Run down the clock while you're at it, my friend. It's 50 seconds left.
I mean, hypnosis is totally fine just to take an opponent brawler out of the game. You don't need to use it to score. Engine was, off with the fairies, while Tok was under extreme pressure in front of the goal line, and that's another important kill. IC onto Engine yet again. It was that elimination that really opened the momentum up for Rival Esports on their last scoring drive, and they've done it yet again. Not to mention, IC sitting on a hypercharged super, playmaking potential in spades. Terry gets the hypnosis on Engine, and Toxic Lotus remain confined to their half of the field.
My question is, what are the conditions IC is waiting for?
He hit a super!
Yeah, there we go. Todd finally gets it with a hypercharge. I mean, it's basically impossible to dodge. It would also be sort of a waste to use a Mo hypercharge to defend. We'll see Engine hypnotized. He'll survive. Mameshi now looking for a defense. No, knew he was going to go down as well. It's fine. It's a goal for Toxic Lotus as the buzzer beater. But at least Rival Esports have some supreme utility here. Look, 2 hypercharges, a super from Mameshi. Are they expecting Talk to have his gadget back already? No, didn't look like a Terry. With the ball pass forward. No, intercepted by Engine with the mind control. How long will it last? Ankle breaker! In the back left, Mameshi has got it.
Well, you know what they say about Chekhov's gun?
What's that?
Well, if you mention it, it's going to go off. We talked about the mind control goal scoring potential from Mameshi. It was lurking in the background for so much of this game, the potential for it, and it comes out in overtime to deliver a crippling punch to Toxic Lotus. That one is going to hurt. I see fantastic damage output, honestly, over the course of this game, but it was those couple pickoffs on Engine that really made it hard for Toxic Lotus to surge forward on the map. The little play from Tok, maybe left a little bit to be desired at times, but when the Hypercharge super came in, at least there were confirmed eliminations off the back of it. The Otis here from OU, obviously very powerful. We didn't really see any crucial mutes, I feel. Here, it's on Terry, it just doesn't stop him. No. He's got a free run.
Yeah, he has lots of speed with the use of the hypercharge. Was able to survive because of the barrier shield that he gets as a result. His super, you see Mameshi getting a little mind control there to open things up for Rival.
Dirty.
Yeah, and here they were able to run down the clock as well. And that almost actually could have saved them too, because you notice that that goal was scored in just a final couple of seconds of regulation over here. But Terry getting that hypercharge forward was actually totally nullified by Engine. Oh, it's a good thing that they had deep utility there. If they didn't have 3 hypercharges, then who knows what could happen.
Yeah, you mentioned that, right? There was a goal on the buzzer from Toxic Lotus to stay alive in this set, but in the back of your mind, you're like, yeah, well, unfortunately, economically, they're really behind. So, Toxic Lotus are no stranger to this situation, folks. When they played Rival Esports off-stream on day 1, they had to reverse sweep them. Now, we know when lightning strikes, it makes an impression. He's going to strike twice. That is 3 sets in a row that Toxic Lotus need to make up, and it all starts with Bounty. Or it's an early exit from LCQ, and as their shot at Worlds goes up in smoke.
Their shot at Worlds being just a bygone possibility. It doesn't feel right. I mean, if you were just watching Brawl Cup, seeing how they stack up against, by far, that they're an instant qualification to the World Finals.
Even.
Yeah, but on the theme of lightning, was that performance at Brawl Cup just lightning in a bottle? Was it just once that they had that chance?
Right place, right
Was it
time.
a fluke?
Yeah. But I think if you're Toxic Lotus, you don't want your legacy to be defined by, what, losing in the consolation game heavily after, you know, beating some of the best teams in the world, dropping a nail-biter SK, and then looking flat as heck against Data Division. I don't think you want that at all. I wouldn't be putting that on my mantelpiece. Toxic Lotus realize in their careers, there's still so many more heights to scale, but Rival Esports are a tall order, and they stand before them now in a commanding position. It's fingernails dug into the cliffside by Toxic Lotus, and Rival Esports are poised to stomp. Let's head into Hideout now. Bounty map taken in, and we actually have a bell ban here from Toxic Lotus. We saw how oppressive that was in Trashant's hands in the previous series. Kaze, Oli, Mina, the must bans here for Rival if they don't have first pick.
Bell is not typically a ban-worthy brawler, but I just love the way that Toxic Lotus usually plays, where it's unorthodox, it's weird, it's unexpected. I think them being, you know, kind of an undocumented team has been one of their biggest strengths. And coming out with something weird versus Rival Esports is going to have to be one of those last things that they're clinging to. One of the things that empowered them at Brawl Cup was the fact that I don't think people really expected a tough match against them. The Bell's banned because they want to play something focused on staying close together. They also want to take away a comfort pick from Rival Esports. Bell is a brawler that they play quite often and have for a very long time. Ever since it was introduced into the game, these players have loved the brawler. And Rival Esports may even just take advantage of that. They're going to play something centered around support themselves. The support meta, at the top of the meta, it's got to be Byron and Jae Young. They're going to be facing each other on opposite sides of the arena.
Rival already probably can't feel great about trying to all in Toxic Lotus when there's the potential of a Byron super to sort of flip the script on a fight. as far as their numbers are concerned, it's really potent, and not to mention the hypercharge. This, I love this pick. It's hideout, right? So there are some destructible parts of the map, but Brock has fallen from favor a little bit, unless you're playing the boss mode right now in Brawl Stars, in which case it's great. I've seen it sometimes in those knockout games, right?
Yes.
So what's the purpose of the map break here? What brawler do Rival add to make use of Brock's ability to open things up like this?
Pretty much a sniper. I think it's kind of odd to pick Brock so early. You know, were they really concerned about it being snapped up by Toxic Lotus? Actually, honestly, kind of realistic. And you can see the Toxic Lotus are going to go ahead and go with this sharpshooter because they know they're going to be fighting a sharpshooter game. The Byron, as a support, you know, does comparably to that Jae Young. However, as a sniper, it exceeds his range. So if Brock fell into the wrong hands, then it would be really, really bad for Rival Esports. If we go back to just like how the Brock usually plays, you talk about it being usually executed on knockout, it's to get rid of those little strongholds, especially like on New Horizons, where people want to hide behind the walls. Toxic Lotus has no intention of letting the enemy hunker down, and Rival Esports are quite well aware.
And this also means that Rival Esports are the aggressor now by default, unless they pick a brawler that gives you like instant blue star potential, but Kaze's banned, and that's one option you use sometimes to walk up on it. And I don't necessarily think that they want to challenge Tok for blue star early. The Toxic Lotus know now they'll be on the defense to start this off. They can play back and they can hope to get value from OU and Engine as time goes on. Won't be heat ejector, of course, otherwise Tok can't take that blue star. So it'll be flying hook, which does mean the Tok has the ability to go aggressive, dive in, but has to respect now the Gust shield and also the Jaeyoung heal, also his damage. As hideout as the map with walls, that Jaeyoung can actually burst you through with that gadget.
More KO potential for Toxic Lotus than for Rival Esports. I think that Angelo is going to struggle into the healing that Jaeyoung has to offer. It also means that Jaeyoung may be lacking in DPS as he's constantly healing up his teammates that are getting hit by that Byron and, of course, by the Angelo. With that Carl, though.
Is it jump gadget again, do you think?
Surely it has to be. Unless, yeah, well, okay. This was the other big mystery. Who is going to be wall breaking? Because Mameshi could have opted for either gadget. He could have gone for the jump to get away from Carl. He could have broken open walls, and they seem to be just fine playing that range matchup. Rival Esports wants something skill-based, but they are going to have to push the Toxic Lotus base. At least they have wall break on their side to break open the enemy side. As they push forward, Toxic Lotus is going to be closing in on those quarters.
Just had the jockey back, but that's nicely done by Engine. Oh, man. Beautiful connections. I was kind of wondering about the Angelo choice, right? We saw earlier we didn't expect the jump gadget to be used, but it was, that individual knew they'd be getting run at a fair bit. Terry can just charge into the map, and Mameshi's healed up once more. Or wall break if the Brock should desire it. Right now, Rival are happy enough. They need a little bit more stars, though. Even with a blue star still in the hands of TL, and well, get what you came for.
Something that is often underestimated is the range that Brock has when he utilizes his gadget. It's sort of an off-meta selection. It's really only used to break open walls, and so it's not really seen that often. Obviously, something that Toxic Lotus were not prepared for. Engine had either already used his jump, or he just didn't use it in time. Maybe he thought he was just out of range. Instead, it leads that lead over to Rival Esports' side. They just want to be focusing on playing defensively right now. Obviously, they don't want to break open any of their own walls. Toxic Lotus won't be able to do much around it. Oh, of course, he does have gadgets that he can use to get aggressive. Tok has that little super that he can throw over the obstacles. Undoubtedly, he's working towards that hypercharge. He needs to get it within the next 20 seconds.
Good hits here every now and then from Mameshi. Keeping the Angelo honest. Tok also, every now and then, eating a projectile from IC. Supers up for all of Rival Esports in a lead in their favor. Tok being as low as he is now, it's going to be tough to come forward, but Engine snipes Terry out of formation, and now Toxic Lotus have a lead. Hypercharge super from Mameshi might be required, but he's too low to make anything happen. With IC falling, Toxic Lotus solidify their lead, one they searched for much of that round.
Crucial error from Jaeyoung. He thought he was safe to push forward and go for some additional damage, and hey, you know, to his credit, he could have three-shot the Angelo, but unfortunately on his retreat he got caught up, not only by the Byron, but also by the Angelo. In Rival Esports, they had the lead. They wound up handing it over to Toxic Lotus. Well, they had plenty of room to back up. Now they're going to try and get OU early game. It's perfect. It is absolutely perfect. Terry stays alive with an excellent timed gadget. It's just awesome. A wonderful start from Rival Esports.
I love that they use the slipstream to fight for that blue star control. Because I think OU's just expecting to get it for free there. I love that Rival break that conditioning and hit Toxic Lotus with something out of left field. On the right side of the map, it's OU and Tok looking to take some space. You see that the Carl wants to go in. Terry's got healing for days.
Terry, of course, at mid, just utilizing his speed right now. He's trying to catch someone out of position, then pop that gadget for a 3-tap. Could do so versus Talk, who of course has the super to throw down and heal himself. It's not really the optimal target. OU also in a rough position. You see Rival Esports are gradually falling back. Not something that we saw in the last game. Gotta hand it to Toxic Lotus for their aggression. O in with the super, and that's a kill. Now on the retreat, they're just out of range. Terry's gonna attempt. OU taken down, but Toxic Lotus still lead by 2.
Happy to take that trade. I think Toxic Lotus are. Look at how opened up the map is right now. Messi still has some cover to use defensively, but TL are basically out in the town square and need to dodge these projectors coming in. Decent footwork there from Engine, but eventually he needs to loose that arrow and get to work on another one. Toxic Lotus now being shoved into the back of the map as Terry is looking pretty scary. Pops that weekend warrior, but the hypercharge super from OU is beautiful! And he makes mid-speed of Rival. 6-star lead heading into the last 30 seconds. How the heck are Rival going to fight back?
It's Carl's dream completely realized on the left side. Terry wasn't able to punch through the protected pirouette, much less the hypercharge from Meshi. No jump at all. He's going to use the wall break now. Attempt to take down Tog. No good. Terry also falls. Ice-T, what is he even playing for at this point? He's got O and Tog to both eliminate to get the lead, and it's simply not possible. Toxic Lotus pretty much just celebrating at this point because they've got a set. The mainland Chinese Warriors fire back. Is history repeating itself right now?
Got themselves a shiny new set of plot armor, and they are not afraid to use it to keep them in the fight. Okay, Toxic Lotus, we see you. Just when they were at risk of losing it all here and now, they fight back and win themselves a key set. Still a long road from here. Oh yeah, this is looking awfully similar to what we saw from them off stream. Great game from Engine. Some beautiful shots connecting there, clutch moments. Even after Rival threw the curveball of fighting for that blue star at the end of that last round, Toxic Lotus fought back.
I just think it looked so good for Rival Esports in game number 1. It's just then Terry decided to play super aggressive, you know, go for a little bit last second damage, thought that he was take. You'll see it right here. Versus Talk on the right side, got 2, nearly got the takedown, and then Terry looses an arrow to eliminate him. It was that double, like the 2v1 on the right side. That is what he was not expecting. Just unusual. I don't know why Terry did that. He overestimated his positioning.
See, this is obviously Toxic Lotus. They'll have that slim lead. It's OU with a hypercharge super. I mean, that is... You see IC's trying to intervene, but there's no super available for the Gust at that point. Yeah, dirty hypercharge super coming out from the Byron there. You see Talk just gets... Basically, it feels like a free kill. Yeah. Sits in the back of the map, throws that super in, and obviously catches on, and the tick damage claims the elimination. Okay, Bounty, big check mark next to that one for Toxic Lotus. No room for error now. It is do or die. They have to win out from here.
A reverse sweep. Will we see it again from Toxic Lotus? They did it once. And in that match, Rival Esports actually took a game off of them in the final set. It was a double match point played yesterday, this rematch. Surely will not disappoint. Just an odd decision made by Rival Esports in that first game. It cascaded into a set loss. Now we're headed to a bit of heist action. Going to be extremely draft dependent. Toxic Lotus, they earned international acclaim and single-handedly, I think, put Miko on the map as a competitive brawler when they decided that they would play it at Brawl Cup. Of course, that brawler is now boasting a hypercharge, so not something to look past. But if you're a Rival, you have to be extra cautious of this brawler that Toxic Lotus has been known to play.
Now, these teams didn't play Heist against each other in their first game. This wasn't the pool, and it's pit stop of all maps. We saw this briefly earlier on from Upcore, where they attempted to bring the Bull in. Have some all-in potential, but they were overwhelmed and ultimately fell out of that series. I feel like this is a must-ban Miko here for Rival Esports. Don't take the risk of allowing Engine to play that brawler. It's just not worth it.
What are our bans going to be? We see Mina all day long. And even on the Heist, it's got to be a top priority. One of the enablers previously has been Barry. It's left open.
They're going to do it again. They're
wow.
Play the Miko.
Wow. Rival Esports, yeah, because they've left this wide open. They've gone for the RT ban, or are they trying to bait it from Toxic Lotus?
There's a ton of it, but you still play the Kaze here quite happily. Yeah, I mean, what Okay, that's fine. How are they going to counter it? Cordelius has been banned.
Yes, there it is.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, okay. I mean, it would be so brutal were Toxic Lotus to be knocked out of the LCQ by their own signature brawler. The Miko picked by Rival Esports. I mean, Star Dragon already got his hands in his hair thinking, okay, all right, how do we... If no one else can counter Miko, how are we supposed to? The Kaze here is pretty expected, I think.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, my eyes are on that pick. We've seen the Miko kit as well so far this tournament. That is also terrifying. Kit also, I mean, just being able to play alongside a mobile brawler. I think we saw Melody kit as well at one point. Those yarn balls are really, really nice for DPS. It's supposed to be balanced by the fact that they're incredibly short range and can only use them while you're in super. But when you're attached to a highly mobile brawler, it's not an issue. It's going to be a Shade finally getting through. Rival have banned this a couple of times in the series already against TR.
It's also a favorite of Toxic Lotus because they decided to play it on Hot Potato earlier, though it did not go their way. They eventually fell to Costa Brawl on that exact map. It was Barry that got that final bit of damage in. I wonder if they're concerned about that. It is, of course, Pit Stop is a different map. It is a slightly different ball game, but you'll notice that Toxic Lotus suspiciously have not picked anything that directly counters the Miko just yet. That Shade can play defensively, but he's able to quickly rotate over. Here's the Buzz. So Buzz is another thing that can, be pretty decent into the Miko. Having a stun is always good. Also should be able to pop the Shade out of a wall. Shade's going to try and stay behind the walls to get value. Well, guess what? Buzz charges super through the wall, okay? You have also just like unreal mobility, something that I think Terry would be able to play, but now you've got two aggros. I think IC is also a renowned Buzz player. Is going to be IC and Terry on the aggros, and then Mameshi on defense, because someone's going to have to play D with these two aggros. Yes, it is Lumi to hold down the lanes there.
Lumi, of course, known for her damage output, but in this context, because of her gadget being as powerful as it is, definitely seen as a more controlling, more defensive-oriented brawler who certainly doesn't want to be run up on. Kaze, very strong against the Lumi if she can close the gap, and Shade as well, working around those walls can be a bit of a problem for her. You'll note, of course, no wall break here for Rival Esports. It's not really. So Shade will always be able to play from within those walls, from the other side of them. But OU's going to need a bit of backup here in terms of this safe pressure or this, assassination potential. I just don't think you can play as aggressive against this Miko comp. But Toxic Lotus picked Daryl, who is absolutely going to want to come forward and take these fights.
This is a moment where I wonder, like, you never see it happen in competitive, not in a long time, but does Mameshi opt to go for the long stun, honestly, just to help him out versus his Daryl, because that's not a matchup, not a 1v1 that he's supposed to win. It would be a star power swap for the guy. Unlikely, but it would be an entertaining thing to see, just Rival using a bit of micro to get that ever so slight advantage. I also wonder why we didn't see Bull. It's a much more traditional response to a Shade over here break down the walls. My guess is that IC really needs those Miko jumps. He needs obstacles to jump over, hide behind. That's an initial missed gadget for Talk. Not the greatest look in the first interaction, as he's gradually moving over to get on top of the safe. He wants to do it solo, and Kaze's got to take the way around.
Miko's already headed over towards the safe. Here IC baiting Engine back. Kaze definitely on defense duty, but it's still hard to do much about this Miko, who hits the safe for a disgusting amount of damage on each occasion, and virtually ignoring one of the most powerful brawlers in the game as Kaze looks on as that Miko gets some tasty safe damage. Toxic Lotus being force-fed a taste of their own medicine right now. Dicey wants to go on the aggressive, but OU is looming large.
OU's ready for the dash in. Mameshi eliminated in his wake. Terry's got to decide. He's going to go for the stun. OU nearly gets the kill. Terry back, hypercharge style, chains the supers together, and gets Talk through the wall. That might buy enough time for Mameshi to come around the top side. It's one of the biggest reasons that you play that stun into Shade. You're able to get him through the wall. Meanwhile, you see IC on top of this save, and he cannot be removed. Engine will finally be taking him down, but the second shield has now been cracked open. It's neck and neck between Rival and Toxic Lotus, playing on the same tempo.
Mameshi a bit greedy, going for the elimination off the back of the blast beat, but does take that player down. Traded out though as Engine goes forward, and here comes IC. Might need to do a little bit more than just a couple of hits on the safe as Engine with the Fanstorm wants to come forward, circumventing the Lumi, who's playing the left side of the map. And OU would love to get in Mameshi's face. Here they come. IC forced to be on defense. It's not where the Miko shines. That amp damage to non-player targets needs to be going in the direction of the safe. The Talk is going to be hard to shift. Here's the Daryl roll coming in from OU, and he gets a close range encounter with the safe and breaks it wide open. Toxic Lotus ready for the Miko, apparently. They win out this first round.
The unrelenting aggression from Toxic Lotus was too much for Rival Esports to deal with. Toxic Lotus didn't even really think about defense all that much. Like, yeah, maybe we'll decide. If it's a 1v1 that I know I'm going to win, you're on low HP, fine, I'll do it. I'll send Kaze around to do it. But Rival Esports, as a duo between Terry and the Meshi, they are not able to deal with all of this pressure.
He's running down.
He's just mindlessly running forward. Engine easily takes him down. What was that all about? That was a bizarre choice from IC to not even jump.
I'm not sure. I think he realized maybe he was just not going to make it to the safe there. Here's OU having to throw down with Terry and recalling rotator. Yeah, that's nice safe damage up close. Rival behind a little bit. Obviously, IC was handled. Needs to come back off respawn. Some free damage, by the way, that fan storm. Knocks the safe down to its shield without any investment required from Engine directly. Now we can go after it himself. We might be straight racing here. Here's the dive on towards the safe. Terry's able to knock it, but through the wall. Tok finds the Miko again. This is looking pretty good for Rival. That safe damage is coming in hard, though.
I mean, it's IC as the sole defender. They know that this base race is a loss. Rival Esports had both of their defenders at the wrong side. IC can't do anything as Miko against a push of 3. Toxic Lotus, as soon as you thought Rival Esports might be able to amend history, they're back once again to set 5.
Yeah, sorry, misspell. It was not, in fact, looking good for Rival at all. And you can see why. Obviously, IC is not intended to do player damage. He's got a good amount of damage through the safe, but Toxic Lotus say, okay, you want to run it? I said, we're going to take an incredibly powerful all-in composition and have the Shade, which allows us to defend really far out from the safe. I mean, you cannot get up against the wall. You can't hug that wall. We are going to try and shut you down. The Shade into Miko matchup isn't great. We know that. But if OU of Engine could get involved, I see also taking ammunition away from the Miko with that Kaze Super could also be one direction you could go in. Engine has the answer in the end.
I mean, this is just called getting lost in the sauce. You have your Buzz, you have your Lumi on the enemy side. These are your dedicated defenders. You saw this first game. Obviously, whatever they did here was not going to work again. It was the aggression that they were not able to fend off. So what they needed to do was win the fight more towards the middle of the map instead of at the safe, where they're taking damage at the same time as their safe taking damage. But now you see Engine, OU right on top of the safe. IC is the only one defending. Tok waltzes through on full HP. He's not even been tapped, not even scratched just a little bit. And the looks of jubilation on Toxic Lotus's face after, once again, a strange choice by Rival Esports. Sometimes plot armor is a little easier to spot.
Toxic Lotus determined to be the protagonist of yet another major Brawl tournament. Fighting for their lives against Rival Esports, down in the doldrums 0-2. They fight back, even up the series, and threaten to pull off maybe the only second consecutive reverse sweep in the same team in the same tournament that Brawl Stars has ever seen. Tough out there for Rival, because now the doubt starts to creep in. This has happened to us before. We have thrown away a massive lead to this team again, whereas that wind well and truly in the Toxic Lotus sails. They have momentum on their side, and it takes some serious grit to stop that. Bells Rock is going to be our final battleground. It'll be knockout to end the series.
Momentum is a useful tool in the draft phase. You can pick things more confidently. You don't play timidly. And that is a trap. It is a trench that we've seen numerous teams, numerous players fall into today, where they play triple supports or something like that. It doesn't really pack a punch. It's just way too safe. For the sake of Rival Esports, on the verge of being reverse swept, for their sake, hopefully that doesn't happen to them. At least they're heading into knockout. I feel like every single set 5 here in VSD, we see you go to knockout, and it's always a total nail-biter. But it's going to slow down the momentum. Toxic Lotus, we're going to have to take the same breather as Rival Esports.
We talked about the Miko on Heist. Yeah. Right? Toxic Lotus also played it on Bells Rock in map 5 against Rival Esports last time they played.
And went to double match point.
And this time their first pick, and Miko's open. All of those things lining up. It was Gray and Jaeyong, mixed in with it, so it wasn't like any sort of weird kit cheese combined with it. But that's an option, right? Miko is not just an objective killer. He's not just intended to bring that star power in and go after the safe. They do not first pick it though, but Gray was a key component of their setup. And on Bells Rock, obviously, the ability to take your opponents by surprise, to turn up in the middle of nowhere and to do so with a hypercharged shield is really potent. It's a strong first pick that doesn't quite imply that Toxic Lotus are planning to go back to the well of the Miko strategy. I don't know if they're trying to bait something out of Rival here, but they've got to be mindful of the monkey magic waiting in the wings.
I think they're absolutely trying to mess with Rival Esports' head. You have one conversation with Star Dragon, the man behind all these drafts, And it's the only thing he wants to talk about is Brawl Stars. In drafts, I mean, this is a guy with a sole focus. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
All right, talk to me about the Doug pick, man.
Is it Janet? Are they going to try a Doug Janet cheese? I mean, look, we got a couple more picks. Doug is going to be able to stay alive for an extended period. He has a lot of survivability. He, of course, as of several months ago, is going to be charging super and hypercharge by receiving damage and, of course, by healing himself and his teammates. So that's a major change for the guy. Ruffs. So they're going to be playing around the Doug hypercharge.
Is this like a field promotion, Ruffs? Are they trying to play for a really long round, a late game where they're unkillable and then survive the gas by using invulnerability frames?
Could be. It all comes down to what Toxic Lotus choose next. And this is an advantage that Rival Esports have. They have that last pick. They don't need to, worry about a thrower final selection. Toxic Lotus decide to go for that here, then that's a really easy decision. Colonel F's breaks walls. Rival Esports are now safeguarded against one of the most difficult things to deal with in competitive Brawl Stars, an uncountered thrower. They have a huge advantage right here. Toxic Lotus, I think, are still trying to get in their heads.
I think the Doug insurance against like Miko's assassination potential might
Oh,
be
that's
nice
a good
to have.
shout. Yeah, I mean, very good shout.
Toxic Miko's pretty, all in sometimes if that super's not available. And being denied a knockout after committing so much to the fight leaves Miko looking a little bit vulnerable if that doesn't work. Also, Terry can heal in between those Miko jumps. Hypercharge also allows Terry's teammate affected by his super to also emanate that same ring of damage around them, and that can overlap and double up, and it can be really nasty if you're grouped. So here's Cordelis to round out the draft. There's a lot at play here, but crucially, Doug cannot use his super in the Shadow Realm, so that revival aspect will be denied if Tok can hit him with super.
Cordelis is played for one main reason. It's because there is a single brawler on the enemy side that you want to counter 100% of the time. And you charge that super and hypercharge for free within a radius. If it's something that you can get up close to behind a wall, then you're even safer. Buster, final selection from Rival Esports. They fully intend on staying close together.
Yeah,
They'll
playing for the late game.
Yeah, it's also one of the biggest counters to Rico on this map. Rico's an absolute classic on this map. He is just one of the best mids when uncountered. And then you see Buster come in as a classic Rico counter.
It's got to be field promotion, Ruff, surely. They don't want the wall break.
Yeah, well, and see, here's the other major hazard is that 100% here, Gray is going to be running the Walking Cane. He'll be breaking down those walls. And that's a major concern for Rival.
Here we go, folks. It all comes down to this. A set 5 again between Rival Esports and Toxic Lotus. A reverse sweep attempt again for our mainland China #1 team. And Rival Esports are going for a very compact, late-game focused comp that has invulnerability, that has reflective projectiles, and it has a consistent field promotion, maxed health increase over time. Well, they don't have that, actually.
No, they decided not to. They decided they're going to go for wall break. Very peculiar. They seem to be prioritizing nullifying Tok because he is so powerful here. As a Rico, you don't want to let all of that wall break go to the enemy side. You can see immediately Buster fires up that shield as soon as Tok's super comes in. But Tok is actually chained another, and Terry doesn't have a super. Is this Tok's moment? He's going to try and heal up some more HP before going for it again. But you'll see that Terry has the hypercharge. Oh! Whoa! Little return to sender over here. Engine and O, the two remaining members. The most they can do here is get some hypercharge and super for the next round.
They're done.
This one's cooked.
That montage was so clutch. Hypercharge montage from Buster. It's 360 degrees of projectile reflex. And I don't think the Rico was ready for that at all. No. Taken down by your own damage. That is brutal stuff. It's going to get in the head. Toxic Lotus has now got to be aware.
Once again, it's the biggest reason that you run Buster into Rico's, that you can reflect those supers. And when you're permitted to stay close together, oh, later. Oh, that's bad. But when he gets baited out, surely that means Tok can get a super soon and punish them for that. You'll also see that IC is able to heal him, of course. He's got some invincibility hot dogs. Here comes the hypercharge forward. An absolute laser beam from Tok. Terry's on low HP and taken down, but O didn't time it correctly. Terry still falls. O has that hypercharge to further punish this 3v2.
IC's, the montage there wasn't enough, unfortunately, to cover the damage that came in, and so Toxic Lotus this time playing around that Buster super quite effectively, and happy just to try and burst through the Doug super. They know it's going to come out. They know there will be a res. They're ready to fight through it. Great recovery and a good bounce back. I don't think you're going to trick Toxic Lotus twice with that trick.
No, not quite. So Rival Esports need to change course at the moment. They're staying way further back. keeping away from Engine, who they know they can outrange. Trying to stay away from his hypercharge super. Here it comes. Mameshi isolated as a prime target. Engine takes him down. Now it's time for Icy and Terry to move. They had to get some kind of kill if they even hope of winning this. Tuck only barely hangs on by a shred. Rival Esports know that they've got to be cooked now. They've at least got some survivability with Icy. Terry hooked through the wall. Looks good for Toxic Lotus, but it's only more value for O. Quickly healed up by IC. 2v3, almost unwinnable here.
Hypercharge for Terry. This is going to give you map control. Toxic Lotus, they're not going to shoot into it. There's a super available now for the Doug. Terry can be brought back into the game if there's any concern about him being picked off. But Toxic Lotus are spread. There's the super in from Tok. It's Terry now with IC being pressed back into the game, but the walking cake came out a little bit too early. There's OU, pressured down. IC in his direction. Dimensional door used by OU to get clear, and it's on Terry. Another res. IC's back in the game. The montage covers Tok's damage over, and now Engine is all alone. Has the super at the least, but knows as the gas comes in, he is extremely unfavored for the round. Terry has super to deny the damage, and into the gas he wades. What a round from Rival Esports.
An unreal comeback from Rival. In a 2v3 with two short-range brawlers. Even still, Toxic Lotus, to watch yourself lose into that. Oh, your confidence has to be down the gutter right now. It's one more game for Rival Esports to get revenge on Toxic Lotus. This is for sending us to the lower part of the group. We are going to day number 3, but only if they can secure this victory.
Map yet to be opened up by OU. Rival still able to play inside that small hollow. Montage views cancelled out pretty quickly though, as Engine jumps away. The damage coming his way a little bit more than he would have liked to have seen. Mameshi also low. Multiple launcher takes IC very low. That's going to be a super now forced out of the Doug. Terry a little bit low. Sandbags come up and Engine gets taken down. Montage, not enough. Brought back into the game, and there's a super from Tok that takes IC low yet again. They picked off the Doug, and the rest is easy. Important round take for Toxic Lotus. Proof of concept for the comp as well.
Tok knew exactly what to do there as Rico. Now finally the wall break comes through, and he won't be able to pull that little slick trick anymore. He managed to get a super before Terry had a super of his own, and it was just no good. Here comes the montage once more. Little reflected damage over to Engine, but nothing too major. You'll notice that IC has the hypercharge and the super. It can be absolutely massive. Mameshi, of course, is prioritizing survival here. He wants to take this long-range matchup versus Engine. Engine is just trying to keep them at bay. He is a deterrent, but it's nothing more than that. No, not until the poison closes in, or until Rival Esports are forced into an uncomfortable situation where they have to move in close range.
Terry's going to be healed through most of this incidental damage. They're still waiting for just the right moment to pop that montage, likely when Tok is super active. Won't be able to do too much about the damage coming back at him. Here's Engine trying to circle around. It's a montage that extends outside the realm of the boxes. Mameshi trying to play a loose in and get some damage, but IC's been dragged out of the Shadow Realm and can't super to stay alive. He's got to run away from Engine. Eventually, he re-emerges, taken down. No super to keep alive, and Toxic Lotus are going to make this one awful interesting. Double match point all the way to the death. They will fight.
Double match point. A rematch, and it goes down just the same way as last time. It has to be reverse sweep for Toxic Lotus to have a chance at a postseason. Rival Esports' journey could end here just as well. And what do they adjust? Well, Terry's going to go on the right side. He's not even focused on moving over to the left.
Interesting off angle.
Yes. Tok decided he was going to take a more left-sided approach in the first game. It didn't work out well for him. He managed to get his super really early on in game number 2. Terry now rotates over to the left side, hopefully getting a super. Tok's got to be close to that super as well. So Terry needs it right now.
This is the window. IC does not have that revival super available. Terry, though, of course, builds montage from playing close to teammates, so that is a given in this scenario. Engine keeping a respectful distance from these projectiles. Terry would love to catch him out. Not sure if he's got slow-mo replay or not, because he's not been hitting all that frequently. But Cordelius dancing outside of his range.
Terry would love to snag this Cordelius. Oh, it's so tempting. And it's actually fine for Colonel Ruffs. In fact, they're all going to push for it right now. IC has the ability to res someone if desired. It's not going to be a high priority right now. Engine snags that realm onto Terry. A TP over from OU, not quite in. And he's on low HP. Terry hopes to take advantage of this as he pops out of the round.
Sandbag.
Slow-mo replay. Sandbags blocking out. IC and Terry for the final shot. It's one more round.
Supers used by Rival Esports though to guarantee the round. Toxic Lotus also don't bring any into this. They'll head forward. The map now fully opened up. Rival don't mind that too much because they can limit the Rico's effectiveness and create cover with those sandbags. Hypercharge Super ready for Terry. That means Rival can step into some map control at a whim.
Terry reflecting some of those projectiles on the left side. Leaves Talk quite low on HP, only temporarily bruised. He's still working on getting that next hypercharge. It's going to be a game-winning condition. He can get it before Terry has a super. That is what they need more than anything else. But Terry, of course, gets the hypercharge. A long pull out of a Meshi. It's time for Rival to move. Terry knows he's popped that shield, but it's to no avail. The most he can do now is farm one up for the next round, unless he and IC do exactly what they did in the last game.
TL want to save supers, but they've got to respect the damage that this Rival comp can do, especially when the gas starts to close in. So it's slow and steady. It's careful gameplay. Terry in the Shadow Realm right now, and IC alone outside of it. Gas is starting to emerge. Terry would love to build a super, and in he goes. Damage on top, catches him with the slow-mo rebound. Now the montage is active. The 3v2 is now a 2v2, and IC's going to come forward. Engine into the gas, but the tick damage is going to be a problem. Res here for the Doug. IC is back in the game, but Terry is low, and OU is the last one standing. 1k HP is all that stood between them and departure from this tournament. Let's do it again, one last time.
Your last chance at the last chance qualifier. Everyone has one single life. You better make it count. That's a hypercharge for Meshi. Cycle down on the bottom is Talk Super. Hypercharge style doesn't do anything. It's completely blocked by the Buster. Engine has the ability to cancel someone else, send them briefly to the Shadow Realm so OU and Talk can pounce, but no, they don't have enough HP to jump in just now. Talk's low. This will be the moment for Rival Esports to close in and punish him in a pinch.
Light drop, montage ready. IC, of course, with the res super. Talk had already used that hypercharge earlier and had it counted out by Buster's montage. Has to respect it a second time, even if it's not the hypercharge variety. Rival use it to command some map control, but much of that now is dissipated. Toxic Lotus is sitting on 3 supers, ready for their last gasp, but Talk gets caught out quickly, has the multiple launcher away, it's going to be Engine a little bit low, IC runs him down, montage active, and OU and Talk are forced to the back of the map. IC still has a res, OU trying to reposition, but he of course triggers that super from Doug. It's on OU, Run Grey against the world, and Rival Esports don the helmet as the Lotus wilts right before their eyes. There will be no Mainland China representation as we head to Worlds. EA's number 5 will claim the chance for a golden ticket.
They say history tends to repeat itself. Well, history is written by the victors. It's Rival Esports rewriting history today. As the petals fall, there can only be one. Toxic Lotus are out. Rival Esports prevail for a chance at a gold ticket.
Absolute cinema. What a series, man. I mean, we really thought it might have been a bit of a sweep again. Toxic Lotus looked pretty listless in those first few maps, and they weren't the same maps that they'd lost last time these two teams played, so you couldn't use that as an excuse. They eventually got into the game, looked great, but Rival just pipped them at the post. It's as close as it gets.
What a match to end the day with, right? Never mind, we have one more banger coming up next. EMEA versus East Asia. And we now have 2 East Asian representatives on day 3 of the last chance qualifier and 2 teams also from EMEA. Who's it gonna be that will claim that 3rd spot? Crazy Raccoon or Inner Circle? We're gonna find out after a quick break.
About Crazy Raccoon, it's gonna be test for us, our screens and etc. So I really like to play against Tensai. He was my GOAT, so I'd love to play against him.
インナーサークルよりレベナントの方が強いと思っているので、上がってこないと思っています。
We're in the land of Carnival and Samba, but every single game so far has been super chaotic, contrary to what you'd think. We're still on day 2 here. We have one more match for you over from Sao Paulo, and I'm super excited. We had 19 games total today, or today and yesterday, and only 4 of them have been 3-0s. Every other one has been super, super close with 7 3-2s. We had more close matches, double the amount of those 3-0s. I love to see it.
I mean, it's great to see that Brawl Stars globally now is more than just, a couple of teams ruling and dominating everybody else. Every region has put their best foot forward here at the LCQ, and we need to see what EMEA and East Asia still have to say in this last game.
Because up next is going to be Inner Circle, the last fighter here for EMEA, and they've been calling out that those matches today are kind of easy, that they would already move on with their first match of the day against Revenant X-Spark, and let's just say it didn't go their way, Reddy.
No, it did not quite. No, not at all. Revenant X-Spark, unfortunate for them, right? They have made it to the stage. I've loved watching this team so far. Inner Circle, they deserve to be here, right? After that second victory yesterday, honestly, I thought that they had a chance of not making it here.
Inner Circle, they talk plenty of trash, and I get it. This is like the reunion of that VN esporting team, and I thought they were looking very, very strong despite being pretty low down on the seedings out of EMEA. But I think both these teams underestimated Revenant X-Spark, and they were punished for it. Crazy Raccoon, we expected them to win that game. Oh boy, not the case. These guys are running out of lifelines now. They need a dub to get into tomorrow.
We'll now either have 3 East Asian teams making it through day 3. That's all 3 teams from that region that actually came here to Sao Paulo, or we're going to have 3 teams from EMEA repping that flag for the last shot at the World Finals. And as we mentioned before, Rama, he had a confident call-out this morning. In a recent interview, he said Revenant X-Spark would be a really easy match. They didn't really have to prep maps even for them. And it actually went 2, 3, 4 Revenant X-Spark. There's consequences if you underestimate your opponent.
Yeah, obviously. I think they probably should have had some idea of what they were running into, given that they share a group with these guys. But it's fine to talk with confidence. It didn't show up in game, and now you've got who used to be the final boss waiting for you. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon has still got it.
Crazy Raccoon, they've, had some struggles lately. I will say it that much. Draft has been one of the main things that I focus on. I hope to see these world champions on the team make it back to that former spot.
I hope you've locked in your predictions for the last match of the day, Inner Circle versus Crazy Raccoon. We're now taking them into our cage on stage.
This is where the day ends. And for one of those 2 teams, the journey ends too. Welcome on stage, Inner Circle and Crazy Raccoon!
16 teams made their way to Sao Paulo. We had to say goodbye to so many already. Only 8 will make it to the last day, and now either Inner Circle or Crazy Raccoon will join BC Gaming SA, Upcore Esports and Toxic Lotus, and their dreams will get crushed. They will not go to World Finals.
My question is the same for this team. Does Tensai still have it? Can this team still find success now that the landscape of Brawl Stars has drastically changed? Because they have not beaten the can't draft allegations yet. It is a big weakness for Crazy Raccoon, and they've not been able to fix it yet.
It's one of my main criticisms of the team, but it's not a unique criticism like everyone says this because it's quite evident. So what have they done to ameliorate the issue? It seems to be only on an individual basis because the approach that we've seen taken by the most prominent East Asian team right now in Zeta Division is they picked up an analyst, right? They've got that late talks difference right now. It led them to a deep run at the Brawl Cup. It led them to a World Finals qualification. But Crazy Raccoon's roster, it stayed completely stagnant. And I've even heard that Rely takes more of an analytical role than a coaching role in the team.
This match is such an interesting one because on the one hand we have Crazy Raccoon, who we've called the mechanical geniuses or the wizards, like all of their region, but they cannot really draft, as you mentioned, Uber. And then on the other side we have Inner Circle, who every single time we come up with storylines for that team, it's like, oh, they have the best banter. They're super loud on Twitter, but as we all know, dogs that bark don't bite.
I do think they've got one of the most experienced coaches in the world of Brawl Stars, right? I think Philip maybe hasn't had the results that he would like to sort of back up the reputation, but he really spent a lot of time working on this game. I think that Inner Circle, that's the least of my concerns, right? Their drafts. I think sometimes the individuals in game are questionable, but Crazy Raccoon have also, they've lost Shatampo. They've had to operate this year with Milkreo coming in, who was a part of that Jupiter roster with Tensai, so they go back a long time, but they don't seem to hit quite as hard in the battlefield anymore.
And I'll give you my reasoning for why I think that is. It's because Milkreo on his previous team on Rival Esports was known as being a reliable, stable player. But
I already have one of those.
Exactly. So is Tensai. So is Moya. No, Shatampo was the playmaker, and now someone has to force himself into an uncomfortable situation. It is the most prevalent way to play Brawl Stars right now. One playmaker, two lanes that enable it, and they just don't fit the formula.
It's the perfect meta for that as well. So many supporters in the game, so you need that one stable player that maybe stays in the back a bit more, doesn't do the flashy plays. He's just there to support his team. And both of those teams have now lost to Revenant X-Spark in a 3-2 series. Both of those, I wonder if they still have energy left for this match now that I just would assume it's also going to be a close one, because that's all we're getting here at LCQ.
The days have been long, right? This is grueling. It's a gauntlet, and when you don't win 2 games back-to-back, you have to play extra Brawl Stars. That can really cause some fatigue to set in. Now, Crazy Raccoon, and we talk about teams that get Mina right on the rare occasion that it ever happens. It happens in scrims sometimes. They are one of the teams that really just dominate with her. I don't even know why they include the scrim data for their Mina picks, but it's there. This is the team that likes to bring Charlie in as a counter to the Lily and a lot of those other assassin-type brawlers. Kaze also can be handled with that. But again, like, we are looking close at these drafts, and we are saying, give us something a little special. Give us something that really gives you an edge before you get into game. You don't want to have to rely on the individuals to carry you through every game when you have a draft that maybe is weaker or has some weaknesses that are easy for opponents and experienced coaches like Philip to exploit.
Another key thing that stands out just draft-wise, if we talk like tail of the tape, you know, draft v draft, how I think this will go, I massively favor Crazy Raccoon. If I look at Inner Circle's draft, and of course these are headed by Philip, his unique style of drafting, if I had to find anything that is similar to, it is most reminiscent of East Asia. Guess what, dude? They're accustomed to playing against this in East Asia. I almost expect them to get slaughtered by Crazy Raccoon here. This is very much Crazy Raccoon's ballpark.
We were asking for something new, and something we haven't seen in a while is a thrower take a second pick here for Inner Circle. We still have many of the brawlers open that we usually see, like the Byron, the Gus, the Jaeyoung, and there he is, all of those healers, and he's gonna come in here. Now we once again have double support on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Is that last brawler gonna be something tanky to get supported by those two? No, they're gonna open up the map, which of course is gonna help them against Tick, but there's still a last pick for Inner Circle, and there could be very well a Bell, for example, that profits from that open map a lot.
This is a signature Crazy Raccoon comp. The Brock and the Jean turn up in a lot of their scrims, and they're part of their best win rates, right? Their Brock is actually a 90% win rate, 20 scrims, 20 sets rather, and the Jean also 68%. So they use these a lot in combination with one another. You can open up the map, you can rely on that individual mechanical prowess to apply pressure, and it's going to be pretty hard to just blow this roster up with burst damage. I also think being able to shrug off just the tick damage that's going to be railing in, coming in constantly is important. You don't want to be forced out of the map just by Tick with very low effort throwing mines in your direction.
I think it's worthy to point out that the data that we have is data that the teams have too. If they know that Brock is a favorite of Crazy Raccoon, then they're probably just fine with that. Heck, maybe they went with a Tick just so that they ended up facing a Brock. We've seen how much it can prevail on Goldarn Gulch before. Here it comes. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Inner Circle. 2 enter. 1 heads on to day 3 for a chance at going to the World Finals for Inner Circle for the first time for Crazy Raccoon for the manyth time in a row.
The manyth, yeah. Seen this quite a lot. And I like what they've done here is take the map away from the Tick team. So Rama has to play from the small corner and try and work his way in, but there's a lot of room for Crazy Raccoon to juke away, especially with these slipstreams from Tensai, and keep Rama off that head-first super for as long as possible. And then Moya can just be a nuisance and you know, charge up super passively from those pushes in the right.
Moya's gradually farming up his super, though is he really going to be provided an opportunity to use it? Ideally, he'd get Rama. Nebius also would be a great pickup for a pull. He's going to have to rely on Tensai, of course, to pack the punch to really eliminate things. You know that Milkreo on this Brock is just not going to be a great close-range matchup, but here comes Tensai taking major damage for the poison. Was forced back. Rama's still alive. Nob forces Moya towards the bottom side, and Inner Circle deal with this extremely handily. Crazy Raccoon didn't seem to know really where to go in the end stages. They were out of position and couldn't go to the top right corner in time.
I think they've got to make something happen with this comp, right? Yep. Open up the map and make it really punishing for Inner Circle to be forced in. You want to make it so that gas comes in and Inner Circle have to make an impossible decision between dying to the gas and dying to this Brock damage. Or getting magic handed, right? But there was no opportunity for Moya to throw a super out and catch an individual. And so Inner Circle, move up, take the poke damage, heal through it with the Byron, and then just win at the end of the round.
Inner Circle are also being very mindful of how they use their spawnables. Obviously, Moya doesn't want to pull a tick super, so Rama's going to plan how he pushes around that. Yeah, it would be the opposite. And also, you don't want to pull Nob because he's going to split top from bottom half. He has a lot of HP. You're probably not going to get a takedown unless you have major assistance from a
pulling Nob is not recommended.
No, so you got only like one worthy pull target. Rama gets tapped up by Milkrio as he's cornered and left totally isolated Nob. The next one to fall to that same fate, and Mebius backs into the right corner so as to not feed any more super hyper.
But a textbook example of using an opened up map to your advantage here from Crazy Raccoon. They win in the long game, right? They have the war of attrition on lock because they've got so much healing from their team. And they can punish these chokes, right, with the Brock. Mebius and Nob can't get into the map if these incendiary fields are constantly in their way.
The ring gradually pushed back. That lack of walls is hurting Rama more than anyone else because he's able to play control versus Milkrio and Moya. Versus Tensai with his additional speed, it's a little bit more difficult. Tensai's going to hold on to that position. We also see just a sort of bizarre retreat from Crazy Raccoon. They're letting Inner Circle go forward. Is this just a trap is my question.
They're playing for a hypercharged super when the gas comes in potentially. Now it's very dangerous to try and take space against the Brock comp. I like what Rama's done. Slowly extricated himself from the corner of the map and worked his way up onto the right. Still, Crazy Raccoon are perfectly grouped up, benefiting from overlapping healing sources. Moya and Milkrio now have to respect this damage that comes in. They are marked up, but here we go. Hypercharge getting popped. Moya catches Mebius, and he simply ceases to exist. The one target you really are allowed to pull, and they nail him.
Well, here comes the tick super for Milkrio. Rama's trying to take him down in close range. Nob is just on a shred of HP. It would take major dodges for Milkrio to get around that one. No, you're not getting through that RT hypercharge blender that he places down and encapsulates the entire non-gassed area. It's game number 1 to Inner Circle. Crazy Raccoon, they were playing for in-game hypercharges, allowing Inner Circle to come forward, and it did not work out at all. Inner Circle made such good use of space, the area that was given to them for free. Rama especially played around the tick hypercharge excellently.
If there's a game plan for Crazy Raccoon, they're maybe not communicating it all that well to one another because they've allowed Inner Circle to break a chokehold that they will put in early in the map and ultimately win. I mean, Inner Circle have a lot of damage if they can get their ducks to line up. So Nob is forced out of the map. Crazy Raccoon have to work a little bit harder for that than they had in the past, but they still get this situation where their opponents have to play right towards the bottom and get caught in the chokes by Milkrio. So now what? How do you springboard off this positional advantage into a dominant end of the round?
It's a mystery that we have yet to see Crazy Raccoon solve. They have dominion over mid. They haven't quite broken open all the bushes on the right side. Whoa, here comes Tensai on the left side. Nope, he's stymied. He was trying to pursue an aggressive position. He's doing it solo. Whoa, pull into Nob, and it's good for Crazy Raccoon. They've got a 3v2 man advantage as the poison's coming down. It's 3v1 now. They're just playing for supers at this point. Moya's got to be close to his next super too.
Yeah, show me that like Tensai mechanical prowess. Just roll that tick, play ahead of the mines, make use of your speed boost to make it really easy to get in his face. And that's what I mean about using that map control and manifesting a material advantage out of it, as opposed to letting Inner Circle back into the game.
Here comes the Vengeful Spirits from, whoa, Moya taken down early. Didn't expect to get tapped up by Nob like that. The hacks are exactly what he needed to get that final blow. Crazy Raccoon, this is a round that they can't afford to lose, but they've got everyone cornered. It would be awesome value for Milkrio. 1, 2, with a gadget, make it 3 as Milkrio team wipes.
All right, you talk about, like a solid, consistent player in Milkrio coming into the team. Yeah. Maybe you're asking for more mechanical prowess, but yo, your boy's got it. Great to see that. Again, you are 2v3 down, but you have map control. That can still give you an edge in short-handed scenarios, and a super into the back corner and Inner Circle opt to group up and get punished by it is an excellent way to recover from a slow start.
I think this is also just the right selection to place Milkrio on a consistent, steady brawler like Brock. And as Inner Circle were gradually forced into that corner, he had the super button ready, man. He knew exactly what to do. Inner Circle, once again, are fighting against the clock. They know that these walls are being broken down. Rama decided to take that Milkrio lane. With Milkrio being forced back so much, he even opted to take a long way over to the right side where he can break a few more pieces of sushi.
Maybe this is sneaking up the top of the map, but wants to stay within line of sight of Nob and Rama in case some emergency healing is required. Right now, functioning pretty well as a sharpshooter, keeping Crazy Raccoon in their own territory. I think Inner Circle now have cottoned on to the reality that they can't afford to give the map up. But it's starting to get broken apart. Slowly but surely, Milcreo will have those rocket fuels to try and force Inner Circle back away. What is Mebius doing hanging out at the top of the map for so long?
Yeah, man's trying to make a hero play, but he put himself in a 1v2. Ended up feeding super to Moya. Milcreo also is closer to a hypercharge. That could not have been communicated on a team basis. There's no way that the comm was, okay, Mebius, now go up and fight that 1v2 alone when we have 3v3 already in our hands.
Just not on the same page, I think, Inner Circle were, which to me is surprising because if you want any team that is really stuck together and has a lot of history, it's one of these three. So pressure's mounting, it's loud out there on the stage, and it is truly rage in the cage for these two teams fighting for their spot in day 2. A bit of a mistake there for Inner Circle. Cost them around, they could definitely have won. Now as time goes on, the map is being opened up. There's a third round here. There'll be no cover to play behind for Inner Circle, so they're mindful. They really need to get into the game before Milcreo cycles through these gadgets.
Only a couple strongholds left, but it doesn't even look like Inner Circle will get the chance to use them. It's 3v2, and Gene is lurking at the top side. He's got his super. It's exactly what he needs. Tensai can even speed him forward. It's well known that Max plus Gene is an East Asia favorite, and speed plus Gene is always a good thing, but Rama completely weaves it. And it was a whiff from Moya as well, completely off its mark. Tried to predict the dodge from Rama and came up empty-handed, literally.
It is still an open map, though, against the Gene and Brock combo. Milcreo survives that headfirst down. Rama's last hurrah ends up in a fizzle. Crazy Raccoon take that first set away. Yeah, Milcreo likes to get animated, especially when things are going well. And business right now for the Raccoons is pretty good.
The second set going their way, we might even get to see even more celebration, even more wacky stuff out from Milcreo. But Inner Circle is not making it an easy time, even when they are very well aware of what that Brock is going to offer. Hey, throw this in with the, 90%? It was something unreal for the win rate on Crazy Raccoon's Brock. Now this gets to get lumped in with that 9 kills for Milcreo. Hardly the brawler that typically pops off, gets kills. He's really here to break open the map and enable his teammates.
I just think the comp from Inner Circle here, it looks like it wants to slowly choke you out of the game. But I don't think they're playing against a comp that's going to allow them to get map control. Like, RT is defensive in his very nature. He can pop someone with that gadget, but only if they stand still long enough for him to tap them down on multiple shots. The Tick slowly wants to scale into space created by his minefields, right?
Yeah.
And the Byron, of course, just wants to make sure his key role players are kept healthy, and then maybe use a super if there is a direct engagement. But Inner Circle's comp says, I hope Crazy Raccoon come to us and overcommit into an engagement that we can win on sheer weight of numbers. But they have Brock, they have Gene. So they say, no, okay, we're just going to stay on our side of the map and have better poke than you. Break the map open so we're easily charging these magic hands, and have Jaeyong, who can sometimes just go in 1v1 against your Tick if he needs to.
Well, and on the note of an open map, like even when Inner Circle decided that they were going to back away, Brock just pressed them into a corner. It was an unreal execution from Milcreo on that brawler.
That was crazy.
Yeah. One round accounts for a third of his kills for the entire set. That went 3 whole games. That's pretty serious right there. Crazy Raccoon, they're up by 1 set so far. We're headed over to Undermine for a taste of something different. I see potential for Inner Circle to play around the synergistic play that they're usually known for. That last one, it was just kind of random brawlers. Like, there were ideas, there were predictions, there was possible counterplay, but it looked kind of like a fistful of random jelly beans. You know, you get a lemon lime and a chocolate and a, s'more at the same time. Doesn't really harmonize too well.
Right. Or you saw those jelly beans you can get with the like random flavors, right?
Yeah, vomit flavor.
Yeah, the every flavor beans. Yeah, you don't want that.
No.
You want to be more selective about it. So, draft here from Undermine. It's a map that's some controversy because it's definitely required you to play a little bit different. The side lanes being completely bushy allow for individuals who are strong in duels to take control of the map, collapse one side of it, and allow their gem carrier, their mid, to move in and take some free real estate. Okay, yeah, we're feeling it. Getting limbered up out there on stage. Milcreo obviously realizing that they're off to a great start in this series. They're going up against an opponent who probably expected to be fighting to get out of this group against a Riven X Spark,
right?
And now is dragged in front of the Rabid Raccoons, who are looking for success still at this event themselves. Now, brawlers look out for on this map, well, some of them are banned. So Ollie banned away here. Janet, of course, on Gem Grab in general, makes her way in here because she is so safe and stable. Tara, is very popular. So Inner Circle have banned that away. They don't want to deal with the volatility of Tara walking up, and also she can negate some single shot brawlers pretty easily. This is a very East Asia coded pick. Charlie is the 3rd highest picked brawler by Crazy Raccoon with 61 sets in the last week or so. And it could be good, right? Like if Genko want to play an assassin type brawler here to threaten their mid, or their Charlie specifically, you can cocoon yourself, and also cocoon that would-be assailant and take them out of the game for a time.
Even so, I still think an aggro brawler can be played into this. The one that sticks out to me the most is Lily. Like, yeah, you know, you got to fight through some spiders. You could get cocoon, that wouldn't be so good, but yeah, there you go. Because the hypercharge, yes, and that's because she has the bushes, also the hypercharge. It moves so quickly, unless you have inhuman reactions, you're not going to be able to put yourself in a cocoon. You're not going to be able to auto-aim a super even at the Lily. That's my concern. You know, if Crazy Raccoon proved to us that they are actually mechanical geniuses on a level that they can react to an ability that no one else on the planet so far known can do, then hey, be my guest. But a Charlie first pick seems like a waste to me.
I think the Lily is also denied from Crazy Raccoon. It's one of their favorite brawlers to pick, and also with the Charlie, it's a really nasty combo. You have an assassin, you also have a counter assassin pick on your team. Okay, I'm kind of vibing with this. The Meg's going to get picked up, and what do you feel like this? This is like a reasonable option for mid. Meg obviously can sort of control that space, but do you want to put her in a side lane?
I think you've got some versatility there, right? Because, you know, you look at the layout of the map, she's going to cover all of those bushes with just a single attack. So she can move forward, she can juke, it's what she does. She's got good vision inside of there. And she can also pop out from the side, you know, pop a hypercharge, get some additional speed, and kill that gym carrier. So I think it's actually quite versatile. Usually a last pick is a waste of a mid. So I expect her, you know, to be played at mid, but with versatility. Sandy is going to dominate a side lane. Without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very short range, but still deadly with the potential to stun and also allow your mid to have a safe time in the middle of the map with that Super Sandstorm. Karze's open still. I'm surprised that she's lasted so deep here into our pick and ban phase. Crow is also another option for you. Looks like Crazy Raccoon likely have settled on their mid. No, in fact, perhaps not. Finks is going to be picked up. We've seen it played in the side lane. Humble used to do it a fair bit, sort of a couple of metas ago. But it is going to be locked in here for Crazy Raccoon, and those supers are pretty sweet against projectile-based brawlers in the mid. Although Meg tends to spray such like a wide cone of shots that it's kind of hard to dodge even inside that Finks super.
It is true. Like, she'll set up walls of projectiles that you can't really get around. Yeah. So, you know, there is counterplay built into these brawlers. When I look at Crazy Raccoon's selections that they've gone for so far, I anticipate that probably going to be on a lane with that Finks, but with the versatility of also going over to mid, you can block off 2 lanes at once with a hypercharge. You know, you have one around yourself, and then also you can throw one forward at the same time. Now, Inner Circle with this Amber, that is a direct response to the Charlie, and it'll also be able to burn down the bushes. That's going to hurt the Lily, so there's a little bit of trouble there, but it will also be a really solid mid matchup. I see potential for Amber or Meg to play that mid. Meg lane is pretty OG. Yeah. We'll see Rama actually go up mid and Knob on the right side. You don't see that quite often. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out.
I mean, you need something to answer the Spiderlings because it's free map control for the Charlie. Okay, Knob just kills Tensai. Definitely outranges the Sandy. Sure. Okay. Maybe a lane swap here for Tensai. I'm not sure if he can really win that assignment at all. Just put the Finks there, man.
Seems like it, but see, look how far out this map is spaced. Mid is giant, the lanes are blocked off, they're in bushes. It's hard to swap lanes. Mebius actually gets cocooned and taken down, but still becomes east versus west, as Undermine often does. Rama is attempting to dominate mid. Need to keep a visual on that Sandy. He's sneaking up mid, and Rama knows he doesn't have enough HP. No, not to weather the storm of the root stands, nor to just stand near it. Knob taken down by the triple attack from Tensai combined with a stun, and Mebius is also on the hunt. Would love to get close to Sandy, knowing that he doesn't have that stun. Would also get him closer to his hyper.
Tensai's got his work cut out for him, right? That was a difficult matchup to take, but now we can move to the mid a little more as the map collapses somewhat. Like you said, we're playing east to west now, so those lane assignments matter a little bit less. Mebius here has purchased on a potential gem carrier. We're just maybe hoping to bait something out of the Charlie. Doesn't get what he came for. Milcreo here now making use of his own super. Pretty effective against those amber projectiles. Maybe he's still threatening like a Spectre here, but a little bit too low to commit, and Tensai just says, I'm just going to clean you out of here.
Rama is majorly threatened at mid right now. He has no visual at the moment. Moya popped his head for just a second. Mebius is going to be the brave warrior to step forward. Actually opts to go inside of this bush on the right side. I think Tensai wasn't able to see him because of the rude stance. He's in the Shadow Realm. Mebius is going to get a kill. Usually, this right is reserved for the gem carrier. Mebius decided otherwise. That's the Spiderling's down, but went nowhere near Rama. Obviously intended to drop all those gems. It's not going to happen at all. He's vulnerable inside the cocoon, easily burnt down, and Mebius is inside the Shadow Realm, but too early to pick up any gems.
Yeah, no gems. Tensai, though, holding onto them all, which is pretty dangerous because that Sandy is such a close-range brawler. Tensai's going to put himself in harm's way in order to fight. Rama stunned up, but not taken down. The follow-up to the Sweet Dreams gadget just wasn't there. Mebius now has super in play. The mech damage is annoying, but dodged to some degree by that Finks super. We are 10 apiece, but Crazy Raccoon have mid-control and a countdown.
In goes Mebius. He's inside the Shadow Realm for now. Crazy Raccoon have to know he's inside this bush on the right side. Not thinking about it at all. They just want to take down Rama. Here comes Mebius for a whole treasure trove of gems. Almost makes it home. Makes a shot on a Milkrio on the right side. So intelligently played Nob, firing on both sides of the fence, and he's got that defense. 10 seconds to go, and Crazy Raccoon just do not have the utility. Moya only has a hypercharge. Mebius is easily able to go into the Shadow Realm. Yeah, pop your head for a moment, buddy. Inflict some terror into Crazy Raccoon. Finally challenged in the second set of this match.
A lot of cat and mouse between Mebius Lily and that Charlie mid on the Crazy Raccoon side. Tensai having to play into a Meg early in the round meant he wasn't able to be a factor, but eventually got into the game, but ended up as the unwanted gem carrier.
Yeah.
Things fell apart from there.
A little unfortunate, because Nob pretty much walked forward and tapped the red button to kill him. Now the sides have swapped. It's Nob versus Milkrio, who has a wide shot. Usually Meg derives her value from being able to juke things out. Rama, of course, on the Amber, he's just playing a nice, smooth, steady, and stable mid. But he's finally pinched in between Tensai and Moya. Mebius backed up way too far. He's moved out of position. He'll at least get some damage on Moya that amounts to some supercharge for him, which can be useful for taking down really anyone on this team.
That self-cocoon for the Charlie, pretty clutch there when it's just the Lily that can challenge it. Oh, Mebius has a gem. That's, well, that's suboptimal. But he picks it up anyway, so at least stops Crazy Raccoon from getting too far into the lead. Moya is, well, pretty relaxed here. As a super there from Rama, that will burn the cocoon down instead of the health of the Charlie. And that Tensai is helping with gem carrying duties. A bit of a hybrid approach to this round. Mebius just button mashing that super, but didn't really have a plan after the fact by the looks.
Did went to the wrong lane. He appeared out of the Shadow Realm into a world of zero bushes whatsoever. Must have missed the comm from Rama, because that's a bad situation to be in as a Lily. You see Mebius fall on the right side with a pinch between Moya and Milkrio. This is becoming one of the most prevalent themes of this game right here, is that Inner Circle continue to filter forward as just one individual member, 2 versus 3, and get pinched repeatedly.
Okay, Milkrio trying to get in their way. Hypercharged super means those projectiles are going to be slow to a crawl as they try and get purchased, and the backline is a Crazy Raccoon as Milkrio finds himself a triple yet again. Guy is living his best life out there. And Crazy Raccoon get themselves around on Undermine. Lovely energy here for Crazy Raccoon. It looks more like grim determination from the Eastern European outfit, though.
Completely different attitudes.
No, they're actually very happy. That's just how they look when they're happy.
Understood. Understood. Yeah, they're smiling. It's an inner smile for Inner Circle. Crazy Raccoon, though, make it a little more outward. They're trying to get the crowd going. Milkrio thrives off of it. On this Finks, also, he's been left to have this entire right side of the map to himself. Pops a quick gadget to get his ammo back, and now he's doing even better, keeping Rama out of mid. He's going to try and gradually force himself in, aided by the pressure provided by Mebius on the right, and some pressure on the top side, with Milkrio having to rotate around the long term.
We may have overlooked Tensai Sandy being a second line of defense against Mebius, right? That stun represents stopping power. We just saw it used there to stop Mebius from getting a solo kill, but he couldn't double down. The gem distribution, though, well, considering that Moya only has one, definitely leaves a little bit to be desired. Inner Circle with that early map control have been able to gain a lead. And Tensai now is taken up again inside those bushes.
If you ask me, the lead right now is for Inner Circle in more way than one. They've got utility lead. Mebius already has the hypercharge. He's going to try and sit right on top of Tensai. He needs the comms. It's fine. Those can be retrieved. Mebius gets the takedown, and now he's got to do something versus Moya. He's spotted. He's out in the open, has a hypercharge in the super. It would be perfect to take down Moya, but he didn't have the HP. They did not have the support from his teammates to do so. But now, Crazy Raccoon knows this is a looming threat. They have to respect this radius of Mebius.
Importantly, though, when those gems are dropped and Rama is in spawn, he's not picking up anymore. Crazy Raccoon have been able to even the game up now as Mebius expends a hypercharge on dealing with Tensai. I appreciate that you want to respect the GOAT, but he's not carrying any gems. That is Moya now up to 6. Rama, though, has some mid-control. Moya's going to pop that hyper super, and it does not connect. Mebius simply ducks down into the Shadow Realm and will look to test the Charlie at a later date. And Moya should be able to get his 7th now, as Rama likes his assassin to allow him to play aggressively.
A couple lackluster moves in a row from Inner Circle and wasted utility. Mebius getting a bunch of super to Moya. Oh, look at that. Moya lost the chance to get anyone in the cocoon. It was slowed down, it seemed. Didn't impact anyone. Hit that fence. The hitbox is so tricky. Here comes a hypercharge from Milkrio. But he's trapped. Boots around the left side.
Oh, no.
Now in with the super. Can't really get anything. They need just a few more seconds for this gem to spawn, and they'll begin to interrupt this countdown.
And this is thinking about it. Nob's able to get back in mech. Here it comes. The Lily. It's going to be a gadget straight away from Moya. Can he stay alive? Yes! He's able to peel Mebius off of him. Countdown was reset, though. We're now Inner Circle. Get up to 11. It's time for Crazy Raccoon to shift to the offensive. Ready?
Here comes a hypercharge in from Tensai. Mebius straight into the Shadow Realm, and Tensai is so low on HP. Hypercharge for Moya as well. Another whiff shot from that hyper. Mebius in. He's got to get some ammo to pop this out of the Raccoon. Cocoon, another one. But no kill onto Moya. Crazy Raccoon find themselves at a deficit at the moment. 10 seconds to go. Ramen needs his position, needs to keep Moya at bay. He's got to hit this next Cocoon. It's got to matter a whole lot.
Tensai looking dangerous. Mebius now going to gadget down into the Shadow Realm. Moya should have his own cocoon, and he throws one at the Lily, but Inner Circle get up to 13. Tensai might need to activate here. There's a chance, of course, to even that gem counter. Moya will do so. Picks that gem up, sets a countdown for his own team. 24 seconds left in the round. Mebius comes forward now with a hypercharge. Moya drops the gems. Now they're on Milkrio, but the pressure from Nob is immense. Milkrio walks away with 14 gems. An acceptable gem carry, but not ideal.
15 gem count, nothing left to spawn. Crazy Raccoon has to make this count. Final push in. Mebius is spinning. What? Crazy Raccoon only need 1 kill to make it work, though. Milkrio is looking for the interruption. Mebius in the realm. Rama on almost 0 HP. That could have been so close.
That's what we'd like to see in a high-stakes game of Brawl Stars, folks. Last game of the day, last gasp for both Inner Circle and Crazy Raccoon here at the Last Chance qualifier. Right now, the Eastern European squad is giving as good as they get. Backing into the game with a win on Gem Grab as it went right down to the wire.
The gameplay here from Mebius, the most crucial brawler on Inner Circle as that Lily. So many times had to make the decision that he was actually going to super onto Tensai rather than Moya, the intended target of many of those supers. You also see Moya, he missed a lot of supers. It was a major drawback. Milkrio, of course, is a star player over here, the feature. In the end, came so close to interrupting that countdown. The kills he managed are just ridiculous in comparison to Inner Circle.
I gotta mention it, right? Thinks as a side laner is definitely something you can make work. Yeah. He's got good survivability with his gadget, and that super can just turn some of those firefights into his favor. Messy stuff, though. I mean, there's always the risk of this Lily. That's why it's such a potent pick. Even if you have, in theory, something that can counter it, in terms of the Charlie, these were the final seconds of the map when Milkrio is the one with the gems, and that amber damage, really nice. Like the pick from Rama, right? We think on the surface, yeah, it's to shut down any spiderlings. There's no way to gain pressure and map control with them. But if you're being run out, that is exactly where you want to have amber. Amazing when you have a lead and you're giving up some map control. Just a fan of flames in your wake as you get oodles of damage done.
I want to give some kudos, you know, the good kind, to Rama as well.
There are bad kudos?
Yeah, no, yeah. You know, you play Power League, you give the worst teammates some kudos. No, I'm giving him
the ironic thumbs up. Yes,
yeah.
I love that one. I do it stunning all the time.
Well, how about some genuine ones for Rama, okay? Because Rama has so consistently kept his damage from that Charlie. He never really got cocooned except for, what, once? And even then it was in a safe position.
Yeah, you're dead right. A couple of those interactions there of Moya hitting an extra cocoon or two. Could have been a huge difference maker. I like the draft. I think we got a good display of playing both sides of that gem grab meta as it is right now. Heavy going to pinhole punt. I've seen a few teams attempt the Hank here with the Jaeong. That's been mixed in, and it's one of Inner Circle's favorite picks. 86 sets of Brawl Stars they've had Jaeong brought in. See if that's going to be the approach.
Jaeong, he's good, fairly consistent, just not ban-worthy is the issue. You've only got 6 bans in Brawl Stars competitive, and you've got bordering on 100 brawlers now. Can you believe that? That we're almost
95, right?
Yeah. We're only a few months away, man.
Holy.
And we've already got a few
hyper charges now as well. There are only very few. A credit to the dev team. They've really ground those out over the last year or so, couple of years.
That's true. And the hypercharges, I guess, always keep things exciting because Well, they're the centerpiece of competitive right now, especially the new ones. Yeah, and some of the more important ones are going to be gone. I'm looking at that Ollie as a key ban from Crazy Raccoon. First selection now from Inner Circle is Mebius on the Sphinx. It's a classic mid here on Pinhole Punt. We pointed it out as, a typical mid selection. He's able to block off numerous lanes at once. We saw why it, might work out so well for Crazy Raccoon, especially in the hands of Milkrio.
This is where the Inner Circle BB rears her head as like last pick. It's pretty sick against the Hank. You can run up, in between bubble timings and knock the Hank back. It's pretty useless if that is the pick. Crazy Raccoon hovering still their answer. Finks really doesn't give anything away about Inner Circle's plans, just a very serviceable brawler. So here comes Crow. And obviously give you a lot of all-in potential. Pretty annoying with that anti-heal. And basically imply map control given over if your opponents have to hide for longer to heal up. And the Draco is going to give you that offensive option, but that is a tank that lacks mobility options. So Crazy Raccoon need to find a way to get Milkrio into the action, or he's going to be spending a lot of gadgets.
The classic way to deal with this would be Lu, pretty much. It's, a more open map, especially around that mid. Lu should be able to shut this down, but I think it's actually been falling in the win rates. It used to be banned everywhere. Now it's not even worthy of a ban. Inner Circle, do they feel confident? Well, also, they've already gotten a mid-worthy brawler, one that has vision, one that has a wide shot. I don't know if they really want to risk it just yet. I think it's very vital that they take away that Ruffs from Crazy Raccoon, given how good of a combination it would be for Draco.
The hyper to Draco is too scary a prospect.
Yes, and also the sandbags can block a Draco shot, which make it actually a viable thing if he gets close to you. Survive for a little bit longer so you can get your super and hyper.
The Meg has a 100% win rate in 3 LCQ scrims between our teams, so one of the more commonly picked brawlers on Pinhole Punt. Cordelia's banned away. That was also a combo that was used to great effect by the teams that drafted those.
Young and reckless, coming through.
Bonnie will be the answer. Interesting. So this comp definitely wants to try and keep Milkrio out of the action. Crazy Raccoon need to decide now, make the Jaeyong a part of their composition. It's not ban-worthy ever, but it's just good enough to make its way into most of these setups. And a bit of a burst of speed. Putting the wind at Milkrio's back is going to be important to get Draco where he's needed.
It's also a pretty solid lane. You run that into Colonel Ruff, so you can afford to run the star power that's not as frequent. The slipstream is really useful for getting speed when you're close to your teammates, but having additional damage, you fire through the sandbags and you get even more onto Colonel Ruffs. Gives him a bad lane matchup. A good lane matchup is one of the things that he needs to, actually get damage in a hyper and do anything for his Draco teammate. So let's see how it's executed.
What a lively start. Tensai already has to pop a gadget there to stay alive, and he's not able to turn it into any value. Crazy Raccoon now forced to play more passively to the back of the map, and Milkrio still wants to throw down. Bro's feeling it. Obviously, that second set doesn't favor Crazy Raccoon in the end, but the guy still has enough energy to spend. Tensai returns to the fray. Somehow, Crazy Raccoon didn't have to give up the middle of the map despite losing their Draco, and now Bro is back with a vengeance.
Here they come, all storming the goal line. It's 3 versus 1 when it comes down to it. What did Inner Circle have to show for it? Well, they got a super on Mebius. Brahma might be closer to a super of his own to pop over to Mebius. He needs to stay alive. Nob is able to break down one of these lanes as well. He can use his super, pass up to Tensai. Can't receive that ball, fumble several times because of the gadget. And Moya is going to be taking all the hits. 1 kill on the Brahma would secure this. Little bounce pass over to the guy while he's safe inside the goal. It's actually precisely what they needed to do.
I think the most telling thing for me into how powerful Crazy Raccoon's composition is that Inner Circle pick off the Draco, right? The centerpiece at the start of the round, and they don't do anything about it. They stay right where they are. They continue playing a poke game, maybe trying to just make use of Bonnie being oppressive at range, but they're not getting map control. So Tensai just comes back off spawn and pops super and then just wins. Now, we need to see Inner Circle be a little bit more proactive, and this is better. They're doing something with these eliminations, moving into the map now. A clean sweep, and they should just walk this in past Milkrio. Nice footwork there, and Mebius will be the scorer.
Super promising for Inner Circle, what we just saw there. They managed to handily take down Crazy Raccoon in the first interaction, and they've got utility to show for it too. That's sped up projectiles moving through mid. Tensai's going to find his super also slowed down in the face of that Fink super. Nob will get the takedown on him. He's poisoned, but only temporarily, of course. He's going to use this opportunity to move the ball forward, out of reach of Crazy Raccoon, at least for now. He won't survive, but it's enough time for Brahma, of course, to respawn alongside Mebius to form a 2v3 and resist the impending push from Crazy Raccoon.
The only answer Inner Circle have to Draco Super is running away, which becomes a problem when they have nowhere to run. Like this, they are caught back inside their own half of the map, and well, we're just going to score. Crazy Raccoon pull the trigger on Inner Circle. and even up this round.
Work down the clock. They also tried to offer an opportunity to get some more throw, hypercharge, a little bit more super. Of course, Tensai is already ready with his super. He's going to try and run it down once again, and they back away just at the right time. Avoid that hypercharge from Mebius, which Moya manages to turn into a kill for himself. Nob only barely alive. Once more, the sole member of the team remaining with the ball is just going to provide a little bit of a tempo change so the Inner Circle can get back on their feet. An opportunity for Mebius to get his hypercharge.
He played just outside of Milkrio's gadget range there as well. So nice little positioning there from Nob. He could have died through the wall if that gadget was available. Here's Tensai once again. Nob's hypercharge though makes it hard to hit him, and it still doesn't seem to matter. Decisive stuff from Crazy Raccoon. Take their second map in the blink of an eye.
Not quite like the Crazy Raccoon playstyle at all. Genuinely. This is a very meta draft from the guys. It is very run it straight down. We don't care. We've got more health. We've got more speed. And look at the selections they have. They have Moya on this Crow. Crow at the moment has found so much viability because of his gadget that gives him a shield. Basically becomes a tank. And hitting 3 daggers at once does a lot of damage. Tensai, of course, no explanation required. Milkrio gives a speed, gives a healing. You've seen it in somewhere around 90% of the matches here at LCQ, so you should need no introduction.
Looks pretty good though. Again, Tensai, as this Draco, sure, it doesn't have like mobility baked into his kit, but Slipstream means he can go where no Draco's gone before. The gadget, while he's in super, can guarantee him, wins like this where he backs away, stays alive, and the rest of his team can sort of clean up with him. Yeah, your boy Milkrio's feeling a little bit out.
Whoa, he's got the whole team doing it.
It's contagious. Oh my goodness, patient zero on your screen. And again, that's what you want to see, that enthusiasm start to cascade through your team, through your comms, through your body language, through your attitudes. And now when you're up 2 sets to 1, and it's Inner Circle that have to crawl out of the doldrums, Crazy Raccoon definitely feel favored. They feel like they're ready to strike the final blow and move on to the golden ticket matches tomorrow.
And I'm beginning to question whether the, plain expressions of Inner Circle across the way are actually internal smiles. They seem really nervous up there, genuinely.
Yeah.
You're playing against Crazy Raccoon. This is a team that has fallen from grace.
Yeah, they're not the team they were.
Yeah, like everyone here is at the LCQ for a reason. Some, it's just, a temporary descent into the underworld before the eventual, conclusion of the hero's journey.
Little submarining, what I mean?
Yeah, some Odysseus type stuff. And then you've got Inner Circle, who have found themselves here year after year after year, these individual players. Some have broken through the World Finals. I look at Mebius as one of those. But Inner Circle, like they're reforming as this roster after having gone out in the Last Chance Qualifier in 2023. That's only a couple of years ago.
Dry Season is going to be the stage for our 4th set. The kind of map where you absolutely want to be looking towards ballers like Squeak. Really strong, very oppressive here. You can work a sharpshooter of some variety in. But again, just being able to control the chokes is crucial. Lumi, for that reason, also very powerful. Very oft-picked brawlers are Jaeyong, Ollie, Byron, of course, gets a decent run here. Gene, for Crazy Raccoon, feels like they'd like to work him into their comms quite often, so that's something in a circle we've got to be mindful of. Banning it out, respect it. Also the Squeak, right?
Yeah, the Squeak one is interesting to me because sometimes we see it come through as a ban, but also usually doesn't seem worthy of a ban. But judging by what we've seen from it today, it has been totally dominant. It's been a force to be reckoned with. I think actually eventually overcome, if memory serves. Inner Circle have the privilege of the first pick. What are they going to go for? Well, Kaze is banned out. She's one of the most powerful brawlers on this map. Plenty of bushes that you can use that invisibility around. They'll find a way to get some aggression inevitably. It's Ollie as their first selection.
A decent start. Ollie with a very popular pick rate on this map in lead-up scrims. Combines obviously really well with Jaeyong if you can get it, which as it turns out is Inner Circle's favorite brawler to pick in general. What's Crazy Raccoon's answer going to be? No Squeak, there's some thrower potential here. You can try for, Barry might feel a little bit short range, might force you to play out of the map. Take this away from Inner Circle. It's also just damn good. Such a good brawler. Okay. Not the bounty map I'd always expect to see Bell on. Hideouts needs to make a bit more sense. You can really control that lane with those nest eggs. But here, you still have that same application where if you ever get that map control, you will be able to play around it. The question for me is, how do they get the blue star? Are they just going to use a speed boost off Jaeyong? That doesn't seem like a guaranteed way of getting that early lead.
Yeah, there's like a hierarchy to speed and getting to the blue star. You like got Carl in there somewhere, Mortis, of course Kaze, like the dashing brawlers, the ones that dash with a gadget. And Jae Young actually ranks quite highly. Okay. It's just, you know, it's like speed levels in Pokemon, if you ever played. If you ever played comp. A final selection for Inner Circle.
Yeah, we need some trick room though. Get Frank out there.
Yeah, there we go. Give him a iron ball.
That's what I mean. That's what Jae Young feels like. Gives tailwind. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty much. Yeah, give him up a speed level. Inner Circle can do that. Are they going to pair it up with a Carl? Could be an overcommitment. They do have a support for their Ollie. And here's the Carl. Yeah.
I like that. They're also basically planting their flag at the blue star and saying this will be ours, and also giving themselves that great sort of all-in potential. I love Rafiki, I think, earlier on today showed us exactly how the Carl works so well in the in the Gus shell. So that's a powerful look. Now, Crazy Raccoon have to ask, where's the lion's share of our damage supposed to come from? Can we really rely on Bell to do it for us? The mark's amazing, but if you can shield into a mark, then, you know, someone like Rama with protected pirouette and the knob shield is going to be pretty hard to pop them. And okay, good damage here, but again, someone that we mentioned in lieu of Squeak is going to be good at controlling the chokes and allowing you to get your Bell into the map, to put those nest eggs down, to be the aggressors in terms of map control.
Block off a couple of lanes on a countdown. It's an excellent ability that Lumi has at her disposal. As far as the Bell, I was curious, you know, is she going to swap a star power into the Carl? Some Bell players like to swap onto grounded so that Carl can't reload his shot because he's only got one ammo, but I don't think so. Looks like they're going to be playing this more long range. Instead, she's going to be going for the shield. We'll see in just a moment how exactly Crazy Raccoon plan on playing it. Mebius is not interested at all in going for the flying hook in on the blue star. I guess off of what Tensai decided to run, you didn't want to slip forward out of control.
I respect it. Yeah, you get caught in a Grim and Frostbitten gadget activation and you're cooked. You're going to give the blue star and change over to your opponents. Rama, okay, he's got the jump gadget. This is going to give you more range on that hypercharge, more guaranteed connection. And also there's no individual assassin to shut down with you know, the Brawl, the sort of gadget that allows you to have the hypnosis on attack.
Yeah, and another thing here with Rama, he's just not going to be facing really aggressive brawlers. Not anything that gets in close range with him, so he doesn't really have to concern himself with when someone gets in range of him. It's almost never going to happen. He's just going to have to force himself into these scenarios without his teammates is the biggest concern. Nob, of course, has that super ready to give to Rama. He just needs to get a super first. One of the most prevalent objectives of Crazy Raccoon is to get damage on Rama without getting hit by him at all. And big super! What a route there from Tensai. Milkrio capitalizes with his gadget. Crazy Raccoon find themselves 2 stars in the lead.
No, I like that from Crazy Raccoon. They take map control and they give Inner Circle a reason to come forward and potentially step into a lot of these traps or face this level of damage. Rama actually supers there, I think, for the shield. Stays alive though, not able to be burst down by the Lumi, but they are 2 stars behind.
It's not good as an Ollie when you find yourself supering to get away. That's a tough ability to get into a comp like this. You need to be combining it with your gadget for a guaranteed kill. You also need Nob to give you a shield at the same time, which he's also lacking. He's only got 20 seconds to make it happen, and make that even less as the clock is ticking down and they need a few seconds to execute.
Tensai is, he's signaling that Grim and Frostbitten activation. Rama eventually knows that's going to come either way, so he just plays into it. There are a lot of nest eggs set up here to play behind defensively. Milcrio is the one with the blue star. Keep an eye on that. Mebius there's hit by the blast beat. Beautifully done. There was a mark there for Moya, a guaranteed connection, but Crazy Raccoon lay this comp to perfection. Get into the map. Use a Lumi super to guarantee an elimination. Cover it with nest eggs and fall back with Inner Circle. Have to charge forward to try and regain that star lead.
Really intelligently played. I wonder how Inner Circle reacted this time. Of course, they have that Carl. Could they just send him up, have him soak up the damage? They're going to try and punish Milcrio, but he has no issue at all. Gets tapped by a single projectile from Nob like it was nothing.
Nob's going to be knocked back yet again. Already a Tensai gadget there to control the left side of the map. The Lumi is on Ollie duty by the looks of things. Rama hasn't been able to do the shock and all big super. Didn't be able to hypercharge in that previous round, even if I'm not mistaken. Needs to find a way to start to farm that, get into the game. Nest Egg's being set up defensively here as Tensai does take a hit, has to back away now as the Lumi gadgets pop.
So close to Rama sliding into that opening where Tensai could really capitalize. Nob didn't receive the comms that there was a nest egg there, or did he? He went immediately to cover. Actually could be quite shrewd by him. Rama finds himself in a bad situation. Thankfully for his sake, Moya wasn't able to line up that lateral shot onto him, but Tensai punishes, and Rama just didn't math out that interaction, thought that he could survive it.
Rama had to have known that Tensai was going to come forward and try and set up some damage, even on the Morningstar callback, if not when he sent them out initially. And he's pulled a super off of that, so this is now pretty nasty for Rama. Tough to come back.
Man, Tensai once again punishes. This time a super from Rama. Make that another as Tensai gets the kill on Nob. It's 9-0. Crazy Raccoon in an excellent position to take this match.
Big lead, 9-star lead for Crazy Raccoon. And Inner Circle have been virtually invisible in this game so far. They got 33 seconds to do something about it. Hypercharge there for Moya, guaranteed mark on anybody who's been in line of sight, and Tensai has a Hyper Super to catch on to anybody. It's gonna be Nob, the choice this time. Very low Nob is, only 2 stars to his name, but Crazy Raccoon will happily take those if he steps out of line. This one looks all but impossible.
Just 10 seconds to go. Inner Circle need to do the impossible. Mebius needs to pull some Rafiki level plays. Here comes one. Tensai on the right side is pushing forward, looking for the kill on Rama. It's dodged. Could that be a kill? Just a few seconds to go. Inner Circle looking for anything possible, but it's just not there. Crazy Raccoon, these former world finalists, are only one step away from reascending to that throne.
And even though Crazy Raccoon may have fallen from grace, from the apex of Mount Olympus, they give me especially what I asked for to end this series. A solid draft with a real plan that you can execute from behind or when you're ahead. Beautifully done. The Lumi controls the map. The Bell sets the architecture up. You fall back behind all of that with the power of the Jaeyong, and you simply let Inner Circle bring the game to you. Stunning stuff from Crazy Raccoon, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We also see here the Ollie did not really work out the way it was intended. 0 kills on Rama, not that much DPS. It wasn't their draft in that last set, really not. With that, we now have all 3 East Asian teams that came out here to Sao Paulo actually moving on to day 3.
Is that going to be like a Juan Carlos screenshot? That Rama score? It's rough.
You know what it's going to be, because this guy talks a big game, and the moment he doesn't back it up, oh yeah, that one's that one's going in the annals of Brawl history.
We now have our final 8 teams that will make it to day 3. We're seeing these 8 battle it out tomorrow for the final 4 golden tickets to the World Finals.
Oh man, okay, we've got some awesome matchups here. Caster Brawl, Crazy Raccoon definitely reaches out to me, right? Supermassive have done well this far. That's a tough matchup up against Na'Vi. It's almost a shame to see Revenant X Spark paired up against Rival in that game, but boy, every one of these matchups promises instant excitement.
We had 20 matches in the last 2 days. 7 of them went all the way to the very last set, most of them also to the very last game or even the last round of knockout.
So many games.
What was your highlight so far?
Oh God, there's so much to think back on. I don't know. I got to say, I really love what we saw in this previous series. Milk Rio getting their 3K, of course, on that knockout match. But I honestly wanted to go and look at the footage. We've seen so much Brawl today.
Revenant X Spark, that's got to be the one for me. Their match versus Crazy Raccoon. Okay, look. I love being right.
By the way.
Thank you very much.
Congrats.
I love it.
Sucker.
You got to be kidding. In front of the camera? Well, I'll tell you this much. I love being right. Revenant X Spark taking it, but also it's beyond just that. I like to predict for the story. That's why I went for Team Electros as well. You know, you take the bad with the good and the good with the bad. Revenant X Spark tomorrow will show us whether they are worthy of having a world final spot for their region. It was ripped away from them. They were delegated to LCQ, and they might have the chance to show the world that they are worthy.
Well, in any case, that wraps up our day 2 of the 2025 Last Chance Qualifier. The road to the World Finals only gets tougher from here on out. 8 teams are still with us, and tomorrow we'll find out who will take the last 4 golden tickets to Sweden. From all of us here in Sao Paulo, boa noite e até amanhã. We'll see you right here back tomorrow.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time.